The events are taking place in the Donghai University building, where quite a number of students have already gathered. Linmu thought hard about his test paper and complained that it was too difficult. At that moment, a group of girls entered the classroom and immediately attracted attention. The students immediately recognized one of them and started discussing how cute she was, causing everyone to think this student was the queen of the campus, even though she was a freshman. It was Du Xiaoyu, who didn't seem to be particularly happy about this kind of attention to herself. No one could understand why she was in this class, because there were only sophomores here. Turns out she was engaged to a guy from here who her friends thought was pretty boring. In the end, the girl herself said she'd rather be all alone than marry that trash. They all stopped near the desk of the main character, who did not react in any way to the presence of his girlfriends. One of them stepped forward and started walking over to where the guy was sitting. The girl slammed down on her desk with all her might to finally get her attention. She wanted to take the seat with her friends, but Linmu replied that there were plenty of free desks in the back where they could sit down. She didn't care at all because it was her principle to take a seat right here. The girl immediately noticed that our hero cannot solve even such a simple problem, so even dared to take the first desk, although it is not necessary for him. The guy couldn't answer anything to that because, unfortunately, she was telling the absolute truth. He looked at Du Xiaoyue, who was completely indifferent to what was happening in front of her eyes. At that moment, someone else intervened in their conversation and patted our hero on the shoulder. It was one of his classmates who felt it was necessary to fulfill the request of such a beautiful girl. Eventually, the protagonist realized that he wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pressure, so he started packing his things to move. Afterward, all the students watched intently as the frustrated loser left his desk. He walked past Du Xiaoyue and slid a glance at her face, which still didn't show any emotion. Still, the girl raised her voice sharply and called the protagonist a coward in disgust. Her friend didn't believe that someone like our hero could get into Dunhai University, and suspected that he must have had some connections. In fact, Du Xiaoyue didn't care where the young man studied, as long as she could break her engagement with him. After Lin Mu finished his classes, he walked lonely in the evening streets of the city, heading towards his home. Despite his indifference to his future bride, it was hard for the young man to tolerate such an attitude. He couldn't get the way the girl had coldly called him a coward out of his mind. The guy himself was also not happy about the engagement because it was all organized by his parents. The main character decided not to fill his head with all these problems. She wanted to go home to see how his grandfather was doing. Getting into the cab that arrived, he hoped the old man was getting better by now. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Lin family's mansion, which looked quite grandiose. Lin Mu walked closer to the door and informed his grandfather that he was already home. The young man was about to go inside, but stopped abruptly because he heard some strange sounds. He immediately recognized the shouts and guessed that his family was arguing again. The protagonist grudgingly noted that all of his relatives were already at the gathering. The air immediately stiffened, everyone froze, and there was an oppressive silence full of unspoken grievances. The first person to greet the young man was Lin Ran's aunt, who explained that Grandpa had gone to the hospital for a checkup and would be back soon. Lin Mu was not surprised by such news, so he calmly replied that he would go to his room. He walked silently past the men who continued to sit silently on the couch. The first to raise his voice was Lin Yitai's elder uncle, who was dissatisfied that his nephew had already completely forgotten about manners and was not greeting them. The second uncle, named Lin Yaif, didn't even think that they should take care of this guy. He whispered quietly with a smirk on his face that the protagonist didn't have long to live anyway. At lunchtime the next day, Lin Mu met with his grandfather and informed him that he would be out of class for a few days, so he would be able to take care of the old man. Grandpa, of course, rejoiced at the news that the young man would be able to spend more time with him. The guy was very sad about the old man's situation because he had been in such bad shape since our hero's mom and dad were gone, so no one knew if he was going to get better. Auntie interrupted the conversation and said that Lin Mu and Grandpa already had to go to dinner. In just a couple of minutes, the entire Lin family was already gathered around the same table. The first to speak was Uncle Lin Yitai, who decided to discuss all the important matters at once. He said they are organizing an auction soon, so he has yet to be authorized to make a decision on the organization. But there have been some problems with the process recently. The man felt that now was a good time to put the auction department under his direction. The other brother felt that if Lin Yitai had a problem with the organization, he shouldn't be involved in such matters, and offered his help. At this point, the main character abruptly got up from his seat and stated that he was full, so he was going to go to his room. No one even noticed that the young man had left the table because a fierce argument over the auction house had broken out. Lin Mu walked into his room and sighed heavily because he was already tired of hearing all the shouting. Our hero went out on the balcony and thought about the fact that after all, his mom and dad had passed away too soon. He wished his parents could see with their own eyes how the family was slowly disintegrating. All these events did not give rest to the main character. who was now very difficult. Meanwhile, one of the uncles decided to check on the guy after all, suspecting he was having a hard time right now. The man guessed that our hero missed his parents again. Linmu wasn't particularly happy about the stranger's presence, so he wondered if Uncle needed him for something. The uncle didn't want anything from the protagonist because he just thought the guy didn't eat enough at dinner, which made him a little worried. The man started talking about how only Linmu's father was able to inherit their father's skills. Unfortunately, their brother became completely immersed in the study of antiques, ignoring their grandfather's request to take over the family business. But even when he did take the helm, it didn't help the family. Eventually, my uncle decided not to continue this conversation and said that people shouldn't get what they can't handle. Otherwise, it would be a total mess. Linmu abruptly turned around, his brows furrowed because he couldn't understand what he was saying those words to. Uncle didn't bother to explain anything and shoved the protagonist sharply in the back. Apparently, the main character couldn't keep his balance, so he fell over the side of the balcony. The wind whistled in his ears, and the boy watched in horror as the hard ground came faster and faster toward him. His body met the ground with a deafening crunch, a scarlet puddle instantly spreading across the asphalt. Meanwhile, the uncle was coldly watching what had happened to his nephew. He called it a small gift and help for his son to be reunited with his parents. Just a moment later, the rest of the family saw that Linmu had just fallen off the balcony. Now the events shift to the doctor's office, who was completely unaware of what was about to happen. The next second, an excited nurse who was just looking for Dr. Joe rushed in. The girl reported that they had a patient who had fallen from the balcony, causing the head doctor to look for Ms. Joe. The doctor realized that the situation was serious, so she informed him that she would now approach the injured person. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already in the emergency room. A good number of doctors gathered around Linmu, desperately trying to save his life. It was obvious from the guy's body that he was very seriously injured, causing his life to literally hang in the balance. Dr. Joe immediately inquired about the patient's condition. One of the doctors reported that the guy had fallen from the 4th floor with a lot of internal bleeding, and his colleague was very talented at acupuncture, which may have helped the victim. The girl knew one effective way, but it might be too risky. The chief physician understood the risks, but the patient needed to be saved right now. Mrs. Joe obeyed her boss and immediately took up her needles. She gripped her instrument tightly and announced that she would start right away. In just a few seconds, several needles were sticking out of the protagonist's head, which was the last chance for salvation. The nurse immediately reported that the patient's condition had stabilized. Dr. Joe reported that she used needles to stimulate a state of bay or run. But if this continued for a long time, the young man's brain would simply die, so she left the rest to her colleagues. The doctors were more likely to perform the surgery to seize the moment as soon as possible. Suddenly, they noticed that the patient's heart rate had risen sharply above normal. The head doctor immediately began to suspect that Dr. Joe's technique didn't help after all. He too shouted for his assistants to get the defibrillator ready for emergencies. Metal plates pressed against his chest, and there was the sharp sound of a 200-watt discharge. The guy's body immediately shuddered violently from such an electrifying discharge. The doctor monitored the patient's vitals, but none of this was helping, so the doctors decided to increase the charge to 300 watts. The next second, the beeping of the apparatuses sounded, announcing that Linmu had lost his last signs of life, so the operation was a failure. Dr. Joe was about to take off her mask and ask her colleagues to inform the patient's guardians of his death. The nurse agreed to honor the girl's request, but still couldn't take her eyes off the patient they couldn't save. Doctors covered our hero's breathless body to further transport it to the morgue. After that, they left the operating room to take care of the rest of the issues. All the hospital staff definitely didn't suspect that, at this moment, some kind of dark sphere appeared above Linmu's body. The next moment, a glowing spark of light appeared in the room and seemed to be looking specifically for our hero. She flew around the guy's body for a while, then entered his chest sharply. The young man's body was already cooling down, and his soul had risen above him, leaving only a lifeless shell. The unknown force was not going to let the protagonist go so easily, so it abruptly grabbed his soul. The ghostly fist clenched hard and prepared to drive a spark of life back into Linmu's cooling flesh. When the arm completely disappeared, the main character's body slowly flew up and now began to literally float above the operating table. Little by little, all this unknown power began to merge with Linmu to definitely save his life. After that, a massive mysterious ring appeared on the guy's index finger. Eventually, the fusion process ended, so for a few seconds the young man froze in midair. The protagonist was still unaware of the mysterious and amazing events that happened to him that night. The next morning, Dr. Joe returned to her workplace and stood under the door of one of the offices. The girl's eyelids drooped heavily, her tired look betraying a sleepless night full of anxious thoughts about her patient's death. A scream pierced the air and the doctor flinched, and her eyes cleared momentarily. She immediately scrambled from her seat and ran in the direction of the screams to see what was going on. It wasn't long before Ms. Joe was already running into one of the wards where she met the frightened nurses and wondered what had happened here. It was very difficult for the girls to explain anything, so they simply replied that they had seen something very creepy. The doctor immediately looked around to see what could have happened overnight. She walked closer to the body of the main character, who was still lying unconscious. It turns out that the entire hospital staff was shocked that the patient had somehow grown overnight. At that time, Dr. Joe decided to do a detailed examination of the body, because it all looked too strange. Only now did she feel that the patient's body was still warm, which raised even more questions. The girl decided to check our hero's breathing with her finger to be sure of her guesses. In the end, Lin Mu finally woke up from his rather long sleep that might never end. Dr. Joe didn't know how to react to such a situation, so Hao was too shocked. Meanwhile, the nurses, who were now scared to death, thought the living dead had already come for them. The doctor asked her colleagues to be quiet because they shouldn't be surprised by such things, because the patient may have experienced clinical death. The protagonist was already seated on the operating table and wondered who all these people around were. The young man looked around, his gaze sliding over unfamiliar walls as his mind desperately clung to scraps of memories. He was desperate with his head to find any information about the events that had happened. In the end, the dazed Lin Mu realized that he didn't even remember who he was. After the guy regained consciousness, he was transferred to ICU room number 303. Dr. Zhou was so shocked at the whole situation that she now did not move away from this amazing patient. The girl began to suspect that all this might have happened because the needles had damaged that point responsible for memory. She speculated that the damage done might have been so severe that they had literally forgotten their own name. The doctor asked our hero not to worry, because she was sure that sooner or later his memories would return. The girl informed him that Lin Mu could press a button and a nurse would come to him if he needed anything. Eventually, she left the protagonist alone because there were some other things she needed to take care of. Now the boy was left in complete silence and he could rest after such a hard night. He finally woke up and thought about the fact that he couldn't feel any spiritual chi in this place, and his body itself was weaker than ever. It turns out that there was already someone else in the body who had used the last bit of chi to escape and create a new body for himself. Otherwise, he would have just died. He never even thought that the greatest cultivator in the world would end things like this. The guy was very angry at the Xuan Tian and Yu Gui sects, who were too bold. So he was going to return to the cultivation world to cultivate every last one of them. Meanwhile, the Lin family mansion had already heard the latest news from the hospital as well. One of the uncles behind the incident was incredibly angry that his nephew was still not dead. His subordinate reported that the guy was alive, but didn't remember anything, which reassured the man a bit. So he asked him to take care of everything, promising to pay well. Auntie couldn't understand what was going on either, because earlier, it was said that Lin Mu couldn't live after all. Apparently, the brother did not know the answers to these questions, because he only had the information that the young man had survived, but lost his memory. The woman, upon hearing this news, immediately began to hope that their nephew was now a common vegetable. Her uncle laughed a little at the fact that for her, memory loss and complete paralysis were one and the same. Auntie wondered what would become of them now and assumed they needed to change plans. The man understood that the sister was the closest person to Lin Mu, so he asked her to go and check on the guy, because they shouldn't reveal themselves without finding out the whole situation. He emphasized that the woman would just check on him and see if their nephew's memory loss was true. Meanwhile, Lin Mu sat quietly in his chamber and did not suspect that any plans were being made against him. The silence was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the guy immediately allowed his guests inside. The protagonist couldn't understand what was going on, so he asked Dr. Zhou what was the reason for her visit. The girl explained that someone had come to check on the guy and asked if he remembered the person. Lin Mu, pointing at the bandage on his head, emphasized again that in his condition, he couldn't remember anyone. The aunt pretended to be hurt by these words, but the young man simply apologized and informed her that he didn't remember her at all. She asked her nephew not to bother and advised him to get more rest to get better quickly, promising that she would stop by some other time. She also asked the doctor how come the guy looked different for some reason. The girl explained that our hero's face was damaged because of the fall, so they had to do a little surgery. The aunt thanked the doctors for their help and asked them to take care of her nephew. In fact, in her mind, she was already rejoicing that Lin Mu had indeed forgotten everything. A few days later, the guy was still sitting in his room trying to find some information about this world. Our hero learned that in this world, the human race had only existed for 5,000 years, but somehow its spiritual chi was too weak. Thanks to the book he had found, he was finally starting to figure out little by little what this place was all about. Also, Dr. Zhou reported that the protagonist is almost cured, so he can already be discharged. Lin Mu then sincerely thanked the doctor for the care and support she had shown him throughout these days. The girl laughed at the fact that the young man acted as if he came from some ancient time. The young man was embarrassed because she now knew his secret, that he liked martial arts stories. The doctor asked our hero to finally go to discharge, to spend more time with family and friends, and get his memory back. After following the doctor's instructions, Linmu headed towards the exit of the hospital grounds. A cab was already waiting for the young man on the road to take him to the right place. The guy was actually very surprised that there wasn't much spiritual chi in this world, but humanity had evolved a lot without it. It wasn't long before the car pulled up outside the main entrance to the high school. The protagonist felt the pockets of his pants and realized they were completely empty. The cab driver informed him that the guy needed to pay $50, but Lin Mu had no way to pay. Lin Mu explained that he had just gotten out of the hospital, causing him to have no money with him. The man was shocked by this statement, because he definitely didn't expect such a thing from the students of Donghai University, where the best and richest students studied. Then he suggested that our hero call one of his friends to pay for him. The guy got really embarrassed because he didn't even know if he had any friends. The main character didn't understand what he should do, because he didn't know anyone at this university at all. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the car window, who seemed to recognize Lin Mu and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lin Mu realized that this was the perfect opportunity to get out of it. So I will explain the whole situation and ask my friend to pay for the cab. The girl didn't mind helping and thought her friend was in the hospital because he was having plastic surgery. The protagonist asked her to pay first so he could get out of the car and explain the whole situation normally. They walked around the university campus together, after which Lin Mu explained how he had gotten to the hospital. The guy also mentioned that he fell from the balcony of his own house, which seemed particularly odd against the backdrop of everything else. Hearing that he didn't remember anything, the girl immediately realized that he had forgotten not only the events, but also herself. The protagonist was immediately embarrassed and apologized for the fact that he couldn't even remember his longtime girlfriend. She then inquired if the doctors had told her about some way to bring back Lin Mu's memories. The guy hadn't heard of anything like this, but he also hoped he could get his memory back. The girl noted with sadness in her voice that memory loss might not be a bad option, because sometimes even she wanted to forget everything. At this moment, they met up with Du Xiaoyue, who was accompanied by her girlfriends as usual. The girl averted her gaze from the protagonist, who caused her nothing but disgust. For a split second, her gaze still fell on the guy's face, causing her to immediately notice the change in Lin Mu. Du Xiaoyu immediately thought that our hero had managed to get some plastic surgery. The young man became very embarrassed at not being the first person to notice this, and once again tried to explain the situation. A friend intervened in their conversation and decided to confirm that Lin Mu had indeed had the surgery, and remarked that he looked quite cute. Du Xiaoyu only laughed off this guy's decision and emphasized that she still wouldn't marry some lowlife even after some surgery. The guy then concluded that it seems the previous owner of the body was engaged to this woman. The protagonist immediately suggested breaking off their engagement because he was not at all against such a thing. Du Xiaoyu and the girlfriend were incredibly shocked that the guy had so abruptly made such a decision. Lin Mu confidently stated that he would never want to marry someone like this girl. Of course, the main beauty of the university tried not to give the appearance when she heard such words in her direction, and only noted that it was quite brave on the part of the young man. The guy wanted to break off the engagement completely so the girl would never bother him again. In turn, the main character's girlfriend laughed and supported such a bold decision. Lin Mu was very dissatisfied with this kind of attitude, so he now hoped that he would never meet Du Xiaoyue again. The girl could not take her eyes off the guy whom she had previously considered a loser, because she had not expected such a drastic change. Meanwhile, the girlfriend was very happy for our hero, who finally accomplished his little revenge. Now the guy learned that before his memory loss, he was a weak and depressed man who was easily bullied and humiliated by everyone. The girl emphasized that each time it was not just intimidation, but a real shame. The protagonist realized that Du Xiaoyu had wanted to break off the engagement all along on her own, and he just let her go for nothing. The friend thought that this girl was unworthy of more, so she wondered what Lin Mu would do next. She thought the guy was already regretting his decision, since his fiancée was the queen of the university. But in fact, he didn't care at all. The girl decided to end this conversation and asked our hero to stay away from Du Xiaoyue next time. She also promised to show the guy the way to his class, because it was pretty clear he didn't even remember that. Along the way, someone threw a sharp dart toward our heroes, which stopped right near the girl's eye. It turned out that her friend had a practiced reaction, so she had no trouble catching it with 2 fingers. It was Chen Hao, who had been told many times by the girl not to play darts in class so as not to hurt his classmates. The guy was really scared because he had pissed off Tang Bei, who was also the headman, and promised that it wouldn't happen again. In turn, the girl emphasized that her classmates' skills are not that good, so he can't show off in public. She decided to use the dart she was able to catch and demonstrate how to do it properly. In the end, Tan Bei Bei hit right into the very target with astonishing accuracy, leaving no chance of a miss. The protagonist was also surprised by this accuracy and noted that it was similar to the level of the foundation dimension. After that, the head teacher reintroduced their classmate, Lin Mu, to all the guys. She recalled that the guy was injured, causing him to lose his memory. So she asked his classmates to help him get his memories back. All the students welcomed the main character with loud applause to support him at least a little bit. The protagonist noticed that this Tang Bei Bei wasn't such a bad person, and she was also quite popular in her class. Lin Mu's introduction was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the study door. In just a second, the teacher who was just about to teach a lesson to the students walked into the classroom. The woman with a smile on her face asked her students if she had missed anything important. Lin Mu immediately thought that it was also their classmate who was a little late. Tang Bei Bei immediately laughed because of her friend mistaking instructor Song Liang Ju for a student. The protagonist was surprised by this turn of events, and meanwhile the teacher asked the student to go with her, since he had already returned to the university. The head teacher wasn't happy that her classmate wasn't obeying the teacher, so she shouted for him to hurry up and go with Ms. Song. Song Liang Ru had already heard about what had happened to the guy, so she inquired if he was all right. Lin Mu thanked the teacher for her concern and replied that he was already fully healthy. She was pleased to hear such news from the guy, so she also added that if he needed help, he could always go to her office. The young man was grateful for the opportunity, but their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Tan Bei Bei who came to see if they had finished their conversation because she wanted to have lunch with our hero. Mrs. Sohn reported that they were finished so the students could go to lunch, and she also thanked Bei Bei for her help. The girl was happy at the praise from her teacher and felt that she should help because she was Lin Mu's classmate. Meanwhile, the protagonist, without saying a word, got up from his seat and headed for the exit. Song Liang Rao looked at the disciples after them and thought about the fact that it seemed that not only the guy's appearance, but also his personality had changed. On the way to the cafeteria, our hero decided to talk about how his friend threw that dart so well. She must be working out a lot. Tang Bei Bei explained that given her training at home, this simple trick came quite easily to her and asked if the young man wanted to practice. The guy, excited by such an offer of his out of loss, replied that it would be good for him to practice. The friend decided to examine the protagonist a little more closely and immediately noted that his body was stronger than before. The changes were actually quite significant, as if Lin Mu had practiced long and hard. The girl didn't know that falling from the balcony could do such good, but the young man himself wasn't particularly happy because he actually almost died. In the end, she agreed that it certainly wouldn't be worth the death of the main character. The guy saw that his friend got really upset thinking about it, so he asked her not to take it so seriously. Then, Tan Bei Bei had an interest in finding out what our hero was going to do next, after all. Lin Mu calmly replied that he had no plans, due to the fact that he couldn't even remember anything from the past. The girl tried to find some silver lining in that, so she asked with a smirk if the guy had ever wanted to live his life any other way. The protagonist instantly froze in confusion, realizing that he had never attempted to answer such a deep and complex question before. Tang Bei Bei revealed that the past Lin Mu was an introverted weakling who couldn't stand up for himself, and people like Du Xiao constantly bullied him. In turn, the current Lin Mu not only looked different, but also had a completely different personality. The girl believed that this accident was given to him by God as a chance to change himself and start his life. She suggested that the young man take the opportunity after all, since he had been blessed with such a super-powered body. The guy asked his friend in surprise what he needed to do to change his life in some way. A slight smile immediately appeared on Tang Bei Bei's face, because it seemed like she already had a clear plan lined up. She wondered if he was even once familiar with the rumor of a mysterious organization called the Dragon Protectors. The protagonist was surprised to hear such a strange name for this organization. The girl explained that she had to say something about the martial arts world before she could talk about them. She directly asked if Lin Mu believed that there were people who could kill with mere leaves. The guy immediately assumed that these warriors were using spiritual chi filling, so he immediately replied that he believed that. The girl at once earnestly warned her friend that these people were not easy to find. She said that the legends said that some masters had reached the Xiantian dimension, and even her grandfather had once gotten quite close to the place. Unfortunately, the old man was defeated by his inner demons and lost all of his cultivation, though to the joy of the entire family, he still survived. The main character asked Bei Bei not to be sad because Grandpa was still alive, which was the most important thing. The girl listened to Lin Mu and told him that there were a lot of talented people in their Tang sect, so she hoped that someone would reach the Xiantian dimension. The cultivator was surprised to hear of a familiar organization and immediately thought that his girlfriend was a member of Sichuan. Tang Beibei immediately laughed and poked the guy in the forehead because it was like what the protagonist thought of the Tang sect from a martial arts novel. She confirmed that their sect of poison and hidden weapon masters existed beyond the novels. At the peak of the organization, they had quite a few Xiantian experts, who were quite strong warriors. Lin Mu clearly didn't expect to hear something like this, so he immediately asked a question about how powerful these people were. The girl knew everything from her grandfather, who said that all the techniques were created by these particular fighters. Our hero had already assumed that these Xian experts were equal in strength to the Foundation measurement level, and asked if there were any such masters in their sect. His friend immediately emphasized that the dragon protectors were created by the Huaxia government for special occasions. That's why some sects send their disciples to the team to break through faster, and even Tang Beibei herself coaches such a team. The protagonist started to have a bit of hesitation because he wasn't sure if he could join the team if he wasn't in a cult. The girl reassured him that the young man's potential, combined with good training, would allow him to be no weaker than their recruits, and asked if he wanted to join the Dragon Defenders. For a while, Lin Mu wondered if he should make such a spontaneous decision. In the end, the brave man firmly stated that he wanted to live another life after all. That was the end of their conversation, and the events continued deep into the night. The protagonist had already found himself outside the large building of Tenglong Corporation. In fact, the young man was surprised that the organization's bazaar was right in the middle of the city. Tanbeibei didn't see it as a problem because it's the right place to house an important agency for the government. Plus, if there's any urgency, you need to respond as quickly as possible. The guy realized that he had said something somewhat stupid, so he confirmed that his friend was right after all. Quite soon, they were already inside the Tenglong Corporation building and headed towards the elevator to go to the upper floors. Our hero, having seen the enormous scale, ascertained that this was the base of the organization. Meanwhile, the girl pulled out her card to confirm her identity. She swiped the document across the elevator panel, as it could only be used with special identification. After a second, a notification appeared on the screen that the download of the required files had started. Tang Beibei began to input the necessary information, while simultaneously explaining that the Tenglong Corporation was just a disguise. She asked the protagonist to just wait a bit to see the true extent of it. The cultivator was not yet familiar with such technology, so he was startled when the elevator began to plummet downward. A second later, the bell rang to let them know that they had already arrived at the right floor. When the elevator doors opened, Tang Beibei announced that they had arrived at the Dragon Protector's base. It turned out that under the ground, there was a not insignificant room where a large number of employees of the organization worked. The girl wasted no time and immediately took her friend to the office of one of the leaders of the Dragon Defenders. The man sensed someone else's presence, so he immediately awakened from his sleep. He, surprised at the unexpected visit, immediately asked what Beibei was doing here at such a late hour. Meanwhile, our hero had managed to see the glow of spiritual chi from this old man, so it looked like he had broken through the foundation dimension straight into the energy-gathering dimension. But at the same time, the guy realized that this warrior was still far away from Xiantian's dimension. Then Tang Beibei explained to Uncle Yang that she had brought him a rare martial arts genius, a person of extraordinary talent that one would not find among thousands of masters. The man was unhappy that the girl was making such a joke when introducing her boyfriend, and emphasized that it was too late for him to learn martial arts. She immediately explained that it wasn't her boyfriend, and suggested that the leader check out the main character's skills on her own. Uncle Yang couldn't refuse sweet Beibei, so he decided to believe her words after all. He stepped toward the young man, placed his hand confidently on his shoulder, and gazed intently into his face. In the end, the man was greatly surprised, because in him, the guy had a pretty strong body, even though he didn't have any martial arts skills. Tang Beibei rejoiced, because her words were confirmed, and also added that Lin Mu used to be an ordinary guy before. But after the fall, his body had become many times stronger. Uncle Yan's eyes widened in amazement because it all sounded literally impossible. The guy himself didn't really understand much of anything either, because the hospital had tried everything but never figured out the reasons for these changes. The leader of the organization understood that our hero already knew about the Dragon Protectors, so he immediately offered him to join the organization, and Lin Mu did not hesitate and agreed. The man said that the young man has to pass a test before becoming part of the team, and when he does join, it won't be so easy to leave them. The protagonist had already heard all this from his girlfriend before coming here, so he had already made up his mind long ago and wanted to join them. Uncle Yan was happy with this answer, so he immediately said that he would start preparing for the test, and was confident that with his talent, Lin Mu would be able to pass all the prepared tests. He handed the guy a book that described a breath-holding technique and asked the newcomer to burn it as soon as he read it, because leaking the information would not be tolerated. The man emphasized that our hero just needs to follow the instructions in the book, and then, after he has mastered the technique, find Uncle Yan himself. The young man also thanked the leader of the organization for the donated equipment and took the textbook firmly in his hands. Tang Bei, after making sure that all the details were settled, suggested that Lin Mu's trial should begin, to which Uncle Yang gave his consent. When the boys left the office, the man laughed contentedly because he had gotten such a capable fighter. He made sure that the girl had brought him some kind of miracle, so the Dunhai branch would be getting a new expert very soon. After meeting with the leader of the Dragon Defenders, the protagonist went to the dormitory. Lin Mu sat and carefully studied the breath-holding technique so that he could join the organization as soon as possible. He was still clueless as to why Liu Xiaoyang's spiritual qi was such a strange comma, and speculated that it might be because the energy here was weak. At this moment, the mysterious ring reappeared on his index finger. In just a second, it completely materialized and absorbed all the energy. It appeared that this piece of jewelry was the only thing left from the cultivator's world, so he wondered when he would be able to reach the items from the storage in this ring. In the end, the guy decided to go look for information about it in the library world as soon as the sun came up. The protagonist followed his plan, and from the very morning, he was already in the right place. With a heavy stack of books in his hands, he sank down at the nearest vacant table and began flipping through the pages, searching the texts for the information he needed. The silence was suddenly broken by an extraneous sound, causing the young man to flinch and tear himself away from the book. It turns out it was Du Xiaoyue who was unhappy because some other guy was hitting on her. The girl coldly warned Van Don to leave her alone, adding contemptuously that his family money did not make him of any importance in her eyes. The young man still wouldn't back down because he realized that they were one culprit and perfect for each other. Du Xiaoyue was displeased that he had such a high opinion of himself, and emphasized that the Wang family would never pass on to him. After that, the girl, after making it clear that she wasn't interested at all, turned around and walked away from Wang Dong. The guy was so annoying that he kept pestering her and made fun of the fact that she was engaged to some loser from the Lin family as well. Everyone had already heard about Lin Mu being a complete lowlife, so Wang Dong felt that he couldn't be with such a beauty. It was actually quite difficult for the girl to contain her emotions being around such an unpleasant person. Meanwhile, the main character wasn't paying attention at all to what was going on between these two. Wang Dong saw that his competitor was here, so he decided to pester Lin Mu himself. The guy still continued to pretend he couldn't see or hear anything, and wasn't about to take a break from his book. The bully was very pleased that our hero lacked any manners. He took a decisive step toward the young man and, looking intently into his eyes, asked him if he had a problem, since he so persistently avoided even a simple glance in his direction. Our hero didn't even know if he knew this person, so he just asked what Wang Dong wanted. Then the guy started threatening Lin Mu to hurry up and break the engagement with Du Xiaoyue. In turn, the young man himself said that they had already canceled everything, so the girl's affairs no longer interested him. The bully turned around in surprise and asked Du Xiaoyue herself if it was true. The beauty herself decided to take advantage of the situation and quietly, idly lied that it wasn't like that at all. The guy couldn't stand the fact that the protagonist seemed to have lied to him, so he snatched the book from his hands with anger. From surprise, the young man let the textbook out of his hands, and it crashed to the floor with a clatter. Wang Dong was very angry that the young man dared to cheat him, and promised that he would definitely pay for it. Lin Mu was not at all afraid of such a development, so he just indifferently hummed in response. The protagonist did not tolerate such an attitude to himself, so he sharply grabbed the guy who still could not get behind him. He asked with a serious look what Wang Dong was going to do in such a case. The brave man did not trifle and decided to teach the bully a lesson, who could not answer him. The bully, who was in fact a pathetic weakling, flopped clumsily to the floor. Wang Dong forcefully tried to stand up after the protagonist had taught him such a cruel lesson. Lin Mu, not satisfied with the humiliation he had already inflicted, kicked him with cold cruelty, and then roughly stepped on his chest. The protagonist, after disarming his opponent, turned around to talk to Du Xiaoyue. Hono directly asked if the girl still really needed this engagement. The girl emphasized again that it was absolutely not her wish, but it was too difficult to go against the will of the old men of their families. In fact, Lin Mu hadn't even thought about the fact that Du Xiaoyue would annoy him so much before. The guy then turned to Van Don, who seemed to hear everything perfectly, and explained that technically they were engaged, so the guy had better stay away. Meanwhile, the bully raised his voice and asked if the main character knew who he was. The guy didn't care about this at all, so he pressed down on Wang Dong with even more force. Daredevil immediately howled in pain and now begged our hero to let him go, promising to just walk away. In the end, Lin Mu still let the kid go and immediately ordered him to disappear from his sight. The self-confident guy certainly did not tolerate such humiliation before, so silently left the library without responding to our hero in any way. That resentment had sunk too deep, so he was already making plans on how to get back at the brave man who had acted so inappropriately. Meanwhile, there was a loud clamor around because no one expected to see such a fight in the university library. One of the students was very unhappy that someone allowed himself to make noise and fight in such a place. The main character immediately apologized and tried to lie that some student had just bumped into the table. He tried to remedy the situation and began to put the furniture back in its place. In turn, Du Xiaoyue noted that the young man had indeed changed, because he would never have done such a thing before. Lin Mu himself thought that this might be for the best, because he would have a lot less problems now. The girl, despite her dislike for her fiancé, warned him that Wang Dong was the kind of person who was eternally vengeful. The protagonist only smiled slightly upon hearing this information and thanked her for the warning. He turned next, and his gaze fell on the very book the bully had snatched from his hands. A line immediately caught my eye that spoke of someone having to finish what they started in case the enemies returned. The guy thought about the fact that he had already learned the technique, so now it would be worth it to find Liu Shouyang and get something new. It is evening and the events are transferred to the Wang family home, where another scandal is already brewing. His father was unhappy that none of his subordinates were able to bring him useful information, even though he was paying well and had already been waiting for a whole week. All the staff members were saying that Lin Mu was only a weakling and a coward. But the problem was that he was somehow able to break the young master's arm. They universally reported seeing the guy like this before, when he was a completely different person. The head of the family was interested when he heard about the sudden change in their purpose. One of the subordinates said that they bribed someone from the servants at the Lin family's house, who said that after the incident, the young man lost his memory and became like this, and even stopped showing up at home. Mr. Wang was going to act decisively, so he ordered his fighters to bring this guy in no matter what. All the guards lined up in a row and unanimously accepted the order. The old man wasn't going to be afraid of some loser Lin Mu just because of his family, because he had personally wronged him. The next morning, the protagonist, not suspecting that the hunt for him had already begun, came to the university as usual. Lin Mu still began to feel the tense atmosphere around him, which suggested that something was wrong after all. Suddenly, his path was blocked by some small van that looked rather suspicious. The next moment, a group of hooligans came out of there, specifically looking for our hero. Their ringleader announced with a smirk on his face that their boss would like to invite Lin Mu over for a cup of tea. The young man didn't expect this turn of events at all, because he certainly wasn't familiar with their boss. The bandits didn't like that he kept wasting their time, so they ordered him to go with them if the guy didn't want to get beaten up. In the end, our hero agreed to the stranger's terms because he didn't want to get into a conflict again. Now he was convinced that the Wang family really did enjoy revenge quite a bit. In fact, Lin Mu wasn't afraid at all and thought that it was even for the best, because he didn't mind participating in something like this. It wasn't long before Mr. Wang was informed that the man he needed had arrived on the scene. The man, exhaling smoke from his cigar, ordered his subordinates to bring the young man to him. The guards silently turned on the spot and headed out to do their boss's bidding. A few minutes passed and there was a knock on the door, whereupon the gentleman asked the guests to enter. It was obviously Lin Mu accompanied by quite a number of guards. The man immediately inquired if the guy knew what he had interfered in, but the man pretended he had absolutely no idea. The head of the family then decided to give a little clue and said that Wang Dong was his son. The guy boldly suggested that the battered toddler had complained to his old man, who was now seeking revenge. The man only laughed at the boldness of our hero, because before him no one had ever dared to speak to a distinguished gentleman in such a way. He stated that he would be more respectful to Lin Mu because of his family, so he would let the young man go as soon as he tore his tendons. The protagonist continued to stand his ground and wondered what would happen if he didn't. One of the guards put his hand on the guy's shoulder and advised him not to complicate an already difficult situation. Lin Mu didn't appreciate being treated this way, so he elbowed this Wang family subordinate. He grabbed the guard's arm, about to straighten him out, and emphasized that they were actually here talking, so no one should get in the way. The protagonist was so strong that he could easily throw over even the most experienced fighter. Eventually, the subordinate fell with such force that he broke the table beneath him. Mr. Wang immediately noted that the young man possessed some pretty good techniques. At the same time, he was sure that Lin Mu still wouldn't be able to cope when he was attacked by several fighters at once. The guy himself hadn't lost his fighting spirit, so the smile still held on his face. The man was incredibly angry over such insolence of the young man, so he ordered his men to tear him to pieces. Our hero asked all of his opponents to attack at once because they didn't have much time for all this fighting. He got into a fighting stance because he wanted to deal with all the guards as quickly as possible and move on to their boss. Everyone started attacking Lin Mu, but he masterfully dealt with each opponent with a single precise strike. In 10 seconds, the protagonist had dealt with each guard and was now carefully adjusting his suit. Mr. Wang was shocked by this turn of events because he was confident in the strength of his subordinates. The young man offered to talk to him in person because he and his son had taken up too much of his time, which needed to be reimbursed somehow. The man was scared out of his wits, so he now said it was only their fault and offered $20 million in compensation. Lin Mu didn't really want to receive any money that was definitely obtained through unfair means. The frightened old man was desperate to prove that it had all been earned in a completely clean way. The protagonist decided to believe Mr. Wang and reached into his jacket pocket. He handed the man his credit card and asked him to transfer the amount he needed there. The old man didn't mind keeping his promise, but he needed a computer to do it. Lin Mu let him walk over to the work table. So Mr. Wang quickly entered the necessary information and reported that everything was ready. The man demonstrated that the money had already gone to our hero's card and offered him to check it personally. The boy thanked him for his cooperation, and meanwhile, the old man himself was surreptitiously reaching into one of the nightstands of his desk. Mr. Wang did not take his eyes off Lin Mu and asked him to take his time like this. He already had the gun in his hands and offered the young man some more time to chat. Seeing the muzzle of the gun, the protagonist immediately became silent, and the old man wondered why he had stopped so abruptly. The man noted that the guy used to be so cool about himself, but at one point all his courage was gone somewhere. Lin Mu was still just as unafraid of his main opponent, so a smug smirk reappeared on his face. He abruptly knocked over the table where Mr. Wang was sitting to throw him off balance. The head of the family was not prepared for such a development, so he was unable to keep the gun in his hands. Our hero asked if it was worth it, and reported that the man had just dug his own grave. Now the old man tried to justify himself and said that it was just a slight misunderstanding, and he himself really wanted to talk to Lin Mu. The young man was certain that trust was out of the question between them, so he wasn't even going to engage in a conversation with Mr. Wang. If he wanted to kill Mr. Wang, he would do it right now, so the guy advised him not to make him nervous. The man asked not to complicate the situation between their families and promised to fulfill any order of the young master, using all his abilities. The protagonist was quite interested when he heard such words, and rejoiced at such an opportunity for revenge. In a fit of rage, he swiftly intercepted Mr. Wang's neck, intending to teach him a harsh lesson. The young man shoved some white pill into the old man's mouth, who didn't even resist. Mr. Wang swallowed this mysterious object without the slightest hesitation. He immediately grabbed his throat and started yelling at our hero, who gave him the unknown pill. It turns out that the young man gave him a poison from martial arts novels called Han Xiaobang Budian, and promised to give him an antidote every 3 months if the man behaved well. Lin Mu warned that the man might die a painful death and advised him to think carefully about his decisions. At this moment, the protagonist's phone rang, who was about to leave Mr. Wang's office. It turned out to be Tan Bei Bei, who had already managed to lose her buddy. She asked the young man to come to the base as soon as possible because there was already an assignment for him. It wasn't long before Lin Mu reached the Tenglong Corporation building, where his girlfriend was waiting for him. Most of the staff had already gathered in the hall and were whispering amongst themselves because something important seemed to have happened. The protagonist, upon meeting his acquaintance, immediately worriedly inquired about what had happened. The girl reported that their organization had recently caught the leader of a mercenary group. Because of this, his subordinates took 20 people hostage, demanding the release of their leader, but he eventually lost control of the situation. It turns out that not only have the mercenaries taken hostages, but they want to attack the Pearl Tower, so they need to be stopped immediately. Lin Mu asked if they had a plan, and the girl told him that their main objective was to rescue the hostages and help the other units. The young man immediately thought that just the two of them would only go to rescue the victims of these villains. Bebe explained that if they had enough people, the organization wouldn't call for recruits. She explained that our hero only needed to locate the hostages and then notify his elders of the location. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dragon Protectors finally turned to his subordinates to inform their next steps. With the utmost seriousness in his voice, he emphasized that this assignment was very important, so they should waste no time. Finally, he firmly ordered all the fighters to immediately move out to their missions. After that, our hero, following the order, immediately went to the West District of Donghai City. He had to jump across rooftops so no one could reveal his location. The guy started to suspect something because he felt that there were a lot of people in this place, but all the rooms were empty for some reason. Eventually, he did decide to jump off the building to get a better look at the area. Lin Mu hid near one of the windows to get a better look at what was going on inside. He could see that there were lights on inside the building, but he still couldn't make out any people. Only now did the protagonist realize what the whole problem was. The boy walked over to the hatch that was quite nearby to get a better look at this entrance. He sensed that this was where the enemies had been hiding all this time underground. With some effort, Lin Mu lifted the heavy hatch to enter the base. Brave immediately saw the glow and found confirmation of his hunches. Beneath these trapdoors was a large staircase that led somewhere underground. All this time, a guard was standing near the entrance, looking around carefully to make sure no stranger was missed. Suddenly, the fighter heard someone's footsteps behind them, though they weren't expecting any visitors. As a result, all he saw was a pair of legs that was rapidly flying straight at his head. Lin Mu managed to masterfully produce a grab of his first opponent using his legs. The guard tried to call for someone to help him, but the guy squeezed his neck so hard it was pretty hard to do. The opponent helplessly wheezed, unable to even move as Lin Mu's iron grip tightened on his throat. The enemy helplessly collapsed to the ground like a hamstring, and Lin Mu gracefully stepped off him, landing softly beside him. The protagonist began to quickly remove the uniforms from his defeated opponent, unbuckling multiple straps and latches with honed dexterity. He quickly changed his clothes, and now he was no different from the guards here, because his uniform fit him like a uniform, and his mask concealed his face. Lin Mu didn't waste any time and went to the boss room to report that they had something going on at the base and lure out the main target. A pumped-up giant immediately appeared from behind the door and inquired as to what had happened. Our hero watched the actions of the boss closely and tried to think of something to answer one of the bandits. Meanwhile, the leader was already reaching for his gun because he was beginning to suspect that there was something wrong with this guard. Lin Mu reacted to his movements and immediately grabbed his hand to snatch his weapon. The boss was not an easy man to deal with, so he quickly regrouped and tried to hit him with his knee. In turn, the young man himself also managed to see his opponent's attack and countered in time. The bandit's leg fractured with a crack, because Lin Mu's body was much stronger than one would have guessed at first glance. The fighter let out a heartbreaking scream, after which his body twisted in unbearable pain. He fell to the ground with a thud and clutched at his broken leg, still holding the gun tightly in his other hand. The gang leader immediately pointed a gun at the protagonist and fearfully asked who he was. This guy immediately pointed a weapon at Lin Mu and demanded to give his name, but he was not intimidated and continued to remain silent. The young man realized that he couldn't deal with this thug that easily, so he hit him once more with his knee. Apparently, there was no way the bandit could block this attack due to his serious wounds and severe pain. His consciousness went out like a burned-out light bulb, and his body collapsed to the ground, finally out of the fight. The protagonist looked around and realized that all the hostages were just in this room. In the corner of the room, his gaze caught on two shabby bags without any identifying marks. The boy quickly approached the suspicious items and didn't hesitate to unzip the zipper to see what lurked inside. Turns out there was a mountain of money hiding inside them all along. Lin Mu was shocked that these people had stolen so much money, which was also all in cash. A new idea immediately popped into the guy's head because he realized that the hostages didn't know who he was yet. He zipped up the zippers, gripped the handles of his bags tightly, and raced away, realizing that now he could easily get rich. One of the girls didn't seem particularly pleased that the protagonist had done such a thing. She suspected that Lin Mu had killed the other guy just to take all the money for himself. Beauty was also quite bright, so she noticed one interesting thing right away. The girl noticed that our hero left a gun on the floor, which could have been her shansom. She skillfully performed a few somersaults and quickly grabbed the weapon in her hands. Undaunted, the brave hostage pointed her weapon at Lin Mu and ordered him not to move. Our hero only sighed heavily because now he realized that he would not be able to leave this place so easily. He immediately explained that he was not here to bully the hostages and allowed them to walk from here. The girl understood his motives, but as a police officer, she can't let the villain escape. So she ordered the guy to drop the bags and put his hands behind his head. Then Lin Mu was not confused and offered to split the loot in half, pretending that they had not seen each other in this place. The hostage still wasn't going to give up that easily. So once again, she repeated her order to put the bags down or she would shoot. The protagonist realized that the jokes with this officer were short, so he threw all the money on the floor. Meanwhile, the girl turned to one of the hostages and asked him to take off his belt to tie the hands of the villain. At the same time, the young man sat down on the floor and already pretended to be resigned to his fate. Obviously, our hero had already come up with a new plan, so he was just waiting for the right moment to attack. It only took one precise movement for him to stop the man who was about to tie him up. In just a second, Lin Mu had already turned around in such a way that he was able to use the hostage as a live account. Eventually, the guy managed to knock him over in a way that knocked the officer off his feet. Without wasting a second, the experienced fighter ran up to the girl to snatch the gun from her hands. He emphasized that the hostage did not need to do that, and asked her to go back to the corner and sit still. The officer realized that she had no other choice, so she complied with Lin Mu's order, who only grudgingly hummed. The protagonist realized that he had solved all the problems, so he headed for the exit again with 2 bags of money in his hands. Before finally leaving the enemy base, he decided to strip off all his uniforms. At the same time, the guard's body was still lying breathlessly at the entrance of this huge basement. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the guy's face because he was able to successfully complete his first mission. He decided to search the territory of the base and find a suitable place to hide the found baggage. Lin Mu didn't hesitate to throw the bags into the well, which turned out to be a pretty good storage area. The protagonist was going to raise money after this whole operation was over. Afterward, he called Bei Bei to report that he had found something suspicious here. It wasn't long before the dragon protectors arrived on the scene and gradually removed the hostages from the bandit base. Among the victims was the policewoman who wanted to arrest Lin Mu for theft and didn't realize that he was standing quite nearby. The guy himself informed his partner that he would go report to headquarters to say that the hostages had been found, and they could proceed with the next part of the plan. The girl herself was glad that all the people were safe now. They then put all the hostages on the bus, so the whole operation to rescue them went smoothly. For a while, Tang Bei stared after the transport with the rescued people and pondered the recent events. But she said the mission wasn't over because the hostages said there was something suspicious inside. The protagonist began to suspect something, so he asked what the people were talking about. Turns out, they had already managed to tell the two mercenaries had gotten into a fight, but by the time the dragon protectors got here, two were already out. The main problem was that they couldn't find the very same bandit money anywhere. It was obvious that whoever knocked out those mercenaries was an expert, because it looked as if his opponents didn't stand a chance. The girl was about to report to her superiors that there was a master of such a level among the bandits. Lin Mu, who knew the whole truth, only smiled and agreed that a real expert had been here. After all the searches, our heroes went to the base of their organization to report the results of the mission. The guy reported that he had some business to take care of and said goodbye to Tan Bei Bei. He quickly left the Dragon Defender's base and hailed himself a cab. The protagonist quickly jumped into the back seat of the car and asked the driver to take him to Pingjiang District. After arriving at the location, he handed the driver some money and asked him to wait here, while he quickly picked up some clothes. The man listened to Lin Mu, so the man was able to go about his business in peace. The driver decided to smoke a cigarette to pass the time while waiting for his customer. After a couple minutes, the guy came back and asked him to open the trunk so he could throw his stuff in. The cab driver still didn't suspect anything, so he quickly pressed the button and complied with his passenger's request. The protagonist wasted no time and quickly put two heavy bags of money inside. The driver, with a cigarette in his teeth, noted that the guy was very pleased after picking up his so-called clothes. Lin Mu just laughed in response, but he thought to himself that there could be no other reaction to 10 million euros. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang has already received the report of his body checkup after being poisoned by an unknown pill. The subordinate handed him an envelope and informed him that it said the man had not been poisoned. The doctor said he was perfectly healthy and there should be no problems with his body, but there was still one small flaw. Mr. Wang wasn't going to listen to his subordinate any further and asked to be left alone. He couldn't contain his anger because he was beginning to suspect that Lin Mu had simply tricked him. At that moment, his train of thought was interrupted by a sudden ringing on his phone. The man's gaze immediately darted to the screen of his smartphone, where an incoming call from an unknown subscriber was displayed. Mr. Wang abruptly brought the phone to his ear and coldly demanded an explanation as to who dared to interrupt him at such an inopportune moment. The voice in the receiver belonged to the very man he had been pondering only a moment ago. It turns out that the protagonist had already made a reservation at Wang Jiang's restaurant and hoped that he could have a little chat with his new acquaintance here. The man was immediately interested in such an offer, so he was going to get there in a couple minutes. Wang Dong actually tensed up because he couldn't even figure out what this guy wanted right now. Our hero immediately noted that the old man arrived here rather quickly, and the latter explained that he didn't want to keep Lin Mu waiting. The man was quite excited because he couldn't guess what brother Lin wanted, and promised to fulfill his every wish. The guy laughed quietly and looked away and replied that nothing of the sort had happened. He began his story by saying that Wang Dong should already be aware of the situation with the Lin family. The protagonist poured a glass of wine and hinted that there was something only a man himself could do for him. The old man, suddenly revitalized, asked the young man to elaborate on his situation. Lin Mu explained that he had some cash, but he couldn't really use the money. The young man understood that Mr. Wang was a businessman, and thus could be a useful ally in his plans if he presented his proposal correctly. The old man instantly realized what the protagonist was getting at, and noted that he didn't have many useful skills, but business was his forte. He immediately asked exactly how much money Lin Mu kept with him. The protagonist confidently said that he had 20 million euros, and he expected it. But somehow, Van Don had to turn that amount into an even larger sum. It was no problem for the man, so he asked the guy to rest a little and trust him. Lin Mu raised his glass and noted that in that case he would have to visit his comrade beforehand. Wang Dong also grabbed his glass and happily replied that there would be no problem with that. After meeting the old man, our hero immediately went to the hostel, which became his permanent place of lodging. He sat down at his laptop while his roommates were getting ready to go to the university. The young man realized that there were too many extra eyes here, making it difficult for him to cultivate. So it was better to look out for some place with rent. Browsing through apartment websites, Lin Mu saw a good option for himself. Eventually, the guy firmly decided it was time to check one important detail. It wasn't long before he arrived at the right place and immediately saw that everything around him looked pretty good. The protagonist stopped in front of the door and thought that it would be nice if the owner of this house turned out to be a nice person. Forgetting any excitement, the guy pressed the right button and a loud ringing sounded. Somewhere from the back of the house came the voice of the landlord asking him to wait a little while. After a few seconds, a very young boy appeared out of the door and inquired about who Lin Mu was looking for. Our hero was a little surprised, but explained that he had seen on the internet that this house was for rent. Now the young man understood the reason for this unexpected guest's visit. Lin Mu in turn nodded to confirm his intentions, and immediately inquired about the monthly fee. The owner decided not to discuss all the details on the street, and offered the guy to go inside and look around and then talk about the price. The protagonist did not object, so he silently put on his guest slippers and followed the master of the house. Only now did the young man realize that they hadn't introduced themselves to each other. So he said that his name was Meng Xuan. The guy calmly and uncluttered replied that his name was Lin Mu. Meng Xuan had immediately warned him that there were two other people upstairs living here, so there was only one room left vacant. He showed him a place that was rented out and told him that its cost was $1,200 a month, but that he would have to pay for the whole year at once. Our hero was in no hurry to agree to such conditions, because he thought that the price for one small room was too high. The owner didn't really stick with his client and immediately hinted that there were rooms nearby that only cost a few $100s a month. Someone's voice was heard outside the door, immediately noting that another jellyman had come. Although Meng Xuan didn't really need money, in the end it turned out to be a teacher from the university who recognized her student immediately. It seems the main character didn't expect to see a familiar face here either. Meng Xuan was also surprised because he began to guess that the two knew each other. Song Lanju confirmed his guess with a smile on her face and explained that this guy was her student. For his part, Lin Mu began to hesitate because he realized that it would be difficult to do anything next to Miss Song. He decided to say the price was too high for him after all, and he was going to look for other places. Also, the guy didn't apologize for wasting his time, and meanwhile, Song Liangju was surprised that he, with his family's wealth, couldn't afford rent. The woman began to suspect that something had happened to her student's family. In the end, the protagonist still managed to find a new home for himself. Although Western style was not his preference, he didn't waste time thinking about it and simply made a decision, choosing this option as the most practical in this situation. It was quite a nice and quiet place here, which was perfect for cultivation. Lin Mu took a closer look around and noticed that the kitchen was also not bad. The young man thought about the fact that he hadn't cooked for himself in a while, so this was a good opportunity. Within a couple of minutes, he had already started cooking a rather appetizing dinner for himself, the aromas of which filled the entire room. Our hero thought that his skills are good, but the ingredients are so bad, so it's better to order new products online. He quickly pulled out his phone and decided to look up some herbs that might help with the cooking. Immediately, he noticed some merchandise that interested him more than the condiments. Lin Mu definitely didn't expect to encounter a spiritual ginseng amongst the vastness of the internet. The guy was sure that this root was perfect for him, so he didn't hesitate long to buy it. He noticed that the seller was located in Nangu, but distance didn't matter when it came to such a rare and high-quality item that was worth any effort. In the end, the protagonist had to use an airline to get to the seller. The boy thought about his first time on an airplane and wondered what the experience was like on board. On the way, he suddenly remembered the ticket and, pausing for a moment, reached into his pocket to see exactly where his seat was. The protagonist already had an electronic version of the ticket, so he was able to see all the information on his phone. He was glad to have the whole company behind him because the bank had the airplane and everything else ready for him. Luobi Yun, who belonged to Haoyue Corp, was already seated on board. Eventually, the other passengers began to take their seats as well, creating a measured buzz around them. The girl was surprised to notice that another passenger had entered the airplane that she certainly hadn't expected to see. She was sure the entire airplane was entirely at their company's disposal, but that turned out not to be the case. One employee said that before boarding, the airline told him they needed one more seat for a VIP. Luo Bi-yun still didn't understand what was going on, but she didn't object to this decision of the airline. In fact, she had no idea how important the main character was. For his part, Lin Mu decided to act as friendly as possible, so he greeted the other passengers with a smile on his face. He then sat down in the reserved seat and began to look at the functions of the built-in touchscreen. The girl was silent, but all the while she was scrutinizing the look and behavior of her unexpected guest. Her coworker offered to talk to the airline if this one didn't suit the supervisor, but she was totally cool with it, so she replied that it was fine. Luo Bi-yun mockingly pointed out that compared to the rest of the VIPs, there was still something interesting about our hero. Quite quickly, the plane flew to its destination and landed successfully at the airport. The first to come down from the board was Lin Mu, who wanted to take care of his business as soon as possible. The girl was surprised and a little offended that he left and didn't even speak to her. The employee wanted to give Ms. Lowe some advice, but ended up not having time to finish his sentence. The boss quickly replied that there was no need for that because this kind of situation was not new to her. Meanwhile, the auction, which featured that most unusual plant, was already in full swing. The presenter talked about the fact that it was identified by a botanist and evaluated by professionals. So a lot of beneficial qualities were officially confirmed. That is why the starting price of this item was $15,000. The main character felt funny when he heard this amount, so now he thought that all these people didn't realize the full value of ginseng. The bidders immediately began to actively outbid each other and reached the mark of 22,000. Lin Mu didn't change his mind and immediately called out a bet of 44,000 to quickly win this battle. The presenter got excited when he heard such an amount and asked if there would be any other suggestions. He then began counting down to 3, and when finished, he struck his gavel, announcing the sale of this lot. He was happy to report that the plant had been sold to the young gentleman who was the protagonist. Lin Mu was satisfied with his success, so he quickly picked up his goods and left the hall. Also, the young man hoped that the bronze cauldron should be in place by the time he returned from the auction. Meanwhile, Lo Bi-yun went to a dinner party, where quite a few elites had gathered. Next to her was Ms. Lee's assistant, whom she asked to come over. The girl handed her subordinate a glass of wine and asked her to hold it for a while. The employee was surprised because the banquet wasn't over yet and Lo Bi-yun was already going somewhere. Then she explained that all she wanted to do was to go outside and get some fresh air and leave the rest to Ms. Lee. Eventually, the girl settled into her car and rejoiced that she was finally free. At the same time, he realized that this freedom was only an illusion and could not be 100%. The bodyguards were still following Luo Bi-yun, but she realized that it was all just for her own safety, although having 5 special forces was overkill. Suddenly, some plan had formed in the girl's mind, so a sly grin immediately appeared on her face. She decided to throw the guards off her tail while she had the chance, so she hit the gas pedal with all her might. The bodyguards immediately realized what their ward was up to and rushed after her as quickly as possible. The cars immediately moved from their seats and with all speed and flew after the unruly Luo Bi-yun. In turn, the girl herself realized that her cunning plan hadn't worked after all. After driving a little further, she had to stop at a red traffic light. In the end, Lo Bi-yun decided not to follow the rules of the road and made a quick right turn. One of the guards wanted to continue the chase, but his fellow driver couldn't go through the red light. In the rearview mirror, the girl saw that her plan had worked after all, so she laughed wickedly. She wondered what to do now, and for starters, she wanted to tell the bodyguards about not worrying unnecessarily. The girl was so excited about this opportunity that she didn't notice that the silhouette of a crossdresser appeared right in front of her car. Luo Bi-yun had time to quickly react to the threat and hit the brake pedal. Also, a bright flash of light suddenly flew in front of her face, causing her to go blind for a moment and instinctively recoil. 6. It turned out to be a bullet that rattled through her car window, leaving a tear in the glass and showering the interior with shrapnel. The girl was shocked when she heard a gunshot and thought it was the same guy who jumped out in front of her car. Blood ran down her face because the bullet still grazed her delicate skin a bit. Though if she hadn't stopped, the consequences would have been worse. Luo Bi-yun was sure that these people here were clearly after her, so she should find a safe place and hide until the bodyguard found her. The girl turned sharply into a narrow alley and raced through the deserted streets, her footsteps echoing between the blank walls of the houses. She hoped this place would be safe until the bodyguards got here. At that moment, the defenseless beauty heard someone else's footsteps behind her back, which made her tense up. Luo Bi-yun heard that this person was walking quite calmly, so it must be just an ordinary passerby. In the end, it turned out to be Lin Mu, who was just passing by. The girl immediately recognized that it was the guy from the plane, because this mysterious gentleman could not be confused with anyone. She immediately grabbed the familiar man's hand and asked him to wait because it was her only hope. The protagonist was surprised to ask what the miss wanted, and she was confused and couldn't answer accurately. In turn, the guy decided to make a joke and hinted that he did not need the services of a woman of easy behavior. Luo Bi-yun was greatly angered when she heard such words from a young man who was interested in her. The girl felt a hot wave of shame wash over her as she realized what a ridiculous misunderstanding had just occurred. Lin Mu was about to leave, but she shouted after him, telling the guy not to be in such a hurry. The young man raised his eyebrows in genuine surprise. his gaze expressing a mute question and misunderstanding. Luo Biyun lowered her gaze in embarrassment and tried to explain that she was being hunted by assassins, so she needed help. Now the main character understood the whole situation and agreed to help the girl to reach the police station where she can be protected. It wasn't long before they approached the police station and the guy suggested they hurry up. Lin Mu suggested that the girl go inside because in a situation like this, it was better to sit back in a safe place. She answered nothing and continued to follow the protagonist in silence. The protagonist didn't like the fact that the girl continued to pursue him, so glared at her with his disgruntled deadline. He asked what the problem was this time and assumed that Lo Bi Yun wanted something else. In fact, the girl still couldn't believe that the mysterious stranger from the plane didn't recognize her. Lin Mu didn't see it as a problem at all because he couldn't think of one, and was about to leave because he was a bit busy. The stunned beauty was indeed shocked because the young man didn't recognize her, and began to suspect that he was just trying to get out of here as quickly as possible. She realized that today's attack was too suspicious, so she couldn't tell the police about it, but rather put someone from the family in charge of dealing with it. Besides, the girl understood why our hero wanted to get rid of her quickly, because obviously he just didn't recognize her. In any case, Lo Bi Yun wasn't going to fall behind so easily, so she pretended to be hungry and emphasized that she didn't have any money, hinting that the guy could help. The protagonist did not expect that the girl would not give up on him after all, so he finally decided to stop. He again asked the girl to go home or to the police station because she was definitely not allowed to walk around the city streets at night. In the end, Lin Mu headed towards his house that he had rented nearby. Luo Biyun thought there was a restaurant somewhere nearby, not realizing where she was going. Then our hero, with a smile on his face, explained that he would take the defenseless girl to his house and make her some kind of snack. She was now convinced that the young man was not a bad person, but still felt that everything that was going on was beyond normal socializing. In any case, Luo Biyun had nowhere to go, so she further followed the hospitable guy. Stepping inside and looking around the interior, she immediately noted that the main character had pretty good taste. Lin Mu immediately sat his guest down on the chair, but she continued to feel somehow awkward. Only now our hero noticed that the girl's feet were swollen, although she had not complained about it before. He realized that Luo Biyun couldn't be left in this state, so he asked her to wait here while he looked for a solution to this problem. The girl was rather surprised when she saw what this caring young man was about to do. Turns out he brought her a basin of warm water, which was supposed to help with her swollen feet. Luo Biyun was clearly feeling uncomfortable, so she didn't object and immediately lowered her feet into the water. It was only now that she realized she had forgotten to introduce herself. So with a smile on her face, she said her name. In turn, the protagonist briefly replied that his name was Lin Mu. For now, he asked the girl to get some rest while he himself went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for them. Luo Biyun herself realized that the young man perceived her as an ordinary girl and thought that knowing someone as ignorant and caring as him was pretty great. Lin Mu immediately noticed that she was looking at the plate very greedily, so he concluded that his guest must have been very hungry. The girl didn't even notice her stare, so she immediately tried to justify herself. The main character didn't judge her for it, so he just asked her to put on her slippers to finally go to the table to get something to eat. Luo Biyun couldn't be happy that the guy was so caring that he even prepared house shoes for her. After sitting down at the table, Lin Mu explained that he had cooked the first thing that came to his mind and hoped that the girl would appreciate his efforts. The guest was pleased when she saw the bounty of treats that looked quite appetizing, so she was already anticipating a delicious dinner. Our hero was pleased to hear compliments, so he asked the girl to eat as much as she liked, since she liked it so much. Luo Biyun realized that the atmosphere was already suitable to directly ask if the guy really didn't remember her. The young man sighed heavily and admitted that he really couldn't remember where they might have met. Then the girl decided to give a little hint and told him that it happened in Nangu City on an airplane. The image of one of the female passengers, who happened to be Luo Biyun, immediately popped up in the guy's mind. She immediately laughed off the fact that Lin Mu was rather forgetful, because she hadn't changed much since then. The protagonist didn't mind and decided to wonder why the girl was being stalked by someone. She suspected it was all because of some work conflicts, but she was used to that kind of meanness by now. The guy had enough of this information to fully understand the whole situation, so he decided not to question Luo Biyun anymore and suggested that she finish her meal quickly so they could deal with her leg. After that, the girl herself also decided to end this conversation and continued her meal. After eating dinner, they went straight to examining the leg, and the main character immediately warned that they would need to be a little patient because it might hurt a little. Lin Mu was rubbing the place where his leg had been kicked, where by then, a rather large bruise had already appeared. Luo Biyun became very embarrassed because it all seemed rather strange, since they almost didn't know each other. Fortunately, the girl earned just a sprain, so her health was not in any danger. But it was still complicated by the fact that it was on the girl's leg. If not taken care of in time, the wound might affect Luo Biyun's walking, so our hero was willing to help. But it would all be too painful. The victim had already prepared herself to endure this pain, and the guy set about treating her. She was greatly surprised because she didn't feel any pain in the end, and thought that the main character was a professional doctor. The young man was obviously only a student, but the girl was still impressed with his skills. After that, she asked if she could use Lin Mu's bathroom because she couldn't go back to her home like this. The protagonist didn't mind helping Lo Biyun and asked her to wait for a while. He even decided to bring clean clothes for his guest, so he retreated to another room. The guy brought his belongings and explained that he lived alone, so there were no women's clothes here. But in any case, Luo Biyun had little use for what was available. The girl had not expected such hospitality at all, and thanked Lin Mu for all this help. After that, she went to the bathroom, and the main character also brought her slippers and left them by the door so she wouldn't slip. After making sure the guest had everything they needed, the guy was finally able to mind his own business for a bit. The protagonist sat down on the couch and began to consider the spiritual ginseng that he had managed to snatch at the auction. He came to the conclusion that it was about time he figured out how to use this artifact. His musings were abruptly cut short when there was a persistent knock at the door. It was Luo Biyun, who had already finished all the water procedures and changed her clothes, so she was feeling quite fresh. The guy was a little stunned because he didn't expect the girl to be so suited to his clothes. The girl gave an embarrassed laugh and wondered what it was that was on the table. The protagonist briefly explained that it was just a medicinal herb that he was going to make a cure with. Luo Biyun was greatly surprised because she couldn't understand why such a young and healthy guy needed some medicinal herbs. Lin Mu pretended as if he had a weak body since childhood, so he had been using different medicines all his life. The girl immediately wanted to help because she knew some pretty good doctors, and suggested that the young man consult them. Apparently, he refused and explained that Chinese medicine would only worsen the situation, and Western doctors would definitely not help. The guy noticed that it was already quite late, so he suggested that Luo Biyun stay at his house, because it was quite unsafe to get home alone. She did not refuse such an offer and immediately went to the guest room, advising the protagonist to go to bed soon too to get a good night's rest. Finally, the young man turned toward the door and said goodnight to her in a quiet, calm voice. The next day, everyone woke up early in the morning to go about their business. The protagonist quickly got up from his bed and got ready to leave the house, but noticed that there were already 2 pairs of slippers near the door. He remained standing there, slightly puzzled, not expecting the girl to leave him so suddenly, and even at such an early hour. At that moment, he smelled something pleasant, so he immediately went inside to see what it was. On the table in front of him, he saw a freshly cooked breakfast and immediately noted that all this was not a cheap treat. Taking a closer look, Lin Mu noticed that there was a small note under one of the plates. It turned out that it was Lo Biyun who left her number and explained that she had some business that caused her to have to leave so early, but she still wanted to thank her for her help and made a small breakfast. The protagonist quickly sat down at the table to appreciate the girl's efforts and thanked her aloud for all of this, despite the fact that he was here all alone. Cutting off a small piece, the guy stabbed it on his fork and put the food in his mouth. In fact, Lin Mu hadn't even expected that this entire breakfast would turn out to be so delicious. He had no idea at all that his new acquaintance had such good cooking skills. Finished with his morning snack, the protagonist decided to start making the medicine. In one of the lockers was a special cauldron that was meant for just such things. After throwing the ingredients inside, Lin Mu put the pot on the stove, and the water in it boiled quite quickly. After that, he put ginseng root in it, which was the final ingredient. Meanwhile, events shift to Manhattan, where they have already learned about the recent incident with Lo Biyun. Her father was incredibly angry that the useless staff couldn't protect his daughter. The bodyguards understood everything perfectly well, so they apologized to their boss and emphasized that it was all their fault. It turns out that the subordinates had already managed to find the killer and the man behind it all, so one of them had already reached into the envelope to have a peek at this on his own. In fact, the man was more interested in who helped Luo Biyun evade her pursuers. The bodyguards had already prepared information about this guy too, so they started looking for an envelope with suitable data. The man was not in the least bit surprised when he read that it was Lin Mu from the Donghai Lin family. What shocked him even more was that this young man had died, but was eventually able to come back to life. The guards explained that they received this information from the hospital, which suggested that it was probably just the body's response to the temporary organ shutdown. But it was also known that after the patient woke up, he became taller and his appearance changed. Though more surprising was that his personality became completely different. The guard added that the hospital believes it is a miracle, and the first time such a thing has happened in the history of medicine. He allowed that such changes in the boy's appearance and character could have been due to memory loss. The man began to wonder about the main character's personality, So he inquired about the encounter with his daughter. The bodyguard said that they met 5 days ago when they were on the same plane to Nanhai City, and they also met on the day the girl was attacked, so it can already be said that they are friends. In the end, father calmed down a bit because he realized that Luo Biyun was fine, but he also firmly added that from now on, he no longer wanted to hear that she was in danger. Hearing their boss's order, the guards turned around and headed towards the exit. For a while, the old man continued to sit with sheets of information about our hero and think about who he was. Meanwhile, the evening shadows lingered on the walls of Lin Mu's house, where events now continued to unfold. The preparation of the medicine was still going on, and the guy once again opened the lid to see how the process was going. He finally saw that the recipe had worked and everything was ready. Our hero quickly poured the medicine into another container, where it immediately solidified. After that, Lin Mu would twist small balls from this substance, although he could have done it with chi energy. But it was not enough even for such easy tasks. Of all this amount of medicine, the young man had quite a few medicinal pills. Eventually, the protagonist decided it was time to personally try his endeavors. Taking a sip of the medicine, the guy immediately felt some strange changes in his body. He realized that the effect was certainly a bit weak, but the number of pills just made up for it. Lin Mu realized that all was not well with Qi in this world, but with such great finances, there was nothing stopping him from rising to the top again. The next day, the guy, as if nothing had happened, went to study at the university. Tang Bei Bei, who was sitting next to him, immediately noticed that the main character was sitting on his phone the whole time, so she immediately asked what it was that he was doing. Turns out the young man was just looking at his grades for his last exam. Seeing the result, the girl immediately noted that the grades have not badly increased after our hero was in the hospital. So now she herself was not opposed to also fall from the balcony. Obviously, it wasn't the best idea, so I didn't advise her to go to such lengths for some sort of evaluation. One of her classmates also remarked that after this incident, everyone is talking about how lucky Lin Mu is. Du Xiaoyue was very annoyed because all the attention was tied to her ex-fiancé, so she asked her girlfriends not to react to it in any way. The sly girlfriend immediately reminded her that on paper the guy was still her fiancé, hinting that they could deal with this Tang Bei Bei he keeps hanging around with. The girl continued to pretend as if she didn't care about all these papers, and said that she wasn't going to fume about some Lin Mu at all. At the same time, a rich beauty in a fancy sports car drove up to the university, who was just looking for our hero. Luo Biyun was quite determined, so she quickly got out of the car and headed towards the entrance. Classmates immediately informed the guy that some unknown girl was looking for him. The protagonist immediately realized everything when he saw the acquaintance in front of him, and said hello to her, a little surprised. In turn, the girl smiled widely and laughed at the fact that he certainly hadn't expected to see her in such a place. It was true, so the young man confusedly asked how Luo Biyun knew about his university. The girl explained that she had just gotten a call from someone and didn't even have to find her savior herself. The guy got embarrassed and apologized for being too busy lately. But really, he had just forgotten about Luo Biyun. She immediately suspected something because the protagonist certainly didn't look that busy when he was having a word with his girlfriend. Lin Mu was not confused and explained that they had just finished a class they were just discussing. Luo Biyun didn't care about this at all because she came here to call our hero for a dinner that she would pay for on her own. The guy immediately refused and explained the subject that today was his grandfather's 80th birthday, which made him need to be home on time. At that time, the girl immediately guessed that there would be some kind of party and joined Lin Mu. The main character immediately explained that it wasn't a good idea because he had an oddball family, which made him afraid that Lo Biyun herself wouldn't like them either. She didn't see it as a problem at all and was confident that she could handle it all on her own. Eventually, the young man realized that it was useless to resist, so he explained that he had one more class left, after which they could go home together. Only now, Lo Biyun was finally about to leave the audience and asked our hero to unsubscribe when he was free. After that, Lin Mu looked around and was already certain that, fortunately, no one had paid attention to him. It turned out that everything was not like that because all classmates were already actively discussing the fact that the guy had a girl and so beautiful. The protagonist realized that the situation was too dire, so he decided to quickly run out of the auditorium to avoid answering all those stupid questions. He decided to go to the vending machine and grab a small snack for himself, glad that he managed to escape in time because otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain this whole situation. Suddenly, Tang Bei Bei appeared behind his back, who was displeased that her friend had left without saying a single word. In fact, the guy didn't even have anything to say because he had only seen this girl twice, so they were just acquaintances. He said that the first time he and Lo Biyun met on an airplane and didn't even talk then, and the second time he met her in an alley near his house, and saved her from some murders. The friend did not believe the words of the protagonist at all, because it was too strange due to the fact that the girl after 2 meetings personally came for him. She joked that Lo Bi-yoon could thank the savior with marriage. But the hero was against it because the girl is from a famous family and such a thing is simply impossible. Tang Bei still saw no other reason for the girl to perfectly come to see the young man and act so friendly. The protagonist couldn't understand at all why his girlfriend cared so much about someone he knew. She immediately became very embarrassed and tried to explain that she was just worried about Lin Mu, because she was afraid that the pretty girl just might have deceived him. The guy immediately emphasized that he wasn't some infant who could be so easily fooled. He suggested that we finally go back to the auditorium because classes were about to start. Tang Bei was really annoyed that the main character was just trying to run away from her question, so she didn't get any normal answer. Meanwhile, the rest of the classmates continued to actively discuss the mysterious situation that had occurred during this break. Du Xiaoyu's friends still couldn't calm down because that girl directly approached Lin Mu and said that she was going to come to his grandfather's birthday party, which looked quite impertinent. The girl still continued to remain calm because she didn't want to show that she had any feelings for the head hero. Her friend couldn't believe that she wasn't even going to lift a finger despite some girl coming to Lin Mu's house. Du Xiaoyu wasn't going to do anything because now she had nothing to do with this guy. And besides, they were going to break the engagement anyway. The friends still thought it was like spitting in the girl's face because their breakup was still unconfirmed. In the end, Du Xiaoyue just asked her friends to calm down because it wasn't long before the teacher was going to come. After class, all the students quickly went out of the university to rest after a hard day's work. No sooner had the protagonist far away from the educational institution than someone beeped. It was Luo Bi-yoon, who was going to pick up the young man in her car from the beginning, so she waited for him at the exit. She also inquired if the guy had seen the car because she wanted him to be the one behind the wheel. The protagonist didn't mind taking advantage of such an opportunity, so he quickly agreed. Eventually, the girl asked him to drive because she didn't know the road to his house at all. Quickly switching places, Lin Mu quickly pressed the gas pedal and the car abruptly roared forward. Meanwhile, Luo Bi-yoon for some reason abruptly leaned over and started scrutinizing something. Turns out the girl was rubbing the very leg she twisted the night they met the main character. Lin Mu immediately noticed that something was wrong, so he asked her about the condition of this bruise. Luo Bi-yoon calmly replied that she was perfectly fine, and it was just a small sore from the heels. Then the main character offered her to wear normal shoes, but the girl immediately refused, because everything looked much prettier on heels and her legs seemed longer. He didn't understand at all this attitude of girls who suffered so much for the sake of some beauty. Luo Bi-yoon explained a little embarrassed that normally she wouldn't wear such shoes, but today was a special day. The young man didn't understand the hint from her side at all, so he didn't react to those words at all. It wasn't long before they reached the Seven-Ling mansion, where all the relatives had already gathered to celebrate the birthday. The butler was overjoyed when he saw that young Master Mu had finally returned to their home. The protagonist said a brief hello to him, but was in no hurry to explain who he had come here with. The bewildered Uncle Chung had to inquire on his own who this girl was. The guy eventually explained that it was his friend named Lo Bi-yoon, who he also decided to take to his grandfather's birthday party. The old man didn't object, so he welcomed Ms. Luo into their family's mansion with hospitality. The guy wasn't in much of a hurry to go in because he thought about what had happened here the last time he'd been home. He was looking at the balcony from which he had fallen off for unknown reasons, and afterward ended up in the hospital, where some rather mysterious changes in his body had taken place. Lo Bi-yoon immediately noticed that the protagonist was behaving strangely, so she asked what was wrong with him. The guy smiled to show that everything was fine and offered to hurry inside. Inside, they were greeted by a huge crowd of people chatting carefree about life. The girl walked confidently forward and immediately noted that the protagonist had quite a large home. Meanwhile, the other family members had already noticed that Lin Mu hadn't come here alone, but they couldn't figure out who his companion resembled. Eventually, some of the guests began to realize that it was the Luo family's madam herself. The man tensed up when he realized that the Luo family that owned Hao Yu Corp was present here, and couldn't at all assume how his nephew would meet such a person. It turned out that Du Xiaoyue was also here, who was surprised when she realized that her fiancé was with Luo Bi-yoon. The family members who wanted to get rid of the protagonist tensed up when they found out about his connection with the Lo family. They began to suspect that all their hard work would now go down the drain because of the interference of such powerful people. The first to decide to speak was the aunt, who pretended that she was glad to see her nephew. She wondered why on earth the guy had walked into their party so late. Lin Mu briefly explained that he had a class, after which he had come here as fast as he could. After the guy's explanation, the woman went straight to greeting the Luo family representative, because she never thought that the girl would come to their father's 80th birthday party. Luo Bi-yoon was embarrassed by this politeness, and explained that she didn't come here as a representative of Hao Corp, but as a friend of Lin Mu. The aunt explained that, regardless of any reason, their family was happy for the girl's visit. The protagonist interrupted their amiable conversations and wondered where Grandpa was, because he still hadn't seen him. The woman suspected that after the incident, he had forgotten that his grandfather had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, so the head of the family was no longer able to attend such events. Anyway, the guy was going to talk to his grandfather, so he left all his relatives and guests, and Luo Bi-yun followed him. One of the brothers inquired if their sister had managed to find out anything from the daughter of the owner of Hao Corp. Auntie thought that this girl was definitely not that simple, so it was impossible to find anything related to her for now. The man then inquired as to what this girl had in common with their nephew, but the sister was clueless, though she was definitely sure that they were not dating. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already entered his grandfather's room and announced that he had come home. The head of the family was already too weak, so he needed servants, even just to eat. Grandpa's gaze was rather blank, so he just mechanically opened his mouth to be fed. Suddenly, he twitched and grabbed the servant's hand as if he didn't want to eat anymore. Only now did the subordinate see that young Master Mu had entered the room, causing her to be a bit confused. The boy calmly released the servant and explained that he just wanted to talk to his grandfather. The worker understood everything perfectly well, so she quickly headed towards the exit. Lin Mu squatted down in front of his grandfather and immediately wished him a happy birthday. Taking the old man's hands, our hero asked if he remembered his grandson, hoping to rekindle at least a spark of memory in his eyes. Through force, Grandpa still remembered that his favorite grandchild Mu was standing in front of him. At this point in the conversation, Luo Bi-yun intervened and smilingly wished Mr. Lin a long life and remarked that he would definitely last longer than the South China Mountains. The main character revealed that it was a friend he had taken to help celebrate her birthday. Grandpa still seemed to be hovering in the clouds, so he didn't say many words and only occasionally nodded back smiling. He grabbed his grandson's hand sharply again, but he also remained silent. Lin Mu understood perfectly well what the situation was, so he just continued to watch the old man. At this moment, a servant came into the room and informed the young master that the celebration was about to start, and Du Xiaoyue was waiting for him to come down. Our hero was rather surprised when he heard that name, so he hurriedly went to see what was going on and left his grandfather to the worker. She went quickly out into the hall, where his so-called bride was waiting for him, who did not seem pleased with his absence. Lin Mu finally found a moment to directly ask the girl what she was forgetting here. It turns out that Du Xiaoyu's grandfather asked her to attend the event and present a gift from them. She summoned her assistant, who held up a vase that looked very expensive, and briefly introduced the gift from the Du family. It was an authentic flower-painted vase from the period of Chinese Emperor Yongjin. All the guests immediately noticed this rare treasure and began to marvel that Old Man Du was indeed an incredible person, because a gift like this was worth at least several tens of millions. Our hero thanked their family for such a generous gesture, but refused to accept the vase because it was too expensive for their family. Du Xiaoyu irritably reminded that she was still the young man's fiancée, so it was normal for her to give such gifts. Guy thought that Ms. Du had also fallen off the balcony, because she now started talking about the engagement in complete seriousness. The girl once again emphasized that the engagement was planned by the heads of their families, so it has not yet been officially dissolved. Now the protagonist realized that he had made a serious mistake. He realized that if only he had broken off the engagement earlier, then Miss Du could have taken it easy and not come to the party. The guests were visibly shocked by such news and immediately started discussing who could have broken off the engagement, suspecting that it was definitely not Old Man Lin who had Alzheimer's. Then the aunt intervened in this conversation and inquired what was going on here and why the young man wanted to dissolve this union. Our hero explained without any nerves that Miss Du thinks he's too bad for her, which is why she's asked him many times to break off the engagement. Of course, Du Xiaoyu's grandfather didn't want to talk about it either, but that wasn't a problem because Lin Mu was going to personally talk to him. The girl was quite tense but replied that it would be as her fiancé wished. At the same time, Lo Biyun announced that she had also prepared a gift for her grandfather, hoping that he would like it. The protagonist immediately said that the girl definitely shouldn't have spent any money on it. He carefully picked up the mysterious box, which gave no hint of what was inside. The guest was eagerly watching the young man because she was eager to see the reaction to what she had prepared for the birthday boy. In the end, Lin Mu still opened the wooden box and saw a ring in front of him that was made of a green gemstone. The guy's eye was trained on this sort of thing, so he immediately recognized it for what it was. The girl still decided to explain on her own and revealed that it was a ring made from the best jade called Qiyue Yang. Du Xiaoyu noted that the stone was pretty good, but in any case, they couldn't be sure that the ring was real. Luo Biyun realized that she had a keen eye that could determine the quality of the jade so easily. The girl still thought that the ring must be real, because it was unlikely that anyone would dare to deceive the Luo family. Du Xiaoyue decided to finally leave her rival alone and congratulated Grandpa Lin on such an incredible gift. The protagonist, despite the tense situation, smiled and thanked the guests for being so generous. He eventually accepted the gift from Du's family on behalf of his grandfather, but warned that next time he would come to discuss breaking off the engagement, and she shouldn't waste any more time on such events. Du Xiaoyu was clearly irritated by the situation, her lips tightly pressed together, and she only nodded briefly in response, showing that she had no intention of continuing this conversation. The aunt finally intervened, who couldn't understand how her nephew could make such decisions on his own. The guy explained that nothing would work out between them, even if you do it through force, so it was easier to break the engagement to avoid wasting their nerves and time. Aunt Ron realized that the protagonist was serious, so she backed off and didn't bother to change his mind. After the party, Lin Mu was back in his acquaintance's car and had already driven away from his family's house. The girl decided to talk about how this Du Xiaoyue is quite beautiful, so the guy should think about whether he will regret breaking the engagement. The protagonist didn't see this as a problem because his fiancée doesn't want to waste time on him, so her beauty and intelligence no longer matter. Luo Biyun still suggested that he stay with the girl longer to find out her feelings, and maybe then his feelings wouldn't change, but in any case, Lin Mu wasn't burning with the desire to marry her specifically, so he refused. Also, the lad, glancing at his companion, added that he was not the kind of man who would pursue something that did not belong to him, leaving behind what was at his fingertips. The girl laughed and noted that Lin Mu had a boneless tongue since he spoke of such things so easily. It wasn't long before she informed young Master Mu that they had arrived at the right place. Our hero quickly jumped out of the car and started actively typing something into his phone. The next second, there was a ringing notification sound from Luo Biyun's phone. Lin Mu handed her his phone number and asked her to call if the girl needed help again. Luo Biyun said goodbye to the protagonist with a smile on her face, showing with all her appearance how much she appreciated this meeting and how happy she was about the circumstances. She then quickly drove off in the direction of her home, so the young man didn't even have time to respond. Lin Mu was in no hurry to go inside and began to actively dig through the pocket of his jacket. Turns out his grandfather handed him a note, telling him not to worry about him because the old man was only pretending to have Alzheimer's, so he wouldn't have to mess around with all the family members fighting over the inheritance. The protagonist did not expect that the head of their family had come up with such a cunning plan for himself. The next day, the guy immediately went to the Du family's resort to solve his main problem. He was met at the entrance to the liner by two guards who were in no particular hurry to let the stranger into their master's territory. The guy explained that he was from the Lin family, asking to be let through so he could talk to Grandpa Du. The guard immediately informed his other colleagues that the young man was alone. Eventually, they allowed our hero to pass and informed him that an elderly master was already waiting for him inside. Smiling, Lin Mu thanked the guards for the opportunity to talk to their inflammation. He quickly walked up the steps that led to the Du family's huge liner. There were already quite a few people resting by the pool. Among them was Grandpa Du himself, whom the guy was looking for. The old man, who was lounging on a chaise longue and sunbathing, said hello to the protagonist and wondered why he was looking for him. Lin Mu was going to state everything briefly, so he immediately asked if the master was close to his granddaughter, Du Xiaoyue. Grandpa immediately tensed up because he thought something had happened to the girl. The young man tried to calm him down because nothing much was going on, and told him directly that she just wasn't very happy with the engagement. Mr. Du accounts that it was quite normal for children to quarrel, so he asked Lin Mu not to take it all seriously. The protagonist still thought that they were simple people, so if Du Xiaoyue didn't want it, he wasn't going to waste her time anymore. One of the Du family was displeased with the kid's audacity, since he decided to make such a cocky decision on his own. Grandfather immediately intervened in this conflict and ordered the man to shut up and not speak to Lin Mu in such a tone. All the guests on the liner immediately fell silent, because they did not expect the head of the family to be so tough. In the end, the old man once again questioned whether the boy had really come here specifically to break off the engagement. The protagonist confidently confirmed his intentions and emphasized that after this, he and Du Xiaoyue would become mere strangers. Mr. Du, realizing the futility of further resistance, sighed heavily and finally agreed to dissolve the alliance. The guy thanked him for the opportunity and promised to take all the blame, so he was about to leave so as not to take up any more of the old man's time. He quickly turned around and dryly said goodbye to the entire Du family, who definitely didn't expect this turn of events. No one could understand why the master had let this breakup happen so quietly, and they were afraid that rumors about it would spread quickly. was unhappy that someone was trying to oppose his decision because it definitely didn't concern the ordinary family members. And besides, he would know about all their dealings with the Luo family. The man believed that the Luo family was much stronger than the Lin family. So if Xiao Yue married any of them, it would help their family quite a bit. Mr. Du himself also understood all of this. So when the engagement had already been broken off, there was no point in hiding anything. Meanwhile, the protagonist went downtown after meeting his former father-in-law. In the middle of a busy street, Lin Mu was lucky enough to meet his teacher, Miss Song. The young man was happy about this coincidence, so he decided to help the teacher carry her bags. The girl rejoiced at this sudden good fortune and was not averse to handing over the burden to her apprentice. Lin Mu immediately noticed that she was carrying some sort of gift, so he decided to inquire about who was having a birthday. It turned out that Song Liangju herself was having the celebration, so the protagonist thought she was going to celebrate alone. The teacher dismissed his speculation because she wanted to get together with her neighbors, so she invited our hero to this celebration as well. The young man didn't seem to have expected such a suggestion from Ms. Song at all, so he was confused and didn't know how to answer. Suddenly, Li Guanzhui, who was accompanied by his bodyguards, intervened in their conversation. He couldn't understand how Song Liangju could be so bored on her birthday, so he suggested that she throw a real celebration. The girl calmly replied that there was no need for that, because she had already found herself some people to celebrate the day with. Li Guangyu suspected she was talking about her friend Zixi, so he offered to take her along and added that birthdays are very important in Korea. Song Liangju wasn't going to fall for his silly tricks, because she was Chinese and she wasn't interested in Korean traditions. At that moment, she turned around and saw that one of the guards had already blocked her way. The girl tensed up when she saw such maneuvers and asked Li Guanzhui what it all meant. Her acquaintance only grinned enigmatically, leaving this agitated question unanswered. He had been searching for Song Liangru for a very long time and had put a lot of effort into it, so now he couldn't understand why she wouldn't give him any chance. It was hard for the guy to believe that she was going to choose some weakling over him. The protagonist was outraged that he was also involved in this fight, even though it didn't concern him in any way. And Song Liangru herself said that compared to Lin Mu, Li Guangzhu was just trash. The cocky suitor wasn't going to give up anyway because the only reason he was putting up with all this was because he liked the girl. He asked our hero not to dream of any relationship, because it's as if Song Liangju will just dump him as soon as she no longer needs him. The girl was unhappy that her acquaintance was behaving so inappropriately and asked him to stop slandering her. The guy didn't see any problem at all with her words, because he was sure that she would definitely ditch Lin Mu sooner or later. Song Liangro asked her acquaintance to leave amicably because otherwise she wouldn't let him get away with such a prank. Li Guangju stood with an arrogant grin, because he was sure that the girl definitely couldn't beat him. The girl could not stand it and tried to hit her acquaintance, but he managed to dodge in time. The young man liked that kind of fervor, so he suggested that the beauty try again so he could give her a couple tips. Now the main character realized that it's not so easy to be a good guy, because he just helped to carry things and in the end, he already got into some trouble. One of the bodyguards decided that they didn't need to waste any more time on some weakling and attacked Lin Mu. The protagonist expected such a development, so he carefully watched the movements of his opponent. Eventually, the guy managed to react in time, so he successfully punched his opponent right in the face. Even such an experienced fighter could not resist the strength of our hero, so he fell to the floor without strength. His comrade flew after him as well, whom Lin Mu also neutralized with one precise strike. In the end, the young man remained unharmed, while all his opponents were lying helplessly on the ground. Song Liangru didn't expect to see such a turn of events, so she fearfully asked if our hero was fine. The protagonist began to tell with a smile that he saw the two men surround him, but after blinking once, he had already witnessed these fighters lying on the ground. The guy lied that he must have been rescued by some master, but Ms. Song had a hard time believing it because she didn't see anyone nearby. In any case, she was happy for Lin Mu being fine, so any details didn't bother her. At this moment, the bald bodyguard tried to stand up and report that the person who beat them up was definitely the young man himself. Our hero did not want to reveal his skills, so with all his might, he stepped on the hand of the defeated opponent, so that he did not say too much. Meanwhile, Song Liangju asked the guy to hurry up and leave this place because her mood had gotten really bad because of all these people. In turn, Li Guangju wasn't going to let them go so easily because Lin Mu dared to injure his men. The girl was sure that his bodyguards were injured through no fault of their own, so she suggested that her acquaintance look for the master who had done all this to them. The guy despised professionals because they only knew how to hide like rats, and wanted to see if he could find someone to save them again. The protagonist felt that the situation was starting to heat up, so he tensely looked at Li Guangju, who was in no way able to keep up with them. Song Liangju sensed this tension, and immediately stopped her disciple because his potential opponent was too dangerous, as he had already won many taekwondo competitions and was quite strong. Meanwhile, Li Guangzhu kept trying to hurt our hero, calling him a lowlife who can only hide behind his skirt. The protagonist couldn't afford to stand on the sidelines, because that way he would lose his dignity. So he was going to play a little game with his opponent. He turned to Li Guangyu with confidence in his voice and offered to see what he was capable of. The guy himself was glad that Lin Mu had the courage to accept such a challenge. Lin Mu wanted to get this whole conflict over with quickly and see if his opponent's words matched his real abilities. Li Guangzhu didn't wait any longer and accelerated sharply to suddenly attack our hero. He felt that now the protagonist should just beg for mercy, because Lin Mu simply wouldn't be able to resist his incredible strength. Song Liang Rao realized that there was no way she could help her student, so she remained standing back and simply asked him to be careful. The guy could already see that his opponent was not at all like some other weakling. In any case, the protagonist thought that Li Guangzhu was hoping in vain if he really thought that this fight would be so easy. But the guy was still absolutely confident in his strength, so he continued to attack Lin Mu, who had managed to dodge so far. Eventually, the protagonist managed to block even a strong leg kick and keep his balance. An interested smirk appeared on Li Guangzhu's face, because he didn't expect the young man to even be able to block his turning kick. He paused for a while and wondered what the protagonist was going to do now, because he was definitely not in a particularly favorable situation. Song Liangro could clearly see how strong the blow was, so now she wasn't sure if her disciple was fine. Li Guangzhu himself was surprised by this outcome because he could have calmly broken the board with his punches, but the protagonist somehow managed to withstand. Meanwhile, Lin Mu replied that he was fine, but he didn't even expect his opponent to be this good. The teacher noticed that the young man was holding up quite well, so she asked him when he had managed to become so strong, and he told her that it was after he was discharged, when he realized his weakness. Li Guangzhu decided to take advantage of the guy being distracted by the conversation, and tried to attack him a second time. It seems that the protagonist had long been prepared for this turn of events, so he put his two hands forward. His opponent immediately noticed this maneuver on his part, and thought the guy would try to grab his leg. He simply couldn't let Lin Mu do something like this. So a solution to the problem had to be found right here and now. The guy in flight changed his attacking foot, trying to attack the protagonist from the side he didn't have time to defend. Song Liangro was not too scared because she thought that Lin Mu had come to an end. The guy actually had a very good reaction, so even in such a desperate situation, he managed to dodge. Eventually, he managed to put his plan into action and successfully grabbed his overconfident opponent's leg. Lin Mu was very angry at this guy, so he decided to teach him a lesson for being so impertinent. He twisted Song Liangru's foot with all his might and then heard a rather unpleasant crunch. Feeling this unbearable pain, even such a strong fighter shrilly screamed. Lastly, the protagonist advised Li Guangzhu not to try to make moves he couldn't do, because it would only make him look like a complete fool. Those were his last words, after which he walked over to Ms. Sleep, and together they walked away from the humiliated weakling. When they were back on the main street, the teacher admitted that she had not expected this turn of events. She marveled that Lin Mu had gotten so strong in just a few months, and our hero said it was all just for his health. Song Liangru had been haunted by the feeling that she was talking to a completely different person the entire time, adding that the guy had only gotten better. She immediately remembered that her roommate was also very good at martial arts. The protagonist guessed that Miss Song was talking about Zixi, who Li Guangzhu had mentioned earlier. Then the teacher decided to reveal that her friend has been practicing since she was a child, so she uses the sword as if it were an extension of her arm. The guy realized that she was quite good, so he inquired about what such professionals did, but Song Liangju didn't know any details. In the end, she herself suggested that Lin Mu have tea together because the neighbor was just at home. The protagonist declined because he still had some business to attend to and wished them a good time. The guy said goodbye and was about to leave, but Song Liangru lastly told him to make sure to stop by next time. Lin Mu was calmly walking through the streets of the city when he heard the sounds of a chase behind him. It turns out that some thief had dared to steal a bag in broad daylight and was now trying to escape prosecution. The villain wasn't going to give up so easily, so he yelled for everyone to disperse and give him his way. He tried to quickly run across the road, in the middle of which a police car had just stopped. A female law enforcement officer immediately jumped out of the car and attempted to apprehend the man who was so desperately trying to flee the scene of his crime. The thief tried to jump over the fence, but in the end his foot slipped unsuccessfully. As a result, he fell to the ground and dropped with a clatter the very bag he was so eager to steal. The policewoman immediately jumped over the fence, so as not to miss the opportunity to capture the villain. She emphasized in a cold, stern voice that any resistance was futile. The thief unhappily clucked his tongue because he realized he had no more avenue of retreat. Eventually, the man pulled a knife from his pocket and began threatening the girl who tried to restrain him. The police officer ordered him to stop resisting because assaulting an officer is a serious offense. The man thought he wasn't a thief until he was caught, so he could do whatever he wanted. But backup was on the way, so it would be hard for him to evade the police. The officer said that if he did surrender voluntarily, she would pretend that the offender had not assaulted her. The girl wasn't going to give up so easily anyway, so the girl could only dream of such a thing. She realized that the situation with this intruder was too complicated, so he was leaving her no other choice. The policewoman was about to apprehend the bandit, but he started waving his knife at her to stop her from approaching. The girl acted quite professionally, so she quickly grabbed the thief by the arm and immobilized him. As she pawed and laid the man on the ground, she emphasized that he had a choice before that. She asked why the whole situation was made more complicated because now, the violator had earned himself another non-compliance with the law. Suddenly, someone else put his foot down on the policewoman and emphasized that it was better for the woman to stay out of these matters. The police officer then immediately realized that someone had come to the aid of the bandit. She had pretty good physical fitness, so she managed to dodge in time. Now the policewoman understood that it was this gangster organization that had it all together. One of the men said that there are some things you should just turn a blind eye to, so a girl better not seriously look for trouble on her day off. She, as a police officer, was outraged by this sort of thing because she couldn't just let criminals go. The bandit was annoyed that the girl was so stubborn, so he decided to deal with her. The policewoman was able to dodge the first blow, and then realized something was wrong. She stumbled helplessly against the fence and realized she had nowhere else to dodge. Meanwhile, the bandit had already pulled out a knife and rushed towards the girl to finish her off sooner. At this point, someone stopped the villain and pointed out that everyone makes mistakes, so you should forgive them if possible. It turned out to be the protagonist who felt that there was no need to resort to sacrifice during a routine robbery. In the end, the bandit agreed with him and decided to forgive the girl this time, emphasizing that she should stay out of other people's business next time. Lin Mu was glad that he had solved this problem so easily. Staring at the departing bandits, the guy didn't even notice that the police officer had already handcuffed him. The protagonist couldn't understand at all what it was all about, and the girl explained that he needed to fully realize what he had just done. The guy still didn't see the problem either because all he wanted to do was help a cop who was in trouble. In turn, the girl absolutely refused to believe that Lin Mu was not familiar with these criminals. The protagonist was annoyed by this attitude towards him because he really saw these people for the first time, but still didn't trust because the bandits obeyed him so easily. Lin Mu still didn't understand anything because he was sure that the bandits had only left because they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a fight. The policewoman was not at all sure that the young man could defeat 3 robbers, so she was still going to take him to the station and write a report to clear up the whole situation. The guy began to realize that the situation was quite serious, so he got nervous because he still had a considerable amount of important plans left, which were literally destroyed in a second. At that moment, another police car pulled up beside them, from where another officer got out, and immediately recognized Officer Wang. The young man realized that she was the one calling for backup, and saw that his colleague had managed to handle the perpetrator herself. Then the girl explained that it wasn't the same robber, but there were suspicions that this particular guy might have been an acquaintance of the bandits. The officer agreed to help her and take the perpetrator to the station himself, and Ms. Wang herself was to return to the office. At this point, the policewoman was a little embarrassed because she still needed help getting into the car because she had managed to twist her ankle during the contraction. Putting our hero in the car, the guy quickly rushed to help his coworker. He immediately noted that the girl was rather clumsy, tried to explain that things had accidentally gotten out of hand. Suddenly, Ms. Wang froze in place because she saw something shocking. It turned out that Lin Mu had managed to get out of the handcuffs, so he was no longer in the car. Now the police officers began to doubt that the protagonist was an ordinary man. In turn, the guy himself was thinking that he shouldn't have been prying after all, when he heard someone call out to him. The protagonist was greatly surprised because he saw that it was Ms. Sleep, who should have been home a long time ago. The girl explained that she had forgotten to buy some condiments, so she went out to get them and suggested that Lin Mu take a walk together and then come over to visit with her friend. In the end, he agreed because it was the best choice for hiding from the police. Pretty soon, they had already gone to the store and returned home, where Zixi was already waiting for them, surprised that they had managed so easily. One of the girls remarked that Song Liangju had found such a cool seasoning and asked what the name of this beautiful young man was. Another friend asked Zixi not to be so persistent because she might scare away such a handsome man. The main character said hello and said with a smile that he was glad to have this meeting. The girls couldn't wait any longer, so they asked their friend to introduce them as soon as possible before she finally introduced Lin Mu, briefly calling him her disciple. Zixi guessed that this young man was the teacher's favorite, since she had invited him home. Song Liangru then revealed that this guy had helped her teach Li Guangyu a lesson, so she called him over to thank him for such a favor. One of the girls was surprised by this fact because she still didn't know that Lin Guanzui had taken up again. Zishi asked if she could call our hero Amu, and said that their acquaintance, although he was a scoundrel, but in battle he knew no equal. The protagonist took a seat next to him and noted that his abilities were definitely not comparable to the very girl he had already heard a lot about. Zixi guessed that her friend had already told her about her powers, because otherwise the guy himself hadn't guessed about her powers. She also hinted that an acquaintance of theirs named Meng Xuan was currently abroad, so they had a spare room in the house. Lin Mu definitely didn't expect to be asked to move so quickly, but he had already found a place to live, so there was no need for him to do so. The girl still offered to let our hero take the room downstairs and help all the others move things upstairs if needed. Song Lianju agreed with her friends and asked the guy to stay here, to live and help each other. Since the girlfriends were so insistent, the protagonist decided to accept their sudden offer. He had been warned right away that the second floor was for girls only, so it was forbidden to enter without permission. Also, the guy should clean up after himself and always wash the dishes if they eat together. Lin Mu was starting to get tense with so many rules, but Zixi explained that there weren't that many and asked her new neighbor to listen carefully to all the details. Eventually, the girl finished listing all the rules and suggested we finally get to the celebration. Everyone remembered that they had gathered at this place to celebrate Song Liangju's birthday. 2 days later, the guy had already realized that it was pretty difficult with girls, and going shopping already seemed like a hassle. After a while, the protagonist was finally able to pack all the packages into the trunk of his car. At this moment, someone behind his back rejoiced at such an unexpected encounter. So Lin Mu turned around in surprise. Turns out it was the same policewoman who was already jingling the handcuffs in her hands. The young man noted confusedly that he really hadn't expected to meet the officer. At this point, the protagonist found a way to get away from the police officer and pretended that there was something amazing behind her back. The policewoman was very inattentive and fell for such a stupid ploy from Lin Mu. It turned out that the guy had already disappeared somewhere, so the girl shouted indignantly to the whole street. At the last second, she noticed the protagonist trying to flee the scene on his bike. The policewoman quickly sat down in her squad car and set off in pursuit of Lin Mu, who was driving quite fast. For her part, Song Liang Ro couldn't understand where Lin Mu had disappeared to so suddenly. At that moment, a cute couple was walking down the sidewalk, completely unaware of what was in store for them. A girl was walking with her lover and carelessly telling some life story when someone whizzed by nearby. She couldn't figure out what it was, and then she noticed that her ice cream had gone somewhere. They further witnessed a police car chasing this unknown object at full speed. The guy couldn't understand at all what was going on, because he had never witnessed a bicycle being chased by the police before. Meanwhile, the protagonist was highly annoyed that this female police officer was so stubborn and restless. He also realized that at this rate, the tires on his vehicle wouldn't last long. Lin Mu realized that he needed to look for alternative ways to retreat, and saw an inconspicuous alley nearby that was suitable for this. It turned out that the policewoman was closely following the young man's actions, so she reacted in time and swerved. A smirk immediately appeared on the girl's face because she was sure that the guy would definitely not be able to hide from her. The protagonist did not suspect at all that his plan had failed, and calmly walked down the street rejoicing that he had managed to escape from this madwoman. Within a second, he heard a distinctive click and felt the cold metal of the handcuffs around his wrists. The young man directly admitted that the officer really got to him because she had been chasing him for such a long time. The police officer herself did not see this as a problem because she merely wanted to bring the escaped felon to the station. Our hero was still trying to prove that he hadn't done anything illegal and yelled that there was a robbery going on right behind the officer's back. The girl wasn't going to fall for Lin Mu's tricks a second time, but he spoke in complete seriousness. She promised that the young man would be a corpse if he fooled her again, but she still believed it because she heard a noise and shouting nearby. The police officer asked the protagonist to wait here while she checked to see what was going on. Obviously, the protagonist was not going to obey the girl, so he immediately tried to get out of the handcuffs. He was about to leave but heard that the criminal had already taken a hostage. Eventually, the guy got interested in the whole situation because he hadn't yet seen a robber cover himself with hostages. A considerable number of people had already gathered in the shopping center, not knowing what to do in such a situation, and the robber threatened to shoot the defenseless man he managed to grab. As the protagonist got closer, he saw that the robber had captured a policeman, but people in the crowd told him that he used to have a little girl in his hands, with whom this brave girl had switched. Lin Mu was surprised because he didn't expect that the officer had such a good heart that she sacrificed herself for the child. The policewoman continued to keep her cool and ordered Lan Zidong to stop because he was already surrounded. The man was not going to give up and ordered everyone to fail and prepare a car for him because otherwise his hostage would die. The protagonist began to get annoyed with the whole situation because there was too much noise from this criminal. Suddenly, he just plopped down on the floor right in the middle of the crowd, causing the bandit to immediately look away from voicing his conditions. Linmu didn't bother to explain anything and carefully fixed his hair before continuing with his plan. The policewoman was shocked when she saw the guy and asked him to get out of here as soon as possible because it was too dangerous. It turns out that our hero decided to pretend that he had always been a fan of Brother Lan and wanted to give him some sort of gift. At this moment, a woman in the crowd indignantly shouted that Lin Mu had stolen her bag. The young man paid no attention to her and continued to talk about how the bandit was his idol. And ever since he was a kid, he wanted to be like him. The officer was incredibly angry at the fact that the protagonist was behaving in such a manner, and now she was sure that nothing good could be expected from him. Linmu roughly gagged the girl and emphasized that he was now talking to Brother Lan, so she had no right to interfere in the conversation. The man started to get stressed out by our hero's nonsense, so he asked to get him a car and offered to talk when they left the scene. The guy quickly started running errands from the thug and remembered that the policewoman's car was just parked somewhere nearby. Eventually, he took his time going outside and reported that there was a sniper nearby. The criminal was shocked by this information and once again questioned what the protagonist had just said. He finally looked around and saw that the young man had actually lied to him, and there were no snipers nearby. Meanwhile, the main character took the opportunity that he had distracted the bandit and threw me his bag. Lan Zedong managed to react to this sudden attack in time and put out his hand, knocking the bag away. He decided to immediately fire his gun, but there was a misfire, so Lin Mu remained unharmed. The guy's reactions were perfect, so he quickly went low and grabbed his opponent's arm. After that, he turned around and gave the bandit in the head from the elbow, so he could no longer stay on his feet. The world around Lan Zedong abruptly spun, and in just a second, he was on the ground. Our hero then promptly clobbered the criminal, who now promised to finish him off at the first opportunity. In turn, the policewoman was already too angry, so she declared that she had had enough today and was going to deal with this annoying intruder right here and now. The protagonist turned to her and asked her to give the purse to the lady he had managed to rob because his hands were full for the time being. The girl didn't mind and quickly began to gather up all the things that were scattered around. Lan Zedong, who had already been received by the two police officers, was incredibly angry at being treated in this manner, so he was already thinking of a revenge plan. An hour later, Lin Mu had already returned home to his new roommates, who were completely unaware of what had happened to him. He was met at the doorstep by Song Liangju, who immediately asked where the guy had disappeared to so suddenly. The protagonist sighed heavily and replied that he just didn't want to talk about it, because he hadn't had much luck lately. The girl still did not calm down because they were worried about the fate of their friend. Well, the one explained that nothing special had happened to him. As he walked further along, the young man noticed that his friend was watching some concert on TV, and they told him that they really wanted to go there, but tickets were very hard to get. At this moment, Zixi noticed that the protagonist had finally returned, wondering if he was going to apologize for his sudden disappearance. Linmu was well aware that he had no choice, so he promised to definitely redeem himself. He asked his acquaintances to wait a little while. He stepped away to make one important call. The girls were surprised that our hero had just returned, and he had some problems again. But the guy promised to tell everything later. Zixi was no longer sure that this young man was an ordinary student, because he was acting too mysterious. Song Lingju agreed with her friend and noted that he seemed too masculine for his years. But the girl thought that wasn't his only oddity. As it turned out, the guy had already made arrangements for Yao Shanxian's concert and hoped his girlfriends had free time for him in 3 days. Zixi was overjoyed at this news and wondered how he had managed to get tickets. The protagonist didn't give details about Old Man Wang helping him, and briefly explained that he had some connections. The next day, the whole company went to an establishment to grab a bite to eat together. Linmu immediately noticed that this place was suspiciously quiet today. In turn, the friends were surprised that their acquaintance also came to the cafeteria today. The girl immediately felt someone else's gaze on her, so she turned sharply towards the company of friends. Suddenly, the protagonist looked closer and felt that there was chi energy lurking in her chest, which literally shocked him. The guy definitely didn't expect to meet another cultivator in a place like this. Zixi thought that he had such an eye for the girl because of her beauty, and the man confirmed it, adding that, aside from all that, the stranger was rather calm. The girl didn't seem to like this description of this mysterious beauty, so she stepped on Lin Mu's foot with all her might. The young man did not expect to feel such a sharp pain at all, so he asked fearfully why he deserved such a punishment. Zishi irritably explained that it was as if our hero's eyes were already starting to pop out, and asked him to hurry up and get them something to eat. Lin Mu began to guess that this girl had somehow hurt his friend, but she didn't want to say anything. Song Lianju also said that she didn't know anything about this stranger, So our hero was only left to get lost in his speculation. In fact, the teacher thought that the young man had managed to fall in love with her at first sight. Linmu then explained that this girl just seemed somehow familiar to him, and there was also some special aura around her. Mrs. Song was not impressed by all these words at all, so she only sighed unhappily. The protagonist realized that the situation was heating up, so he quickly took out the front row seat tickets for Yao Shenxian's concert tonight from his pocket. The girls quickly grabbed their gift and forgave the young man this time after all. A smile immediately appeared on Song Liangju's face, and she promised to take all her friends to the concert after class. It wasn't long before they arrived at the venue, where a good number of fans had gathered. The girls didn't expect Lin Mu to get such fancy places for them at all. They all admired Yao Shanxian because it felt like there were only more than 1,000 police officers patrolling the concert here. To Zixi, this fact was obvious because this singer was a real star. Of the entire crowd, only our hero had no idea whose concert they were attending. At that second, the very girl whose exit everyone had been waiting for appeared on the stage. She greeted all her fans with a smile and said that she was very happy to perform here in Dunhai. At the same time, everyone in the audience was actively supporting their idol and shouting their love for her. The girl went on to say that it was only because of her fans that she was here today and wanted to dedicate the first song to everyone who supports her. She asked everyone to enjoy a song called To the Descendants of True Love. 3 hours later, the concert was still going on, so the singer looked pretty tired already. But the next part of the performance promised to be even more fun. Yao Shenxian announced that she wanted to invite someone from the audience to help with the performance. She asked the organizers to point the spotlight at someone she could call on stage. Of course, Zixi began to actively wave her hands to dedicate just to their company. She saw that the light was gradually heading in their direction, and she was already glad that this person little turned out to be it. After a second, Yao Xianxian asked for the spotlight to stop because she saw the right person. In the end, it turned out that this lucky guy was the main character, who definitely did not expect this turn of events. The singer happily greeted her audience and invited the happy fan to run to her stage as soon as possible. Zixi couldn't understand at all why her acquaintance was still sitting in his seat and didn't seem to be in a hurry to go on stage at all. Linmu himself didn't understand why he had to go anywhere. And then his friend explained that he had become a lucky man and could now sing with Yao Xianxian. The boy was surprised at this news and still didn't want to go anywhere because he couldn't sing at all. The girl then warned him that he would just set the artiste up if he didn't go. Linmu didn't care about this fact at all, but Zixi also didn't insist and said that the decision was up to the young man himself. Meanwhile, Yao Xianxian turned to the guy in white again and asked why he didn't want to sing with her. The main character explained that he was too shy to go on stage and also couldn't sing, so he wanted such a happy opportunity to go to someone else. Fans immediately started shouting that the guy had said everything beautifully and now wanted their own opportunity to sing with Shanxian. The girl decided to get behind Lin Mu and choose a new viewer for this interactive. A second later, the spotlight illuminated another spectator, who was delighted that he had been chosen. This guy ran to the stage with all his legs and very soon sang his favorite song in a duet with Yao Xianxian. At the end, they hugged tightly, and the girl thanked her viewer for such strong support. After that, the girl thanked all her fans again, and the hall erupted in wild applause and squeals. That was the end of the concert, so all our heroes left the hall and were happy that everything had gone so cool. At the same time, Zixi was very unhappy that the guy took away her chance to go on stage and make this night finally perfect. Meanwhile, some 2 guards appeared behind Lin Mu's back and directly addressed him. One of the bodyguards reported that their mistress would like to meet the protagonist. The young man was surprised to hear such a request and wondered who the lady was. The guard didn't hide anything and directly explained that Miss Yao Shenxian had asked for this. Then our hero was even more surprised and wondered the reason for this. But the bodyguards themselves also knew nothing and just followed their mistress's orders. In the end, Lin Mu decided to leave and asked his girlfriends to go home without him. Song Ling Ru smiled softly and gave her consent, but asked the guy to return home in one piece. Zixi added a request for the young man not to forget about his girlfriends after meeting Yao Xianxian herself. The protagonist, with firmness and confidence in his voice, asked the guards to take him to their mistress. 5 minutes later, the guy was already in the right place, and Yao Xianxian called out that the door to her room was open. The girl was just changing her clothes after the concert and was surprised that Lin Mu had come so quickly. The shocked young man froze on the spot because he did not expect to see the singer in such a form. Eventually, he quickly closed the doors behind him and apologized for walking in at such an inopportune moment. Yao Shengxian said that there was no problem with that and explained that she had mistaken our hero for a servant. She quickly got dressed and asked Lin Mu, who still hadn't said a single word, to go inside. The guy in slight bewilderment immediately asked what Ms. Yao came here for. The girl wondered why he didn't go on stage, then assuming he was afraid she would bite him. The protagonist didn't immediately answer her question and asked the singer to sit a little more modestly because he couldn't have a normal conversation with her. Yao Shenxian laughed from the fact that the guy looked like a true gentleman, but it turned out that he could become a wild beast at any moment. Lin Mu apologized and was about to leave since the girl didn't have anything else to say. The girl was not going to let our hero go, so she got up from her chair and ran after him. The echo of her heels echoed around the room as she moved closer and closer to the young man. It turned out that the singer decided to smack the main character on the cheek, which was quite a strange act. After that, the girl abruptly stepped back, and the stunned Lin Mu asked if she was all right. Yao Shenxian laughed sweetly and explained that the guy just started killing so early, even though she just wanted to chat with him. The confused protagonist, who had a lipstick mark on his cheek, couldn't understand what a real celebrity could talk to an ordinary young man about. The girl explained that he was the first man to turn her down, which made him an interesting person to her. Lin Mu actually admitted that she was very attractive, but emphasized that not every man fell for it. This unusual behavior of the guy greatly hurt Yao Shenxian's self-esteem, who showed interest in him because of this. The protagonist was sorry if he had hurt the girl's feelings in any way, and apologized for all his words. In any case, Lin Mu had no intention of lingering here, and quickly headed towards the exit. The girl did not delay our hero any longer, and was glad even that she had at least managed to get his name. Meanwhile, the young man quickly went to the restroom to wash off the lipstick residue that could have raised quite a few questions. He realized that there was no way he would have been able to explain what had happened anyway if someone he knew had caught him. The guy wanted to get home as soon as possible because his roommates would get angry again because of his long absence. So he decided to call himself a cab. The protagonist calmly left the room and headed towards the exit to meet his driver. At that moment, he heard some suspicious rustling behind his back and immediately felt that someone was following him. The mysterious stranger didn't bother to explain anything and asked Lin Mu to turn around quietly so that everything would go smoothly. The young man was well aware that he'd better not take any chances, so he raised his hands and offered to talk peacefully and not to turn to forceful methods. The mercenary immediately said that he usually tells the whole truth to a man who's about to die, but now it was different because he had lost that desire after seeing the face of the protagonist. In just a moment, the fighter had already bared his sharp blades that were hidden in his palm. Sufficiently accelerated, he threw them towards Lin Mu, who still continued to stand with his hands raised. The young man himself didn't expect at all that throwing knives would be used against him. At the same time, he didn't panic because his skills were enough to dodge such an attack. Lin Mu finally managed to catch these knives without any problems, so he asked who had sent this mercenary over. The mysterious stranger immediately picked up on the fact that the guy wasn't that bad, so he decided to back off for now and take his life a little later. The protagonist wasn't going to let him go without even finding out some information. He quickly made the decision to use those very same throwing knives and made one crisp throw. In the end, all the blades simply hit the ground because the mercenary was able to react to this attack in time. The stranger ordered our hero to keep standing still, because otherwise he would definitely show how confident he was in his abilities. Lin Mu was also not one to be timid, so he suggested that his opponent come when he was fully confident in his success. The mercenary silently left, and the guy thought about the fact that this fighter was no weaker than him, so the man who hired him must have forked out a fortune for such an assassin. In addition to that, the young man noticed that this man didn't even put in his full strength, so it would be very difficult to deal with him alone. Our hero decided not to dwell on this, because his main goal was to become stronger, which will definitely help him cope with such a problem. For now, he came to the conclusion that he should just head home and meet his roommates. Lin Mu thought that he had acted very cautiously before, so now he didn't understand why he had attracted the attention of the assassins. Suddenly, the guy felt some unusual sensation, as if there was something strange somewhere in the crowd. He looked around and saw the same girl he had met in the cafeteria the other day, and realized that this aura was coming from her. In turn, the beauty herself also recognized the protagonist and immediately remembered where they managed to see each other. At this moment, she too felt some strong energy flow through her body. The girl couldn't understand why her frosty chi was so excited and suspected that it had something to do with Lin Mu. The protagonist immediately noticed that there was something wrong with her, so he wondered if the stranger was okay, because she didn't look very healthy. The guy gently held her back and immediately thought that now was the right moment to take a chance, and asked the girl about chi energy. The beauty herself strongly disliked the fact that Lin Mu allowed himself to touch her, so she abruptly yanked his hand away and asked what he wanted. She abruptly turned around and began to clean up, and the young man couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. The guy also didn't want to let this mysterious stranger go so easily because he wanted to get to the bottom of it. He quickly chased after the girl, who had already managed to run into some alleyway, and tried to explain that he only wanted to ask a few questions. The stranger did not stop and made several sharp jumps upward to precisely break away from our hero. Linmu was shocked when he saw such abilities because he had yet to encounter such a thing in this world. He realized that this mysterious lady was perfectly proficient in the Qing Kun technique. In just a few seconds, the girl had already made a few more leaps between the walls of the building and was somewhere on the roof, and Lin Mu was mesmerized by her honed and graceful movements. The protagonist immediately sped up because he realized that he couldn't fall behind his goal. Eventually, the guy realized that it was unfortunate that he had missed out on such a nimble girl. It was only now that the guy stopped to catch his breath and saw that he was in some unfamiliar place. His first clue was given to him by the ringing of the bells of a temple that stood nearby. Lin Mu turned around and saw the huge shrine behind his back from which this sound was coming from. He realized there was nothing left to lose, so he moved closer to examine the place. There were quite a number of parishioners standing around praying for some benefits. At this moment, the guy felt a huge amount of strong qi energy emanating from within this temple. He saw that there was an old man sitting in the middle of the shrine meditating, and he marveled even more at the place. The protagonist instantly felt the Buddhist's golden aura that filled the entire space around him. It was quite hard for the young man to believe what was happening, so he even began to doubt his eyes that saw that glowing aura. The first to speak was the old man himself, who explained that this was the site of the Buddha's temple. The protagonist could not understand at all what happened, because this man literally instantly appeared in front of him. The old man noted that the guy had been standing there for an hour, which made him decide to ask what he could do to help a visitor to their temple. Lin Mu greeted the great monk in their reply, and explained that he was just a little lost in thought. At the same time, the guy was thinking about the fact that this kind old man had the aura of a non-mortal, and was surprised that this was the energy that would attract him. The monk, sensing that our hero had a good heart, asked him not to worry and to follow him. The young man realized that this was the perfect opportunity to learn new details, so he didn't resist and followed the old man. He decided to ask the monk what this place was, and the monk told him that this was where he meditated for Buddhist enlightenment. The protagonist was surprised that he was able to get to a place like this, so everything around him felt like some kind of dream. The guy even managed to see the real appearance of the legendary Buddha, which was definitely not possible for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the saint decided to approach Lin Mu and directly told him that the latter had heavy sins lying on his soul, but there was some set of techniques that could help in his cultivation. Lin Mu was very happy to have this opportunity, so he thanked the Buddha. A second later, a bright flash appeared in Amitabh's fingers that held his immensely powerful energy. The next moment, that clot of holy power crashed right into the forehead of the protagonist. The great monarch himself did not expect at all that the Buddha would decide to bestow his great power on this young man. Of course, the old man did not question the deeds of the great Buddha Amitabha, so he continued to pray to him. Now the events are brought a day forward and continue in the same powerful temple. It turned out that the protagonist fell asleep right within the walls of the shrine and is now terrified to wake up from a strange dream. Lin Mu thought that all these events had just woken him up and was now even more stunned. At the same time, he felt a fierce headache and realized that it definitely arose from cognition and spiritual energy. Stepping outside, the young man realized that it was already morning and concluded that he had been in this place all night. The great monarch immediately appeared behind him and greeted his guest. Lin Mu immediately bowed low and thanked the master for such a generous gift. The old man explained that kindness has no limits and hoped the young man would treasure the knowledge he had received from the Buddha. The protagonist recognized that he has learned a lot, so he will definitely use the skills he has learned. At noon, he was at Dunhai University, where the class in which students were to study derivatives had already begun. The guy himself was very distracted because he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the temple he had been to yesterday was known for its seals that ward off bad luck. He also now agreed that kindness and respect for everyone, it turns out, is not gratuitous. However, unfortunately, the technique obtained was still too powerful for the young man because he didn't have enough spiritual chi energy for it yet. At the same time, our hero was sure that this knowledge would still definitely be useful to him. He had already managed to reach the spirit accumulation stage, and it was much faster than he had expected, because it was expected to take a year or more. Thanks to the chi that the young man had when he was reborn, he didn't have to exert any effort to pass the foundation formation realm. Now, after obtaining this technique, Lin Mu immediately jumped to the spirit accumulation stage, causing everything to go as normal. Moving to the spirit gathering stage, a warrior would already become several times stronger than he was at the peak of the foundation formation realm. So the guy was already excited. The protagonist was so pleased with his good fortune that he couldn't contain his emotions and chuckled quietly. It was only now that the young man realized that he was actually sitting on a steam, so he should at least restrain himself a little. The teacher noticed the fact that Lin Mu was laughing from his subject for some reason, but the guy didn't bother to explain anything and just apologized for his behavior. After class, the guy went outside and hit the wall with all his might to blow off some steam. Our hero was angry with himself because he was now happy about even some small thing, which definitely didn't match the name of the strongest cultivator. At this moment, some strange feeling that was already familiar to him came over Lin Mu again. The young man immediately guessed that it must have been the same girl. Eventually, he started looking for her among the crowd and saw a familiar silhouette on the busy street. The protagonist concluded that after reaching the spirit gathering stage, he could easily sense her presence from such a distance and was certain that there was definitely something wrong with this beauty. The girl herself was unhappy about this encounter because she thought that Lin Mu was purposely pursuing her. The guy decided to explain everything peacefully and to start by getting to know the mysterious stranger he was interested in. Our hero said that for some unknown reason, when he and the girl got close, their chi reacted strangely to each other and asked if she wanted to find out the cause of this phenomenon herself. The beauty was in no hurry to introduce herself and noted that the young man was as ignorant as she was. But she also realized that it was no good if things continued like this. She asked Lin Mu to follow her to a quiet place where they could check what was causing their chi to react like this. They had to walk through the woods for half an hour, and then the girl reported that they were already there. The protagonist stopped as if on cue and asked what they were going to do now, but his companion had no ideas either. The guy decided to crouch down on the ground and try to connect their chi to see what could come out of it. The beauty herself had no other plans, so she agreed to the young man's proposal. She crouched down next to her and began to meditate, focusing on her breath to connect her energy with the main character's aura. Lin Mu instantly felt their chi interacting much more strongly than expected. The girl also noted this oddity because her ice ki was now much purer than usual. In turn, our hero felt that not only her partner's aura was being cleansed, but his own as well. At the same time, the guy couldn't figure out what technique the girl was practicing because there was something cool about it. After a while, they stopped meditating, feeling that their chi had indeed become purer. The girl with a smile on her face immediately noted that her frosty chi now seemed so strong. Only now did Lin Mu realize why her aura felt so cold, and he assumed that something more awaited them, because this kind of fusion practice could help them both. The partner suggested trying it again and asked the guy to release more chi energy this time. Their hands came into contact again, and a familiar pleasant wave of energy immediately ran between them. This time, our heroes tried even harder and actively passed chi to each other. They sat in this position for an hour without taking their palms off each other. Eventually, they merged so strongly that they began the process of moving. The stars aligned so that Lin Mu and Jiqing Lan moved to another realm. The protagonist felt that the chi in this place was so dense, causing him to sense absolutely everything that was happening around him. At this point, he decided to open his eyes and saw that their view had changed quite a bit. The girl still had no idea what had happened and only wondered at some refreshing feeling. Lin Mu was greatly embarrassed by this sight of his partner and quickly turned away, pretending that he hadn't seen anything. Jiqing Lan finally felt that something was wrong after all, and looked at the form in which they continued to meditate with surprise. Her cheeks were getting redder by the second as she realized what had just happened. The next second, her emotions spilled out and her terrified scream rang throughout the forest. When they finally got dressed, the main character was immediately slapped, even though it wasn't even his fault for the whole incident. Lin Mu only now realized that everything was really happening, even though it seemed like it was just a sweet dream. It turned out to be just an illusion. So the guy desperately tried to wake up Jiqing Lan and explain the whole situation. The girl finally opened her eyes and realized that it really wasn't real, even though everything seemed so real. The young man immediately guessed that because of the chi fusion, they were able to sense the divine consciousness beforehand, causing such an embarrassing incident for them. His partner had not heard of such cases, so she was surprised to hear such an explanation. The protagonist explained that chi fusion has 3 stages, and thus the divine territory comes after the initial chi gathering. Lin Mu revealed that it was because of the divine consciousness that they were suddenly naked. The guy was glad that he had enough of his own cultivation knowledge to calmly explain this incident. Suddenly, the girl, who still couldn't look at our hero, asked his name again. The young man confirmed that his name was Lin Mu, and then Jiqing Lan asked if he had a soulmate. He took his time answering such an unexpected question and asked himself why she wanted to know such details. The girl was annoyed that the protagonist was behaving this way, so she yelled at him and ordered him to answer faster. Lin Mu was frightened by such a harsh tone and tried to prove that he was single, but she didn't really believe it. Jiqing Lan advised the young man not to lie to her, because he wouldn't get out of here alive if he allowed himself to do something like that. The protagonist was still trying to find out why the girl suddenly decided to ask such a thing. Then she said that her grandfather used to say that the granddaughter was sure to marry someone who would have her all to herself. Linmu was in agreement with the old man because he believed that girls should stay with their first partner. The next moment, the guy realized that Jiqing Lan was going to marry him, even though there was still nothing between them. Now the girl sounded like a real demon and said in a commanding tone that now our hero must take responsibility for her, for he had seen her body and taken her innocence. The young man desperately tried to prove that it was just an illusion created by the divine consciousness, so it didn't count. The girl insisted on her own anyway, because she was sure that what he saw through that illusion was more real than what he was seeing with his own eyes. She emphasized that there was also a divine territory master in their family, so she had seen the notes left behind with her own eyes. And Lin Mu realized that he wouldn't be able to lie. Jixing Lan wasn't going to listen to any compromise because she wanted the protagonist to marry her. The guy realized that marriage was a very serious thing and was afraid that they just might not be right for each other. The beauty again repeated her grandfather's words about marriage, which made our hero instantly petrified because he realized he was doomed. Lin Mu agreed that the grandfather had taught his granddaughter many things and wondered what else the girl had learned from him. At that time, Jiqing Lan said that the old man said that she shouldn't get married too early, so she should wait until graduation, and until then, she should be nice and find common ground with her boyfriend. Protagonist Hello relieved because he thought she would insist on getting married right today. After that, the girl disappeared in the middle of the forest, so Lin Mu had to return home alone. The guy was starting to get annoyed with all these worldly problems, so he decided to think about how to reach the initial peace stage more quickly. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone rushing over with all his might, and he suspected that it might be the same assassin. Turns out it was just some running stranger asking to make way for him. There were only a few meters left to the protagonist, but the man was still rushing at full speed, not intending to stop. At the last moment, the boy managed to dodge, and was glad that they weren't after him after all. Lin Mu thought that this stranger was performing short-distance running and was in a big hurry to go somewhere. Next, our hero noticed that this fugitive was being followed by a policewoman he already knew. He still didn't suspect anything untoward was going on here, so he assumed the girl was just running a sprint. The young man reflected on the fact that being an officer is really hard because you have to do a run every day. Lin Mu noted that that guy was running harder and only now realized that there was something very strange about him. He sensed that there was something rather intimidating in this stranger's gaze. Digging into his memories, our hero realized that such a look is often found in his homeworld in the strongest fighters. The protagonist realized that this stranger's strength wasn't as good as a cultivation master, but he also exuded a lust for killing. Putting all these puzzles together in his head, Lin Mu eyed him that the policewoman was actually chasing the criminal. At that instant, the guy heard the sounds of gunshots and realized that this was too bad. He realized that he had just missed the culprit and now blamed himself for his inattention. Lin Mu snapped out of his seat and ran as fast as possible in the direction where the gunshots were coming from. He ran into the alley and saw that the policewoman was already lying on the floor and the perpetrator was holding a gun in his hands. The man shouted that this crappy girl wouldn't even spare her life to catch him. The girl was bleeding but still conscious because she was still lucky. Lin Mu was scared for her fate, so he immediately ran over to help in any way he could. Our hero carefully lifted the policewoman up to look where the bullet had hit. After examining the girl's body, the guy realized that the wound had gone straight to the heart, which was quite dangerous. He realized that according to the condition and the bleeding, the bullet just had to have passed by a vital organ. So it was the best situation from the worst, but still not that optimistic. The young man reassured the girl and promised that she would be all right, causing a spark of hope to appear in her eyes. The policewoman asked the protagonist to leave the place and not to risk his life, but he was not going to leave her in trouble, and the guy asked to cover the wound firmly with his hand. She couldn't understand what Lin Mu, who was walking unarmed towards a dangerous criminal with a gun, was going to do. The girl thought that our hero was completely crazy if he went to such risky steps for the sake of some stranger. The villain laughed at the fact that Lin Mu was building himself up as a noble hero and wasn't afraid to die at all. He thought the young man had watched too many action movies, so he decided to show him the harsh reality. The man didn't hesitate any longer and shot straight at the protagonist. The perpetrator was surprised because after a second, he saw that for some unknown reason he was unable to hit the target. It was still a moment before he realized with horror that the ammunition in the gun had run out. The villain now doubted that Lin Mu was a mere human because he managed to dodge the bullet so easily. The protagonist didn't bother to explain anything and punched his helpless opponent in the stomach with all his might. The man immediately coughed up blood and was unable to resist such a strong attack. In the end, he unconsciously fell to the ground, but Lin Mu was confident that the criminal would stay alive. While still dealing with the villain, The young man remembered about the policewoman, who was on the verge of life and death. He ran up to the girl again and saw that she had lost consciousness due to heavy blood loss. To monitor the condition of the victim, the protagonist immediately guessed to check her pulse. Linmu felt that the throbbing was very weak, so the girl should be taken to the hospital as soon as possible before it was too late. Everything was successful, so when the policewoman regained consciousness, our hero recounted all the events in colors. The guy didn't want to tell about his abilities, so he lied that a man in his underwear came to their rescue and hit the criminal in the chest with all his might and saved their lives. The injured girl laughed when she heard the description of their rescuer and asked if he had a red cape. She wasn't going to believe this obvious lie because it all sounded like a superhero movie. The policewoman already wanted to threaten Lin Mu for daring to lie, but she felt pain and coughed, so the guy asked her not to speak anymore so as not to worsen her condition. In fact, the protagonist did not expect that in this world, there are also so-called superheroes, and thought that the girl had already burned him. He rejoiced that he had managed to bring one good thing after all, and took out the prepared pills from his pocket. The guy held out his medicine to Ms. Wang and asked her to hurry up and eat it. The girl was in no hurry to eat some unknown pill, so Lin Mu asked her not to worry and promised that he wasn't going to do any harm. In the end, the policewoman decided to trust our hero, but emphasized that he dare not even think of such a thing. At that moment, a doctor entered the room and announced that Wang's relatives had come to check on the patient. The protagonist immediately realized everything, so he was already about to leave this place to stay out of the way. The girl said goodbye and thanked him for the medicine, and Lin Mu said that he would visit the officer again in a few days. The parents were very worried and panicked, asking the doctor if everything was okay with their beloved daughter. The girl asked them not to worry and informed them that Wang was already safe so they could check on her. Meanwhile, our hero decided to say goodbye to Dr. Zhou as well. The doctor wasn't going to let the guy go so easily, but he couldn't understand what was wrong. It turns out that the girl had managed to see that he had given the patient some medicine. So now she wanted to know what it was. She thought it was outrageous because, seriously, ill patients shouldn't be allowed to eat anything. The protagonist asked Dr. Zhou not to worry about it and lied that it was just vitamin C. In fact, he gave Officer Wang a purifying medicine that has a miraculous effect on injuries. The young man didn't explain any further and warned the girl that he would return to the hospital in a few days. Once again, the girl made sure that the person in front of her was not the previous Lin Mu, and now wanted to know if it was also the same one. The events shift to the next morning when the protagonist was having breakfast with his roommates. Song Liangju enjoyed the food prepared by the guy himself and admired his cooking talent. In turn, Zixi asked why he had returned so late yesterday, and the young man had to lie that he had just met a former classmate and chatted with him. The girl suspected that Lin Mu was hiding something from them, so she looked into his eyes and asked him if it was really like that. The protagonist immediately tensed up because he realized that the neighbors were beginning to doubt his words. The other friend just laughed and told him to ignore their acquaintance because she often likes to ask stupid questions. Song Liangju decided to lighten things up a bit and suggested to her boyfriend to go out tonight, and he immediately remembered that her friends were going to a classmate's birthday party. The girls asked our hero not to worry about these details, because they thought they would become friends after one meeting. Lin Mu was still not eager to go anywhere, so he tried to object at least a little. The girlfriends emphasized that there should be no objections, and had already decided for the young man that he would spend the evening with them. Within a couple hours, they were all seated in the car and headed to the place where all the celebration was taking place. The girls talked about how it had been ages since they had seen their acquaintance, and they didn't even think she still remembered them. There wasn't a topic they didn't talk about with their friend in high school, but because of the family business, they had to gradually distance themselves from each other. Song Ling-ru realized that there was nothing she could do about it because they were simply in completely different worlds. Toward evening, they had already arrived at the desired location, which was a luxurious mansion. Zixi was sure that they had arrived correctly because the invitation just mentioned a restaurant hotel called Princeton. After that, they went straight into the elevator and went to the 19th floor of the building. The protagonist was surprised that their classmate, Situ Siu, was so rich that she could afford such a celebration. At that time, the girl said that the Situ family had been passing down inheritance from generation to generation for 500 to 600 years, making it quite easy for her to get rich. At that moment, a bell sounded, which notified the company of friends that they had arrived at the right floor. It was quite lively inside, and the guests Zero were actively discussing various topics, creating a noisy environment around them. Now the protagonist agreed that this was indeed a noble family because, just for the birthday party, so many people came. At this moment, Song Liangju's suitor had already announced from the crowd, excited that she had also come to Miss Saitu's birthday party. The girl didn't want to talk to him, so she pretended not to know the young man. The protagonist did not pay attention at all to what was happening near him, because once again he had some strange sensation. At this moment, he sensed the true king's aura and couldn't believe that there really was a person here who could exude such a strong energy. Eventually, the guy looked around, and among the crowd, he found the very girl who was emitting that aura. Linmu was surprised and couldn't understand why this woman was exuding the aura of a true king. The girl looked at him, and at that moment, her gentle voice came into the guy's head, noting that you can't stare at people so blatantly. The young man was greatly surprised that she had the skill of telepathy, because he didn't suspect that anyone in this world was able to master such a technique. He became more and more interested in this world, because it turned out that there were so many high-level masters here. Song Liangru immediately noticed that the guy was distracted by something, and asked him what had caught his attention. But he wouldn't tell her, and decided to move away to find a place to sit down. Eventually, a group of buddies found a vacant table where they could be seated. Zixi immediately decided to talk about Lin Mu looking at some maiden and assumed that she must be very charming. At that moment, the very same beauty came on stage, and her servant asked all the guests for silence. Only now did the girl realize that all this time, the main character had been looking at their acquaintance Saida Shu. In turn, the guy was glad that he was able to get information about this mysterious woman with the aura of a true king. He certainly didn't expect the source of that energy to be Ms. Situ herself, the culprit of this celebration. Meanwhile, the girl herself tensed up, because she realized that the young man was beginning to guess about her hidden talents. She began to fear that someone might actually be able to unravel her family's secret. In the end, the birthday girl pulled herself together to thank her guests for taking the time to congratulate her. The girl wished everyone present a good time, and used her powers to charm everyone around her even more. The guests were happy to hear such words from everyone's favorite Miss Situ, and once again wished her a happy birthday. The protagonist realized that, as it turned out, the birthday girl was also a master of charm, judging by the strong reactions of all present. Meanwhile, the servant asked all the guests to line up to present the gifts they had prepared. As if on cue, everyone left their seats at the tables and wanted to give their present as quickly as possible. Everyone was talking about how Ms. Situ was simply irresistible, but the girl only said that they had too high an opinion of her. There were even representatives of successful companies who hoped the birthday girl would appreciate their gift. She couldn't stop thanking everyone in attendance for their time and giving such wonderful gifts. The protagonist asked his girlfriends where their presents were and why they were still sitting in their seats. Song Langju explained that only valuable gifts will be personally handed over to the owner, and ordinary gifts do not need to be taken on stage. They can just be handed over to the administrator. Linmu never thought that there could be so much fuss just to give an ordinary birthday present. In the end, he asked his girlfriends to wait here, while he too gave a prepared present for Miss Situ. The girls were shocked by this turn of events, because it is perfectly visible that the young man came here empty-handed. Zixi asked our hero not to do nonsense because she was sure he hadn't brought anything with him. The guy was going to agree that it was all nonsense, but he wanted to personally turn his gift for Situ Shu anyway. The girl saw Lin Mu as a serious threat, so she wanted to see what he was all about. The guards immediately stopped the young man because they could not let the stranger near their mistress. The protagonist didn't panic and explained that he wanted to dedicate a few words for Miss Saida, emphasizing that she could really use it. All the guests started laughing at the fact that he was going to give the birthday girl such a pathetic gift. Zixi had had a hard time watching all of this, and now she made sure that their friend was overreacting. The girl intervened in this conflict and stated that she was extremely grateful to the gentleman, so she was willing to listen to him. In fact, she just wanted to see what this strange guy could pull off. Lin Mu himself was not at all afraid of judgment and ridicule from others, because he was absolutely confident in his actions. He finally said that this conversation was not for prying ears, because Ms. Situ needed to hear the words in person. The servant began to be annoyed by this impertinent behavior of the young man, because he was already able to get the attention of the birthday girl. In turn, Situ Shu noticed that our hero was far from being a beginner, so she couldn't figure out what he was trying to accomplish. The girl asked her subordinates to let the guy get up on stage to talk in person after all. The old man couldn't go against his mistress's orders, so he let Lin Mu pass, who briefly thanked him for the opportunity. The main character quickly made his way to the stage, while the birthday girl waited silently for her unusual gift. The guy was so reluctant for anyone to hear his words that he quietly whispered the intended message in his ear. All the guests were incredibly displeased that the scoundrel was so brazen that he dared to get so close to Miss Saida. Meanwhile, there was a look of surprise on the girl's face as our hero came to the end of his message. In the end, Lin Mu explained that this was the pair of words he wanted to give to Miss for her birthday, and hoped that she would really benefit from them. After a second, a smile appeared on the birthday girl's face, and she happily thanked the guy for his enlightenment and for this show. None of the guests had yet gotten such a violent reaction from the girl, so everyone was wondering what there was to say. Afterward, our hero returned to his girlfriends and immediately noticed that they had suspiciously disgruntled faces. A flustered Song Liangju explained that the guy scared them to death, causing them to become very worried about him. Zixi was already thinking that he was going to put on some kind of show here, which definitely wouldn't end well. Lin Mu immediately apologized to the girls for making them worry. At this point, the birthday girl herself came up to them and said hello to all her friends. Situ Shu immediately noted that this guy who was able to surprise her with his present was their buddy, so she immediately asked to introduce our hero. Lin Mu immediately stood up from his seat to get to know the girl better. After that, they both folded their hands in a welcoming gesture and exchanged pleasantries. Zixi couldn't understand why they were doing this and joked that her friends were portraying martial artists from the movies. The main character didn't even know how to respond to that, because it was literally true, so he blanched for a few seconds. The girl just laughed off the joke and noted that her friend remained just as funny. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went straight to the Saitu family estate where she met up with her father. The old man turned to his daughter and immediately asked if she had a good time at her holiday banquet. The girl replied briefly that all had gone well and went straight to the subject she wished to discuss with the head of the family. She hugged her father and confessed that she no longer wanted to study in Kyoto and asked him to bring her back to Dunhai because she wanted to go to the local university. The old man couldn't understand what had happened because earlier the daughter herself had insisted on going to university in Kyoto. Situshu looked at him and replied that she just wanted to stay with her dad in Dunhai. This answer touched the father, so he no longer doubted his daughter's decision. He hugged the girl tightly and laughed out loud because she really made him happy with those words. It turns out that Shushu was doing all this just to meet Lin Mu, who was the only one I could point out her 4 flaws. Meanwhile, events shift to the karate gym where the training was just taking place. A man named Liushin Xiaojiro informed his partners that he was going to assault them. He gave a martial shout and swung around to deliver his first crushing blow. Even though the other guys were in full defense, it was still hard for them to hold back such a strong attack. The man's partners were flying in different directions because they simply couldn't stay on their feet. In the next second, Liushin Xiaojiro swung his leg and declared that he wasn't done with this fight yet. The guys didn't expect things to turn out this way, so they didn't even react in time to their president's actions. The blow hit 2 fighters at once, who managed to block it at the last moment. The man was not at all pleased that they had come down from so slight a blow. The guys had nothing else to do but simply apologize to the president for their weakness. Liushin Xiaojiro didn't stand aside and help the disciples stand up to continue their training. All the guys didn't mind and got ready for the next exercise. The man also announced in the most serious tone possible that it was already time to visit one person. Meanwhile, the main character did not suspect anything at all and continued to live his usual student life. At one of the breaks, the guy had already met his new acquaintance and was very surprised to see her at his university. The guys joked that it had turned cold around because that ice girl Jiqing Lan had come here. It turned out that she was just looking for Lin Mu and wanted to talk to him about some important topic. The guy couldn't understand what had happened and why his acquaintance wanted to step away somewhere. Jiqing Lan was annoyed that the young man kept asking some stupid questions, so she just took him under her arm and pulled him aside. She emphasized that she was not going to eat our hero, so she asked him to go quietly with her. Meanwhile, the other disciples thought that the ice lady knew how to love after all, and couldn't believe that Lin Mu was able to win another beauty. Eventually, the guys accepted the fact that he was born so cool, he could do whatever he wanted. Parallel to the students' conversation, the protagonist was already trying to find out from his acquaintance what it was about this case that required so much caution. The girl explained that her father wanted to meet Lin Mu, so he would go to their house tonight. The young man tensed when he heard such unexpected news and immediately wondered what it was all for. Jiqing Lan embarrassedly explained that she told her dad about the incident, after which he said that he wanted to meet his future son-in-law. The protagonist was not happy that she was so quick to tell her relatives about the incident because they had agreed to wait. The girl immediately started yelling at him because she thought that Lin Mu had already changed his mind about marrying her. The young man still wasn't in a hurry to agree because he felt that he couldn't just pass. They were distracted from their rather tense conversation by some stranger who was just looking for Mr. Lin Mu. After this sudden encounter, the protagonist was walking backwards so fast that the girl couldn't keep up with him. She said that this Luchin Xiaojiro had never lost at Tokyo University, so she was worried that the guy just couldn't handle such an opponent, but that only fueled his interest. After our hero had been to the temple, he didn't have a worthy opponent to try out his new powers, so he hoped that this Xiaojiro wouldn't disappoint him. Now the events go back half an hour, when the young man met his new rival. Liushin Xiaojiro introduced himself as the president of the Tokyo University Karate Club and asked Mr. Lin Mu to fight him. The girl was angry that their conversation had been interrupted, and she emphasized that she didn't care at all whether he was Xiaojiro or Xiaojuro. The guy apologized to her, but he still insisted on a duel and was about to threaten Lin Mu if he didn't agree. Ji Xinglan was very serious, so she asked what he was going to do to her fiancé. At this moment, Lin Mu himself intervened, blocking his acquaintance's path, and replied that he was accepting the challenge. The president of the karate club then thanked the young man for the opportunity and informed him that he would be waiting for him at the school stadium at 6 o'clock tonight. In fact, our hero also felt that his opponent was quite strong, but he asked Ji Qinglan not to worry about it, promising that he would definitely win. The girl still wouldn't calm down and asked him not to announce such a thing so early. In the evening, there were quite a number of people gathered at the university's sports stadium, watching Lucien Xiaojiro intently and waiting for the fight to begin. The fighter himself sat quietly and meditated to gather his strength before the fight. The karateka had heard that the man their president challenged today was very strong, but were still confident that he was no match for their leader. The girls immediately took notice when the main character walked into the hall and noted that he was a real looker. The guy walked in accompanied by Ji Qinglan, who was very worried about him, so she didn't want to leave him alone. Lin Mu felt uncomfortable because he couldn't understand why everyone around him was staring at him so intently. Karate club members were disappointed when they saw their president's opponent because, by the looks of it, he was a real wimp. Before the duel began, the guy asked one question to Suyojiro and inquired why he had decided to make this sparring so urgent. The club president became even more serious when he was about to talk about the reasons for his decision. He explained that he was a friend of Mr. Li Guanzhui and had heard that our hero handled him easily, which showed the high level of his skills. Lucien Xiaojiro asked the guy to understand him correctly and emphasized that he was not going to avenge his acquaintance. The protagonist immediately remembered that it was about the same young man who was either harassing or grooming Teacher Song. The Karate Kid thought that Lin Mu was strong on the outside and strong in heart, so he would like to exchange his experience in this duel. Now the young man understood the reason for this challenge, so he decided not to fight at full strength, as it was just an exchange of experience. Liu Sheng Xiaojiro didn't like it right away because he wanted his opponent to be unmerciful. Whenever the karateka himself fights, he fights as hard as he can because it was simple respect for his opponent. The protagonist heard his opponent and agreed to exchange experiences in this fight. The club president immediately got into a fighting stance and asked the young man to attack first. In the end, he struck first, and this attack was very accurate and fast. Lin Mu was shocked that his opponent was so strong, so he didn't even immediately react to the blow. At the last moment, the young man was still able to dodge his opponent's lightning-fast fist. Now our hero had verified that this Xiaojiro was indeed much stronger than Li Wanzhui, whom he had dealt with quite easily. But at the same time, he was sure that this guy was far from his power level. Lucien Xiaojiro was a very experienced fighter, so he never stopped attacking Lin Mu for a second, who only had time to place blocks. Despite the speed of his attacks, the protagonist had no problem dodging each one. All the karateka were actively supporting their president and waiting for him to knock out his opponent. Ji Xinglan suspected that any inexperienced person would probably think that Xiaojiro was suppressing Lin Mu, and the latter was now at a disadvantage. But in fact, you could see that the movements of the main character are not chaotic at all. It was as if he was playing with his opponent, testing his endurance. The guy was able to dodge even an incredibly strong leg kick that seemed destined to be fatal. He did agree that it was pretty close after all, because the karateka almost managed to hit him. At this moment, Lucien Xiaojiro finally stopped, because his strength was running out and his breathing was starting to hit a snag. He couldn't understand why Master Lin Mu was only defending himself and assumed that the guy was looking down on him. Our hero got embarrassed and apologized, explaining that he was scrutinizing his opponent's techniques, causing him to forget that they were actually competing. The club president was surprised that the youngster has enough time to learn his techniques, while concurrently being on defense. Meanwhile, Lin Mu got into a fighting stance and announced that he was going to attack his opponent. Lucien Xiaojiro, despite his fatigue, prepared to take this blow. He didn't even have time to finish the sentence when he felt a hard push right in his stomach. The Karate Kid couldn't understand why our hero stopped and didn't continue his attack. Lin Mu ended up attacking his opponent so hard that he literally flew the air. Lucien Xiaojiro couldn't do anything about it, so he fell to the floor with a rumble and shame. None of the audience could understand what had just happened, because they only had time to see our hero appear in front of the president of the karate club. Ji Xinglan was also shocked by such an amazing speed of her future fiancé. The Karate Kid himself couldn't understand what had just happened either, and now tried to get to his feet. He realized he had been careless in this battle comma, and gathered his last strength to finally get up. Our hero was surprised that his opponent could no longer get up, even though he had only released a small amount of chi. Now the guy was disappointed because, actually in this fight, he wanted to test his accumulated power But now, there was no such opportunity. For his part, Lucian Xiaojiro was not going to give up, even though he had already realized the gap between himself and Master Lin Mu. The Karate Kid's fighting spirit was still at an all-time high, so he confidently shouted that he wouldn't give up so easily. The protagonist was surprised that his fighting spirit had suddenly risen, but was sure that it was all useless. Xiaojiro was already about to deliver another crushing blow and finally wanted to hit his opponent. He was sure that this time he was bound to achieve his goal. The fighter made one accurate lunge forward, but ended up feeling like he hit nothing. The Karate Kid was shocked by this turn of events and couldn't understand how this was even possible. It turned out that the main character had just grabbed him by the shoulder, so now Xiaojiro couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. Lin Mu replied briefly that he was the same person as his rival, but he was just studying at Dunhai University. The young man decided he was going to act tough, so he apologized to his opponent. Grabbing the Karate Kid firmly by the shoulder, our hero tossed him aside in a sharp motion. After that, Liushin Xiaojiro's head hit the floor with a thud, and now definitely could not continue this fight. The president of the karate club made sure that the protagonist definitely had inhuman strength. After that, the protagonist went to the Ji family mansion and was already there by evening. The girl's grandfather immediately inquired what plans our hero had with Qing Lan. Lin Mu didn't know how to answer this question because he didn't have any specific plans at the moment. This made the man very angry because he thought the young man was not going to marry his daughter and was just going to leave her. The guy then tried to explain that he didn't mean that at all, and explained that he wanted to graduate from university first. The old man already thought his daughter had no future with this young man and thought it was just a marriage game. Qing Lan tried to explain that it wasn't like that at all and asked the old man not to worry, promising that in just 2 years, her fiancé would graduate from university. The head of the family explained that the problem was not that they were in a hurry, but the guy's own attitude towards the situation. He called his granddaughter stupid because after graduation, everyone would have their own way, and her fiancé just might run away. At the same time, the main character was unhappy that Qing Lan herself was pulling him into this whole thing, and he also ended up being the one to blame. Meanwhile, the old man couldn't understand why the girl chose this particular guy who had no ambition. The granddaughter was desperately trying to explain to her grandfather that her fiancé was not like that at all. Mr. G could no longer listen to the girl and finally declared that he would not consent to this marriage. At this point, the main character decided to intervene in the conversation after all, apologizing for it. He confirmed that he has no plans and he's not going to make excuses because his own future is still actively being planned. The guy realized that by coming here today, he had caused everyone a lot of inconvenience, which was all his fault, and promised that it wouldn't happen again. After making this statement, Lin Mu quickly headed towards the exit and said goodbye to the Ji family. The girl did not appreciate this development at all, so she asked the groom to wait. The grandfather emphasized with the utmost seriousness in his voice that this guy was not going to be anything outstanding and asked his granddaughter to just trust him. Qing Lan didn't listen to the old man and still begged the protagonist not to leave. Eventually, she couldn't stand it and cried because Grandpa didn't understand her feelings at all. The girl ran out of the hall, but the old man still continued to be indifferently silent. His son finally raised his voice because he thought the last sentence was too harsh after all. The head of the family realized that although the Lin family was strong, it was no match for their bloodline, and explained that he only wanted to check whether the young man really loved his granddaughter or was looking for gain. If the groom had ulterior motives, he would have made concessions. But in the end, he couldn't handle even that little pressure. The man still felt that Lin Mu was understandable because no one would be thrilled to be spoken to like this. The old man still believed that this guy couldn't be changed anymore. So even if he married Qing Lan, he still wouldn't join their family. Eventually, the man accepted that his father's stubborn nature could not be changed. So he decided to leave things as they were for the time being. He himself thought that Lin Mu was a good kid, so he hoped that the young man's arrogance would eventually subside. Meanwhile, our hero thought about the fact that there were so many different situations in Xuexian's world. But they never made him feel guilty, so he didn't expect that he would actually get angry today. Other than that, he started to feel his chi starting to weaken. But he eventually wrote it off to the fact that the original energy of this body was incredibly weak. The guy couldn't understand what it was about this G family that they dared to look down on him, and came to the conclusion that he didn't need to be so reserved next time. The main character suddenly stopped because he encountered something on the way to his house. Turns out some guy ran out at him, holding his head and begging Six to save him. Lin Mu immediately thought about the fact that this fatty seemed very familiar to him. After a few seconds, he remembered that this was the same Xing Weilong, who had cheated men and molested women at the university. The guy immediately wondered what could have happened to a rugged bully in the middle of the night. The frightened bully tried to catch his breath and rejoiced that he was able to meet his acquaintance. It turned out that he was being chased by a horde of angry bandits who wanted to take his life right here and now. The protagonist was even more surprised when he learned the details of the situation. Xing Weilong panicked a lot and begged his classmate to save him, because otherwise he would definitely die this night at the hands of bandits. The bandits said they only want the fat man, so the protagonist must get out of their way if he doesn't want to die with him. The classmate had already heard that our hero was able to defeat Liu Shen. This gangster gang was definitely not a problem for him. The guy was excited about this opportunity because he was just in a bad mood today, so he could blow off steam on these bullies. The bandits didn't expect this kid to act this way. They thought he'd had enough of life. Lin Mu explained that it was his classmate, so he had to help sort out the problems and just couldn't stand by. Eventually, the gangsters decided that they needed to end this pointless chatter, and their leader ordered the two students to be caught for him. They advised the young man not to be so ignorant and arrogant, and agreed to help the protagonist if he wanted to die so badly. Lin Mu felt that bullies of this level would not give him any trouble, so he was not worried at all about the outcome of this fight. Xing Weilong still asked the guy to be careful because these guys kill people without even blinking. Such information only fueled the interest of the protagonist, who was looking for a worthy opponent for himself. The young man stepped forward confidently and prepared to teach the bullies a cruel lesson that they would remember for a long time. He wanted to beat them half to death, because he was sure that only then they would be able to understand something. The bandits didn't wait any longer and had already swarmed towards the protagonist, who was concentrating the chi in his body to definitely win this fight. Lin Mu put all the energy in his hand to teach his opponent a lesson, who was the very first to run in front of his partners. The guy threw his arm forward sharply, taking a steady stance, his palm open like a human shield, ready to turn into a weapon at any moment. The end result was that the bandit flew off to the side without ever reaching his target. Xing Weilong was still very worried that by doing so, the protagonist was taking a great risk and could make an irreversible mistake. The young man himself was not afraid at all because his techniques were strong and accurate, so the bandits flew away from him in different directions. After that, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief because he had succeeded after all, and it gave him confidence. In turn, the fat man couldn't believe his eyes because everything looked like a scene from a martial arts movie. The next day after the showdown with the bandits, the protagonist was calmly walking through the streets of the city and heard someone calling him. The guy couldn't figure out what was going on, so he turned back around in surprise. Turns out, it was the same fat guy who decided to thank his savior and promised that he could now solve any of his problems. It wasn't difficult for the protagonist, so he was embarrassed when he heard so much gratitude. But for Xing Weilong, it meant a lot because his life was on the line. Suddenly, the young man fell to his knees to show his respect for Lin Mu and promised to always follow Big Brother. The guy asked his classmate to stand up because it was too much and asked why those people were chasing him that night. Fatty said that the bandits were with Angie, where he had insulted the leader of that group named Pi Hongxing, causing him to bring the trouble on himself. At that moment, two hurrying guys were passing by them who were saying that there was some kind of spectacle going on near the school gate. Xing Weilong grabbed one of them and wondered what was it that the disciples were in such a hurry. Then the students said that their ice girl Ji Qinglan is going to fight someone, and they say that her opponent is some other beautiful girl. The protagonist was surprised to hear this because he would never have thought his acquaintance could pick a fight with someone. Fatty also agreed that it would be a good sight, so he suggested that Lin Mu look at the sight. The guy replied briefly that he was in no mood at all to engage in such entertainment, so he asked his classmate to go there alone. Xing Weilong realized that our hero didn't have any important things to do anyway, and this way he would at least have some fun, so he dragged him along with him. Lin Mu had no choice left, so he asked his friend to at least not drag him because he could walk on his own. None of the students could figure out what had happened because the two girls had been tensely standing opposite each other for a long time. Everyone around them already wanted to see a real fight, so they began to whip up their opponents. At this moment, the protagonist and his escort in the form of Xin Weilong began to make their way through the crowd. In the end, Lin Mu saw that Ji Qinglan's opponent was the familiar Sister Situ. The girl herself also didn't seem to expect to meet the protagonist here, so she turned around sharply when she heard a familiar voice. The guy immediately inquired why his acquaintance had come to this university. Situ Shu completely forgot about her rival in a couple of seconds, because she wanted to say hello to our hero. Everyone around was shocked when they realized that even this girl was familiar with the protagonist, and couldn't understand why he was familiar with all the beauties around. Ji Qinglan immediately approached the guy and asked him to be careful because she didn't trust her rival at all. It turns out that Zitu Shu was asking about Lin Mu's whereabouts, causing the girl to suspect that she had some kind of score to settle with him. Miss Situ herself noted that our hero is a great success among women, since he is protected by such beauties. The guy tried to explain to Qinglan that they were acquainted with this girl, who wasn't a bad person at all. Meanwhile, Xing Weilong began to disperse all the gawkers and shouted to them that there was nothing more to see here. Now they could talk normally, and the protagonist inquired why Sister Situ had come to Dunhai University. The girl told me that she had just transferred here from her past Kyoto University. Ji Qinglan had heard that Kyoto University was the best university in China, so she couldn't understand why she would turn down such a prestigious institution and enroll here. Situ Shu bluntly replied that she wanted to become classmates with Lin Mu and ask him for some advice. The next day, all the guys of the university have already learned about the new beauty who recently transferred to them. They were looking at Situ Shu's photo and speculated that their university beauty's position could easily change because she had a worthy rival. Meanwhile, all of our heroes' neighbors, having met their old acquaintance, gathered in the dining room and discussed where that strange girl could have come from. Song Lanro told them that Situ Shu's rival was Ji Qinglan, who was known as the Snow Queen at the university. Hearing such a nickname, the girl immediately assumed that this beauty, apparently very arrogant and indifferent. Maybe that was true, but for the main character, Ji Qinglan tried to be nice, and even brought a bento for him to eat together. Lin Mu thanked her for taking such care, but informed her that he wouldn't be able to eat that much food. Zixi pointed out that the girl only treated her lover like this, and she would have frozen the others on the spot. Now Situ Shu realized that this beauty was her friend's rival in love with Lin Mu. The girl was greatly embarrassed when she heard such an assumption and asked not to say such nonsense. The other girlfriends also started convincing that there was no reason why they could like the main character, but it all didn't sound particularly convincing. Situ Shu laughed with this reaction from the girls and told them not to worry because she was just kidding. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was approached again by some stranger who was looking for him. Ji Xinglan immediately became angry because someone dared to interrupt their conversation. The man apologized for the interruption in their meal and explained that their master wanted to discuss something with Mr. Lin. The guy immediately noticed that the stranger was big, but didn't look like someone looking for a fight. So he calmly asked who their boss was. Ji Qinglan wondered why Master didn't come here himself to talk to Lin Mu. The protagonist tried to calm her down and asked her not to bother people, and if there was really something serious there, he would deal with all the problems quickly. The guards nodded politely, thanking him for his cooperation, and invited him to follow them in. The girl asked Lin Mu to be more careful, and he couldn't believe that she still didn't trust his skills. The bodyguards led our hero to the car and asked him to wait a minute until they reported his arrival. They told their master the whole situation, and he asked the young man to get into his car. The man immediately asked if Lin Mu remembered him after their last meeting. The protagonist immediately remembered that it was the father of a policewoman named Wang. The gentleman immediately noted that the young one had a pretty good memory, because the young man was able to memorize him after one brief encounter. The man immediately decided to cut to the chase and emphasized that this time, all hope was only on Lin Mu. The guy immediately emphasized that Van was his friend, so he didn't mind helping with her problems and asked what her condition was. The father reported that his daughter's rehabilitation went well and asked our hero to stop by for a visit if he had time to do so. Lin Mu was only happy to have this opportunity and promised that he would definitely drop by their family in a few days. Eventually, the lad inquired as to what the old man had sought him out for this time. The man realized that there was no point in dragging the rubber any longer, so he decided to move on to explaining the whole situation. He finished his story when they had already arrived at the right place and emphasized that things were serious because otherwise he wouldn't have looked for Lin Mu. The protagonist started to worry because he agreed to help, but wasn't a doctor to look into the problem in detail. The old man didn't see it as a problem at all, so he asked the young man to put his best foot forward and ask if he needed anything, promising that they would get everything that existed in this world. Already sitting in the chamber were the agitated military men who couldn't raise why their acquaintance still hadn't shown up. They rejoiced when you saw that Mr. Wang had finally arrived on the scene. The man asked with concern in his voice how their leader was feeling right now. The soldiers reported that their head was still in a coma, and that probably didn't bode well. Everyone felt very strongly about the old man's condition because, as an important leader, he is of great importance to China. Mr. Wang explained that if he is gone, the situation in the country will face serious problems. The protagonist asked him not to worry and promised that he would carefully do his best. He asked everyone to leave the room to wait outside, and the man emphasized that the chapter's life was now only in the hands of the guy himself. The soldiers were still not sure that this young man could be trusted with such an important assignment. The man was sure it was okay because earlier this young man had saved his own daughter. At this time, the protagonist began to examine the patient and was going to find out the cause of his illness first. The guy concentrated, letting a thin stream of qi energy flow through his pulse, letting it slowly spread through his body exploring every cell as if scanning the patient from the inside. After all, he did find some peculiarity in the leader's body. Lin Mu saw that the man had no obvious organ abnormalities, which was not like most people who had reached their limit. This situation puzzled the young man, so he began to suspect that he might have missed something. The protagonist didn't give up and decided to try again. But this time, he channeled more of his energy into the patient's body. He concentrated all his attention on it to notice exactly what the main problem was. In the end, the guy finally managed to feel that the old man had a heart condition. Turns out, there was too much dirt in the right atrial artery, and it had been there for a long time, leading to a long-term lack of oxygen in the body and a massive failure. Lin Mu now calmed down because it was just a matter of time before a relieved smile appeared on his face. He would be sure that if one directly used qi, one could quickly cure the heart. The soldiers who waited under the door weren't sure if the head could survive all this after all. It was at this point that the protagonist came out of the room and said that the leader was fine and would wake up very soon. Everyone, of course, rejoiced at the news, but they did not expect the problem to be solved so quickly. The man still didn't calm down and asked Lin Mu how much longer their head would last. Our hero explained that the root of the disease had been eliminated, but the body of the elderly was already depleted. So if his energy was dead, he would last about half a year. Now the events are moved forward 3 days after the guy managed to save the leader of the country. The old man had already taken his workplace and was outraged at what had happened during his absence. Commander-in-Chief Duan Fusheng was greatly displeased that his opponents had already started to act, even though he hadn't even died yet. Mr. Wang listened to all of this and asked the teacher not to get hot, because he definitely shouldn't be nervous. Then the old man calmed down and thought that he needed to live at least a few years to deal with the situation, but at the same time realized that he didn't have that much time. The man tried to reassure the leader and assured him that he was past the hardships of his illness. The commander-in-chief asked not to calm him down because he felt the state of his body very well, and was sure that he would not be able to pass this test to the end. Other than that, he admired the fact that the person who had saved him was a youth, and wondered if Lin Mu would come to visit him today. Mr. Wang said that everything had already been done for this meeting, so the guy would arrive here soon. It was at that moment that the doorbell rang, and the assistant announced that the guest had arrived. The man rose from his seat greeting the protagonist, and noted with slight irony that they had just talked about him, and he had already appeared as if he sensed it. Afterward, he happily introduced the youngster who had saved the commander-in-chief's life. Lin Mu immediately bowed his head respectfully and introduced himself to the leader. Duan Fusheng asked the guy to hurry up and sit down so that they could talk about all the events that had happened in the past few days. The old man also added that our hero wasn't a soldier, so he could safely call him just Grandpa Duan. The commander-in-chief joked that if it wasn't for Lin Mu's help, that old bag of bones would definitely not have lived to see today. The young man was embarrassed because he thought that Grandpa Duan was exaggerating since the treatment was not difficult for him, and moreover, he was still unable to eliminate the hearth. In turn, Duan Fusheng thought that our hero was too humble, because he had literally managed to save his life, which was already very good. He explained that at that age, you don't take some things seriously anymore. So for him, death is no longer scary. The protagonist looked at the old man with sincere respect, admiring his innate wisdom and ability to perceive life so broadly that even the thought of death caused him neither fear nor excitement. At this moment, Mr. Wang reported that the food was already ready, so he suggested to continue the conversation already at the table. The leader immediately stated that they should have fun today and offered to have a couple sips to cheer themselves up. But Sleep One Wang that he had just recovered is already taking up alcohol. In the evening, Miss Situ also came to her house and continued her investigation about the protagonist. The aide reported that there were new advances today regarding Saitu Shu's order. The girl rejoiced at such news and gathered herself to listen attentively to her subordinate. The aide reported that Lin Mu arrived at the War Ministry in the afternoon, where he was brought by military vehicles and stayed there for 3 hours. Situ Shu immediately wanted to know why he had stayed in the ministry for so long, but that was unknown to anyone. The girl was very angry with her subordinate and ordered her to quickly get to work and find out what was going on within those walls. The assistant didn't object and bowed and went to do her task. Situ Shu herself began to freak out because the protagonist turned out to be such a mysterious person. The thought of why the protagonist visited the War Ministry was now constantly rolling around in the girl's head, giving her no rest. The next day, all the students gathered outside Dunhai University because they saw some suitor with a bouquet of flowers. No one could figure out who it was, standing at the gate so early in the morning. But everyone suspected he was looking for their university's flower. Everyone was already waiting to see some kind of spectacle and expected it to be hot right now. But this guy's sweetheart still hadn't arrived. Next, the students saw the latest model Lamborghini stop near the entrance and couldn't even guess who it was. It turned out to be Situ Shu, who had yet to realize what was happening at the university gates. Seeing the huge crowd, the girl couldn't understand why everyone was gathered at the entrance so early today. The guy, noticing the girl he wanted, instantly became animated, clutched the bouquet tighter, and rushed towards her. Situ Shu was greatly surprised when she realized that it was her acquaintance named Yan Lanshi. She couldn't understand how he ended up here. The guy explained that he couldn't leave the girl and hoped she would like these oriental blue roses. She was very pleased with the attention from her suitor and thanked him for such a sudden gift. The young man wondered why Saitu Shu suddenly switched to Dunhai University and didn't even warn him about this decision. The girl lied that she just wanted to come to Dunghai to spend more time with her parents. In fact, Yan Lanshi wasn't going to believe it from the beginning, and Zitu Shu couldn't understand what he was getting at. He could bet it was because of one guy, and he turned around because the man was just walking nearby. The girl opened her eyes wide, her lips parted for a moment in surprise, for her acquaintance had just pointed out the real reason for her transition. Just at that moment, the protagonist was walking down the street, and his new associate Xing Weilong was walking beside him. The guy pointed out that there was a very intimate conversation between Situ Shu and this guy at her birthday party, and asked what it was that he said to her. Mrs. Situ's eyes flashed with rage at the fact that her acquaintance dared to pry into her private affairs. Yan Lanshi recalled that the girl was actually his fiancée, so it was normal for him to ask about such things. The girl felt that even if she were to be a wife, she should not inform him of such things. The groom frowned, his gaze becoming intense and suspicious because he began to suspect that Lin Mu liked Situ Xiu. Eventually, the girl herself confirmed it, so she asked the guy not to hit on her anymore, to make everyone feel comfortable. Yan Lanshi froze in place. His eyes widened in shock and his voice trembled as he questioned whether she realized the full weight of the words she had just spoken. Situ Xiu could no longer tolerate her former fiancé, and eventually directly replied that she wasn't joking at all. At the same time, the protagonist and Xing Weilong came closer and saw that something strange was happening near the gate. Linmu was surprised to see such feminine qi emanating from this guy because this was the first time he had seen something like this. Fatty immediately noticed the sudden change of mood of his comrade because he suddenly became cheerful for some reason. The protagonist didn't bother to explain the reason for his joy and wanted to leave this place. But Xing Weilong didn't want to go because the fun wasn't over yet. Yan Lanshi was incredibly angry that this guy dared to even look at his woman. He wasn't going to give Lin Mu any chance because he dared to fight for his fiancée. In the evening of the same day, the protagonist couldn't figure out where the fatty had brought him because it all looked rather mysterious. Xing Weilong asked his comrade to calm down because it wouldn't be long before he would find out all the details. At the entrance of the place, they were met by two guards who opened in sync and kindly greeted their guests. The guy eventually assumed that a friend had decided to bring him to some charity dinner. Linmu would never have guessed that his comrade was interested in charity projects. The fat man proudly announced that this was not just a charity dinner and said that it wouldn't be long before our hero found out everything. They walked a little further, and at that moment, the protagonist felt some strange sensation on his hand. The main character couldn't understand what was happening because a ring from the past world suddenly appeared on his hand. Xing Weilong immediately noticed that something strange was happening because his comrade had turned pale for no reason. The young man tried to hide his hand and asked if there was a restroom, lying that he must have eaten something wrong. The fatty replied that the restroom was in front, and then Lin Mu asked him to wait here for a few minutes. The protagonist quickly ran into one of the available booths and tried to somehow solve the problem with the ring that had suddenly appeared. The guy examined his hand carefully and tried to figure out what could have triggered it. Lin Mu realized that the ring wanted to break free, and if he didn't suppress it, the consequences could be unimaginable. To obtain this talisman, he almost died in the cultivation world, so there shouldn't be any more mistakes here. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some familiar female voice directly addressing him. It turned out that it was Situ Xiu who had unknownly appeared here. Our hero nervously clutched the hand with the ring and emphasized that it was actually the men's room. The girl didn't see it as a problem because there was no one here, and was also surprised that Lin Mu had decided to take an interest in charity. Lin Mu in turn explained that the fatty had brought him here, and also asked if Miss Saitu had any important business here. She did not explain the reason for her visit for this evening, and immediately said that that man in the morning misunderstood their relationship with our hero, but the girl was going to deal with the situation. The guy immediately assumed that the guy outside the university gate was asking for his acquaintance's love. Situ Shu could no longer stand the fact that he was so blatantly pretending, because she was sure that he had also noticed Yan Lanshi's murderous aura. The protagonist agreed that he had captured this energy, but couldn't figure out what to do with the information. The girl was still very excited because she knew that her ex-fiancé was too good at tricks, so she had to be very careful in a fight with him. Previously, Lin Mu hadn't even suspected that Miss Situ might be worried about his safety, which flattered him greatly. Situ Shu sighed heavily and admitted that she wouldn't have done all this if it wasn't for the main character's instructions for her birthday. At the end of their brief conversation, the boy thanked his acquaintance for these warnings and promised to be careful. The girl declared that she had said all she wanted to say and once again asked our hero to take care of himself. They ended up walking out of the men's room together, which looked pretty weird. The protagonist felt the most embarrassed possible about the fact that other people saw it. One guy noticed that the couple was in a big hurry and immediately assumed what kind of brazen things they were doing in the restroom. Meanwhile, on stage, the charity auction had already started, and the bid had already reached 10 million. The moderator began counting down to that price to become the final price for that lot. He then solemnly lowered the gavel and announced that the last named amount was final. It turned out that the owner of this item was Ms. Lin, so the host thanked her for helping with the charity. Lin Mu had no idea that such a vase could be sold for 10 million, and the comrade explained that everyone here was a rich person willing to spend money on charity. The presenter then introduced the next lot, which turned out to be an ancient orange necklace, the value of which is that it is impossible to know the age of this artifact. Some experts have tried to use the C14 method for identification, but the composition of this necklace has never been recognized. They also say that nothing in the world can damage this jewelry. The main character froze, scrutinizing the item, his eyebrows shifting in deep thoughtfulness. While Xing Weilong didn't really believe this information, the guy noticed that his ring's reaction had gotten even stronger since the necklace had appeared. Lin Mu began to suspect that there might be some connection between the two pieces of jewelry. The first to bid was a gentleman who was willing to buy the necklace for 5 million. Xing Weilong was surprised that someone was willing to pay such a huge sum, and our hero was still sure that the prices would still rise. The host saw that Mr. Liu was the first to offer the first bid, and asked if anyone else wanted to fight over the lot. The next to enter the fray was a girl who offered 6 million for the necklace. In just a couple of seconds, the price had already risen to 15 million and wasn't going to stop. The fight for the artifact was also still not leaving Mr. Liu, who eventually raised the bid to 20 million. The presenter immediately turned to the other participants and asked if anyone had more to offer. Xing Weilong couldn't believe that someone would be willing to give such money for a stupid necklace. But our hero realized that it was all going to charity. At this point, some old man in the audience offered 50 million for such a precious lot. Everyone was shocked that their opponent had raised the bet so dramatically to such a fabulous amount. The host immediately asked if anyone was willing to outbid Mr. Ao. He immediately started counting down to 3 to close the bidding for the legendary necklace. The man banged his gavel again and thanked the victorious Ao Xiaolong for his contribution to their charitable cause. Xing Weilong reacted violently to the winner, so the protagonist guessed that his friend knew this person. The fatty whispered and explained that this person was the head of the Ao family and was an important figure both in the light and in the shadows. He realized that if their family placed so much importance on this necklace, apparently it was far from ordinary. The protagonist only now remembered that there are 6 other treasures in the cultivation world similar to his ring, and they are known as the ancient armor of immortality. He immediately guessed that this necklace might be part of that ancient armor, and he didn't expect it to appear in a place like this at all. At the same time, some of the participants of the Thanksgiving banquet were in the VIP room. One of them was Yan Lanshi, who still couldn't stop thinking about our hero daring to play with his jouer. At this moment, Lin Mu felt some strange chill down his back that was coming off his new rival. The assistant walked over to his master and asked if there were any new instructions for him. In fact, this guy named Qing Shi reeked of something coldly dangerous due to his creepy appearance and skin as pale as snow. Yan Lanshi directly stated that he didn't want to see that boy in the white suit anymore. His subordinates immediately understood his master's instructions and promised that the young man would no longer see the sun tomorrow. The guy immediately emphasized that our hero had good skills and asked his assistant they underestimate the enemy and be careful. King Shi asked his master not to worry because he had never lost a battle yet. Meanwhile, the host announced that the charity dinner was over and thanked the guests for their support for the cause. Then the protagonist still decided to ask why the fat man guided him to this place. But the latter asked the guy to watch his words, because some people wanted to come but didn't have that opportunity. Xing Weilong said that he originally wanted to buy something too, and asked his friend to help him with the staff, but something went wrong in the end. The guy explained that he only brought in 5 million and thought he had enough, but in the end, he didn't even get a chance to bet. He thought that the rich people from Donghai were too capricious, which was the reason why the bidding was so tough. The young man was sure that spending 50 million on a necklace was too much, even if it was the best piece of jewelry in the world. The protagonist speculated that Ao Xiaolong might have bought this item as a gift for someone. In turn, the fat man began to suspect that the man might have helped someone by buying this expensive item. Suddenly, Lin Mu stated that he needed to urgently go somewhere and was about to leave his partner. Xing Weilong couldn't understand why there was such a rush, because he was actually going to invite our hero to dinner. The guy emphasized that this was a very important case, so he promised to accept the invitation next time. Lin Mu simply followed his feelings, which eventually led him to the underground parking lot. There, Mr. Ao, accompanied by his two bodyguards, was about to leave the place. Turns out the protagonist was already going to take the $50 million necklace from him. He still took his time and just watched the car drive out of the parking lot for now. Quite soon, when Mr. Ao's car stopped at a traffic light, Lin Mu managed to catch up with him. The young man was well aware that first, he needed to find out where the necklace itself was hidden. It was for this reason that he decided not to get hot and pick up the jewelry a little later. The protagonist knew that there are a lot of stoplights in this mountain, so it would be pretty easy for him to keep up with the car. At that moment, he stopped abruptly because he felt a familiar murderous stare on him. There were some suspicious-looking guys behind him, but the sensation was not at all like the presence of ordinary crooks. Lin Mu instantly turned around and asked the strangers who they were with, courage in his voice. These mercenaries didn't bother to explain anything and already attacked their target in a second. The guy thought such a direct attack was too naive because he was easily able to dodge it. In fact, he definitely didn't expect that there were 3 more knives in the shadows that were ready to attack him from the other side. By the reaction of the protagonist, the bandits realized that they had managed to pull off their prearranged plan. Lin Mu carefully adjusted his tie and noted with a smile on his face that just a little bit more, and his opponents would have succeeded in injuring him. But that didn't happen. All the bandits shockingly froze in place because they couldn't understand how the guy managed to dodge all of their shadow blades. Suddenly, our hero noticed something flashed behind him, so he immediately reacted to the potential threat. It turns out that the professional mercenaries didn't wait any longer and decided to attack their target in a different way. The young man managed to capture his rival in time and was displeased that his enemies were so dull and sneaky that they only ambushed him. Lin Mu only needed one precise strike to disarm this bandit who dared to attack him from behind. The mercenaries realized that they would not be able to resist such an opponent, so they decided to scatter. Meanwhile, the protagonist beat his opponent so badly that he literally flew into the air. In a second, he was already near the other mercenaries and noted that they were moving too slowly. The villains did not have time to react to the lightning-fast blows of the protagonist, so they just scattered in different directions. The remaining bandit saw that all of his partners had been knocked down in an instant and couldn't understand how the guy had managed to do it. In turn, the protagonist did not stand aside and had already decided to deal with the remaining mercenary. Suddenly, he felt he couldn't reach his opponent's body and hit an empty spot, even though he was sure he was hitting the exact target before he did so. The most mysterious bandit was already in a different place and was glad that he had such a good reaction. Our hero agreed that he was a jack of all trades, but this time, he wasn't going to make any more mistakes. At the decisive moment, his blow again passed through the void, his fist slicing only the air, and the bandit, like a ghost, remained unharmed. After a second, the mercenary leader raised his comrades and informed them that this guy was quite difficult to deal with, but he had already found a way to defeat him. Suddenly, all 3 of them vanished into thin air like smoke, so it was now impossible to know where they would appear in the next moment. Lin Mu hadn't encountered such a technique yet, so he still couldn't understand what kind of technique his opponents were using. After a closer look, the guy realized what he was dealing with. His opponents used air currents around his body in order to disrupt his opponent's thoughts, resulting in hallucinations. While our hero was in contemplation, the bandit saw that he was already open to attack and decided to make the first strike. In the end, the mercenaries walked through Lin Mu and were shocked at this turn of events. A smug smile immediately appeared on the young man's face because he guessed that this technique was made worse by anger, and these 3 had studied the technique too superficially to know that. The protagonist decided to use the knowledge he had gained and wondered why his opponents were hitting an empty space to enter them on emotion. The bandits were shocked that he had been able to guess the Shadow's technique and thought that the true blood of the elite flowed in him. The guy hadn't expected them to take him for their own so easily, so he decided to ask if they were being sent mercenaries to kill him too. Now, the guys were afraid that they attacked some important person, so they asked our hero to return with them to solve this misunderstanding. But he refused because he still has a lot of important things to do. The leader of the group emphasized that they might be in trouble if Lin Mu didn't go along with them, and reported that a total of 9 assassins were sent on this mission. The young man asked not to worry about him, because he believed that all these opponents were unlevel to him, and was confident that he could defend himself on his own. Over all of this conversation from the roof of a neighboring building was Qing She, who seemed to have set up this whole operation. The man had not expected at all that the protagonist would learn the shadow technique so quickly and be able to deal with the first group of assassins so easily. Then he licked his blade and began to prepare for the fact that he himself would need to show some real skills that the kid definitely couldn't handle. The protagonist immediately took off his seat and ran with all his might to catch up with Mr. Ao's car. The guy was already desperate because he realized that he had completely lost Shaolin's car and tried to think of another plan. Suddenly, an unknown force split the air in front of him, causing Lin Mu to have to stop. Of course, he didn't have time to react to such a lightning-fast attack, so he was badly injured. It turned out to be Qing She, who didn't even think that the guy wouldn't notice his first strike. The protagonist immediately felt that in front of him was a real expert, but he did not even guess that such a person would attack from ambush. The man coldly emphasized that he was a murderer, so he would do anything possible to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had already fallen to the ground without strength and asked if Qing Shi had been following him since the fight with those mercenaries. The assassin confirmed his speculation and explained that because of the young man's strength, he had to strike from ambush, adding that he was only the second target to be killed in this manner. With his last strength, the protagonist asked him to tell his name, because he wanted to know by whose hand he would die. Qingxi was indeed about to leave, but stopped for a second after hearing his victim's request. The protagonist couldn't believe that the killer was so cold-blooded that he wasn't even going to fulfill the dying man's last request. Eventually, somewhere in the depths of the hitman found some humanity, so he gave his name. Lin Mu's strength was already running low, so he only said that he had memorized his assassin's name. After that, Qingxi turned around and walked away, and the guy was left lying on the sidewalk in a pool of his own blood. Suddenly, he felt some movement behind his back and realized it wasn't that simple. It turned out that the protagonist was not going to die at all, and found the strength to continue the fierce fight. Lin Mu was surprised that the assassin managed to dodge his blow, even though this turn of events was literally unpredictable. He was sure that the attack was as stealthy as possible, and because of that, he couldn't figure out how he could sense it and react in time. In turn, Qingxi was shocked that our hero was only pretending to be dead, even though he had received an accurate stabbing. Meanwhile, the guy wasted no time and re-attacked his opponent, who again managed to dodge. Lin Mu now began to feel that the mercenary had also perfected in the spiritual realm, and was a master who had opened the middle and lower dantian. Despite this level of strength, the protagonist was not afraid, and decided that he would definitely not lose in this fight. Our hero shouted at the top of his voice that the only person who should die here and now was Qingxi himself. The assassin even started to panic a bit because the guy was injured so badly, but his punches were still very strong. In the next instant, Lin Mu still managed to break through his opponent's defense and shorten the distance as much as possible. He concentrated all the qi energy in his hand to make this strike fatal to the assassin. Qingxi was unable to resist such precision and speed, so he only cried out in pain. The protagonist put all of his power into the blow, so his opponent simply bent in half, scarlet spatters splashed from his mouth, and his eyes widened in shock. In the end, Qingxi collapsed to the ground without strength because even such a master could not resist Lin Mu. He was still able to talk for a while, so he asked the guy who he really was. The brave warrior himself was also holding on with his last strength, so with a trembling voice, he asked his defeated opponent to remember that he had been killed by Lin Mu. Qingxi still couldn't understand how things had turned out this way, because he was definitely sure that his knife had hit our hero. As he stepped away from the killer, the young man began to feel that the poison that was on the knife had already penetrated his heart and lungs. He couldn't believe that after going through such a fight, he would end up right here in the middle of the street. Eventually, the strength left Lin Mu's body, and he slumped to the ground without strength, regretting that he was not prepared for such a serious fight. His eyelids grew heavy and began to slowly close, but at the last moment, the guy managed to see someone's feet right in front of his face. The events continue into the night of the same day, only now Lin Mu has entered the temple. Someone still managed to save Lin Mu, who had now regained consciousness but was still not feeling particularly well. At that moment, the girl who saved him was just praying for her late master. 10 years ago, when Yuner was very young, she accidentally injured an old man, causing him to pass away. Before his death, the old man said that saving the terminally ill was the main task of a healer. So if there was a chance to save the girl, he was ready to die without regrets. He asked his student to go on living and save more people who would need her help. The girl tearfully recalled how the master had adopted her, after which she had contracted a strange disease from which the old man himself had saved her. Each time after the operation, the master had aged little by little and sacrificed himself for Yuner's life. Now she was going to use a technique that would take a lot of work to master because it was quite difficult to control. The girl opened the box, which contained a set of needles and a note thanking her for living up to her title as a divine medic. Yunner continued to live her vocation, so she couldn't let our hero have any problems. She methodically inserted needles into his body, her fingers moving with surgical precision, and asked the guy not to give up and hold on to his life. Linmu's consciousness swam. The world around him blurred into murky patches, and a hoarse, painful groan escaped from his chest. The girl was very nervous because this secret technique consumes a lot of energy, and if things continued like this, she might not even survive. Dr. Joe tried to cheer herself up to save the protagonist after all, but it was all too difficult for her. At that moment, she remembered that the master had treated her like a daughter since their first meeting and had saved her at the cost of his life. It was for this reason that the girl decided that once she had made a firm decision, it was too late to chicken out. She finally went to her master and asked for some strength to finish this technique. Joshiun remembered how the old man had taught her precision in acupuncture and calmly continued to stick needles into her patient's body. She also kept the thought in her mind that each shot required skillful speed. Other than that, there was no way you could ever dwell on an acupuncture point for more than half a second, because otherwise the healer would simply lose all his labors. The girl was still trying to reassure herself with the belief that she was bound to succeed. She kept sticking them in after the learned pattern, but our hero was still lurching with discomfort as well. At this moment, Dr. Joe noticed that the black color on Linmu's face was disappearing, showing the success of her technique. The girl was a little distracted by the guy's improving condition, and because of that, she rushed. So the next needle just flew out of her hand. She immediately thought of the master's phrase that if the acupuncture process was interrupted, the patient would simply die. There was no way she was going to let the protagonist die, so she decided to use her powers to support his condition. Joshiun gently injected her energy inside Linmu's body and tried to capture his yang. All of this was giving the girl quite a hard time, so her breathing was getting heavier and heavier. In the end, she plopped down on the bed without strength because she still managed to save the protagonist, who was now completely safe. At this time, Situ Shu was resting peacefully in her house, but her sleep was interrupted by a sudden phone call. The girl immediately woke up at the sound and couldn't figure out who had decided to wake her up so early. She was quite sleepy, but she immediately realized that it was Lian Zhu, who seemed to have some important information to impart. Miss Situ immediately woke up when she heard the news that Lin Mu had disappeared for 3 days now. She realized the gravity of the situation and asked her assistant to keep looking for news about the protagonist. It turns out that the girl had planned that her cultivation improvement in the future would only depend on this young man, so she simply couldn't let anything happen to him. That was why she tried to calm down a bit and think about what could have happened to Lin Mu. In the end, Shu Shu came to the conclusion that her suitor Yan Lanshi could be behind the missing guy, so she decided to call him right away. With fury in her voice, she asked without any clarification if her ex-fiancé had anything to do with Lin Mu's disappearance. It turns out that all these days the protagonist spent with Dr. Zhou, who at the cost of her strength saved his life. All this time the healer lay unconscious, recovering her life energy. Suddenly, Joshiun, who was certain of her death, opened her eyes and immediately thought that she had entered heaven. She rose abruptly from the bed, her eyes darting around the familiar outline of the room. And it wasn't until consciousness finally cleared and a warm relief spilled over her body that she was able to move on. The girl immediately went to look for Lin Mu and thought that he had already left her house. It turned out that the protagonist was still here and had only gone outside to do some meditation to restore qi. The boy was greatly relieved when he heard the voice of his savior, who also had to fight for life. In fact, Joshiun didn't think that he would recover so quickly, but was happy that he was already feeling much better. The girl herself still didn't seem to be feeling well, because after only a few words, she started coughing violently. The protagonist immediately ran over and picked up Dr. Zhou, who kept pretending that she was fine. He asked the girl not to worry unnecessarily and informed her that his body was already fine. Lin Mu sat down next to him at the table and thanked Dr. Zhou for saving him from the bottom of his heart, promising that he would definitely repay her for her help in the future. The girl emphasized that as a real doctor, she had to save and treat the wounded, so she did not ask for any payment in return. The protagonist decided to wonder how she managed to get rid of the poison in his body, because he was literally certain of his doom. Then she told me that the guy had been saved by an acupuncture method described in a secret book by her master, who had been able to save countless people with the help of needles. In turn, the girl had only superficially learned the teacher's technique, making it too difficult for her to use the method. At this moment, Lin Mu noticed that her skin color didn't look great, so he asked Dr. Zhou to behave a little more calmly and not rush anywhere. The girl explained that she just had a weak body, which made our hero get even more worried and wondered if there was any way to help her somehow. Then Joshiun told the story of how the master had saved her from a serious illness by spending all his life force on her. The protagonist couldn't understand what disease could make her teacher so helpless. If even the girl herself with superficial knowledge was able to use the secret technique. Eventually, the doctor couldn't take the strain, causing her head to spin and her skin to break out in a cold sweat. In a second, she had already fallen unconscious on the table, and the protagonist, frightened for his savior, immediately jumped up to her. He quickly picked the girl up in his arms and was about to carry her inside the house, suspecting that she had indeed expended too much energy to save him and even spit on her own life. After putting Jo Shun on the bed, the protagonist decided to look around a bit. The protagonist noticed that the room was very clean, which demonstrated the cleanliness of his acquaintance. The next moment, he noticed that there were some strange bricks on one of the walls that stood out from the main interior. The guy immediately thought someone had done it on purpose because the bricks were not reinforced. Lin Mu carefully pushed back one of the blocks and saw that there was something hidden between the walls. The young man was greatly surprised to see that there were some papers hidden in this strange hiding place. Eventually, he guessed that they were letters from the master for his apprentice. The old man wrote that his real name was Mu Zhenqing, and all this time, he was trying to teach the girl his family's secret acupuncture technique that balanced yin and yang in the patient's body. As a young man, he traveled the world helping the sick and needy, but once offended a mysterious organization that tried to steal the family's secret equipment, and he had to hide it on Dune High. When Zhou Xian got sick, the old man had already been injured by the enemies, so he temporarily blocked her meridians to extend her life for 10 years. But if no one cured her in that time, she would die. Master hoped that he would find someone who could use this powerful yang extracting technique to save his disciple. But he also warned that without having a sufficient level of cultivation, this treatment method could not be used. Lin Mu was well aware that he should give Dr. Zhou these letters as soon as possible. For now, he was immersed in his thoughts that such a powerful technique could only be used with a high level of cultivation. The protagonist spent his time at the home of Zhou Xiun, who lay unconscious until the evening. Eventually, the girl finally woke up and again couldn't understand what had happened to her. Lin Mu was sitting next to her bed, so he immediately inquired about Zhou Xiun's condition, who seemed to be starting to feel better. The guy immediately showed her those very letters, and the doctor began to guess what they were. He suggested to his acquaintance that she study the letters more closely and see for herself what she thought. Tears immediately appeared in the girl's eyes because it was too hard for her to remember her teacher and read his real story. Zhou Xiun didn't expect that the teacher was so gracious to her that even after death he wanted to take care of his student, and she didn't even how to repay it. Through her tears, she asked Lin Mu where he had managed to find such precious letters for her. The young man then explained that he had found this hiding place in the wall during his little cleaning session. The girl now understood everything and began to regret that she hadn't met someone gifted enough to learn the technique. Our hero hinted that he himself might have been the man the old man wrote about in the letter. Zhou Xian asked not to be fooled because she believed that, despite the guy's talents, he definitely couldn't cultivate directly and didn't have a good foundation for this technique. The young man was confident in his abilities, so he asked the girl not to worry, but Ta couldn't understand what he meant. He was sure that the doctor knew a bit about cultivation, so he demonstrated his skills so she could see his power level. The girl was shocked, because not every master could concentrate chi energy in their fingertips. After successfully using the technique, they went outside, and Zhou Xiun couldn't stop talking about how our hero was quite secretive, so she didn't believe that he would be able to save her. In turn, the guy suggested that there was a chance of curing the disease could be cured even without reaching the highest level of cultivation. The protagonist was certain that as long as there was hope for survival, no one would give up so easily, and the master's letters made them realize how precious life was. Meanwhile, the girl thought about the fact that earlier she was going to save a couple more people and then, completely fulfill her mission. But the unexpected news about her illness changed all plans. Lin Mu emphasized that all good things were sure to return and reminded him that she had saved his life this time, so he responded in kind. After that, Zhou Xian remembered the old man's words that saving one's life was saving oneself. Memories of her teacher's warm hand stroking her head and his voice telling her about the vocation of a doctor immediately popped into her mind. Anyway, our hero thanked his savior and was now going to go home, because apparently everyone had lost sight of him. The girl understood everything perfectly well because she herself had to return to the hospital, so she offered to say goodbye right here and now. Half an hour later, Lin Mu had already crossed the bridge that led to his house. The guy pondered that there were such powerful techniques in this world and guessed that the creator of yang extraction had a deep understanding of the human body, so no one could surpass this master. At that moment, he saw that a large number of people had gathered on the embankment and were looking excitedly at the water for some reason. Turns out some car had gone off into the water, so everyone was actively talking about how the driver was definitely not going to do well in this situation. Everyone was sure that the sports car was very dear to the owner, but no one would have thought that she would ironically die in such a place. The guy started to get a little worried because the victim could be his acquaintance, so he asked those standing nearby what had happened here. A man who had already swam to try to help explained that some girl had flown off the bridge, but underwater it was too difficult for him to break the windows. The protagonist realized that he couldn't stand by, so he confidently headed towards the water. Everyone warned Lin Mu that it was useless and it was better to wait for the rescuers, but he couldn't waste time. The guy was going to go down and try it anyway because if you wait for the rescuers to arrive, only the car would be saved in the end. He didn't even bother to undress and quickly jumped into the water, despite all the risks to his own life. In an instant, he felt the coolness of the water and plunged to the bottom to find the victim. Our hero was glad that it was fairly shallow here and looked carefully around to find the car. Eventually, he did manage to locate a red sports car, which immediately gave him hope. Mentally, Lin Mu asked the girl to hold on a little longer while he swam to her. It turned out that the young man's fears were justified, and his acquaintance was behind the wheel. Luo Biyun was already unconscious after such a long time underwater, so she didn't even fight for her life. The main character was very strong, so he still had enough strength to break the car window. The guy agreed that the glass was very strong, suggesting that it might have been bulletproof, so it was no surprise that the average person couldn't break it. For Lin Mu, such an obstacle was nothing, so in a second, the window shards flew in different directions. In this way, the young man managed to pull Lo Biyun out of the car and give her a chance to be rescued. Our hero realized that his acquaintance was about to die, so he needed to transfer some energy to her as quickly as possible. The brave hero bent down and his lips touched the girl's pale lips to keep her from dying. The events are moved to a couple of minutes ago when Lo Biyun fell into the water and began to think about what people live for out of hopelessness. She supposed everyone had different goals and many wanted to glorify their family or create a profitable business. The water increasingly filled the interior of the car, and the girl realized that she had no chance of rescue, so she could not hold back the tears in her eyes. Bit by bit, she began to choke, but she still couldn't accept that she was going to die in such a ridiculous way. The next moment, she saw Lin Mu's image in front of her and couldn't believe that she had been thinking of this person in the last moments of her life. The girl woke up already on the shore when the main character managed to pull her out of the water in time. Our hero was very happy when his acquaintance finally woke up, and all the people around with a sigh of relief, because they were also very worried about the victim. The girl couldn't understand what was going on around her, so she thought that she had already died and Lin Mu was caught in the heavens with her. The young man calmly asked his acquaintance not to say such nonsense and explained that he had managed to save her. Suddenly, Lo Biyun threw herself into the main character's arms because she had missed him for so long. Lin Mu was well aware that the girl needed support after such stress, so he tried to calm her down and explain that everything was already fine. Clinging to the guy even tighter, she decided to ask how he had managed to find the car at the bottom of the river. Then our hero told the story of how he saw this crowd of people gathered around the drowned car and asked how his acquaintance had gone into the water. The girl herself couldn't understand the reasons why this incident happened, because her car was suddenly out of control, which sounded rather suspicious. Lin Mu decided to take Luo Biyu to change her wet clothes and asked her to take her time if she still hadn't recovered. People accompanied them with raucous applause and compliments for the brave hero who was able to save a defenseless girl who was in such a dangerous situation. Events continue on the morning of the same day as students slowly began to gather at Dunhai University. Zhou Xun was trying to find our hero and was very worried because not long ago, his phone was working. Now it was out of range. At this moment, Lin Mu's neighbors appeared on the horizon, who had already heard about the other girl who was looking for him. Dr. Zhou confirmed it and guessed that her savior's friends were in front of her. Song Lingju asked what this stranger was looking for the guy for, and immediately told her that he hadn't returned home for several days, so even his friends didn't know where he was. The girl confessed that these few days I was at her house and left only this morning. Obviously, all the girlfriends were shocked when they found out that their neighbor had been at some hottie's house all these days. Zhou Xion immediately said that a few days ago, the guy was seriously injured, so the girl saved him and left him with her for a few days to rest and recover his strength. Zixi was even more frightened when she heard that Lin Mu had managed to get into some kind of trouble. The girl revealed that she had already heard that the main character had been attacked by an assassin named Qing She. Now, for the neighbors, everything fell into place because the young man never disappeared without saying goodbye. Zhou Xian still wasn't calm about the fact that the young man still hadn't shown up and was afraid that something had happened to him on the way to the university. Meanwhile, at Mr. Yang's house, they had already received new information from the spy. The aide informed Ah He that Qing Shi, sent to kill Lin Mu, had failed his task, and that young man had already returned home. The man thought that it was all a complete outrage, because this assassin was too strong a cultivator. The servant asked Yan Zhongqing not to be angry, because it was only some youngster. The old man agreed that it was easy to say such a thing, so he suggested to his subordinate to go actually eliminate this Lin Mu. The aide immediately panicked, emphasizing that he didn't dare perform such a task, so it was better to assign it to an assassin. In the end, the Lord ordered that only Pai should go this time, who definitely shouldn't relax, since it was now known that their opponent was an unusual child. Meanwhile, the guy stepped over the threshold of the house, and the girls immediately froze when they saw their mysteriously missing neighbor. Lin Mu, of course, apologized to the girls and explained that he had a few things going on these days. Zishi was very unhappy that our hero had returned home and didn't even say a word about it, and said that they were all very worried about him. The girls also confirmed that they had been looking for the guy the whole time, while he quietly returned home in the meantime. Song Liangru immediately stood up for her disciple and reminded her friend that his wounds had just healed. Lin Mu was immediately very surprised because he couldn't understand how the girls knew about his injuries. At that time, the neighbor said that they had already met Sister Zhou, who told them about the whole situation. Zixi got really pissed off and couldn't hold her emotions in anymore because she couldn't understand what kind of relationship the guy had with this girl. The protagonist quickly tried to explain the situation and revealed that Dr. Zhou was his savior the last time he fell off the balcony. The girl was still reluctant to believe that Lin Mu had lived with her for so many days, and nothing had happened between them in the end. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when the protagonist's phone buzzed in his pants pocket. The guy asked his girlfriend not to say things like that about him, and apologized for having to take that call. It turned out to be Dr. Zhou, who was finally able to reach Lin Mu, who appeared to have gotten his phone wet, after which it was simply repaired. The girls couldn't watch this because they were very jealous of the guy for this mysterious stranger, so they started parroting their conversation. Suddenly, the protagonist heard that something strange was happening to his acquaintance, because only her screams could be heard in the tube. An unfamiliar voice informed him that the guy needed to immediately come to the third floor of Yingwang Chaojie if he didn't want something to happen to Zhou Xiun. The protagonist was scared for Dr. Zhao and tried to find out who he was talking to, but it was too late because the call ended. After such a strange call, the guy stared silently at his phone and now couldn't figure out what he should do next. Song Liangro saw that he was very agitated and inquired about what had happened to Zhou Xiyun. Lin Mu assumed that Dr. Zhou had been kidnapped, so there was an urgent need to rush out to rescue her. The girls were in no hurry to let our hero go, because they were afraid that it was all a set-up trap. So first it was better to report the incident to the police. The young man stopped his roommates because there was no way they could report this to anyone else, as then the kidnappers would not be ceremonious with Dr. Zhou. After only half an hour, the protagonist arrived at the place where a guard was already waiting for him. Lin Mu looked around and verified that Yingchuhan Chaoge was here. The guard at the entrance was in no hurry to let some young man through, and first asked if he had an appointment here. The young man was in a great hurry, which made him angry at this bodyguard, and informed him that he had come here to meet their boss. The man still didn't miss the cocky young man and asked who he even was, because not everyone could just barge in on their boss. Then, our hero decided to demonstrate his strength and grabbed the guard by the arm, explaining that the boss himself asked to come here. Eventually, the bodyguard had to take our hero to his boss, not understanding where this strange guy even came from. He knocked gently on the boss's office door and announced that he had a visitor. Inside, our hero was waiting for the massive figure of a bald bandit, which immediately caught his eye against the background of a fragile bound doctoress. The girl's eyes were full of fear, for she feared not only for her life, but for the safety of the young man himself. Lin Mu was now certain that his acquaintance had indeed been kidnapped, so the situation was very serious. The guy didn't care at all what the kidnappers' goals were, so he asked the bandits to let Zhou Xiun go first, after which they could talk. The leader of the group rejoiced when he finally saw this famous, insufferable person, which turned out to be an ordinary good-looking kid. So now he will be able to get easy money. Meanwhile, bodyguards began to quickly surround the protagonist to take him hostage as well. The young man said with confidence in his voice that he didn't want to simply waste his time, so he asked all the opponents to attack him at the same time. The fighters were angered that Lin Mu appeared so brazen, so they were going to show them their strength. Before the head of the guard could finish, he heard muffled blows, which caused him to freeze on the spot because he had not expected such a rapid development of the event. It turned out that everyone who dared to attack the protagonist was already lying helplessly around him and screaming in pain. The remaining guards were incredibly startled by this turn, and didn't even have time to consider what Lin Mu had just done. The leader of the bandits was also confused, but quickly ordered his subordinates to pile on their main target. The protagonist despised his weak opponents, who didn't even know how to behave in battle, so he disparagingly called them a herd of sheep. At the same time, Pai advised Lin Mu not to get so cocky, because it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to stand up against a whole bunch of experienced fighters. After a few seconds, the bandits came close to the protagonist and began to attack him from all sides, not giving him a chance to escape. The guy decided to use the shadow technique he managed to learn during his last fight, so he simply dissolved right in front of his opponent's fist. All the bodyguards immediately froze in place because they couldn't understand what had just happened. The protagonist was already behind them and wondered who they were so confusedly looking for. Joshun, who had been closely watching the progression of this battle, was certain that for such a high-level cultivator to dispose of these little bipeds was too easy. The girl's guesses turned out to be pure truth, because the guards only had time to get punched in the face by Lin Mu. Our hero was very disappointed that his opponents could not withstand even one blow and immediately fell unconscious. After dealing with all the bandits, he went up to the girl to free her from the ropes and apologized to her for being late. Pai realized that he had suffered a crushing defeat, and now he couldn't understand how some youngster had managed to wipe out all of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Lin Mu laughed off the fact that all the guards were too weak and suggested that their leader should definitely be stronger. The man pointed a gun at our hero in a panic and started yelling that good kung fu skills are not enough to become invincible. The protagonist agreed that he wasn't faster than a bullet, but he only needed to be faster than Pai to win a duel with him. The bandit was pissed off that Lin Mu was so stubborn, so he didn't want to wait any longer and pulled the trigger of his gun. The guy quickly backed up his words with actions and lightning-fast pressure on his opponent's arm, causing him to shoot downward and hit his own leg. Pai definitely didn't expect this development, so he confusedly cried out in sharp pain. The man resigned himself to the fact that he had lost this fight and asked what kind of person Lin Mu was. The protagonist recalled that the bandit himself had ordered him to come here, so it was strange that he didn't recognize who his target was. Pai was afraid that the young man might do some terrible things to him, so she asked him to let him go and promised to pay him back for sure. For his part, Lin Mu emphasized with a smirk on his face that he definitely didn't need anyone to pay him. The guy didn't want to wait, so he instantly made the man pay for everything he'd done. Our hero used chi energy to completely erase Pai's memory and make him a fool. The girl, who had been watching from the side the entire time, wondered what Lin Mu had just done to the bandit. The young man explained that he was merely using a bit of yin to seal the man's yang. At this moment, some other people had already entered the hall. Noting that everything here was quite lively, it appeared that it was already some other leader accompanied by his subordinates, who agreed that Lin Mu was really strong, since he was able to overpower so many people. The protagonist tensed up when he saw some more strangers, so he immediately wondered who the man was. The man did not hide his identity, and introduced himself as Shen Zhuguang, a friend of the owner of the place, complaining that Lin Mu was interfering with his work. The young man immediately recognized the name because he had heard that this person was Wang Shiking's boss, and also the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. One of Shen Zhuguang's subordinates said that he would now take our hero to the bureau for questioning on the subject of inflicting willful injury. Our hero said that he had defeated all these people alone, so he asked to let his acquaintance go, because his own detention would be enough. Joshian wanted to object something, but the guy asked her not to worry and promised that he would be fine. The man then firmly stated that he was the one in charge of the case, so the guy couldn't order him around and ordered his subordinates to grab everyone in the room. The protagonist didn't like the fact that no one wanted to let the girl go, but Dr. Zhou herself tried to calm him down. In the end, they both had to obey Shen Zhuguang's instructions and walk along with his men. Lin Mu started to feel guilty for involving Zhou Shiyun in all this, but the latter asked him not to worry because she herself had yet to thank him for saving her life. In the corridor of the hotel, they met up with Xing Weilong, who couldn't understand what kind of movement was going on here. The fatty immediately recognized Brother Lin's familiar face and wondered what he was doing here. The guy couldn't figure out who all these people around his friend were, so he asked where they were taking Lin Mu because it all looked too suspicious. Someone from the group explained that the police were working, and the protagonist fell under suspicion, and the fat man himself was advised to mind his own business. Lin Mu was glad that his buddy had shown up so timely and handed him some small note. The protagonist asked Xing Weilong to call the number on that piece of paper a little later and tell that person his arrest. Very soon, Lin Mu and Zhou Xiun had already arrived at the Public Security Bureau of Dunhai City. The policeman who conducted the interrogation informed the girl that her buddy had already confessed to everything so she could be free. The girl explained that it was true, that this was the other side of the whole situation, and tried to justify Lin Mu's actions. The man asked her to stop and promised that they would definitely look into the matter. Joshien was very excited and asked where the detained guy was now, and what would happen to him next. At the same time, our hero was placed in a detention center, where he had already managed to enter into a conflict. Turns out the guy had already decided to teach his cellmate, who also couldn't resist his power, a lesson. The second prisoner could not keep his feet from such a powerful blow and fell to the cold floor of the cell. The protagonist emphasized that he wanted some rest and asked his neighbor not to disturb him. The battered fellow was dissatisfied with the fact that his partners had become as stooped and didn't attack Lin Mu. Eventually, the other prisoners mustered up the courage to teach the arrogant newcomer a lesson. Lin Mu decided to play a bit with his new opponents, so he let them hit him once. The guy threw himself forward to make it easier on his opponent and warned him that he might regret it. It turns out that our hero had a cunning plan, so he concentrated all the energy in his head, causing it to become literally iron. This was followed by an unpleasant crunching of the fingers of the overly brave lad, who now realized his mistake. After only a second, he screamed hard from the incredible pain and grabbed his broken arm. Everyone around him began to realize that this guy was not easy because he was obviously a good fighter. It was then that the strongest prisoner decided to enter the fray and teach the overconfident newcomer a lesson. Lin Mu was carefully observing the situation around him, so he instantly noticed that someone was about to attack him. The man shouted belligerently and swung around to deal with the protagonist quickly. The young man realized that he was about to make a surprise lunge to the chest and a kick to the stomach, which showed his good martial arts skills. In the end, the protagonist simply tossed his opponent aside and noted that he was still too bad to measure his strength. The man gave up and still agreed that Lin Mu was indeed a strong fighter. The other inmates were shocked by this development, because Brother Huan, who fights the best, only to be defeated by some boy. Meanwhile, Shen Zhuguang, who was sitting quietly in his office, was already being told off for grabbing Lin Mu. The man was confused because he was sure he was acting according to all the rules and regulations, because this guy hurt people. The boss couldn't understand the officialdom and informed his subordinate that the man was someone they could touch. The policeman started to worry that the Yan family might get angry if they let this guy go, and the chief realized that it was all this family's shenanigans. In the end, the boss informed him that if anything even happened to Lin Mu, not even the 10 Yan families would save his subordinate's head. The police chief didn't even know how to respond to these threats because he realized that the matter was serious. He finally found the strength to reach out to Mr. Li, but all he heard in response was a humming tone. The man realized that Central Bureau Chief Li himself had called him to let this person go, and now he was afraid to imagine what kind of power Lin Mu finally possessed. He quickly jumped up from his seat and ordered Xiao Lu to quickly go to the detention center. The subordinate tried to find out what was so serious, but the boss wouldn't explain the whole situation and said that this time the Yan family had seriously screwed them over. At the same time, the assistant informed Mr. Yan that he had already completed his assignment. He said that the Central Bureau Chief called Shen Zhuguang, after which Li Yaozhong released the protagonist from detention. The old man didn't expect at all that Li Yaozhong might be familiar with their target, which ruined all plans. The man explained that they were strangers to each other because they had only had one phone conversation before Shen Zhuguang was ordered released. The master had not expected at all that someone was capable of giving orders to Li Yaozhong, and now wanted to know who was trying to protect Lin Mu. The aide was unable to get any data because their conversation was encrypted, and if they tried to decrypt that information, they might be detected. The man didn't care about that at all, because they can't back down anymore and must finally deal with the protagonist. He's ordered to contact the Black Spikes and place an order to kill the guy, because they sure can't let him get away this time. The events moved to the Dunhai Public Security Bureau, where Lin Mu had already come out, and the police officers tried to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding. Shen Zhuguang was more than a little frightened, so now parsed the guy to not take it all to heart. The protagonist once again asked if he could go, and the policeman, bowing his head, confirmed it. At that moment, the young man heard that someone was already waiting for him outside the detention center and rejoiced at his release. It turned out to be Xing Weilong, who had already heard that his buddy was doing well, so he came to get him. The guy offered to celebrate our hero's release and wanted to do it at the Hilton, which made Lin Mu begin to suspect that the fat man was up to something since he was so generous. Xing Weilong admitted that it was only his pleasure to do something nice for Brother Lin. 30 minutes later, they had already arrived at the Hilton Hotel, where the fat man wanted to come. They were greeted by several staff members at once, who escorted guests to their table. As they sat down in their seats, Xing Weilong asked the protagonist to look at the menu and choose a seta that he liked. The young man explained that he wasn't very good at picking out food, so he entrusted this task to his buddy. The fat man chuckled and warned our hero that he had only himself to blame if he didn't like something. When he opened the menu, his appetite whetted even more, so his order consisted of foie gras with caviar, crab and curry sauce, and steamed lobster. Meanwhile, Linmu asked where the restroom was here, and the waitress agreed to take him there. Our hero thanked the hotel employee for such a high level of service and followed her. The girl stopped in the hallway and explained that the restroom was up ahead on the left side. At the same time, there was a meeting with Yao Shanxian in another room at the hotel to discuss the lead role for a new movie with her. The girl had already read the script and liked it quite a bit, and she had no questions about the contract, so she wanted to know who would be the lead actor in this movie. The director said they haven't yet chosen the person who will be her partner, so he asked if she had any recommendations. Based on the contents of the script, Yao Shenxian thought that it would be better if they put a newcomer in the lead role, and she just had such a person in mind, but she wasn't sure if he would be interested. Another team member expressed interest in this solution and asked who it was. The girl said that she met the guy at her concert and tried to invite him on stage to sing together, but he declined, which was pretty awkward. Now, a moment later, our heroes left the hall after enjoying the fine food, and Jing Weilong suggested to go here again in the future. On the way, they met up with Yao Shanxian, who was shocked that she had met Lin Mu here. The guy also stopped abruptly because he didn't expect to meet here the singer, whom he refused at her own concert. Xing Weilong immediately recognized this famous superstar and was surprised that she knew his brother, and so closely. The girl immediately went to the principal and informed him that this was the guy she was just talking about, and asked his view on the idea. The man agreed that she had pretty good taste because this young man looked good and was poised perfectly for the main character in the movie. The director also got into this conversation and asked Lin Mu to talk it all over, promising that it wouldn't take long. Xing Weilong happily answered for his friend and said that they had a lot of free time today, so they could discuss all the details. The main character still hasn't said a word, and the fat man has talked about being big shots in the entertainment industry, so this conversation could be quite useful. In the end, Lin Mu agreed with his buddy, although he wasn't particularly burning to go to this meeting. After that, they asked the hotel for a bigger room and went to talk about the movie. Yao Xianxin introduced the famous investors Huaxia and Mr. Wang, who will sponsor the filming, in front of the guys. They exchanged pleasantries and shook hands as a sign of familiarity. The girl also introduced screenwriter Huang Shuyue, producer Wang Zhang, and director Feng Yufang. When everyone sat down at the table, she immediately offered to cut to the chase because they had one serious proposal for the main character. Yao Shenxian revealed that Mr. Wang is preparing to shoot a new movie on, and she recommended Lin Mu as an actor for the lead role in it. Xing Weilong couldn't believe his ears when he heard that his friend was being offered to star in a movie, even as a lead actor. The director confirmed that in terms of our hero's looks and character, he's perfect for the role, as if it was tailor-made for him. The guy was still in no hurry to agree to this offer, because he didn't know at all what he should do. The man explained that life is like a show, so it all depends on how the actor acts in life, because his acting was just a variation of life. Lin Mu felt that it was all too wrong because he might not be able to do his job, and the movie would end up being a waste of time and effort. Yao Shenxian asked the guy to believe her because she believed that no one else could handle the role, and promised that everyone on the team would actively help him. Xin Weilong also wanted his friend to try out for the movie, because that way he could reveal his hidden acting talent. The girl confirmed the guy's words because a lot of stars didn't even finish acting school and stumbled into the entertainment industry that made them world famous. In the end, the protagonist decided to trust his friends, but still warned that they shouldn't blame him if something goes wrong. The director was happy that he finally agreed to be filmed and promised that there would definitely be no problems with their movie. Meanwhile, the director asked if Lin Mu was free tomorrow because he wanted to sign a contract with him right away. The protagonist wasn't against it yet, so he asked what time it was convenient for them to meet. The director handed him his business card and asked him to come to the given address at about 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mu thanked the movie team for believing in him and promised tomorrow he would be in the right place at the right time. Events continue the next morning when the protagonist does fulfill his promise. The director asked the guy to look at the contract and, if he was happy with everything, sign the document. Our hero confirmed that there were no problems with the contract because the terms were quite reasonable and confidently signed. Afterward, the director and Lin Mu shook hands and expressed their hopes that they would work together. At this moment, Yao Shanxian, accompanied by the principal, walked into the office and asked if either her new colleague would mind if there was already an audition later. The young man still had no plans, so he had no problem agreeing to it, and with a smile asked them to prepare well for such an important event. The principal was happy about this mood of Lin Mu's, so he suggested to start right away. Meanwhile, the staff had already set up the lights and arranged all the cameras on the set, so the only thing missing was the actor himself. Feng Yufan handed our hero the script and asked him to try to play the role by figuring out the character's psychological state while reading. Though the young man had never acted in a drama, to play the emotional state of a character in the real world was a mere trifle to him. Yao Shengxian actively supported her partner and was confident that he would do well. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's roommates had just learned the news that he would be starring in a movie. Everyone knew that Wang Xiaokun was the most famous movie and TV investor in China, and all his movies sell out in no time. So there's a good chance that the guy will indeed manage to become famous. The girls thought this investor was definitely a unique person, but they didn't fully understand why he needed Lin Mu. Song Langju was sure that the guy was not a movie and TV professional, and doesn't even have any experience in the field, so she assumed it was some kind of conspiracy. The guy has already revealed that he was recommended by Yao Xianxian herself, but then the girlfriends have even more questions because she definitely had no need to cooperate with some mere students. Even Zixi started to doubt her Ido because her choice of an ordinary guy, when there are many decent-looking guys in the entertainment industry, it looked too strange. The girl promised to give Linmu a good lesson if he dared to betray their entire company. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who only had half an hour to prepare, had already begun his drying off. The guy masterfully got into character, his voice trembling just enough to elicit sympathy, and his eyes reflecting just the right amount of pain. The director didn't expect to see such a game from an ordinary youngster with no professional experience, so he watched the process in mute shock. In turn, our hero's performance so moved Yao Xianxian that she even wept. Afterward, the protagonist returned to his team with a smile on his face and asked how he had just played. Feng Yufan recognized that he was a deserved genius and said that it was simply magnificent. The guy also asked what Yao Xianxian thought about his audition and if she would be willing to pair up with such an actor. The girl stated that he was literally born to be an actor, so now he can play with anyone. On the evening of the same day, they met to have dinner together, and our hero's coworker emphasized that it was just dinner, so there was no need for any pleasantries. Yao Shenxian couldn't wait to find out what the guy's secret was, because his performance this morning was simply amazing. But the guy thought that everything was all about experience. She still guessed that it wasn't just Lin Mu's rich experience. The girl asked the protagonist not to be modest, because she already knew very well that he was a martial arts master. The young man certainly hadn't expected her to reveal his biggest secret so quickly, and asked how she knew this information. Yao Shenxian didn't hide anything and revealed that her family has a bit of connections, so it's pretty easy to find what she's interested in. She also said that the young man is now quite famous because that case involving the Central Security Bureau has already put him on the radar of many influential families. The main character didn't even expect such attention to himself, so he was really flattered. At the same time, he wondered if it was only because he had only asked Xing Weilong to call Bao Luntan, not expecting that his influence seemed so strong. The girl continued to talk about their currently powerful families were in confusion, guessing who was actually behind Lin Mu's back. The guy tried to pretend that these people were really making a lot of things up and emphasized that he was just a student with no one behind him. Yao Shenxian still suspected that it was all lies, because otherwise, the young man wouldn't have forced Yao Jun to obey the order and let the people go. The main character was surprised because he had never heard the name Li Yao Zhong and immediately asked the girl who it was. Then she jumped up from her seat because this man was literally everyone again. The young man was surprised at this violent reaction and asked if he really should know this individual. His colleague explained to him that a person of such a level as Li Yao Zhong could easily relieve his underlings of any responsibility. She emphasized that this man was quite challenging and was actually the head of the Central Public Security Bureau, so he controlled the national public security system. Listening to his acquaintance, the protagonist concluded that it was Yao's family who had started all those rumors. She confirmed this guy's speculation and said that according to the information she had received, the person who had almost killed Lin Mu last time was an elite cultivator who had been secretly raised by the Yan family. Now, the young man had confirmed Shi Tu Shu's words that it was better to watch out for that guy from the Yan family because it was obvious where this professional assassin came from. Meanwhile, the girl added in a whisper that after the previous failed assassination, this family had invited a stronger master from Yuezi. In the end, Lin Mu finally wanted to ask how Yao Xianxian had managed to find out such confidential information. Obviously, the girl didn't answer this question because she didn't want to put our hero in even more danger. So he wanted to know what reason she was helping. The actress replied that the guy now had the lead male role in the movie, so if he died, she would have no one to play with. Lin Mu was still afraid that it wasn't really like what his acquaintance had said, because her family might have also noticed his real strength and was now trying to convert him to their side. Events continue the next day at the Inhuang Kyoji Hotel, where a fight between Jo Xiun's kidnappers and the protagonist has only recently taken place. Since the assassins are still arriving, the guy certainly needs to shun them, but he can't leave his business to the common people. The two guards at the entrance immediately told him that they were not accepting anyone today, so under no circumstances would they open the door. The protagonist did not expect such a turn of events, but it was only to his advantage, because the fewer people, the fewer witnesses there will be. The security personnel were displeased that Lin Mu continued to stand beside them, as if he hadn't heard their warning at all. At that moment, Leader Min came out of the hotel and apologized to the guy because his subordinates don't really know what they're doing. Wu Tianming couldn't believe that his bodyguards had the guts to stop Mr. Lin himself, so he ordered them to apologize to their esteemed guest. Then the guards bowed their heads to our hero and explained that they just didn't recognize Lin Mu, but the latter didn't hold a grudge against them because it was just following the rules. Once inside, the man asked if the reason the young man had stopped by was because he finally had some free time. Meanwhile, the guards still couldn't figure out who this Mr. Lin was because they hadn't even met him before. Wu Tianming said that they were a little unlucky today because some brothers right now were discussing the redistribution of territory again. The main character thought it was just great because he just had an idea. A man stopped near one of the doors and said that the brothers were here, but he was very uncomfortable going in during their meeting. Lin Mu didn't object, so he confidently pushed open the door and agreed to go in by himself. The guy was acting pretty cultured, so from the very doorstep he apologized for the disturbance. No one had yet had a chance to say anything when he had already announced that he had some business to discuss with everyone today. The bandits were not happy with this defiant behavior of the boy, so they ordered their subordinates to simply shoot him. Some of them recognized our hero after all, which caused them a wave of concern. Everyone who knew Lin Mu personally understood that his visit did not carry anything good. The man, who had already managed to threaten the young man, seeing his comrade's strange reaction, asked him who he was. In Brother Yeezy's mind, Shenju's words that he should never provoke this guy again, otherwise there wouldn't even be anything left to bury, from the subordinate immediately surfaced. In a whisper, he informed the old man that this guest's name was Lin Mu, and even Shenju himself deeply respected him. The brothers were shocked to hear that so respected a man among them was behind this young man. The old man immediately began flattering the protagonist to make amends and asked him to sit down in one of the chairs to talk things over in peace. Some of the bandits still didn't understand why their comrade's behavior had changed so drastically, but they didn't object. The guy noticed all those looks and asked them not to look at each other like that, because he knew exactly what they were thinking right now. Then the man tried to lie that they had been playing mahjong late the previous night, causing their eyelids to twitch a little. Lin Mu asked them not to worry because he wasn't here to share territory, but to ask for one favor. Brother Easy still couldn't understand why our hero just didn't report a case, but decided to show up in person. The guy reached into the pocket of his jacket and explained in parallel that this case was not very convenient to discuss over the phone. He pulled out some kind of box and told me that a European man was about to show up in Eastport City as a professional assassin, so he would need help to find this particular person. The bandits immediately inquired if their target had any distinguishing features. Our hero wasn't entirely sure because all he had was information that this man was from Europe and would be entering the city within the next few days, so they needed to keep an eye out for any foreigners arriving. After listening to all the conditions, the brothers began to fear that it would be quite a complicated operation. There are many foreigners leaving the EC every day, so unless they know what their target looks like, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Plus, tracking down a killer can be dangerous and cost the lives of their subordinates. Lin Mu understood their worries perfectly, so he hinted that the higher the danger, the greater the reward would be. He explained that as long as the bandits helped him with his search for the killer, they would be given a special pill. No one had any idea what this medicine was, so Brother Easy asked the young master what it was. The guy wondered who here had the courage to let him demonstrate the power of this little pill. The bandits began to look amongst themselves again and were in no great hurry to agree to such a venture. In the end, one of them still found the courage to go for such a risky experiment. The man was not particularly afraid of taking such a risk, so he asked Lin Mu what he should do. The protagonist, thankful for the opportunity, calmly asked him to take off his clothes and turn his back to everyone. One of the leaders of the group quickly took off his shirt and asked if our hero would fit this look of his. From the scars on his body, Lin Mu concluded that the person in front of him was a former soldier, so he was confident that such a person would be able to withstand his attack. The guy warned that he was about to strike, so he asked the man to bear with him for a while. Bandit was ready for something like this, so he let the young master do whatever he wanted. In just a second, a deep cut appeared on his back that stretched across his entire back. The strong urchin only wheezed quietly in pain, but still absorbed the blow. Everyone else was frightened for their comrade's fate and couldn't understand what Lin Mu was about to do. The young man firmly ordered everyone to shut up and advised them to observe the process more closely. He demonstrated taking only a small portion of the pill to show its incredible effect. The protagonist sprayed his medicine on the bandit's wound and explained that just a little bit could heal such a serious wound. The skin around the cut began to sizzle strangely, but after only a few seconds, it was completely gone from his back. The bandits couldn't believe they were actually seeing this one because the skin literally tightened before their eyes. Lin Mu emphasized that everyone was now convinced of the efficacy of this medicine and explained that this pill would save a person's life as long as they breathed. Then he clarified whether the bandit he was conducting his experiments on was named Wu Tianming. The man instantly turned around and confirmed the main character's words. The young man made sure he was a real man, so he gave him the first pill. The bandit immediately began to refuse such generosity from the young master because this gift was too expensive. A concerned old man decided to ask our hero if he would really give this wonderful pill to them if they still agreed to find the killer, and he confirmed his intentions. At the same time, the guy reflected on the fact that he still managed to demonstrate the importance of this pill to those who walk the blade every day. The protagonist was happy with the results of these negotiations because he saw from the greedy eyes of the bandits that they were capable of handling the task at hand. Following him, Wu Tianming also came out and wanted to personally talk to the young man. Lin Mu was in no hurry to go anywhere, so he gladly agreed to find out what the matter was. The man warned that there were too many eyes here, so he asked the guy to go to another place to talk. Stepping aside, he asked the protagonist why he, as a strong man, was asking others for help instead of taking all the territory for himself. Lin Mu honestly replied that he was not at all interested in such things and simply did not want to get involved in these conflicts. Wu Tianming understood that the young master had a low opinion of all of them. But since he had already approached their faction, it meant that the guy had no other people to help. The protagonist was starting to get tense about this conversation, so he asked the bandit to finally cut to the chase and stop beating around the bush. The man heard Lin Mu, so he began his story about being part of the underworld for many years and not wanting to work for anyone else. His brothers have been working with him for a long time, but they have ultimately failed to reach any heights. The arrival of the young master could be a great chance to change that. Lin Mu began to guess that the bandit wanted to ask for his help to start his own gang. Wu Tianming confirmed his intentions and hoped that Mr. Lin would support their team from behind the scenes during the leadership battle. But the guy reiterated again that he didn't want to get involved in all of this. The bandit still tried to explain that the guy was deluded because he wouldn't have to do anything, and he himself wanted to deal with his rivals in his own way. Now our hero has guessed that he only wants to use his name to intimidate him. But until he clarifies it himself, no one will know the truth. In the end, the young man recognized that Wu Tianming had earned his respect, and since he didn't need to do anything to help, he wouldn't mind. Of course, the man rejoiced at such news and thanked the young gentleman for his help. The guy was about to leave, but before he did, he emphasized that he still had to stay clean and asked to only look for him if there was an important reason. Wu Tianming did not object to such conditions and once again thanked our hero for helping him with his case. Lin Mu had already returned home deep into the night when all of his female neighbors were already home as well. At the entrance, he immediately changed into his house slippers and informed the girls that he was finally back. The girlfriends were sitting in the living room, so they immediately wondered why the protagonist came home so late. Lin Mu quickly oriented himself and lied that he went to see his friends after the audition. And when he came to his senses, it was already so late. Zishi forgot about all the worries after hearing this, because she guessed that the young man had managed to get his part after all. Our hero confirmed her speculation and explained that all he had to do was wait for a call from the company. The girl immediately hugged him tightly and started yelling about how she believed in his strength from the beginning, happy that her idol had great taste. The others were not happy that their friend had changed so quickly because she had said completely different things this afternoon. Zixi asked the guy not to listen to Xuanrong and promised that she would teach Yao Shanxian a lesson if she just wanted to play around with Lin Mu. The main character reassured the girl and emphasized that her favorite singer just wants to do her job well. Her friend didn't expect that after just one day of acquaintance. Lin Mu would already side with her college and defend her. She was very upset because the young man's heart had already been stolen, so they no longer had any chance in front of the real idol. The plot then develops on Green Lotus Mountain, which was completely covered by a dense forest. Yan Lanxi arrived here, excited to have a long-awaited meeting with Ling Sheng, who had long since arrived at the place. The longtime acquaintances hugged each other tightly because it had been quite a while since they had seen each other. Hong Ling Sheng even began to doubt his orientation because he didn't expect that he would miss his buddy so much. Yan Lanchi suspected that the guy might not have missed him, but the one good thing he had. In the end, the young man decided to introduce Lin Tiannan, with whom he had come here from the capital to rest for a while. He called his acquaintance an incredible guy, which made him shy and asked him not to flatter him. Yan Lanchi emphasized that there was no need to be modest here, because he knew at a glance that this guy was someone important. Ling Xing wanted to end all this talk and climb up the mountain because he had wanted to try the fragrant abode's charl for a long time. The young man realized that the guests were tired from the road, so he offered to follow him. In just a few minutes, they were already at the top of the Green Lotus Mountain, where the fragrant abode was located. Ling Xing talked about how the teas of the fragrant abode had been heard by everyone in the East Sea, so Brother Tian Nan was very lucky today. On the way, they were met by a beautiful girl in national dress and asked if the guests were here to taste their famous tea. The guys confirmed their intentions, and then the girl asked to follow her. Almost all the tables in the hall were occupied because the place was quite popular. Everyone around enjoyed drinking this drink, marveling at its wonderful flavor. Tiannan, seeing the happy faces of the visitors, was even more eager to try this tea. After that, they sat down at one of the tables, and the waitress asked what kind of tea the guests wanted to try today. At this moment, another female employee came over to their table and immediately recognized young Master Hong and Ling Sheng. It turned out to be the owner of the fragrant abode named Shu Yu, who was also overjoyed by the unexpected encounter. Ling Sheng noted that it had already been a while since their last meeting, and the girl was still young and beautiful. The owner said her acquaintances were very nice conversationalists, so she wanted to have a little chat with them while they brought tea. When they finished their visit to the abode and went outside, Tianan immediately noted that he had seen something interesting while they were sitting in this establishment. The guy agreed that the tea at this establishment was good, but not as good as its owner. Yan Lanchi didn't expect that their new friend had such a sharp mind, because he was quickly able to understand the cunning workings of this establishment. Now Tiannan couldn't forget the curves of her attractive body and the queen's demeanor, which was a rarity now. Ling Xing definitely didn't expect his buddy to fall for Sister Yu's beauty so easily. The young man didn't hide anything and admitted that he couldn't stop thinking about Tiannan's stunning figure. Ling Xing decided to change the topic because it was quite rare for them to meet like this, so he suggested finding another place to sit, and Yan Lanchi immediately came up with some idea in his mind. At that moment, a car passed near them at full speed, which obviously caught their attention. The car then whizzed into a vacant parking space, and the driver rejoiced at such good fortune. Turns out it was Zixi, who this time set a record and reached her destination in 10 minutes and 43 seconds. With her was the main character, who was dizzy from such a ferocious driving style of his girlfriend. Yan Lanchi stopped abruptly, his gaze instantly becoming icy cold, frozen on the figure of his number one enemy. The guy couldn't understand how Lin Mu was able to survive if he sent his best assassin after him. Ling Xing noticed the beautiful girl who was driving that car and asked if she was Yan Lanchi's friend. He replied that he was not familiar with this girl and suggested that he should hurry up and get out of here. For now, the guy had decided not to continue their conflict, but she was still going to see how long our hero's luck would last. Lin Mu also recognized the young master who wished him dead and remembered that he should be made to pay for it sooner or later. Meanwhile, the girl noticed that he was thinking about something and asked her buddy to hurry up a bit. It turns out that they also came to Fragrant Abode because Zixi had been talking about this place for a long time. The protagonist was not surprised by this place, because other than the serenity around, there was nothing unusual here. Zixi explained that a lot of people came here because the abode was the best place for tea drinking in the entire East Sea. This story interested the guy, so already he couldn't wait to see everything with his own eyes. The same girl at the entrance recognized Miss E immediately and greeted the guests to seat them at a free table. Zixi noted that it had been a while since they had seen Xiaofan and asked if the supervisor was in attendance. The employee said guests had to go straight to the second floor if they wanted to meet the boss. The protagonist realized that his friend frequented the place if even the staff knew her well, and the girl explained that the owner of the fragrant abode was her best friend. Meanwhile, the boss had already left because she heard a familiar voice and asked why the girl had decided to visit her today, and she said that she wanted to introduce her friend. Lin Mu immediately sensed that Sister Yu was also a cultivator, but from her pale face and weak steps, he assumed that she had used too much qi recently. Zixi also noticed her friend's unhealthy appearance, so she began to worry about her condition. Boss didn't want to talk about it because she used all her energy to help cure Shuren's illness. At this moment, the main character joined their conversation and wanted to personally introduce himself to Sister Yu. The beauty immediately appreciated the young man and said that he looked quite extraordinary, so she called Zixi very lucky. The girl immediately began to justify herself and emphasize that they were just friends, and Lin Mu had brought her to try the flower tea she had created. Sister Yu jokingly called her a bad girl because she always only has eyes for tea. But it couldn't be any other way, because this drink was the best in the world. Eventually, she went to make tea and invited her guests to sit down at the table. Our hero immediately started talking about how the owner was an unusual person, so he couldn't understand why she was stuck here in fragrant abode. Zixi wasn't sure of the reason because, at the time of meeting, Sister Yu was already the boss of the establishment. The guy could perfectly sense that the woman was using a lot of qi and guessed that her husband's condition wasn't good either. His companion confirmed that for the past few years, her friend had been using energy to suppress his strange illness. But even that wasn't helping. The protagonist could not understand what this trouble was and did not believe that there was no one in the world who could cure this patient. Zixi thought that only divine Dr. Mu Renkin could help in this situation. But the world was so huge that they simply wouldn't be able to find him. The young man immediately remembered the name because it was teacher Zhou Xiun, and now suggested that a little radiance could cure the illness. Lin Mu wanted to talk about how he knew some information about Mu Renking, but he abruptly stopped. He abruptly flinched because he felt that Sister Yu had just been attacked by someone. Indeed, some two men took advantage of the moment when the woman had spent a lot of energy on her husband's injury and attacked her from behind. She still wasn't afraid and emphasized that if it wasn't for her weakness, these two wouldn't even be her opponents. One of the bandits admitted that he wasn't that strong, but believed that the victory was also about stealth. This moment, an excited Lin Mu and Zixi rushed into the room, who couldn't leave their acquaintance in distress. The woman was worried for their safety, so she asked our heroes to leave now. Brave Zixi didn't listen to her friend because she couldn't stand by when someone dared to harm Sister Yu. The man thought those were pretty serious words, so he ordered no one to leave this place because he wanted to deal with everyone. He didn't waste any time and attacked first, but the girl still kept standing and was ready for this fight. Only now did Zixi realize that her patent was too fast, so she wouldn't have time to dodge his strike. Lin Mu suddenly appeared in the villain's path and stopped his attack with one slight movement. The man couldn't realize what was happening now because he definitely didn't expect to run into such a strong opponent. Our hero was still unhappy that the stranger had allowed himself to be so rude to the lady, so he pushed him aside with all his might. The blow was so strong that the bandit even coughed up his blood and was now definitely not in a position to continue this fight. Sister Yu was also surprised because she didn't expect the guy to have such strong qi, and now realized that the guy in front of her was a high-level master. Meanwhile, the second man was not frightened and was only angry that some youngster dared to harm his comrade. After just a second, he had already released several sharp needles, so the main character didn't react to such a sudden attack and died instantly. The woman was greatly frightened and tried to warn Lin Mu that there was a dangerous poison on those needles. The guy wasn't surprised by such petty tricks, so he quickly used qi energy to create a barrier around himself. Our hero's skill level was enough to make a solid shield around him. Eventually, the needles simply stuck into the barrier and now carried no danger. Sister Yu was shocked that such a young cultivator had already learned how to control his qi to such an extent. It turns out that the protagonist had a cunning plan and was going to return the bandit his own poisoned needles. The man certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, so he only managed to cry out in pain and surprise. His knees buckled helplessly, his back hit the stone slabs, and his arms spread out at his sides. The poison was quickly starting to spread across the bandit's face, so he needed to hurry up and take the antidote. His hands were shaking so badly that he just couldn't open the bottle, which only made the panic grow. The man took too long to do so, so the protagonist quickly jumped up and snatched the bottle from his hands. At this moment, Sister Yu found the strength to stand up on her feet and approach her enemies to say that such people didn't deserve to live in this world, so they would now go to hell. The bandit tried to say something, but the poison was working more and more, so the strength was leaving his body. His last words were a promise that he would not let Shu Yu go even after his death. An excited Zixi immediately ran over to her friend to see if she was all right. The owner replied that she was fine and only had a minor internal injury, but it would go away after a few days of rest. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to wonder where the two criminals came from. It was hard for the woman to talk about it, but it turned out to be her husband, Lian Chen's younger brothers. They harbored a grudge ever since their brother was the only one to receive true teachings from their teacher. So they attacked while he was cultivating, causing his qi to be in disarray, causing him to almost die. The girl was very pleased that people could be so mean, so now she thought they definitely deserved to die. Shu Yu continued with the story that her husband had decided to forgive his companions since they were from the same sect, but they had refused to let them go until now. The protagonist was sure that these villains had attacked the woman stealthily when they learned that she was now weakened. The woman complained that Lian Chen's qi was becoming more restless with each new day, so she was unable to suppress it. Zixi then decided to inquire if her friend had received any news about Dr. Mu Renking. but she still hadn't learned anything new. Linmu was finally able to say that they no longer needed to look for the old man, because he had passed away over a decade ago. The girl asked our hero not to say such nonsense because she was sure that the doctor was just a hermit. In fact, Shuyu had long guessed this for a long time, because the master hadn't had any news for a long time. Zixi tried to support her friend, because there was no way she should stay and find a way to cure her husband. Sister Yu thanked the girl for her kind words. But based on her personal knowledge, only Dr. Mu's slight radiance could cure Lian Chen. The protagonist firmly pronounced that the doctor's death did not erase his legacy, so his cures were still intact. He said that events had coincided in such a way that he was fortunate enough to learn the old man's secret techniques. The guy didn't mind offering his help and taking a look at the husband of the owner of the abode, because he might be able to save the patient after all. Zixi didn't fully trust her mate and emphasized that this was a matter of life and death, so jokes were unnecessary here. In the end, Shuyu, not listening to her friend, still decided to trust our hero and asked him to save Lian Chen. The woman agreed that Lin Mu was very young, but at the same time, he was a skilled master, so she believed his words. She then grabbed one of the vases on her desk and twisted it a few times. The next moment, there was a loud cracking sound and steps appeared in the floor that led somewhere downward. Our heroes watched this mechanism in amazement, and Shuyu asked them to follow her. In fact, Zixi didn't even realize that there was an underground passage here. Shuyu explained that she had arranged for Lian Chen to stay in a hidden room down here for convenience. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, the woman came to the large doors behind which her husband was. The man lay in the middle of an empty room with only a stone slab that served as a bed for him. Nurse Yu said that he hadn't woken up since the last time she used qi to heal him. The protagonist wasted no time and immediately began to examine the patient, first checking his pulse. The guy used the radiance to go over Lian Chen's entire body to find the cause of his ailment. After a few seconds, he let go of the man's hand, so the girls asked with hope in their voices what the patient's condition was. Lin Mu sighed heavily and reported that the patient's condition was worse than he thought. Now he was unsure if he would be able to save the man, but Shu Yu asked him to at least try because it was her last hope. Eventually, the young man agreed and asked that a set of silver needles be prepared for him. The woman asked why the protagonist needed such a tool because she didn't fully understand his technique. Lin Mu explained that he would try to use the divine doctor's techniques to help her husband. Even though this was their first encounter with Lian Chen, the guy was going to do his best to save him. Also, our hero turned to Zixi did not suggest that she go upstairs for the time being. The girl couldn't understand why she would do that, because she wasn't interfering with the process in any way. Lin Mu informed her that he would have to undress the patient to find his acupuncture points, and once again asked if she really wanted to stay here. Now everything was falling into place, so an embarrassed Zixi quickly agreed to go upstairs. Meanwhile, Shuyu had already prepared everything she needed, and wondered if such a set of needles would suit our hero. Lin Mu quickly inspected his tool and rejoiced because it was exactly what he needed. He then asked Sister Yu to move to a safe distance and not to come any closer so that she would not be seen. The guy was actually a little worried because it was the first time he'd ever used low glow. Lin Mu found the maximum amount of energy within himself and released it outwards to begin executing the technique. After that, all the needles lit up and flew into the air, while the protagonist continued to breathe heavily, trying to maintain an even flow of qi. Shuyu couldn't believe her eyes when she personally saw the performance of this rare technique. The glowing needles were literally hovering in the air, so now she made sure that the young man was using the minor radiance. After successfully executing the technique, the protagonist and Zixi, despite having spent too much qi, went home. The girl was very worried about Lin Mu because he had used up too much qi by curing Sister Yu's husband. The young man did look unwell, but he still said he was fine because to him this help was a good deed for which it was not a pity to try for. Then Zixi thanked our hero again for this invaluable help, which had cost him his health. Lin Mu wanted to say something else, but he didn't have time because something terrible happened. Nothing foreshadowed trouble when a bullet hit our hero in the chest, and the guy and the girl did not even see where the threat came from. There was no way the protagonist could react to such a sudden attack, so he fell to his knees and began to bleed. The young man guessed that his enemies realized that this was the perfect time to attack him. Zixi didn't expect them to meet such sneaky bastards, and started looking around to see where they were hiding. She analyzed the situation and immediately realized that there was a sniper sitting somewhere that was able to hit Lin Mu from such a distance. The girl was well aware that she needed to check on her mate's condition sooner rather than later, and get him out of here as quickly as possible. She finally began to panic because she saw that the bullet had gone through near her shoulder blade and exited through her chest, a millimeter from her heart. Zixi concentrated all her energy, her palms emitting a warm golden glow, and lay on the guy's wound. She's managed to stop the bleeding through acupuncture points. so our hero only needs to hold out a little while they make it to the nearest hospitals. Quite soon, they had already reached the first city hospital of East Sea City. Lin Mu was immediately sent to intensive care and hooked up to life support machines. Doctors were trying to start surgery as soon as possible because the patient was losing too much blood. The girl tearfully watched all of this and begged the doctors to save the injured Lin Mu. Joshian, who had already prepared for the operation, promised that she would do her best that you once again save the protagonist. The guy had been operated on for 5 hours, but it still didn't work, so the doctors kept trying. Finally, Dr. Joe saw that the patient's blood pressure heartbeat had returned to normal. Other doctors also reported that the surgery was successful and they did a great job. Everyone started praising Joshiun, but the girl herself thought that all of this only happened because of teamwork. She informed her coworkers that she wanted to follow up on the patient's condition some more, and the rest of us could rest for now. The girl saw that our hero was already awake and immediately asked why he was so careless. The young man said that it was an accident because he had spent a lot of shi when he was practicing acupuncture to save someone, and that was when he lost his guard and was attacked. The doctor was surprised to hear that Lin Mu had time to learn acupuncture techniques. The protagonist explained that Zixi's friend was such a he during cultivation, causing his chi to become unstable. Joshian then inquired about the technique he had used, and the guy admitted that he had applied the celestial star cloud from the minor radiance. The girl recognized it as high-level acupuncture, and it looked like our hero's mastery of the small glow would surprise even her. Lin Mu noted that it was all thanks to his acquaintance's instructions, which was why he was able to master the technique so quickly. Dr. Joe asked him not to be modest, because the guy could use this technique and help many more people, continuing her teacher's work. Meanwhile, the Yan family had already learned the shocking news that the protagonist had managed to survive again. Yan Lanchi had just now returned home and would not stay why his father was so evil. The old man said that they had just received the news that Lin Mu had managed to be saved in the hospital after all. The guy couldn't believe that even the Black Throne assassins had failed their mission. The aide also revealed that the organization had indicated a desire to return 90% of the commission to abandon the mission. Mr. Yang couldn't understand what the reason for their refusal was because the target was still alive. The subordinate explained that the Black Throne has rules, and whether successful or not, they only attack their targets once. The old man could no longer hold his anger in because it all looked ridiculous since the powerful Yan family still couldn't handle some petty brat. Yan Lanchi then announced that he had another idea on how they could take care of this boy. Events once again returned to the first city hospital of the East Sea City, where the protagonist was stationed. The guy had already been visited by guests who wanted to know which ward Lin Mu was in. It turned out to be Xing Weilong, who was surprised that his comrade was guarded by so many people. The bodyguards blamed themselves for young Master Lin being injured because they were too careless and didn't realize that the enemies would hire a sniper for him. The guy guessed that it was Yinghuang Chaoge who had sent guards to protect Lin Mu. There were even paramilitary guards present, who did not understand what kind of person this patient was, that the compressor himself had sent them to guard him. The captain couldn't understand why his subordinates cared about this issue, because they were supposed to be following orders, not quietly discussing them. The soldiers agreed with him and now proceeded to guard the protagonist without further ado. Xing Weilong was even more surprised when he saw the special forces here, which made him worried. Now the fat man made sure that his buddy's circle of acquaintances had grown too large of late. It turns out that Lin Mu's roommates were already here, waiting for Xing Weilong. Xuanrong suggested that he hurry up and finally stop by to see their injured comrade. Fatty decided to ask her why a whole SWAT team was preserving Brother Lin. The girl explained that her godfather had sent this guard, employing the best soldiers on the East Sea. The young man certainly didn't expect her to have the troops for such things, and wondered who her relative was. Obviously, Xuanrong was in no hurry to tell this information because it was classified. Zixi had already hinted to the protagonist about who had decided to come to visit him, and Lin Mu immediately guessed that it was the fat man. Xing Weilong was overjoyed that his friend was fine, and revealed that he had rushed here as soon as he received the call. The girl noted that they had told him the news 3 hours ago, but for some reason it still took him a long time to get here, even though his home was not far away. It seemed something had happened after all, because the guy was in no hurry to say the reason for his lateness. Joshiun that everything was fine, and asked her friends to let Lin Mu rest, because it was already too late. Xing Weilong was unhappy about being chased away so early, and Xuanrong noted that it was a punishment for being late. Our hero thanked his friend for his concern, but he was really quite tired, so he wanted some alone time. Zixi began to nudge Xing Weilong towards the exit to hurry up and stay out of the way. In the end, he asked Brother Lin to get a good rest so he could visit him tomorrow. The guy agreed to everything and asked the guys to finally leave him alone and remember to turn out the lights before leaving. The girls had no problem complying with his request and left, turning off the lights in the room. Finally, the main character was able to breathe easy and rest after all those guests. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment so that he could engage in treating his wounds with chi energy. At the same moment, the hospital building was being closely watched by one of the main character's enemies, who had already come up with a new plan to eliminate him. This mysterious hooded guy was sure he finally had a chance at success. He was certain that this time Linmu would definitely not be able to escape his fate. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to meditate and pondered the fact that he needed to hurry up and advance to the level of absolute defense to protect himself from stealthy attacks. Suddenly, he felt that right now someone was going to attack him. At the last moment, he managed to duck in time for the throwing knife to crash into the headboard of his bed. In just a second, other knives whistled in the air and were also aimed at Lin Mu. The guy reacted lightning fast to this attack, so he deftly caught all the sharp blades. Now, our hero realized that the enemies were not going to give him a second for any rest and recuperation. He ordered his opponent to step out of the shadows with confidence in his voice, for he was well aware of another's presence in his chamber. The stranger at the window finally spoke and noted that Lin Mu, despite his serious wounds, still hadn't lost his agility. The guy already recognized the man, so he noticed that so little time had passed since their recent encounter, and his opponent's skills had grown considerably. It turned out to be the same strange young man they had met outside the school. Lin Mu emphasized that if it wasn't for his injuries, the guy wouldn't have even come close to him. But the assassin simply couldn't let the moment pass while his target was injured. The killer was very serious, so he promised that this night the protagonist would definitely die. In turn, the guy calmly and firmly replied that it was definitely not yet a fact. He was still just as quick and agile, so he quickly jumped off his bed. The protagonist realized that he needed to act, so he had already come up with another plan to defend himself against his rival. Lin Mu used the sheet from his bed to stop the assassin's next attack and take cover from the sharp knives. The guy got cocky and asked if his opponent had any other tricks, trying to get him emotional. At that moment, he saw the scarlet stain on his shirt and realized that because of all the sudden movements, his wound was starting to bleed. The assassin only rejoiced at this because his target was growing weaker and weaker and promised to ease that pain. Lin Mu realized that he wouldn't be able to continue this fight, so he would still have to call for help. He started yelling loudly so that the guards would definitely hear it, trying to report that an intruder had broken into the hospital. The three special forces immediately rushed into the room and pointed their sights at the assassin they had taken by surprise. The boy sighed heavily because he guessed from the beginning that this was going to be very difficult. Meanwhile, the soldiers did not wait and opened fire with their automatic rifles, but the intruder cleverly dodged all the bullets. The SWAT team had good reactions, so they reacted quickly and moved their sights to the side. The captain ordered his subordinates not to stop firing for a second to accurately neutralize their target. The assassin still managed to dodge the fast bullets, and little by little he was getting closer to the window to make a successful escape from here. In the end, he still had to hide behind the couch because the enemy's firepower was too strong and wouldn't let him retreat. Meanwhile, the captain approached our hero to ask about his condition, but he replied that he was fine, but that they needed to be careful of that nimble guy. At that moment, some strange shadow jumped out from behind the couch, which immediately made the SWAT team distracted from their main goal. The soldiers already thought they had hit their target, but in the end it turned out to be only a cape. It fell to the floor, but the killer himself wasn't in it, so the guards only fell for the cheap trick. The fighters were confused because they didn't expect to be caught at such a cheap trick. At that moment, the guy himself jumped out from his hiding place and quickly threw knives at all the soldiers. The SWAT team did not expect such a turn of events, so they did not have time to react to the danger, which caused them to receive a knife in the hand. They seemed to be only small blades, but one such made them feel weak. All the soldiers fell unconscious, and only now realized there was an anesthetic on the knives. The protagonist noticed that his opponent didn't kill all of the SWAT team, which showed that he didn't seem to be that evil. The killer replied that he was a man of principles, so he tracked down his target and did not harm innocent people. In the end, he suggested that Lin Mu stop resisting because it was simply useless. In fact, the strength was increasingly leaving our hero because of the open wound, so he began to breathe harder and harder. Then the guy realized that this was the right moment to attack his target and finally straighten out the annoying Lin Mu. The protagonist was well aware that he was in no position to dodge, so in that case, he needs to move on to another plan of action. In any case, he was going to fight to the end, so he used chi energy to heal his wound at least a little. Sharp knives flew at the guy again, and using his hands, he was able to stop two of them, but one still hit the target. One of the blades stabbed right into our hero's stomach, which completely changed the course of the battle. Lin Mu helplessly plopped down on the floor because this had become the end point for him to lose what little remaining strength he had. The assassin started talking again about how it was useless to resist and offered to let the guy get rid of this pain. Despite all this, the protagonist was not going to give up and hinted that his opponent was rejoicing in his victory too soon. The guy even tensed up a bit because he couldn't understand what Lin Mu could do in such a desperate situation. Suddenly, he felt some strange sensations and his whole body became stony and unruly. Didn't even see our hero's attack, but somehow he still managed to seal his acupuncture points. Meanwhile, Lin Mu found the strength to stand up because his trick had worked after all, and that was encouraging. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist admitted that he had used the small radiance technique before and channeled the last drops of qi into a single needle, which hit his opponent. By hitting the main acupuncture point in the killer's chest with it, the guy managed to seal all of his meridians. Meanwhile, a SWAT team had already arrived in the ward, and the fighters were about to finish off the intruder. Lin Mu stopped the soldier because he wanted to ask a few more questions of the assassin. Meanwhile, the guy was trying to break free from those shackles, and he seemed to be succeeding little by little. Eventually, he successfully pulled out and now confidently said it wasn't enough to stop him. The SWAT officer realized that the situation was too dangerous, so he stood in front of Lin Mu to protect him from the enemy. The killer realized that he had no chance of taking our hero's life this time, but he promised to do so during the next encounter. He made a promise to take the young men's lives and just jumped out the window, wasting no time. The protagonist decided to let this guy go and ordered the SWAT team not to pursue him. Then, the soldier decided to check on his comrades and realized that they were all breathing, which couldn't be helped. Lin Mu explained that they were only knocked out from the anesthesia, so they should hurry up and get a nurse. The guy lamented that his qi was too weak, causing him to only be able to seal the outer meridians, and the opponent was able to open them with his power. With the aftermath of the night's battle cleaned up in our hero's chamber, he was finally able to get at least some rest. A few hours later, a nurse came to see him because it was time to change the dressing on his wound. This was not a pleasant procedure because Lin Mu could still feel the pain. The girl was worried about it, so she apologized for the inconvenience. The soldiers, who were now on duty even in Lin Mu's room, thanked the nurse for her help. Our hero noted with a smile that the guys didn't have to stand around because he could call them if something serious happened. The guards still didn't want to leave this place because they had to protect the young master at all times. So they asked him to just pretend they weren't here. 3 days later, some new guests have already arrived at the hospital to the protagonist. The SWAT team immediately informed them that this was a secure area, so they couldn't let the strangers through. The man did not say anything and only held out his document to them to confirm his identity. Seeing who was standing in front of them, the guards even panicked a bit because they expected to see this person here. This important person said that they wanted to talk to Lin Mu alone, so the soldiers could be free for now. The Special Forces fighters did not object, so they saluted and carried out the order. It turned out to be Mr. Liu, who wanted to check on Lin Mu, who was finally on the mend. The lad was glad when he saw the familiar old man and immediately inquired what had brought him here. Mr. Liu jokingly called him a rascal because Bei Bei had only just graduated, and the young man unsupervised had already caused a lot of trouble. Our hero promised that he was a law-abiding citizen of this city, and the murderer was the first to start this fight. After that, Lin Mu decided to inquire about who had come along with his mentor. The man said that it was old Zhang who had come here to specifically visit the guy, because the people higher up had already found out about him. The protagonist was surprised to see Lu Shoyan serving this man like this, which meant that he was indeed some kind of authority. Mr. Zhang started talking about how their organization had big plans for Lin Mu, and he had come here to ask if he was willing to accept one special mission. In turn, Mr. Liu promised to solve all the young man's problems if he still wanted to help. The old man added that they would not only help with the Yang family, but even if all the families in Huaxia joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to harm Lin Mu. Our hero began to suspect that this man, old Zhang, must have a lot of power in his hands to be handing out such promises. The guy decided not to think long and apologized for being rude, and directly asked who this distinguished gentleman was. Lu Shoyan explained that they couldn't reveal old Zhang's identity yet, but hinted that the decision to have them meet was made by the highest authority in Huaxia. In turn, the old man himself explained that they were simply a small group of people who stand at the top of the organization. The young man couldn't understand why such strong people needed his help, because he thought he was just an ordinary person who knew a little bit of kung fu. Lu Shoyan started to get angry that he was asking unnecessary questions, because the guy should only answer questions from old Zhang. The old man himself saw nothing wrong in it because he thought that doubts were quite normal, because in his place everyone would not be in a hurry to agree. He explained that all powers were complexly interconnected, and there was a great effect from that, but some matters were out of control, and even the power in his hands didn't help with that. It was still hard for the protagonist to understand why this person should be him, because there are many high-level masters, even in Baolong's group itself. The man explained that everyone in the group is not clean hands, so they can't fully trust them. In the end, the old man said that Lin Mu could contact Xian at any time after thinking over his decision. Mr. Lu was about to leave, so he asked our hero to seriously consider their offer. Also, before he left, he said that he had one kung fu teaching that the guy could learn. The protagonist thanked them for this opportunity and said goodbye to old Zhang and Mr. Lu. Zhou Xian also met these men on the way and immediately realized that they were here to visit Lin Mu. Upon entering the room, the girl immediately wondered who the two who had just left here were. The protagonist replied briefly that it was some of his friends who heard about the trouble and decided to visit him. The doctor then said that she had brought the patient's labs, and from the labs, it appeared that his body was different from the others. Lin Mu tensed up when he heard such conclusions from his acquaintance and wanted to take a look at it himself. Zhou Xian thought that such rapid healing of bullet wounds was simply an amazing phenomenon. Our hero saw that a medical account had been opened in his name without his knowledge and noted that it was somehow inappropriate. The girl apologized and explained that she was just being a nosy doctor, promising that she would take the remark into consideration. At this moment, an excited Zixi ran into the room, wanting to report some very bad news. It turns out that some trouble was going on in the fragrant abode because Sister Yu and her husband had disappeared somewhere. The protagonist asked his girlfriend to calm down and tell her again what happened. The girl explained that just this morning, she had decided to go to the establishment to see her acquaintance. Then she saw some kind of crush at the entrance, which didn't bode well. Zixi tried to walk through all these people because she began to feel that something terrible had happened. Eventually, she saw a frightened Xiao Fan who was being tried to calm down by some guy. The girl calmed down a bit and came to her senses when she saw the acquaintance as her superior. She was finally able to reveal that someone had broken into the fragrant abode and kidnapped Sister Yu and her husband. The protagonist, who has yet to be discharged from the hospital, certainly didn't expect trouble to return so soon. At that moment, a call came in on the ward phone that interrupted the conversation about the fragrant abode. The guy didn't know what to expect anymore, so he quickly picked up the phone and answered it. A second later, he cried out in shock, because it seemed he had been given some not particularly good news again. Zhou Xian guessed that these were the same kidnappers, and Lin Mu briefly confirmed her guess. The guy reported that the voice was altered so he couldn't recognize who it was. Meanwhile, the kidnappers themselves have already arrived at some abandoned building to pull off all their dastardly plans. Turns out it was all pulled off by the very same killer who recently came for the protagonist's life. He even called his boss here to demonstrate the results of his work. Hidden behind the massive doors were the bound Xu Yu and Lian Chen, who could not defend themselves in any way. The mercenary asked his superior not to worry, because they had just knocked out their hostages. The mysterious man asked the assassin not to hurt these people, because he only needed Lin Mu's own life. The young man promised that this time there would be no failure, and he would finally deal with the main character. The boss had a pretty tough attitude, so he emphasized that this was the last chance for the killer. The guy was also serious about this task, so he promised to cut his life short by his own hand if he failed to kill Lin Mu. The boss was pleased with this attitude, so now he waited for good news from his subordinate. The mercenary had been an assassin for over 20 years and had never failed. But now he had failed twice in killing our hero, so he was going to wash away that shame with his own blood. The assassin was sure that after today's encounter, only one of them would survive. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was telling his friends that the kidnapper had asked him to come to the appointed place alone. Zhou Xian was certain that it was a trap, so the guy should definitely not take such a risk. Zixi believed that the young man had not yet recovered from his wounds, so she asked for permission to go to this particular place. The protagonist asked her not to worry because he was already perfectly fine and could handle the task himself. Plus, he was sure that these kidnappers were probably a bunch of good-for-nothings, so they weren't an equal to him. The doctor was still worried because it would all be happening deep in the night and the young man wouldn't even see if he was ambushed. The young man was well aware of all these facts, but all he could do was follow instructions because the priority was to save their friends. Zixi still wanted to go along with them to help because it all looked too dangerous. The protagonist didn't want to take that risk because if the kidnappers noticed someone else's presence, they would just kill Yu's sister and her husband. At that time, Zhou Xian offered to make some sort of plan to back up Lin Mu. The young man replied firmly that now was not the time for plans because he must hurry and rescue the hostages. The girls realized that they simply would not change the mind of the protagonist, who had already decided to take this risk himself. He apologized to his girlfriends for his temper anyway, and reached out to grab the very technique from Mr. Lu. Lin Mu, with a reassuring smile on his face, asked him not to worry about him, because he would definitely return safe and sound. Meanwhile, Yao Xianxian also did not sleep this night, as if she sensed some kind of trouble. Her butler saw that the young lady was awake, so he went out to the balcony to carefully offer her a rest because it was quite late. The girl replied that she didn't feel sleepy, so she asked Uncle Shu to go first. He noted that the night was quite chilly, so he suggested that he at least bring a cape for Yao Shanxian. The girl did not listen to her assistant because she saw Lin Mu, who had come to meet the kidnappers. She had no idea why the guy was in this place in the studio later in the day. The protagonist continued to stand quietly in place and thought about what he would spring into action as soon as the kidnappers showed up here. At this moment, an assassin surrounded by his men appeared and immediately turned to Lin Mu. The villain noted that he seemed to be a good friend since he had come alone for the safety of Shu Yu and Lian Chen. The guy was unhappy to see the man again, but he didn't give any sign and asked to let his friends go because he had kept his end of the bargain. The assassin asked him not to worry because he didn't intend to harm these people, and reminded him that his main target was Lin Mu specifically. The next second, he kept his word and ordered his men to release the hostages. The subordinates approached the pair of abductees and gave them the antidote that was supposed to bring them back to consciousness. Shu Yu coughed violently after hearing such a pungent odor, but she finally woke up from her long sleep. Lian Chen immediately asked if his wife was all right. And meanwhile, the assassin reported that the two of them were now free because their target was already in place. Only now did the woman see that Lin Mu was here, who definitely shouldn't have taken such a risk. So she excitedly asked him to get out of here as quickly as possible. Her husband also emphasized that the bandits came prepared. So our hero will not be able to win against them, and the guy has already done a lot for them. The man couldn't understand what their savior was waiting for, who still wasn't going to leave. Lin Mu asked the couple to return home because it was only his personal feud that other people shouldn't suffer because of. Shu Yu couldn't hear all those words because there was no way they could leave the young man in such danger. The protagonist continued to remain calm and explained that they would only be a distraction for him. In the end, Lian Chen agreed with the guy's words because they were rather weak and would only be a nuisance if they stayed here. Before leaving, the man said with a smile and hope in his voice that they would definitely wait for the triumphant return of their savior in the fragrant abode. The guy asked me not to worry about him and to be sure to make a good cup of tea for him. The assassin chuckled at the fact that he was so naive, because it would still have to be seen if Lin Mu would be able to leave here tonight. The protagonist didn't lose confidence and offered to finally resolve their conflict that night. Lin Mu stood in a fighting stance and motioned for his opponent to attack first. In turn, the mercenary himself ordered his men to stand back, for he wished to deal with his target on his own. The guy emphasized that all the bystanders were gone, so now they could undeterred and have a duel to the death. The protagonist was in no hurry because he wanted to finally know his opponent's name before the fight. Meanwhile, the mercenary had already prepared his knives and explained that the assassin could not tell his victims. In the end, he didn't wait and threw out all of his sharp blades in one go before Lin Mu had time to react. The young man barely had time to register the flickering shadow, his brain only having time to process the thought of his opponent's unexpected speed. In the last battle, he couldn't use chi because of his wounds, but he's definitely not going to get punched in the face this time. The protagonist was able to easily repel the attack with his sturdy shield, which knocked all the knives aside. The assassin hadn't expected to see such strong chi, and was now excited to battle such a trained fighter. He was confident that he would definitely kill Lin Mu this time, which would help him reach new heights. The boy was not at all afraid of this attitude of his opponent, because he thought that he was a foolish dreamer, since he was so confident in his abilities. Our hero immediately thought of something the teachings Mr. Liu had given him contained techniques that he just might be able to apply in this battle. He immediately concentrated the energy in his hands and used the dragon defeat technique. A true dragon formed from his chi and flew towards the mercenary at full speed. The assassin hadn't seen such a technique before, so he was surprised to see such a technique from Lin Mu. In the end, he couldn't resist such a powerful attack and now tried to dodge the dragon. Only now did the guy realize that it was a strike called 18 Dragon Palms. At the same time, the protagonist realized that he could not underestimate his opponent, so he chased him to the end. The assassin definitely didn't expect Lin Mu to know the 18 Dragon Palms, but fortunately for him, he had come here prepared. The guy saw the syringe in his opponent's hands and realized he was going to use steroids. The mercenary wasted no time and quickly injected himself with a booster injection to definitely defeat our hero. He confirmed Lin Mu's speculation and explained that he would be able to increase his strength for a short time, so the young man should already be preparing for his death. The assassin, tossing the syringe aside, suggested that the protagonist should now attack first. Now, he slowly straightened up to his full height and declared that the time for games was over and now everyone would see the true power he had been hiding until now. The protagonist couldn't believe that his opponent was willing to harm his body just to achieve his goal. The mercenary emphasized that he didn't want to do it, but after all the defeats, he simply had no choice. Today, his future depended on him killing Lin Mu, so he had to take such drastic steps. The assassin's eyes lit up with rage, and he quickly shortened the distance to accurately hit the protagonist. Lin Mu realized that the opponent had started to actively attack. Therefore, one must come up with some plan of action to stop. Meanwhile, the mercenary was already using the flower rain technique, and the guy could see that he was getting faster and faster. Our hero advised the caller to stop wasting his energy on flying daggers, because it wouldn't help him anyway. Lin Mu also stopped restraining herself and used her dragon shield to accurately defend against this powerful attack. Thus, the sharp blade simply shattered against this energy barrier and no longer carried any danger. The assassin realized that this technique didn't work because eventually the protagonist managed to block all of his attacks. Only now did he realize that he could no longer rely on his daggers in this fight. Suddenly, a dragon's head with its mouth open appeared near his face, appearing literally out of nowhere. In the end, Lin Mu decided to use the spiritual dragon to knock the confused opponent off his feet. The blow hit the mercenary with monstrous force, and his body was thrown a few meters away like a rag doll. Now the protagonist was sure that his opponent had finally lost this fierce battle. The killer, even though his mouth was filled with blood, tried to say that he still wasn't giving up. In the end, the guy couldn't even say a few words because of the pain, and Lin Mu suggested that he should finally give up because all his internal organs were damaged, and it was impossible to continue fighting in such a condition. The opponent accepted his defeat after all, so he asked our hero to finish him off to end this torment. The young man promised to save his life if the killer would tell him who was behind it all. The mercenary didn't see the point of this because the boss wouldn't just let him go because of this failure, and thought that Lin Mu himself should have guessed who was hunting him. The protagonist was beginning to guess who they were talking about, but he still couldn't understand why these people would go so far to kill him. The killer suggested that the young man must have been upset because he was a constant victim and could not live peacefully. Lin Mu thanked his opponent for telling the whole truth and asked if he had any last words. The guy reached into his jacket pocket and asked that, upon his death, the flying dagger teachings be passed on to his younger sister. He explained that the girl on the phone was his sister, who attends a university in the eastern seaboard. The protagonist tensed up a lot when he heard the name of his university and began to suspect how things might have turned out. It was hard for him to say a word when he was handed a picture of his sister. Turns out it was Bei, our hero's classmate, who brought him to the Dragon Protectors. The assassin also didn't expect Lin Mu to be familiar with his younger sister. The protagonist now realized that he was from the Tang sect, so he inquired as to why he had decided to become a mercenary. The boy was afraid he had no time at all to tell his story. Lin Mu asked him not to worry about it and promised to pass this teaching on to Bei. The killer thanked our hero for his help and asked him to be careful in the future, because many people will continue to hunt. Finally, the strength left his body and he spoke his last words. After that, the protagonist decided to call the right people to straighten things out. He asked for help getting rid of the corpse and was going to send me the coordinates to do it. An hour later, only a red stain remained at the assassin's spot. And Lin Mu thought about the fact that from now on, every day would be more and more dangerous for him. Afterward, the guy was finally able to return to his home to rest from the tumultuous events of the past few days. He stepped over the threshold and loudly announced his return to all his friends. All of his roommates and Sister Yu and her husband had gathered in the living room and were incredibly worried about Lin Mu's fate. Our hero was immediately approached by Zixi, who asked if he had managed to settle everything. Shu Yu and Liangchen were very worried about the guy, because they were the main reason why something could happen to him. Lin Mu asked them not to take all the blame because he was the reason for the kidnapping, so it was up to the young man to apologize. Meanwhile, the man decided to wonder if this was the same way their savior had managed to defeat that killer. The protagonist briefly explained that they had a duo, one-on-one, and he had no problem winning that fight. Liang Chen's eyes glistened with genuine admiration for the guy who had already definitely earned his respect. Shu Yu realized that it was already over, and noted that they now owed a dinner at the fragrant abode to thank everyone for their help. Afterward, all the girlfriends escorted their guests out and asked them to be careful on their way home. Song Liangro immediately noticed that the guy was very depressed for some reason, and suggested that he tell him everything. Our hero told us that he was worried that life was too unpredictable and that that killer turned out to be his girlfriend's brother. Zixi, hearing such terrible news, asked how things could have turned out this way. In fact, the young man began to guess that it was his family that was behind all these events. The girl couldn't believe it when she heard such shocking assumptions of the main character. The protagonist explained that he had already moved on from his family's internal conflicts, but they still wouldn't let him go. so now he had to forget about any mercy. He also believed that his relatives were to blame for his parents' deaths, so he needed to investigate the whole situation. At this moment, someone decided to call Lin Mu, which seemed rather strange because it was already deep in the night. The protagonist frowned, slowly bringing the phone to his ear, his voice sounding wary. For a call at this late hour clearly didn't bode well. It turned out to be Lo Bi-yun, who was in tears asking the young man to come to her. Lin Mu quickly arrived at the Luo family's house where his acquaintance was now. The guy rang the doorbell, but no one opened it for him, which made him tense up even more. A few minutes later, the girl appeared in the doorway, her eyes red with tears, and her voice trembling with a rush of emotion. She immediately threw herself into the main character's arms and was glad that he had come to her after all. The guy tried to calm Lo Bi-yun down and offered to come inside to talk about what happened. It turns out that for the past few days, when she closes her eyes, she immediately remembers being trapped in that car. The protagonist hugged her gently, his voice sounding calm and confident as he reassured her that what had happened was just an unfortunate set of circumstances and not something sinister or deliberate. The girl still thought someone had purposely messed up her car to take her life. Lin Mu began to suspect that these were the people who had harassed the girl last time as well. Luo Bi-yun shook her head because she wasn't sure how it all happened. The young man promised that he would protect her because he now realized that the girl was in the same situation as himself. She asked the main character to stay the night because she was too scared to stay by herself. The guy didn't mind because he didn't want to go anywhere anyway and agreed to keep him company. After that, they laid down on the bed together and Lo Bi-yun started talking about how she felt safe around her boyfriend. The protagonist decided to find out some more information and asked the girl if it was true that Hao Yun Corporation started its rise during World War II. Lo Bi-yun said that when the war spread to Asia and China, her family produced and sold weapons to supply the military to expand their business. Their corporation bought up many large military companies to start developing weapons, which became the foundation for the Lo family. After years of research and development, their weapons have become recognizable around the world, and some are even labeled as must-have weapons for Americans. It can be said that the Lo family has penetrated the heart of America and supports their country's technological defense. Now the protagonists realized that not only were they rich, but they had strong military support. Now it was no surprise that the Luo family had so many enemies if they had such a big business. The girl also revealed that her father had hired a bunch of elite bodyguards to protect her, but it still wasn't enough. Lin Mu looked her straight in the eyes, his voice sounding firm and without a shadow of doubt, as he made a promise that no danger would touch her as long as he was around. Luo Bi-yun knew very well what a noble hero he was, so she believed every word he said. Then the protagonist turned strangely to the girl, who was a little embarrassed by such intimacy with him. Suddenly, the young man drew her so close that there was not even a centimeter between them, and then his lips passionately merged with hers in a kiss full of surprise. The girl's mind immediately became chaotic, so she only had time to think about Lin Mu's soft lips. She immediately remembered the main character transferring energy to her in a similar way when he rescued her from the water. So they spent the whole night together until the next morning came and the sunlight flooded the whole room with its light. Lin Mu woke up first and saw that the girl was still sleeping, so he had time to rest. Even in her sleep, Luo Bi-yun thought about the guy because her body refused to forget that ardent kiss. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself decided to try and make a great breakfast for her. Eventually, the girl also woke up and was startled when she didn't find Lin Mu beside her. She immediately smelled the pleasant aromas from the kitchen, which whetted her appetite. Lin Mu froze with the tray in his hands when he saw Luo Bi-yun because he expected her to wake up later. Lo Bi-yun thanked our hero who made such an appetizing scrambled egg and vegetables for her. She quickly sat down at the table to eat, but the guy asked her to take her time because tomorrow still had time to get cold. In between, Lin Mu decided to inquire if the girl was going to go to the office today. She, after a quick glass of cool water, confirmed her plans to visit work. The girl explained that she works as a CEO, so she had a large number of important cases. Then the guy promised to walk Lo Bi-yun to the office because he was just free all day. She was very excited about this opportunity because, due to recent events, it was good to have support in the form of Lin Mu. Our hero added that he could do it as long as the girl herself was willing. After breakfast, he sent the girl to wash up and get ready for work, asking her to let him know when she was ready. Quite soon, they arrived at Hao Yu Company's tower, which looked quite grandiose. Lo Bi-yun offered our hero to stay in the office for a while, to which he agreed without any problems. Employees bowed their heads respectfully as the CEO walked through the hallways, and their gazes expressed genuine respect. Meanwhile, the girl herself introduced Lin Mu in front of her administrator and informed him that he could now visit Hao Yu Tower at any time. Of course, the subordinate didn't object, so she had no problem considering Luo Bi-yun's clarification. After that, the girl and Lin Mu went to the glass elevator because she couldn't wait to show off her office. In just a few seconds, they were on the top floor of the tower, and the director announced that they had arrived at the site. The system immediately informed me that I needed to scan my retina to gain access to the office. The device immediately recognized Mrs. Luo Biyun's eye, so it immediately granted access to her office. In the end, the protagonist agreed that the office looked just fine. The girl also added that the view of the city from here was just perfect, so she occasionally looks out the window to take a break from work. It turned out that all this time, there was a sniper sitting somewhere nearby, who instantly aimed at the target, which was the CEO. Now all the mercenary has to do is wait for the order to be confirmed in order to complete the mission. The very next moment, he was ordered to eliminate the target immediately, so he reached out his finger little by little to pull the trigger. A gunshot sounded and a bullet flew out from the muzzle of the rifle, which was to take the life of Luo Biyun, who was unaware of another attempt to kill her. The protagonist still managed to sense the danger, so he instantly rushed to save the girl. He, shouting, tried to warn her about the sniper. Luo Biyun still continued to stand still as well, not realizing what was going on. Lin Mu had to pile his whole body on top of the girl to pull her to the ground and prevent the sniper from hitting the target. The guy then grabbed her arm and quickly led her away from the window, preventing the mercenary from taking aim a second time. Hiding behind the desk, the girl had already realized that an assassin was working against them, and our hero explained that the enemy was sitting on the building opposite the tower. Lin Mu saw that the mercenary was using 50th caliber bullets that could pierce through even bulletproof glass. He emphasized that it was too dangerous in the office right now, so he asked the girl to hurry up and call security to take care of it. The young man also asked that people be sent to a neighboring building to check for suspicious individuals there. After listening to all of the main character's instructions, Luo Biyun quickly took out her phone to relay those orders. The guy guessed that the assassin most likely left immediately after the failed mission, so he could only hope that Biyun's guards were able to catch him. Eventually, he decided to deal with it on his own, so he asked the girl to hide here and not go anywhere. The young man was sure that nothing would happen to him because he wasn't the mercenary's primary target. He decided to go down to the bottom floor by himself because the elevator was too slow. The protagonist flew downward with all his might to be sure to catch the killer in time. Still, he had to speed up even more because there was no way a sniper could escape. It wasn't long before Lin Mu found the building from which Luo Biyun had been shot from. The young man was able to calculate the trajectory, so he was almost certain that the killer was right there. Lin Mu stopped abruptly because he realized that it would be easier to use the fire escape to climb up. It would also help him not get caught by the others, so the mercenary would definitely not have time to escape from here. Eventually, he met some man in glasses and a suit who looked rather suspicious. Turns out it was indeed a killer who didn't expect to be found so quickly. The mercenary didn't wait and quickly pulled out a gun, pointing it at Lin Mu and firing a shot. After a second, the protagonist seemed to vaporize, so the killer was a bit confused. The next moment, something unknown shot through the leg of a man who had not expected such a sudden attack. The assassin shuddered, and a heartbreaking scream escaped his throat as pain as sharp as a red-hot blade pierced his leg. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was behind the mercenary's back and turned him off with one precise strike. The guy immediately saw that the sniper hadn't brought his sniper weapon with him. He quickly went to the roof of the building because it was obvious the gear was left here. Our hero confirmed his hunch because there was a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle standing there. Lin Mu immediately called his friend to inform her of the killer's capture and asked her to send her men. It wasn't long before the guy was already back in the office, which was already filled with security after such a serious incident. Luo Biyun had already released her subordinates and informed them that Lin Mu would now be here for her safety. The bodyguards still felt it wasn't a good idea to trust strangers so easily after everything that had been going on lately. The girl was very angry because they were treating Lin Mu like this, which was not the first time he had saved her life. The guards eventually admitted that they had seriously let their boss down this time. Lin Mu did not stand aside and suddenly appeared in front of the girl, as if he had teleported from one place to another. The bodyguards didn't even have time to blink when they already saw the figure of the young man in front of them. It turns out that the main character wanted to protect the bodyguards because he believed that all people can make mistakes. Everyone was shocked that Lin Mu was so fast and appeared in front of Miss before they noticed. The girl irritably asked what her delinquent subordinates were waiting for and ordered them to go check on the assassin immediately. The bodyguards immediately came to their senses and quickly accepted their superior's orders. They bowed their heads synchronously to Mr. Lin, their voices merging in a respectful statement, placing the young mistress under his responsibility as a jewel requiring special treatment. The protagonist understood everything perfectly and also allowed the guards to go back to their regular jobs. When Lin Mu and Luo Biyun were alone, the girl thanked him again for saving her life. The guy asked her not to worry about all that, because the assassin was no match for him in close combat. He examined the bullet point and noted that a sniper would have no trouble aiming through the three panoramic full-length windows. The CEO explained that this design takes aesthetics, light, and more into account, though they took measures against such occurrences during development by putting in bulletproof glass windows. In fact, the protagonist was puzzled by what happened, because even bullets of 50 caliber cannot penetrate 2 layers of bulletproof glass. After taking a closer look at the hit spot, Linmu finally saw that there was something strange about it. The girl came closer because she was also curious about the details, and Linmu explained that the edges of the hole were too smooth, which was different from the normal action of a bullet. Luo Biyun also noticed that the edges looked like they had been burned through using high temperatures. The main character couldn't understand how this could happen because it takes really intense heat to break through bulletproof glass. At that time, the girl said that there were such superpowers and wanted to know Linmu's thoughts on the situation. The young man pretended not to know what she was talking about and asked if she meant the very superhero movies. In reality, Luo Biyun believed that there were people in the world who could utilize such superpowers. She knew that most people are born with these skills, and when their powers are awakened, they gain incredible power. The protagonist noticed that the girl was talking about all this too confidently, as if she had met people like this. Turns out she'd seen something similar in Europe, where such craftsmen call themselves mutants. Linmu remarked that it all sounded quite interesting and asked if such people existed in Huaxia. The girl wasn't sure about it, but legends say that there are cultivators here who use qi to gain strength. In the end, Linmu made sure that this bullet hole was made by an assassin with superpowers. After learning such a serious fact, Lo Biyun decided that she should tell her father about this interesting street. The events are transferred to the police department of the East Sea City, where no one has yet suspected a serious incident. The chief of police was sitting in his office, humming something cheerful, until the sharp ringing of the office phone interrupted this carefree moment. The man was very unhappy that someone dared to call him at such a time. Commissioner Shen immediately calmed down when he heard the familiar voice of the esteemed Mr. Luo. He was surprised when he heard that something had happened in the village to the west, and immediately agreed to investigate the incident. The policeman thought these guys were fearless if they dared to attack the Luo family in broad daylight. The man began to get angry because the miscreants had definitely decided to throw a challenge to the police with their daring attack. He called his subordinates and informed them that right now they would all meet in the assembly hall. Events once again returned to Haoyu Tower, where so far all was calm. The girl told Linmu that she had already informed the police about everything, so they would help the Luo family with the investigation. The protagonist was still worried that the police wouldn't be able to handle the mutants, so he offered to personally handle it. Luo Biyun wasn't against it, but asked the guy to be careful and come back immediately if anything went wrong. Lin Mu didn't want the girl to worry unnecessarily, so he promised to do as she said. Bayun herself was in no hurry to let our hero go, so she asked him to stay a little longer. She quickly ran up to her lover and lightly smacked his lips before leaving, and Lin Mu didn't expect the girl to be so passionate. Luo Biyun was embarrassed after such a gesture and said that she would now look forward to Lin Mu's return. The protagonist traveled to the western zone of East Sea City, where the very same Yemu village was located. He saw that it was just an ordinary village, so he didn't fully believe that mutants could be hiding here. The guy saw only children and old people in front of him, which didn't look suspicious at all. Nothing at all caught Lin Mu's eye, so he continued to look around carefully. Eventually, his gaze settled on one building that stood out among the others. The guy realized that there weren't many people in the village, but for some reason, the diner was still open. The protagonist felt that there was something strange about this noodle shop, so he decided to look inside. He asked the owners if there was any food left, and they kindly invited him to sit down at a vacant table. Lin Mu didn't hesitate long and immediately ordered a bowl of yangchong fried egg. After just a couple of minutes, he had already been brought some cooked noodles that looked very appetizing. Taking a closer look, the young man immediately noticed that the noodles were actually poorly cooked. Looks like his hunch was right, and this noodle shop is not open for legitimate business. So we need to find out more about this place. After finishing his portion, the protagonist informed the owner that he had left the money for it on the table. Then the man asked our hero to wait a bit because he hadn't given him his change yet. The change was a sharp blade that almost flew into Lin Mu a second later. The knife ended up crashing into the table behind the guy's back, who was able to dodge this attack. The man was greatly surprised to see that the youngster had managed to escape after all. The protagonist realized that his hunch was confirmed, so he asked the two who they even were. The woman also didn't stand still and tried to attack Lin Mu from the other side. She tried to slash the young man, but his reaction was perfect, so the knife flew a centimeter away from his body. The owner, frozen, was confused when she saw that she had missed after all. Lin Mu moved lightning fast behind her back, and his hands sharply pushed her forward. The woman's body was thrown back with such force that she flew several meters before collapsing heavily to the floor. The blow was so hard that she was bleeding profusely, and before she lost consciousness, she only had time to tell her comrade to run away from here. The man began to realize that the main character was too strong, so they simply couldn't stand up to such an opponent. Lin Mu was in no hurry to attack, and emphasized that he had just come here for a portion of noodles. But for some reason, the owners decided to attack him. It turns out that the man and woman weren't the only ones hiding in the place, so the owner asked all of his other associates to flee the place. That's when loud footsteps were heard on the second floor of the diner by people who heard that something untoward was going on. The protagonist didn't even realize that there were some other people hiding upstairs. The guy was only distracted for a second, but the owner had already seized the opportunity and tried to escape. All the man could think about was that he needed to hurry up and meet his boss to report the incident at their diner. Of course, Lin Mu was much faster, so he deftly blocked all avenues of retreat. The owner was shocked at this speed and couldn't even guess how the young man had caught up with him so quickly. Meanwhile, the protagonist wasted no time and rushed forward, his fist whistling through the air and smashing into his opponent's jaw with such force that he didn't even have time to raise his hands to defend himself. The man was unable to stay on his feet and simply fell to the floor, so now also posed no danger. Lin Mu realized that by doing so, he had managed to uncover the mutant disguise in this village. Taking a closer look at the body of the defeated owner, our hero noticed that he was wearing an elastic mask. Meanwhile, all the runaways couldn't figure out what to do now because the noodle shop was left unprotected. The boss thought that the SWAT team had already found their trail, so they should get out of this village as soon as possible, so they definitely wouldn't be found. A subordinate reported that he had hidden some cars in a warehouse, so they could use them to escape. They all quickly ran to the hangar, from where some overly suspicious sounds were already coming from. A deafening explosion broke the silence, the shockwave picking up the mutant and hurling him away from the door. None of them could figure out what was going on, and feared the SWAT team was already in place. The boss wasn't completely sure yet, so he asked his subordinates to calm down and wait a bit. Turns out it was just the main character, who didn't look like a SWAT officer at all. The leader of the mutants thought they were just some brat, and ordered his companions to kill him, not realizing what they were getting into. The subordinates instantly began to follow their boss's order and instantly swarmed towards Lin Mu, who was not at all afraid of such competition. A slight smirk appeared on Lin Mu's face because he was amused at the fact that some lowlifes were trying to kill him. He was easily able to dodge the first attack, so the first opponent just flew down. The other warrior immediately reacted to the mishap and rushed to his comrade's aid. The protagonist still remained calm and continued to stand still, waiting for his opponent's next attacks. The guy ended up bouncing high at the last moment, and his opponent was unable to do any damage. Mutan definitely didn't expect this turn of events, so he didn't even know what to do in such a situation. In fact, Lin Mu couldn't understand why these people didn't use their abilities against him. Meanwhile, the fighter realized that he needed to attack the protagonist somehow differently to find any option to strike. He hit the guy on the other side, but apparently the guy was too fast to be hit by such an obvious attack. Lin Mu then decided to address the other mutants, who were still standing by. The guy decided to show off his skills and tried to get the others emotional to show their real strengths. The two fighters who had challenged our hero a second ago were now writhing in pain. In just a second, they were already lying helplessly on the floor, begging their boss to save them. Even the leader was beginning to fear Lin Mu because the latter was able to knock out his men today with a move. He began to suspect that the guy might have turned out to be a high-level cultivator. And meanwhile, our hero decided to wonder if the others wanted to attack all together. The young man began to suspect that everyone around him was scared, so he decided to take the initiative and attack first. Little by little, Lin Mu began to concentrate the chi in his hands to further utilize his strongest techniques. The leader trembled with fear because he saw the strong energy of their rival and realized that they couldn't stay here any longer, or else the entire gang would be destroyed. Realizing the risks involved, the man ordered his subordinates to get out of here quickly, while he tried to apprehend the enemy. The rest of the gang realized that the situation was too serious, so they did not oppose the decision from their leader. The protagonist only had to laugh off the fact that his opponents had run away from him so quickly. The leader himself also started running away to pull Lin Mu in the other direction away from his comrades. The next moment, a spirit dragon came out of nowhere and pierced through the man. Our hero noted with a smile that he had already managed to catch his opponent, though he hadn't even taken a step out of his seat. After that, the gang boss slowly fell to the ground without strength and let out his last exhale. Meanwhile, the other mutants wouldn't stop running, and one of them knew a loophole through which to escape their enemy. All the bandits didn't realize yet that the protagonist's dragon had already caught up with them and didn't give them any chance to escape. Sensing something amiss, they finally looked up and saw a serious threat above them. Now the mutants realized that their opponent had already caught them, and there was no more chance of escape. The fierce dragons of the protagonist also appeared in front of them, which were not going to spare any opponent. Before the bandits could say anything, Lin Mu's aides attacked them and took away all of their life force. The guy was finally able to exhale in peace because he was finally able to deal with all of his opponents. Suddenly, the protagonist saw that one of the mutants had managed to survive the attack after all, and was still standing on his feet, which was pretty amazing. The remaining gang member, holding onto his heart, asked Lin Mu who he even was. Lin Mu didn't bother to answer the question and thought about the fact that he had seen similar abilities before, so he guessed who this kid was. Meanwhile, the bandit stated that he no longer cared that the organization had restricted the use of abilities and prepared to continue the fight. The protagonist was still unafraid and suggested his opponent attack first because he wanted to see the mutant's superpowers. His opponent would not miss such an opportunity, so he exhaled and gripped his blade tighter. Lin Mu continued to analyze his strength and noticed that it might be weak, but at the same time, it was very different from using chi. At this moment, the bandit dared after all and was the first to rush to attack, flashing his knife in the air. In fact, Lin Mu hadn't even expected his opponent to be so fast. But at the same time, this guy's movements were too simple, so the protagonist could calculate everything. After his first attack, the gang member began to realize that he still couldn't get his hands on the cultivator. At the same time, Lin Mu continued to calmly dodge all the attacks because he wanted to better study the ability and realized that the mutant could even use its power through weapons. The guy tried one more time to strike at our hero, but it was literally impossible. At this moment, the young man noticed that his opponent's speed had increased again and wanted to see what the situation was with his strength. He made the decision to block the next attack with his hand to get a feel for how strong the bandit was. At that time, the protagonist only confirmed his speculation that his opponent's strength had also increased. At the same time, the remaining gang member was already rejoicing at the fact that his opponent didn't want to dodge in time. The boy froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up with determination because now was the right chance to finally achieve his goal. The protagonist began to notice that his opponent's speed was no longer increasing, which meant that he had reached his limit. Bandit continued his futile attempts to hit his opponent, but the latter dodged each blow without any problem. Eventually, Lin Mu had had enough of all this, because it was obvious that this kid couldn't get him, so he used his dragon to take his life force as well. The last mutant couldn't understand how this happened because he was sure of his success. Looking at his opponent's body, the young man immediately thought that it was all disappointing, but he finally had some understanding about these people with superpowers. Suddenly, he heard nearby commands for the soldiers who had already arrived for the sweep. Lin Mu realized that the special forces had already arrived on the scene and decided to leave the rest to them. Sirens sounded everywhere, and fighters detained everyone in their path because now everyone in this village was a suspect. A little later, they saw that the whole gang was out, and now they couldn't figure out what had happened here. Commissioner Shen himself also arrived on the scene and immediately thought that someone had leaked their plans. Upon examining the bodies of the perpetrators, the man realized that they were still alive, but were lying unconscious for the time being. Then he ordered the SWAT team to tie up all these people and take them to the station for interrogation. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to Bi-yun after his little mission. The girl was very happy when she saw that Lin Mu had returned safe and sound. She wondered if the young man was okay after the fight with the mutants, after all. The guy didn't bother to answer his lover's question and quickly picked her up in his arms, playfully suggesting that she check his condition herself. While the protagonist and Lo Bi-yun were having fun, the SWAT team brought all the detained mutants to the police station. They started questioning the staunchest bandit first and tried to find out who sent him here. Obviously, the guy couldn't reveal all the information about his organization that easily. One of the police officers decided they couldn't waste time on this, so he asked his colleague to bring a negotiator. The bandit immediately thought about the fact that this could be a chance for escape if only one staff member remained here. Meanwhile, the police officer turned to him and advised him to start talking, because no one knows if the negotiator will be so kind. The mutant already had plans of his own, so he abruptly broke free of the handcuffs and lunged at the police officer. The officer definitely didn't expect this turn of events, so he couldn't do anything against this guy. The bandit had enough strength to squeeze the policeman's neck with a dead grip and stop his desperate attempts to call for help. Eventually, the life force left the man's eyes and his body collapsed in the mutant's arms. The apprehended intruder only laughed off the fact that the police tried to resist his force. He was confident in his skills, so he thought that Huaxia's police were simply useless against such skills. The guy believed that if the mutants didn't have the strength to protect themselves, they simply wouldn't be able to work for anyone else. He then began reading the cop's parameters so he could make himself an elastic mask with his face on it and get out of the station with no problem. 2 minutes later, the bandit had completely changed his clothes and completely finished his disguise. Now, the path for his escape was completely free, because no one would definitely suspect some sort of switch. At the same time, the protagonist was walking the streets of the city when he received a call from Biyun, who wanted to know if he would be having dinner with her tonight. The guy replied that he was a little busy right now, but promised to meet up after he was done with his business. Luo Biyun was still looking forward to his return because she wanted him to cook some delicious dish again. It turns out that Lin Mu couldn't come to his beloved for now because he had an important appointment with Mr. Lu. Our hero asked the man why they were looking for him again, and he already thought something serious had happened. Lu Shoyan had already heard that the young man was on close terms with Mrs. Luo, so he had one small request for the guy. In fact, Lin Mu had no idea what kind of favor the old man might have asked for. The mentor explained that he wanted the guy to protect Luo's family, and assumed that the guy just couldn't say no. The protagonist didn't expect Mr. Lu to ask him for something like this at all. Then the man started to tell him that their company was helping the Americans. But Lin Mu himself had already heard about it. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, saying that Baolun's group had been given a mission to help the Luo family move their assets. Bringing their company back would be good for Huaxia's development. But obviously the Americans won't let that happen so easily. For this reason, Lu Shoyan wanted to immediately send Lin Mu to the Luo family's headquarters in America to make sure Director Luo Huachuan safely returned to Huaxia. Our hero at once began to guess that the matter was so serious that he had to leave at a minute's notice. The mentor confirmed his hunch and informed him that all the documents were already prepared, and the car that would take the young man to the airport would arrive in 5 minutes. The young man hadn't expected things to be so urgent that he wouldn't even have time to warn his friends of his departure. Mr. Lu asked him not to worry about all these details, promising to warn Mrs. Lo and his 3 girlfriends about it. A few hours later, the protagonist has already arrived at New York International Airport. The guy still couldn't believe he'd dragged himself to the United States of America. He was also worried about all his girlfriends yelling at him because he left without any warning. Among the crowd at the airport was the man Mr. Lo had sent to meet our hero. This relieved the tension at least a little, so Lin Mu happily extended his assistant's hand as a sign of familiarity. It turned out that it was Mr. Luo's personal assistant named Wang Qing. He asked the young man to hurry up and get into the car where they could talk quietly. The man thanked the protagonist for agreeing to protect Mr. Lo for his return to the country, but he promised to explain the rest of the details of the case a little later. For his part, Lin Mu immediately promised that he would do his best to successfully protect Mr. Luo. So far, the assistant had only revealed that they were heading to Lo's estate, which was in Midtown Manhattan, so it would take about 30 minutes to get there. Upon arrival at the site, one could immediately appreciate the condition of the family that had such a gorgeous home. The assistant also introduced our hero to the butler who was to escort him to his private room. The old man was respectful of Lin Mu, and after bowing, he invited him to come inside. Meanwhile, the assistant went to the boss to inform him of the new bodyguard's arrival. But the old man still didn't trust an ordinary student who was called in for such a demanding job. Wang Qing admitted that he hadn't checked our hero's background, but based on his first impression, it felt like he wasn't an easy guy. Jiang Chu from Baolun's group understood that this was a personal recommendation from Lu Shouyang, but he still wanted to see how strong this guy was. He offered to give the protagonist a little test as early as tomorrow morning. Wang Qing didn't really appreciate Captain Jack's idea because he himself didn't even know how to fight, so it questioned the appropriateness of this operation. Jiang Chu asked him not to be such a whiner because the man had been protecting Mr. Luo for years and was the perfect person to check. The assistant wasn't particularly happy about this news, but he had no other choice. The next morning, they met at the gym when Lin Mu came in for a little morning exercise. Our hero didn't suspect anything yet, so he calmly said hello to Wang Qing. The man didn't give any sign at all and told me that he comes here every morning for a workout. The young man noted the serious scars on his assistant's body and immediately guessed that he was an experienced fighter. Wang Qing didn't see it as anything special, so he thought it was just ordinary scratches. The protagonist decided to talk about how the house was pretty well equipped, so he asked an assistant to give him a little tour. The man didn't mind honoring the boy's request, but he offered to spar first. Lin Mu was surprised at such a suggestion and immediately guessed that Brother Wang wanted to test his abilities. The protagonist did not trifle and immediately showed all his strength with just one precise blow. Wang Qing was a rather weak fighter, so he couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the floor with a clatter. The young man immediately reached out to his opponent and asked if he was okay. Lin Mu apologized to his opponent because he had overreacted a bit. The assistant agreed that Lin Mu was indeed gifted, which was quite impressive. He replied that he was fine and would fully recover after a good rest. Eventually, the protagonist decided to leave the man alone and decided to walk through the mansion himself. Wang Qing slowly rubbed his reddened cheek and thought about the fact that before, he couldn't even believe that the young man would make him with just one punch. At this moment, Jiang Chu walked into the hall and immediately noticed that his subordinate seemed to have already sparred. The assistant said that this young man was very strong, so he couldn't even counterattack. Even the captain hadn't expected the visiting student to be such an experienced fighter, which now inspired confidence. This was also the first time Wang Qing had met such a trained fighter, whose kung fu had transcended the limits of a normal person and reached an indefinable level. Jiang Chu took note of these facts and handed his comrade the ointment for his bruise, apologizing for the inconvenience. Half an hour later, Lin Mu finished checking the entire area of the mansion, which turned out to be quite large. Now the guy realized that it would be hard to defend such a big place if someone attacked him. It turns out that all this time, he had been wanted by the butler, who had already circled the entire area, looking for Lin Mu. He informed us that our hero had to go to escort Mr. Lo, who would soon be leaving his office. The old man also said that the special costume for the young man was already in his room, so he had already rushed there to change. A few minutes later, Mr. Lo was informed that his entire team and vehicles were prepared for the trip. Captain Jiang Chu also confirmed that they could move out, so Mr. Luo had already gone to his car. The man looked around and noticed that his assistant wasn't around, so he asked where Wang Qing had gone. Lin Mu, watching all of this from the side, remembered that this was actually his lover's father. Meanwhile, the subordinates tried to hide the aftermath of the morning sparring and said that Wang Qing just wasn't feeling well. So Tian Feng took over his duties. Luo Huachan didn't pay much attention to this, so he informed the others that he was ready to depart. Jiang Chu immediately said that the young man would also ride in the same car as Mr. Luo. After getting into the car, some kind of anxiety immediately came over Lin Mu, as if something bad was about to happen. In the meantime, the driver said that they had received the news of their Huaxia, and all the necessary documents were already on confirmation, so we would have to wait a few months. The man sternly emphasized that the next 2 months would be critical, causing all agencies to be on high alert. At that moment, all the passengers of the car did not realize that right now, a truck was coming at them at full speed. It was simply impossible to dodge this collision. So the truck literally demolished the car in its path. The guards immediately jumped outside and prepared to fight because it was obvious that the enemies were somewhere nearby. The bandits, armed with assault rifles, also smartly jumped out of the truck and were about to grab their main target. The next moment, the bodyguards collapsed to the ground one by one because they couldn't withstand the barrage of bullets. Luo Huachan's driver was immediately given the information that one of the vehicles had encountered the enemy, so the others should protect the Lord and move away. He at once informed Mr. Lo that danger was coming upon them and began to turn around to drive to the estate. The deputy asked everyone to hold on tight because a garbage truck was already trying to run over them. The protagonist didn't expect at all that they would be ambushed on their first outing, and now realizes that the situation is worse than he thought. Only now, the driver saw that the situation was irreversible, and they were about to collide with the truck, which was very dangerous. The driver immediately hit the brake pedal with all his might and still managed to avoid the accident. A gasoline truck was already waiting for them on the other side, so there were no more ways to retreat. Lin Mu realized that a fight was unavoidable as the bandits surrounded them from all sides. He asked Mr. Lo to get out of the car as quickly as possible because it was too dangerous to stay here. The man obeyed his bodyguard, but the problem was that the belt was intentionally jammed. Luo Huachan started to panic a lot because he was now literally chained to the seat. Our hero remained calm even in such a situation, and immediately thought of using his chi to cut the belt. In one crisp motion, he cut the seatbelt, freeing the man. Lin Mu asked him to listen to him carefully because he would be trying to get the Lord out of this otation. He quickly grabbed Mr. Luo and asked Tian Feng to also follow him to have some support. The guy noticed some strange movements overhead, so he immediately ordered everyone to stop and stay away from the car. The bandits had thought out every detail of their plan, so they threw heavy beams on the car to cut off any escape routes. For a while, our heroes were able to stop and regain their breath after all. Luo Huachan was a little disappointed because they had prepared for so long for this trip but were still attacked, and thanked Lin Mu for saving them. The protagonist felt threatened again and quickly managed to react in time, pushing Luo Huachan aside to avoid getting hit by bullets. He grabbed the gentleman's arm and ran forward as fast as he could, dodging every bullet. The man was very confused and still couldn't realize what kind of chaos was going on around him. At the same time, as many as 3 bandits were sitting on the roof of one of the buildings and wouldn't stop firing at their target. At that moment, they noticed that one person from the group had suddenly disappeared. It was Tian Feng who decided to leave Mr. Luo to the protagonist. while he himself went to deal with those guys on the roof. The guy asked his partner not to worry and promised to do his best to protect the bodyguard did manage to sneak upstairs unnoticed, so he was able to take his enemies by surprise. Meanwhile, the bandits decided to proceed with Plan B because their target had managed to escape after all. Tianfeng mockingly wondered if it was him they were looking for, and the opponents definitely didn't expect him to appear here. This guy was also a good fighter, so with his bare hands, he was able to disarm the first opponent at this point. The rest of the gang only now saw what the opponent had done to their comrade. Meanwhile, Captain Jiangchu had already rushed to the spot to help Lin Mu, who was left alone to guard Luo Huachan. He reported that the other faction had already dealt with the enemies at their place, so it was safe to take Mr. Luo and leave this place. Mr. Luo was still worried about the captain, but he asked him to hurry up to get to the manor quickly. No sooner had they emerged from their little hiding place than the young man saw that the bandits had already discovered them. The opponents brought a whole machine gun to shoot the silver sedan, behind which our heroes were hiding all this time. Even the calm Lin Mu calmed down when he saw the heavy artillery that could cause them a lot of problems. After analyzing the situation, Jiangchu ordered our hero and Mr. Luo to quickly leave this place, while he diverted the enemies to himself. Meanwhile, the bandits had already given the command to open fire on their target. After that, machine gun bursts were heard that did not stop for a second, echoing between the walls of the houses. Jiangchu understood that the firepower could be deadly, but at the same time, the speed of the bullets wasn't that fast. He realized that he needed to run even faster to win for himself the opportunity to knock out all the enemies. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to carry out his part of the plan and tried again to get Mr. Luo to safety. Lin Mu had managed to notice that the captain had some incredible speed, so he now understood that this person was also not to be underestimated. Jiangchu was indeed easily able to dodge all the bullets in his direction, even though there were simply an incurable amount of them flying. Finally, he ran behind one of the cars where the bandits were now aiming. They quickly pointed their machine guns in the right direction and started piercing the car with bullets. The criminals also managed to get into the fuel tank, which was quite dangerous. Eventually, there was a massive explosion that scattered the rest of the cars as well. The bandits began to rejoice because they were confident that they were able to eliminate Jiang Chu, who was hiding behind those cars. Their leader noted that it was too early to rejoice, because their main target needed to be captured. Turns out, it wasn't that simple, because the captain was still alive and was even able to run to the enemy's truck to disarm them. No one had time to react to Jiang Chu's sudden appearance, so the first bandit quickly flew away from his precise strike. The enemy slumped to the floor without strength, and his comrades still couldn't understand how this could have happened. They thought it was simply impossible, because they were certain that they had just recently slaughtered their opponent. Jiang Chu only laughed at the fact that some simple guys had tried to kill him with such a simple method. The captain didn't mince words and decided to demonstrate everything he was capable of. He moved so fast that his enemies didn't even have time to react. So now, one by one, they were flying away from his blows. The gang leader watched the scuffle from the sidelines and was not at all pleased with this development. It had only been a couple minutes, and his men had already lost this battle to Luo's subordinates. The man then decided to go to Plan B, which required him to call one person. He realized that the Luo family's guards were too strong, so only a group of mutants could help them in such a situation. The next day, Lin Mu was resting quietly after this whole special operation while someone was watching him from far away. This strange guy was gathering his strength to approach the protagonist with some kind of proposal. The guy himself was nonchalantly lying on the lawn and enjoying a sunny New York afternoon. The stranger finally approached Lin Mu and introduced himself as Liu Yuan, explaining that he was just looking for him. The protagonist paid no attention to him and only wondered what had happened. The young man had already heard that the gentleman was a kung fu master, so he wanted to ask if he could teach him a couple of defense techniques. Lin Mu couldn't understand how the boy could know about it, and he admitted that he was told about it by his uncle, who was able to return home unharmed thanks to his guard. Liu Yuan bowed low to the protagonist and asked to be taken as his disciple. The guy was confused, his face expressing obvious bewilderment, as he had not expected to hear such a proposal in his address. The young man kept begging our hero to help him, but suddenly someone else interrupted their conversation. Jiang Chu and the already rested assistant came over and reminded them that only a couple days ago, the little rascal had asked Wang Qing to be his teacher. The kid asked not to be mad at him because he just wanted someone else to teach him kung fu. The man himself was not offended that Liu Yuan was looking for a new mentor, because he himself had already taken lessons from the protagonist. After that, Jiang Chu decided to talk about yesterday's attack, during which Lin Mu had shown a high level of responsiveness, and thanked the guy for his work. Our hero also showed his gratitude for the compliments in his direction, but also mentioned that it was only because of brother Tian and Wang that they were able to leave that place with Mr. Luo. The captain asked him not to be modest, because although he hadn't seen Lin Mu in action, he knew for sure that he was an extraordinary guy. Some other man joined their conversation who was surprised that Jiang Chu was giving out compliments to the little brat. The assistant and captain had not at all expected that the department would send Brother Dean as reinforcements, but they were glad to have such a meeting. The guard from Baolan's group realized that the Luo family was in serious danger, so they made the decision to send him here. Wang Qing was now certain that Mr. Luo should definitely return to the country safely because Jiang Chu and Ding Han were the strongest two people in the organization. In turn, the captain was calm, because with his old buddy now, no more worries. Ding Han noted that his buddy was rejoicing too soon because new information had been relayed from above that the Americans had decided to use a group of mutants. After this information, everyone gathered for an emergency meeting in the main building of Luo Manor. Everyone was well aware that yesterday's attack was a warning from the Americans. So for the time being, it was better to abandon plans to return to the country. The woman was of the same opinion because the corporation had only achieved such success because 3 generations had worked hard, so they could hurry up and move the business to Huaxia. Luo Huachan emphasized that he was only doing this for the future of Haoyu Corporation, and if they stayed here, the business that the family had built over so many years would be swallowed up behind the local corporations. In any case, the owner felt they should return to their native country to escape control from the Americans over the development of their business. His assistants still thought that the Americans' offer was very attractive, and they could get money anywhere. But just because they were moving the business back to Huaxia, the whole family was in danger from it. Plus, they were walking on thin ice now, so the Americans had already engaged the shadow corporations. The rest of us thought they were doing everything right because they were coming back for business reasons since the government doesn't want to get involved. In the end, Luo Huachan ordered everyone to calm down because the plans to return had already been made and no one would change them. The man also said that all those who return to Huaxia are guaranteed to retain their status in the Luo family, while those who stay behind will either sell their shareholding at double the market price or separate their business from the corporation. A lot of people weren't happy with this decision because now he was making the decision for the entire Luo family, which seemed pretty unfair. At this moment, Luo Huachan, Luo's son, walked in, who had just brought some needed information for his father. The man thanked Qifeng for his work, and now came to the main topic of conversation. Turns out, he's collected all the information about the grifts his employees have committed over the years, so they can just take the money and walk away to stay out of jail. Everyone got a folder with information on all their crimes, so it made them confused and finally calmed down. None of the co-owners could understand how this was even possible, and now realized that they were definitely in no position to object. Now they were disappointed even in each other because the other brother had dared to leak all the investment plans to the government. The man found no normal explanation and simply said he had no choice at that moment. It also turned out that they lost the bid for the high-speed rail project last year, precisely because of the second brother. Everyone present froze in mute shock, unable to believe that he could so despicably betray their company, which had always trusted him. The other brother jumped up from his seat and started yelling about how they had no right to accuse him because they each had some shady dealings behind their backs. The woman, after seeing all this information, decided that she would sell her shares, so her lawyers will send the contract tomorrow. Her coworkers didn't understand why she would do this because you could continue to expand the business in New York. The sister explained that as a woman she couldn't handle that much responsibility, so she would just use the money and move to Australia. Another brother stated that he did not want to return to Huaxia because he believed that his homes were here. Only one Luo Huachan's assistant agreed to return with him because he always stood by the boss's side. Lord Luo had had enough of this, so he thanked the fourth brother for his loyalty. When everyone had dispersed, the father turned to his son and explained that right now, the Luo family split was happening right before their eyes. The man didn't know if he was doing the right thing or not, but either way he couldn't stand by and watch the hard work of generations of family being flushed down the toilet. Qifeng asked his father not to be upset about it because returning to Huaxia was the best choice possible. By the time the family had finished discussing everything, deep night had already fallen outside the window. Lin Mu had already reported the information that the security personnel were able to find out after checking out the attackers, who turned out to be from the New York Mafia. Wang Qing also gave the guy his car keys and bank card, which he could use for personal use. The assistant explained that their target was now the mob leader, but since our hero was new in town, they could only let him gather some information. The guy asked not to worry about him because he was going to act on the situation. After getting into his new car, Lin Mu quickly drove out of the parking lot and went on his first mission. Next to it on the seat was all the information on New York mob leader Higgins. The guy noticed that his target was just celebrating his 45th birthday today, which sounded pretty interesting. To start, he decided to pull into a nearly empty parking lot near an establishment. The protagonist has already now decided to use the card and withdraw some cash from there. He withdrew a couple $1,000s for himself, assuming that should be enough for all expenses. After that, Lin Mu went to the Red Lantern District, where the not-so-great members of society were gathered. Here were girls who immediately started pestering our hero and offering to spend this night together. The young man long considered all the beauties around, but decided to choose for himself the most attractive and charismatic. She spoke first, so the protagonist agreed without too much thought. Lin Mu handed her a thick wad of $100 bills, which was quite a generous payment. He immediately asked if his new companion knew where the coolest nightclub was. The girl had no problem agreeing to take the guy to this bar and promised that it would be the best night of his life. She called our hero cute and was happy that he had brought her to such a lovely place, offering to order some drinks to lift her spirits. The guy didn't react to all her flirtations, because his main mission was to track down the head of the mafia. He kept looking around and couldn't figure out where the leader of the gang could be. Then behind the glass of the bar, Lin Mu saw some sort of establishment that was guarded by a large number of people and asked the girl what was there. Relenting to his curiosity, the beauty revealed the secret and explained that it was a Manhattan mafia club. She also added that the entire entertainment business in this county belongs to this particular group. Lin Mu pretended that he had only seen the mafia in movies and showed interest in this establishment. The girl called the young man very amusing for saying so, and unfortunately replied that she could not escort him into the establishment. The protagonist immediately handed her another wad of money and emphasized that she could have it all if she showed him how to get there. Meanwhile, inside the establishment, they were celebrating the mafia leader's birthday and were unaware of the surveillance. The guy immediately noticed that the place was very cool, and his companion told him that the place was only open to the mafia, so most people couldn't get in here. The girl did not stop only on this hall, so she offered our hero to see an even more amazing place. She took him outside to show off the posh mansion that belonged to mob leader Higgins. Beauty had heard that this luxurious house was made to keep all the bandits' mistresses there, so it was a desirable place for many girls. The young man continued to pretend that he was merely interested in the life of the mobster and asked what the mob leader could be doing now, to which his friend for the evening replied that he must be spending time with his mistresses. A smile immediately appeared on the face of the protagonist, because he began to realize that his efforts were definitely not wasted, and he was able to extract a considerable amount of information. In the end, the beauty suggested that Lin Mu find a place to rest, so they quickly went to a hotel called the Royal Crown of Manhattan. Impatient, he literally flew into the hotel room with the girl in his arms. In the end, Lin Mu didn't want to take advantage of the girl after all, so he gently knocked her out. He carefully tucked the lady into bed, and before leaving, he thanked her for such a rewarding night for him. Events returned to the luxurious mansion of Higgins, who did not realize that our hero got pretty close to him. The man was indeed sitting with one of his mistresses, who was upset that he hadn't visited her in a long time. The bandit then lost his temper and began to complain that he had wasted so much time planning the ambush, but Luo Hua Chan was still able to get away. The girl asked him not to get angry and reminded him that destroying the Luo family was quite a difficult task that definitely shouldn't be rushed. Higgins said that he had already begun to think out the next plan, which made his mistress nervous because this family was not to be trifled with, and a run-in with them was a very risky move. The mobster believed that luck comes with adversity, and the government agreed to give him the Lowe family's Manhattan real estate once the mission was successful. The beauty next door didn't think it was as easy as it looked, because the Americans made too favorable an offer. The mob leader wasn't worried anyway because the government had summoned a group of mutants, so they should just team up and get their act together. The girl didn't see the point in taking such a risk anyway, because they were already doing well with the territories after all. The man then explained that being a mafia was not a very forward-thinking decision, and if they got these companies, they could launder money and move into legitimate businesses. His lover thought it was all done just for her, so Higgins kissed her and promised that this time he would make it right. Somehow, the main character was already in the mansion and clapped when he saw this performance. Lin Mu was glad that he had arrived just in time to see the touching mafia love story, and fortunately, the trip was not in vain. In fact, the protagonist thought that the mafia leader's posh mansion would be better guarded, but he didn't even have any trouble getting in. Higgins immediately asked who the intruder was, but the guy didn't answer because it wasn't that important. More important was that the mob's plan was definitely not destined to come true. The man didn't wait for Lin Mu to act and immediately reached for his gun to finish him off. The gang leader was very unhappy that some brat was daring to threaten him. In the next instant, the room was filled with the deafening rumble of gunfire, the bullet whistling out towards Lin Mu. In the end, Higgins could only hit the vase, and the young man was no longer around. The protagonist only laughed off the fact that the mob leader was so ruthless. The bandit couldn't understand how this could have happened, because he was sure that he was aiming straight at Lin Mu. The guy explained with a smile that the mobster's accuracy wasn't bad, but he himself was faster. Higgins thought the protagonist was just kidding, and quickly began reloading the gun to definitely finish him off this time. He just couldn't believe there was some person he couldn't shoot. In just a second, Lin Mu was already a step away from his opponent and firmly grabbed his gun. This caused the shot to head for the ceiling, and our hero emphasized that this way the mob leader would definitely not kill him. The man began to panic because he couldn't guess at all what the young man was going to do. Lin Mu didn't mince words and punched him in the stomach with all his might, explaining that he was going to beat him up, which seemed to be an obvious thing. From such an attack, Higgins couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the couch behind him, gasping in pain. He immediately asked his lover to run away from here, and the protagonist was surprised that the mobster was still thinking about his mistress at such and such a moment. The girl's heart clenched with anxiety, for she clearly realized that in this dangerous situation, her man could not cope alone, and he urgently needed help. In the end, she decided to deal with Higgins' enemy on her own and threw herself at Lin Mu with a knife. The protagonist was disappointed by this turn of events, because up to this point he had no intention of killing his mistress. Suddenly, the girl felt a strange pain in her chest and couldn't understand what had happened to her. The next instant, she fell to the floor without strength, causing Higgins to scream heartbreakingly. Gritting his teeth in pain, the mafia boss struggled to raise his head and, with a hoarse voice, he once again demanded an answer from Lin Mu, unable to understand how an ordinary person could pull off such an incredible deed. The lad immediately remembered the bandit himself saying that luck comes with adversity, and laughed that he certainly wouldn't see his luck. The protagonist informed Higgins that it was time for him to pay for the choices he had made. The man was sure that the gunshots must have been heard by his guards, so his men would soon be here and finish Lin Mu off if he dared to kill the leader. The young man called him too naive because he had already found a way to sneak in here, so getting out of the mansion wouldn't be difficult. He didn't talk pointlessly anymore and concentrated the chi in his finger. Our hero only needed one accurate shot to take the life of one of the main enemies of the Low family. The bodyguards only now came running into the room because they heard that something wrong was going on here. The boss and his mistress, who were sitting on the sofa as if nothing had happened, did not react in any way to the guards' treatment, which looked rather suspicious. Eventually, the subordinates saw that Higgins was dead and had a hard time realizing this shocking news. They immediately put Code Red into the plan and ordered all men up, requesting reinforcements to the mansion. For his part, Lin Mu didn't even think that everything would go so smoothly, and he would be able to get rid of such a serious problem without any problems. Only about the group of mutants, the guy still had doubts and suspected that they would not be so easy to kill. At that moment, the protagonist heard that there was some kind of conflict going on somewhere nearby. He immediately noticed someone's arrogant voice that seemed very familiar. It turned out to be Du Xiaoyue, who was accosted by some strange guys. One of them explained that their young master was sincerely inviting the girl to have fun with him, so she might as well just say yes. The lady thanked them for the invitation, but declined because she had a bunch of other things to do, after which she needed to get home right away. The guy started to get behind her anyway and offered to personally walk her home. The subordinates were ready to carry out any order of their master, so they immediately agreed to the idea. Du Xiaoyu irritatedly pointed out that she could reach it on her own and tried to break free again. Then the young gentleman laughed off the fact that the girl seemed to have it all wrong, because he wasn't exactly going to send her to her home. The girl asked confusedly what he meant, and began to suspect that she was going to have a hard time getting out of this situation. The guards immediately started talking nonchalantly about how their master's bed was very comfortable to sleep in, and Du Xiaoyue started shouting to the entire street that this was pure kidnapping. Finally, the main character decided to intervene in this conflict, because of which all the bullies were surprised, because they did not expect that someone would dare to go against them. The guy immediately emphasized that he wasn't going to ask nicely unless security right now let this girl go. Du Xiaoyu herself was shocked by Lin Mu's sudden appearance and couldn't understand what he had forgotten in America. The young man only briefly noted that it had been a long time since they had seen his former fiancée. The guards were not going to give up so easily, so they advised our hero to get the hell out of here and mind his own business. The protagonist gave them another chance and repeatedly told them to finally let the girl go. The young master only laughed with Lin Mu, who was acting like a character from a movie, causing the guy's patience to run out, so he decided to forcefully deal with these rascals. The young man had just the right touch to teach the bullies a lesson and save his acquaintance. The bodyguard immediately crouched down in pain and started screaming, unable to resist Lin Mu. The cocky guy didn't expect our hero to deal with his subordinates so easily. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man quickly grabbed Du Xiaoyu's hand and pulled her away from those rude bullies. Still, the young gentleman was not going to let our heroes go so easily and ordered them to stop. He believed that the man who injured his subordinate could not leave the scene so easily. The protagonist gently placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, with a note of menace, if he really thought so. In the end, Lin Mu gave him some advice and told him to fuck off right now, or else the guy would end up in a more deplorable state than his comrade. The noble brave's words had a quick effect on the young lord, so he had no problem escaping the development of the conflict. The guy wasn't at all pleased that he hadn't managed to get Du Xiaoyue, and his henchmen asked what they should do in such a case. Eventually, he ordered his men to teach our hero a lesson, but not to kill him. The guard took out a silenced pistol from his jacket and thought that it would help him defeat Lin Mu, not realizing who he was about to mess with. He took careful aim and decided to take one of his target's legs to start with. The next moment, a rather quiet gunshot sounded, which was hard to notice in the busy street. Obviously, the protagonist was ready for such a development. So in a second, it was as if he vanished into thin air. The guard couldn't understand how the guy was literally able to disappear right before his eyes. After a second, he realized that Lin Mu was right in front of him and had already grabbed his neck in cold blood, so it was already too late to act. The main character got even more pissed off because it's not on video when others attack from the back. The young man emphasized that even in this way it was impossible to injure him. Meanwhile, the bodyguard begged to be let go. But it was already too late, because the lousy guys had managed to piss Lin Mu off badly and must now bear the consequences of their actions. From the powerful impact, the bodyguard flew several meters away and crashed into the side of a parked car with a thud. The collision caused an impressive dent in the car door. The young lord thought it was simply impossible because his guards were experienced fighters. The protagonist set a final warning for him and ordered him to stay away from his friends. The young man said that this was the end of the lesson, so he was going to leave with Du Xiaoyue. After that, they got into the car and Lin Mu asked where the girl was staying to take her to the hotel. She pointed to a map and explained that her neighborhood was 3 streets away. Our hero emphasized that the girl now needs to be more careful when he makes new friends, and Du Xiaoyue thanked him for saving her today. Finally, an acquaintance decided to inquire as to what the guy was doing here in New York. Lin Mu explained that a good friend of his had asked him to help with the trouble here. The girl noted that her ex-fiancé had changed so much, as if he had become a different person. She even had a moment when it seemed that the one standing in front of her was not Lin Mu. Our hero recalled that he almost died once, and after that he decided to let things go and start living a new life. Du Xiaoyu agreed with his words and sincerely wished him good luck with his new life. The next day at the Low family mansion, they had already learned about the big incident in Manhattan the previous night. Jiang Chu still couldn't believe that someone had actually finished off Higgins in his own mansion. The assistant was also shocked when he heard that the mob leader who attacked Mr. Low was now dead. Ding Han confirmed that it was all true, even though the Higginma mansion was well guarded. Everyone wanted to know who the killer was. But the captain thought none of that mattered because he had definitely helped them take care of a big problem. The bodyguard then asked Wang Qing where Lin Mu had been last night, and the latter replied that he had sent the guy to test the strength of the mafia in Manhattan. Now Jiangchu began to suspect that the main character might have been the one behind the incident. The assistant couldn't understand how this was possible, because even the strongest fighter couldn't kill a mob boss in his own mansion. Ding Han felt that I should argue about it as well, so it was better to ask the guy directly. Meanwhile, the protagonist was once again relaxing on the lawn outside the mansion and had no idea that his comrades had already uncovered him. The captain had guessed from the beginning that the young man would be found right here, and Lin Mu had already guessed that the news would spread rather quickly. Jiangchu said that they would like to ask him something, and Lin Mu didn't mind answering all the questions. He asked him directly if our hero had anything to do with Higgins's murder last night. Lin Mu didn't want to reveal the whole truth, so he replied that he had walked around for a bit yesterday, but came back as it was as if he hadn't found anything interesting. Ding Han still asked him not to act on his own, or else it would jeopardize their entire plan. The captain asked his comrade not to be so serious because it wasn't even Lin Mu. The bodyguard emphasized that he was not as good a guy as Jiang Chu, and reminded him that anyone in Baolin's group was obligated to follow instructions. In turn, the protagonist had his own set of rules, so he asked Ding Han not to talk to him that way, because it wouldn't work anyway. Wang Qing also tensed up when the young man started talking to his boss like this, and asked for some respect. Ding Han hadn't even expected the guy to be so arrogant, and began to suspect that he was the one who had killed Higgins. Eventually, the protagonist realized that there was no point in hiding his deeds anymore, because his colleagues suspected everything from the beginning, and confessed that it was he who killed the leader of the mafia. Wang Qing still couldn't believe that the guy was able to pull off such a serious matter. Now Ding Han wanted to see if the young man had the ability to act on his own, since he refused to follow instructions. Linmu immediately accepted this challenge because he, too, wanted to see the true strength of Bao Lun's group. Jiangchu intervened in the conflict because everyone could get hurt in this fight, and there would be no people left to protect Mr. Luo. Our hero emphasized that this will be just a little sparring, so nothing serious will happen. The bodyguard also asked his comrade not to worry, because he only wanted to teach a little lesson to an overly cocky and overconfident guy. Wang Qing immediately warned the young man that Brother Dean was not easy to defeat, so it was best not to mess with him. Lin Mu asked his assistant not to worry because he was well aware of his limits. The man was even more surprised because now he realized that the protagonist was not fighting him at full strength. The opponents separated in different directions, and Ding Han suggested that the guy should attack first and not disappoint him. Wang Qing didn't know what they should do now because the young man didn't want to listen to all their advice in the slightest. The captain wasn't particularly worried about it because he was sure that Lin Mu wasn't an easy person, and this was a great chance to see his abilities. Eventually, the assistant apprehensively reported that their comrades had already started the fight. Jiang Shu asked Wang Qing to watch very carefully because the bout promises to be interesting. The protagonist tensed up because he saw that his opponent had already started to approach him. Everyone was sure it would be an exciting duel. But meanwhile, the bodyguard and our hero clashed their fists for the first time. Ding Han quickly moved away from his opponent and regrouped to attack further. The man tried to hit Lin Mu again, but he managed to deftly move aside, even though the guard was quite fast. The bodyguard himself didn't expect the young man to be as lightning fast and didn't keep up with his movements. Jiang Chu watched the fight with admiration because, from the beginning, he was confident of the protagonist's impressive skills. Meanwhile, Wang Qing couldn't understand how the friend had sensed the main character's strength level. The captain explained that one should watch Lin Mu's strikes carefully because he relied on the power of qi instead of brute force. From the outside, it may look like a low blow, but it wasn't like that at all. At this moment, the protagonist was finally able to break through Ding Han's defense, who only now realized his mistake. At the last moment, the man managed to put up a block to protect himself from the heavy blow of his opponent. The captain believed that if Lin Mu's opponent wasn't a pro like Ding Han, this punch would have broken all of his opponent's bones. In the end, the man admitted that he had underestimated the strength of the protagonist. The guy smugly emphasized that this was just the beginning, because he still had tricks to surprise the bodyguard. Ding Han became even more angry because of Lin Mu being so cocky, and informed him that he would not hold back now either. The man got back into a fighting stance and swung around to teach the protagonist a lesson. The blow was so sharp that Lin Mu had to try his best to dodge it. This only fueled the protagonist's interest, so he decided to try hard to win this fight. Our hero took a few steps back to better prepare for his next action. He filled his entire body with qi energy to show everyone around him what he was really worth. Jiangchu couldn't understand what kind of golden aura was flowing out from Lin Mu's body, and his partner was in mute shock. Now even Ding Han was surprised by the young man's training, because such fighters were rare, even in Bao Lun's group. Meanwhile, our hero did not wait for something and was the first to attack his opponent without giving him a single chance. The bodyguard saw that Lin Mu was now even faster, which only made this fight more difficult. Eventually, the man was unable to dodge such a swift attack and received his first blow. Ding Han felt his legs go under, and he began to slowly settle on the ground, unable to resist the inevitable. He realized that if things continued like this, his defeat would come sooner or later, so he needed to act very quickly. The man quickly regrouped and noted that the guy's punch was great, so he wants to see his other abilities. The protagonist wasn't afraid at all, so he gladly agreed to continue their sparring. The opponents simultaneously attacked each other and eventually clashed fists a second time. A powerful explosion of energy arose between their hands, which lit up everything around them with a bright flash. Wang Qing covered himself with his hand from such a powerful light and noted that their comrades seemed to have become more serious about this battle. Just a second later, Ding Han attempted another strike, but the protagonist managed to dodge in time. Then the young man did not trifle and released even more qi energy outwards. Jiang Chu couldn't believe his eyes, because he and Ding Han had been considered kung fu talents before. They have worked hard for over a decade to get to the level they are at today. Except Lin Mu was only 20, so it was surprising that he had become such an advanced fighter at such a young age. The captain was certain that the young man's level must be exceptional, which was the reason he was able to reach such heights. At the same time, he realized that combat experience was the kind of thing that is gained by numerous encounters with death. Wang Qing began to suspect that their comrades had better stop, because there was no telling how far this fight could go. Jiang Chu didn't pay attention to his words and kept thinking that our hero's battle experience was also very frightening, because even Ding Han could no longer hold his own against such a strong opponent. He believed that there was only one possible explanation for such a strange phenomenon in the form of Lin Mu. the man began to suspect that the main character might be the reincarnation of a seasoned kung fu master. In this way, the young man was able to inherit the knowledge and experience of his past life that made him invincible. Meanwhile, Ding Han once again missed a very strong punch that came straight to his face. After that, the man fell to the ground without strength, and our hero advised to finally admit defeat, and added that the bodyguard was indeed strong, but still could not defeat him. In the end, the opponent bitterly admitted that he had lost today after all. But at the same time, he wasn't going to admit defeat so easily, so he would use every bit of strength he had to continue fighting Lin Mu. Even Jiang Chu started to panic because he couldn't understand what his friend, who was already on the verge, was trying to prove. The man wouldn't listen to him and found the strength to steel himself from the ground because he hadn't had such a good fight in a long time. He activated the body's latent reserve, causing his face to contort with tension and the veins to bulge under his skin like a web of living cords. The protagonist immediately sensed that his opponent's chi flow speed had doubled, and it looked like he was about to use his decisive strike. Wang Qing couldn't understand why their comrade had just changed so much, and the captain told him that it was Ding Han's secret technique. Jiang Chu still couldn't understand why the bodyguard would go this far, because he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Mu even with his secret skills. The man didn't care at all, because he was already flying at full speed straight at his opponent. The guy didn't expect Ding Han to attack so swiftly, but he managed to jump back at the last moment. After blocking the blow, our hero immediately felt that the opponent's strength had greatly increased compared to last time. These blows caused Lin Mu to fly back a few meters, but he was still standing on his feet. The young man remarked that this was simply astonishing, because he hadn't thought that Ding Han had any trump cards. Eventually, the protagonist decided that he too would not be deterred, and quickly adopted a fighting stance. The captain was still surprised at how strong the chi emanating from Lin Mu was, and couldn't understand how he was doing all this. In any case, the bodyguard was no longer afraid of his opponent, and began shouting for him to attack rather than stand aside. Then the guy decided to demonstrate all his capabilities by concentrating energy in his hand. The man was even more surprised now because he had not expected materialized chi to be used against him at all. The next moment, a bright golden light emerged from the main character, blinding everyone around him. Wang Qing and Jiang Chu also immediately realized that they had just witnessed the use of such a rare technique. In the end, Ding Han was still able to stop this attack with his fist, but his condition was getting worse. The young man saw that this movement had left wounds on his opponent's body, so the bodyguard would definitely not be able to last even longer. The man still wanted to continue the fight, so he brought out our hero to keep showing all his skills. Lin Mu put his hand forward and declared that he only needed this movement to defeat his opponent. Ding Han didn't hesitate for long and hit the protagonist again with all his might, but it had no effect on him whatsoever. Now everyone around him was beginning to realize how intimidating this young man really was. Wang Qing saw that Brother Ding could not fight any further, so his defeat was only a matter of time. At the same time, they noticed that Lin Mu was also having a hard time, but he seemed determined to defeat his opponent. This was the first time Jiang Chu had seen Ding Han in such a difficult position, even after using his secret technique. In fact, the bodyguard felt that being defeated by a skillful master like Lin Mu was the best honor for him. The captain began to feel that his comrade wanted to release all his chi to make a killing blow. The protagonist then decided to remind her that they had agreed that this was just going to be a friendly sparring session. The guy pushed Ding Han away from him in one slight movement so that he couldn't accomplish what he had planned. He approached the whole thing with a cold mind and suggested his opponent finally stop. For his part, Jiang Chu didn't expect the young man to deflect Ding Han's deadly strike so easily. It was all too complicated because rage had already clouded the bodyguard's mind, who couldn't lose so easily now. Lin Mu continued to stand his ground and extended his hand to his opponent to end this fight. He emphasized that if they continued fighting, Ding Han would only strain his body more, which would hinder their main mission of protecting Mr. Luo. The man understood perfectly well that our hero was saying the right things, but he still doubted his decision. Jiang Chu couldn't understand what was going on, but he noticed that both of them had finally stopped. Eventually, the bodyguard finally bowed his head and acknowledged what he had lost in this fight. He collapsed to the ground without strength and began to grieve over his defeat in a fair fight. The protagonist tried to reassure his opponent and emphasized that he didn't lose at all. Ding Han couldn't understand why the guy was saying such strange things because everything was already obvious. Lin Mu explained that his comrade had gained experience through this battle, which was already a small victory. The man agreed with our hero's words and accepted his helping hand to get up from the ground. The frightened Wang Qing asked the captain if there was now a winner in this fierce duel. Jiang Chu acknowledged that their friend had lost this battle, but praised Lin Mu for not using his full power to avoid disrupting the plans for their main mission. Meanwhile, that same night, The enemies of the Lowe family decided to meet in a building in New York City. The boss was quietly sipping on expensive wine when he was informed that the professor and Miss Picasso had already arrived on the scene. Without further ado, the man asked his subordinate to let the guests inside. Old Hamill immediately picked up on the fact that it had been quite some time since they had seen Lawrence. Picasso smiled genuinely, her eyes lighting up with joy at the long-awaited meeting with an old friend she hadn't seen in ages. The boss was also pleased that his longtime acquaintances had finally arrived in New York. The professor had already become thoroughly familiar with the entire situation because the government had informed them that Lawrence needed support to complete an important mission. The old man reported that he had taken 15 mutants with him, 3 of which were level 4. Lawrence had not expected his comrade to take such considerable help with him, and was confident that they should certainly succeed this time. Picasso realized that everything for their assignment was already ready, so they could move out right now. The man then informed them that they would begin the mission tomorrow at midnight. He also handed his associates a folder with information about their targets, who were from Huaxia. Professor Hamill tensed up a little when he saw that they were dealing with Bao Lun's group. Picasso immediately saw his violent reaction, so she asked him if he was familiar with the organization. At that time, the old man said that Bao Lun's group was the most mysterious organization in Huaxia, so it was also quite a dangerous opponent. An acquaintance of his named Gleb had encountered this organization 3 years ago, but after that battle, he and his men were almost completely wiped out. It turns out that Lawrence was already aware that Gleb's group of mutants couldn't stand up to such enemies. The girl then decided to wonder why the government decided to send a group of mutants against the Lowe family. The man said that their rivals have secret research on the Americans, so they must stop them from returning to Huaxia. Among the professor's documents, there was a dossier on Lin Mu as well, so he immediately inquired why they had sent a rookie. He immediately had a feeling that this young man was not as easy as he seemed, so they should be careful on this mission. The man suddenly scattered all the documents to the sides because he believed that they had no need to fear Bao Lun's group. He was sure that God had given them the abilities as a gift, and as long as they had those skills, they were invulnerable. Before the battle began, the old man reflected on the fact that he used to think that ordinary people would never be able to fight against superpowers. But it seems he was wrong. Now he was sure that humans were capable of miracles, and the power that sat within a person was unlimited. The professor did not expect at all that Huaxia would be able to unleash the highest potential of a human. Now he wanted to know how they had managed to do it, and couldn't wait to meet the main character. At that moment, the large clock on the wall announced that it was past midnight, the time when their operation was to begin. Meanwhile, in the Luo family's manor, the guards were just about to change, and Lin Mu was coming in for his shift. At this moment, the guy was just meditating, so he wasn't in a hurry to replace his colleague just yet. Suddenly, he sensed that a large number of intruders had just entered the manor with weapons. Indeed, government agents in full combat gear, moving like shadows, stealthily entered the area, remaining undetected by the security systems. Lawrence informed Clove that he was now in charge of diverting the main firepower away from the main door, and he and the others would go through the back door. The giant had no problem agreeing to this plan of action, and was glad that he was the one given the task. The fighter was just feeling rusty, so he finally got a chance to fight a bit. The guards immediately informed him that it was private property and asked him to leave the area. They kept warning the intruder of the consequences. But of course, he wasn't going to listen to anyone. Eventually, the security personnel pointed a gun at the giant and promised to shoot him if he came any closer. The mutant confidently suggested he try shooting after all, to see if the bullets could hurt him. The next moment, a loud gunshot sounded within the estate. Meanwhile, Mr. Luo himself was quietly going through various documents and was unaware of what was going on outside. He finally began to suspect something when he heard the sounds of gunshots coming from outside. The man immediately guessed that the government had sent another group to attack and stood to look out the window. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the protagonist in his head, asking the gentleman to calm down and rely completely on the guards. Luo Huachan immediately realized that it was Lin Mu's voice, and was greatly surprised that he knew how to use voice transmission. He wasn't even scared of it all because the existence of the Luo family will be decided on this very night, so they just need to put in their full effort and succeed. Meanwhile, an attempt to stop the intruder failed because he was suddenly covered in a ball of metal. The mutant only chuckled at the startled expression on the bodyguard's face and emphasized that he had already warned him that he could not be taken with normal weapons. The staff realized they were dealing with a real Sharpie, so they needed to call for help. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already started moving out and were ordered to kill everyone in their path and leave no one alive. Ding Han was just waiting for the group of mutants to arrive and suggested that the captain go and personally greet them and leave the defense to Lin Mu. At this moment, one of his subordinates reported the bad news to Jiang Chu because the main entrance and the emergency exit were attacked at the same time. He hadn't expected the enemies to try to attack from two sides, but that only fueled his interest. Meanwhile, the battle group synchronously opened a barrage of fire, turning the quiet residence into a hellish firefight. The guards fired back and tried to hold their positions in the garden, which was quite difficult. In other sectors, the guards simply flew off in different directions, unable to resist Iron Man. Clove laughed from all the lowlifes in his path that trembled before his immense power. Meanwhile, the security personnel were starting to run out of bullets due to the intensity of their battle. All the soldiers tried to remain calm because they realized that the opponent also did not have infinite ammunition. Therefore, we just have to see who would last longer. Iron Man was already bored because there was no worthy opponent for him here. Then Ding Han appeared beside him, who didn't mind competing and challenged Klo Ju. The bodyguard was serious because he wanted to see what was the difference between mutants and humans. Kluve asked his opponent to remember his name because he would be his last opponent. The bodyguard was beginning to guess that there was a metal-type mutant in front of him, so this fight was definitely not going to be easy. Meanwhile, the giant wasted no time and had already swung to finish the man off with his iron fist. With a powerful push off the ground, he demonstrated a truly intimidating level of strength and skill. Ding Hanyu had to work hard to successfully block such a powerful punch. Now, the man made sure that his opponent had exactly the kind of power he had envisioned. He agreed that apparently strength in mutants was something that unequivocally had to be reckoned with. Still, the bodyguard wasn't discouraged and was excited for a great fight tonight. Concentrating his chi, the man swung and punched his opponent in the chest with all his might. Despite its huge size, the Iron Man flew back a few meters, and Ding Han emphasized that this was the strength of cultivators from Huaxia. Kluve is interested in his opponent because he's definitely different from all the trash he's faced in the fight before. The bodyguard noted that the giant was pretty good too, because this was the first time he'd seen a mutant who could completely turn his body into metal. Meanwhile, the guards noticed that the enemies had sent a woman here, and immediately thought it was not worth it to fear such an opponent. Picasso didn't appreciate at all that a bunch of some idiots were saying such things about her. Then she suggested that all the guys attack her at one point, because she didn't want others to say later that she had bullied her opponents. The guards tried to pretend they weren't afraid at all and promised that they would go see Ms. Picasso right away. The girl only laughed haughtily at how big these people were. Her piercing shriek suddenly broke the silence, the chilling scream literally cutting into the minds of the guys around her. All the fighters immediately grabbed for their head because it felt like it was about to explode. Eventually, they hit the ground in a second, and the girl only had to stare at all these useless idiots. Suddenly, someone behind Picasso's back complimented her on such a powerful sonic attack, causing her to turn around sharply. It turned out that it was Jiang Chu who had managed to survive this attack, and now the captain was surprised by this. His opponent's ability was Soundwave. The girl didn't think long and quickly used her ability to deal with the remaining enemy. The man exhaled quietly and noted that thankfully he had come here prepared. The mutant certainly didn't expect that there was someone who could nullify her sonic attack. The captain then explained that he used his chi to enclose the area around him, so the sonic attacks wouldn't be able to harm him. Then Lawrence appeared on the horizon and asked his associate to retreat because she would not be able to face such an opponent, and asked him to let him be the one to take care of Jiang Chu. With a cold smile, the man introduced himself to the captain as Carnage King Lawrence. Jiang Chu did not appreciate such an arrogant nickname at all, and immediately went after his opponent with his fists. Suddenly, the leader of this mission vanished into thin air, something the man definitely didn't expect. The captain was pretty sure he had just hit his opponent, but something had gone wrong. A moment later, Lawrence had already appeared in a completely different place and had swept his opponent completely miss. Now Jiang Chu guessed that this mutant had an ability that helps it move quickly. From the beginning, Lawrence expected that any warrior in Baolan's group would be able to quickly figure out his trick, told that Dark Force was his superpower. The captain tensed because she had never heard of such a skill before. At the very least, he now realized that this superpower worked with shadows. It was now clear that this was the reason why this mutant could move without any noise or hesitation. Jiang Chu immediately began to guess that he needed to strike before the black smoke began to appear in order to achieve his goal. He immediately tried to do so and still managed to collide with his opponent's fist. Now the captain laughed from the fact that this time Lawrence had nowhere to hide because he had caught his image badly. The mutant even felt pain and noted that Jiang Chu was quite good. Gradually, it began to dawn on the man that he seemed to have finally figured out his opponent's attack pattern. And now the fight was taking on a completely different, more predictable character. He now realized that he now needed to hit Lawrence's vital points. Eventually, the captain managed to face the mutant for the second time. so the mutant began to disappear quickly again. Lawrence was surprised to realize that Jiang Chu was the first opponent in years who had managed to find a vulnerability in his seemingly flawless fighting technique. The man then emphasized that the mutant had simply underestimated the strength of Baolan's group. Suddenly he noticed that something wrong was going on because all the black smoke was moving towards him. Lawrence laughed quietly because he hadn't expected his opponent to fall for his silly trick so easily. Only now did the captain realize that his chi was slowly leaking out, which was too dangerous. Meanwhile, the brother had completely dissolved into smoke, and his voice spoke intimidatingly about how the man had already lost this battle, because his power would soon be absorbed by the power of the darkness. Jiang Chu was scared out of his wits because he didn't expect him to die like this at all. At the same time, Ding Han, who was fighting Iron Man, had also already used up almost all of his strength and was at his limit. Clove agreed that the bodyguard was pretty good, but he didn't want to give him any more indulgences. He was sure that a warrior's kung fu was useless when he met the true might of steel. Ding Han began to feel that the power emanating from the enemy had just changed drastically, causing him to panic. A second later, the giant grew even more in size and screamed loudly like a true beast. Now the giant loomed over the bodyguards like an insurmountable mountain, and at such a moment, even the bravest of the brave would have collapsed at the realization of their own powerlessness. Iron Man ran at full speed at Ding Han, who was greatly confused in such a tense situation. It was still hard for the man to realize that his opponent had just shifted into another form. Eventually, Clove used a steel kick to finally finish off another enemy. Incredibly, Ding Han, gathering all his will into a fist, not only managed to set up a block against the crushing blow, but also stayed on his feet, showing unprecedented resilience. The man nonchalantly continued to hold up his steel fist, something that was definitely not possible for every person. Clove was only amused by the fact that an ordinary man was able to withstand his attack. Ding Han, despite the effort he made to block the punch, joked that it was just an ordinary fist, which didn't scare him at all. Then the giant chuckled and hinted that this was far from all he had prepared for this fight. Eventually, Iron Man used an even more powerful punch, unwinding his arm. As a result, the man could not withstand such a powerful attack, causing bloody splatters to fly in different directions. At this point, the captain heard that his comrade seemed to be beginning to lose his battle, and looked away from his opponent for a moment. Lawrence immediately emphasized that it would be better for the man to take care of himself because he was not in a good position himself. After that, he abruptly vanished into thin air, causing Jiang Chu to be confused once again. Once again, the captain could not see his opponent and was desperately trying to figure out where he was. Then the enemy started talking about how he had so expected that the group's elite representative, Bao Lun, was still able to stand after being caught in an illusion for such a long time. At the same time, he was sure that Jiang Chu would not be able to block the sitting punch that attacked him from the back. The next blow came right on the man's head, leaving him disoriented. From the last strength of the captain tried to stay on his feet, but his body treacherously hamstrung, and he collapsed to the ground, finally exhausted. Meanwhile, chaos reigned around. One by one, the guards fell under crushing attacks, unable to resist the superior strength of their opponents. The mutants were excellent with their sharp blades, so they could easily deal with ordinary humans. One of them used double knives and a hurricane dance technique that no one could go against. Picasso wasn't left behind either, and continued to use sound waves to knock out every opponent in her path. Eventually, the entire mansion grounds were dotted with bodyguards who could no longer continue the pain. All the fighters realized that they couldn't defeat all these enemies, so they decided to retreat to save at least some soldiers. The protagonist watched the situation from the sidelines and saw that the mutants were much stronger than he expected, so his mobs would hold out more. He decided it was already time for him to show up, so he quickly snapped out of his meditation seat. As quickly as possible, the lad found his captain to come to his aid. It turned out that both Ding Han and Jiang Chu were already here, and they immediately reported that the enemy unit was too strong. The strongest mutants had already gathered around, who only laughed at the fact that yet another naive human had come to meet his death. Clove thought our hero had come here to see the superiority of the mutants. The young man was not afraid and emphasized that as long as he was here, no one would harm the Luo family. The Iron Giant only laughed from the fact that Lin Mu was so arrogant and thought that he could stop the entire team by himself. The protagonist turned to his comrades and asked them to go to Mr. Lo's defense, giving him the opportunity to deal with all of his enemies. The guy promised with confidence in his voice that he would be sure to get all that pesky trash out of their way. Lin Mu instantly concentrated, releasing a powerful stream of chi energy that enveloped his body with a shimmering radiance, ready for an instant attack. Even Clove didn't know what kind of strange power the protagonist used, So he was a bit scared because their opponent was unpredictable. Lawrence began to suspect that it might be a trap, so he asked his companion to be careful and retreat. Linmu uttered the words with icy clarity. His voice sounded like a sentence, leaving no doubt that this night, no one would leave the battlefield alive. Lightning seizing the moment, the guy quickly applied Dragon Defeat to be the first to attack his opponents. The mutants hadn't seen anything like this yet, so they couldn't figure out what this technique was. In a second, the dragons began to sweep away all the enemies in their path, not giving them a chance to survive. Picasso tried to help her allies with the sound wave and destroy Linmu's dragons. It turned out that the main character's chi even passes through the opponent's technique, so all her efforts were pointless. Eventually, one of the spirit dragons came through Picasso and took her life. Her chest heaved weakly for the last time, then her body collapsed, finally losing her strength, and she collapsed to the cold ground without a word. Clove was already preparing to take on another dragon, and couldn't understand how their team had fallen so quickly. Still, he was confident that his steel strike could handle such a small threat. The giant concentrated energy lightning fast, his powerful palms clashing together with a rumble, releasing the destructive rift technique. A second later, the powerful shockwave from the explosion hit Clough in the chest, throwing his body aside. Lawrence had not expected events to unfold in this manner, and in a panic asked if his comrade was all right. Iron Man didn't even feel any pain because to him it was like an ant bite, so he could keep fighting. The captain and Zhang Chu, who were standing to the side, were shocked that our hero had only used one move and had taken out so many enemies. Meanwhile, Lin Mu laughed from the fact that the mutants were only capable of such weak opposition. Lawrence shouted that he would try to hold our hero back, while Chloe was inside eliminating their target. The protagonist advised them to give up quickly because no one could stop him anyway. The boss of the organization was already too angry because the guy had managed to defeat his subordinates, so he couldn't let Lin Mu disrupt their operation. Jiang Chu desperately tried to warn the young man to dodge this black strike because the captain had already felt the effects of it. Now our hero has realized that this guy's power is too problematic, so he needs to come up with something to negate that ability. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mansion, the guards were still as defensive as ever and weren't about to let anyone try to go up against Mr. Luo. In turn, Iron Man was going to kill anyone who got in the way of his goal. This turned out to be absolutely true, so all the fighters started flying in different directions from Clove's unstoppable attacks. The giant even decided to engage his head and use the steelhead strike technique. With one such blow, he literally smeared one of the bodyguards. At the same time, Ding Han decided to use a secret technique to allow Jiang Chu and Mr. Luo to escape from the battlefield. The captain was definitely not going to do something like that, so he asked his comrade not to be so reckless. Either way, the man wanted to die with the assurance that he had at least stopped the enemy and helped his team. He started yelling with all his might for his comrades to get out of here as fast as possible. The protagonist was still in the shadow illusion of Lawrence, who was sure that the guy could not defeat him now, not realizing that he was deliberately waiting for the first step from his opponent. Linmu tried to bring his enemy out of the shadows, but he obviously had no intention of doing so. Eventually, the young man directly revealed that in fact his opponent had just fallen for his ruse. Lawrence could not believe our hero's words because from the beginning he was confident in his abilities. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the situation was critical as Ding Han, exhausted and bloodied, was barely staying on his feet under Iron Man's ruthless onslaught. Like thunder, Lawrence's figure materialized from a cloud of black smoke. The leader flopped to the ground in some strange way and couldn't seem to realize what had happened himself. Clove even stopped for a second because he couldn't understand why his comrade was here. Iron Man was shocked that even Lawrence couldn't do anything to this strange guy. Stepping in surprise, he didn't have time to notice before Ding Han suddenly disappeared from his hands. It was the protagonist who tried to pull his comrade to a safe zone to save him from apparent death. Because of this, the giant was incredibly angry and now wanted to tear Lin Mu into small pieces. The guy had already started to concentrate the chi in his hand to quickly deal with this opponent. Clove, not wasting a second to think, brought his arm up sharply to strike, his muscles tensed, preparing to unleash all his fury on his opponent. The protagonist made one clear lunge and was able to stop this attack with one hand. The giant paused for a second because he couldn't understand what technique Lin Mu had just used. Almost immediately, he felt an incredibly intense pain in his bones and began twisting in different directions, not controlling his movements. Our hero explained that even Iron Man has his weaknesses because his ability strengthens muscles but doesn't act that way on bones. Clove believed that this was simply impossible because this power was given to him by God. In the end, he decided to show the young man his latest transformation because there was no other choice. The giant's muscles began to ripple unnaturally and his skin stretched unnaturally under the mutations. The protagonist immediately guessed that his opponent was using his muscles to unleash a wave attack. It seems like the situation is now such that the guy can't win unless he uses his full power. Linmu concentrated the chi in his hand again and tried to attack the giant a second time. At the same time, he decided to open the 7 main acupuncture points in his body and focus all his energy. Clove emphasized with confidence that the guy's kung fu was definitely not going to work for him now. He now used the invisible steel strike, but our hero counterattacked with the bone-dissolving strike. The giant let out a heartbreaking roar, his eyes widening in horror as he watched in horror as his own arm warped unnaturally. He felt as if his bone had been dissolved, and if this continued, the problem could spread throughout his body. The giant realized that he could have let something like this happen, so he simply ripped off his own arm. Kloof struggled to catch his breath. Every movement was given to him through hellish pain, and his consciousness was clouded from being so badly wounded. He saw with his own eyes that all the bones in his right hand had literally turned to powder. The giant, who literally crumbled, asked our hero what he used to do such a trick. Linmu briefly explained that it was a special move from Huaxia called the bone-dissolving punch. Despite his pride, Clove admitted that he had no idea that Huaxia had such terrifying kung fu. The Iron Man began to melt little by little, and before he died, he said that he had underestimated the young man after all. Suddenly, behind the back of the protagonist appeared Lawrence, who was going to help his comrade to escape from here. In fact, the guy didn't even realize that the opponent's shadow power would recover so quickly. In the end, the leader took all of his subordinates away, and before leaving, he promised that he would definitely take revenge on Lin Mu. The protagonist wasn't particularly happy that their opponents were able to escape after all. The mansion grounds abruptly became quiet, so Zhang Chu was finally able to approach the guy and ask if he was fine after such a serious fight. Lin Mu, feeling completely fine, immediately requested the captain to check the condition of Brother Dean, who was much more injured. The bodyguard, who was sitting on the sidelines, asked his friends not to worry and promised that he would definitely see tomorrow. He first inquired where Mr. Luo was, and Zhang Chu assured him that they had taken him to a safe place. Ding Han remarked that it was a good thing because these mutants were so strong that he had almost parted with his life. He admitted that if it wasn't for the protagonist, their business would be really bad. The captain had heard that the dragon strike that Lin Mu used was a long-lost kung fu technique that required strong yang energy. It was known that anyone who mastered these long-lost techniques would surely become a legend. Ding Han went on to say that the other kung fu technique the guy used was also very strong, and he made that huge dumbass rip his arm off. The captain immediately recalled the legend that the bone-dissolving punch really does turn everything inside into powder using yin energy. The bodyguard couldn't even believe that such a kung fu technique actually existed in their world. And Jiangchu told him that Huaxia had a long history of learning techniques, so all their knowledge was just the tip of the iceberg. In the end, the commander asked Ding Han to use his father to help the body recover until the medics arrived on the scene. Now the man decided to talk in complete seriousness, because he still couldn't understand how Lin Mu knew so much lost kung fu. The captain decided to remind his friend not to forget who recommended the guy for this mission. Ding Han immediately realized that it was about Lu Shouyan from the Eastern Sea, who looked like an ordinary person, so he couldn't understand what he was talking about. Jiang Shu noted that this man might not be as strong as them, but his family tree was no nonsense, because he was a descendant of the Lu family from Feng Meng village. Only now did the bodyguard realize that they were talking about the legendary ancient martial arts family. The captain confirmed his speculation and explained that in order to find a great master like Lin Mu, Mr. Lu had to be a descendant of legendary people. Meanwhile, a group of mutants had arrived at the American Research Institute, where they were now trying to rescue Clove. The professor thought it was a miracle since their comrade was still alive, considering such serious wounds on his body. Lawrence told the old man that they were winning this fight until a young guy from Bao Lun's group came from somewhere and took them all down. Hamel refused to believe that the entire group of mutants had been defeated by one man, but the surviving Picasso confirmed the fact. Now the old man began to realize that they had indeed met a very strong opponent. Their conversation was interrupted by the fact that some strange things started happening to Iron Man. The professor immediately rushed to intervene in Clove's treatment because things could have turned out disastrously. Lawrence began to panic because he couldn't understand at all what was happening to his friend. Hamel reported that the patient's condition was deteriorating rapidly, so they urgently needed to move him. Meanwhile, at Luo Linmu Manor, he was finally able to meet with Mi Luo in peace and talk about the recent events. Guy wanted to know what went wrong with the family's return to Huaxia and why the process was taking so long. The man explained that the main problem was the approval of the documents, so there was nothing he could do about it. Generally speaking, the preparation and approval of all the documents should have been completed long ago. But Luo Huachan assumed that someone inside the government was preventing the move. Then he decided to inquire if our hero had been able to learn anything after this battle. And the latter told him that after this night, it was obvious that their defenses had been greatly weakened. So it was necessary to speed up the move to Huaxia. Lin Mu decided to inquire about the person who was responsible for approving the documents and was going to personally visit him for a chat. The man immediately rejected such an idea because he thought it was too dangerous. The young man asked not to worry about him because he had his own special methods for such situations. In the end, Mr. Lowe decided to trust him and laid on the table information about the key 3 people who were responsible for the documents. The protagonist was excited about the opportunity and promised that he would meet them as soon as possible. 30 minutes later, the guy had already gotten the right materials that he might need during this mission. In fact, he was surprised that you could buy anything in New York's black market. Lin Mu bought some sort of mask to slightly change his strategy this time. Now the guy has decided to use the methods of his enemies to take them out himself. At this moment, Wang Chang walked in, informing him that they had already found the information he needed. The guy quickly opened the door for his guest, only he looked too strange and didn't look like himself at all. The assistant was shocked to see a completely different person in front of him. He instantly pointed a gun at our hero and demanded to know where Lin Mu himself had gone. The young man laughed at this reaction from his comrade and explained that he was just testing a macromolecular mask. Wang Qing finally realized that the person in front of him was his colleague, and now asked how he managed to change his appearance to become like him. The protagonist realized that it was best not to raise suspicion on the Lowe family, and found a solution by using a new face for the mission. The assistant had already looked up all the information he needed and handed the guy the phone she was on. Lin Mu thanked him for such substantial help, because with this it would be easier for him to accomplish his mission. Wang Qing still didn't like the fact that our hero was using someone else's face for this task, so he noted that with such strength, it wasn't necessary. Lin Mu only said that sometimes violence didn't solve anything at all, so he decided to change his tactics. After that, he quickly left the mansion grounds and promised that there would be good news very soon. Very soon, our hero arrived at the American embassy, where no one had yet suspected his plan. At this point, one of the employees named Mr. Bronk was upset that he hadn't been able to pick up a hottie for tonight. Inside the office, a guest was already waiting for him, who noted that, it turned out, the old man liked blondes. It was the main character who immediately explained that he had come here to talk to an embassy official regarding the Luo family's relocation documents to Huaxia. Mr. Bronk immediately emphasized that the documents were still under review and couldn't understand why there was such a rush. Lin Mu recalled that the family had once been kind to the old man and advised him to complete the paperwork today or soon. The man was shocked that he was given such a short deadline, because all documents have to go through many instances, and his word will not solve anything in this process. Now our hero was beginning to guess that he was involved in all of this after all, because the employee was too easy to figure out. Hearing such a statement, Mr. Bronk became nervous and asked what the visitor meant by it. Lin Mu didn't bother to explain anything and directly asked what the man would choose in the face of danger, himself or his country. The old man immediately realized that the guy had decided to threaten him and became very angry because of such insolence. The protagonist only laughed and said that it was time for him to make a choice and say whether he wanted to die or survive. Demonstrating his strength, Lin Mu rolled a tight ball of some papers and suggested that the embassy official think hard about it all. Mr. Bronk began to talk about how he gets orders to hold the documents over and above and can't do anything about it. The main character immediately emphasized that he doesn't want to hear any excuses because the Lowe family has been following the law all along and doesn't deserve to be treated like this. Lin Mu's final trump card was a picture of the old man's family, which he clearly showed him. Eventually, all of this got to Bronk, so he asked for some time to resolve the issue. The guy immediately asked how long it would take and noted that he wasn't a very patient man. So the old man quickly replied that it would be ready in 2 hours. The embassy employee kept his promise, so very soon the protagonist received a call that everything was ready. Before leaving, Lin Mu thanked Mr. Bronk for his cooperation and hoped they would never see each other again. In fact, the young man hadn't even expected things to be so easy with this man. After that, he took a close look at his phone to see who his next victim would be. Now the protagonist's target is a New York City tax chief named Boris. According to intelligence, this gentleman should be at home celebrating his daughter's birthday. With one deft move, Lin Mu jumped over the fence and entered the mansion grounds without any trouble. The first second, the guy noticed that the security in the area was pretty lax. The protagonist walked closely to the window of the room where the whole family was to gather. The joyous voices of the relatives were coming from inside, and Lin Mu noticed some interesting detail at this moment. It turned out that among the guests was the familiar Du Xiaoyue, whom he had crossed paths with not long ago. The young man definitely didn't expect to see her here, so now he couldn't understand what she had forgotten at this celebration. He assumed that Boris's daughter, Vanessa, must be the one who was just standing behind his acquaintance's back. For a moment, our hero was distracted from following because he heard someone's footsteps. Turns out, someone was patrolling the area with a huge dog that immediately took notice of the stranger. The owner, who saw nothing suspicious, tried to calm the dog and explain that the young mistresses already had all their guests inside. Lin Mu managed to escape in time, so he was already inside the mansion, and thought about the fact that no one would catch him unless he wanted to. He was eventually spotted after all, because there were 2 additional bodyguards guarding the entrance to the room. The young man decided not to talk to the 2 guys, and just jumped up to disarm the potential opponents. He quickly grabbed them by the neck and thus cleared his path further. Boris was unhappy that someone dared to disturb him and asked to find the house manager if there was any problem. At that moment, 2 defeated guards flew into the room, unable to resist the protagonist. The man was shocked that someone had dared to barge into his home so brutally, and now stared wordlessly at the intruder. A sly smile shone on the protagonist's face as he said hello to his target. Mr. Boris had not guessed at all who stood before him, but after what he saw, he knew for certain that he had ill intentions. Lin Mu noticed at a glance the straightforwardness of the man, who was not at all afraid to talk about such things. Then he took a seat on the couch in the office and explained that he had come here to rush the IRS chief into a decision regarding the Lowe family's relocation papers. The man, like his predecessor, immediately started talking about how he had been following protocols all along, and the family would be notified when everything was ready. The guy immediately emphasized that he hadn't come here to ask, and was going to say his terms if Boris refused to cooperate. The chief immediately jumped up from his seat because he was very unhappy that some stranger dared to speak to him in such a tone. Lin Mu then came in from afar and hinted the fact that his daughter just had a birthday today. The man immediately realized what the guy would be getting at, and began to beg that he leave her out of this whole situation. While Boris was talking to our hero, he suddenly noticed that he had disappeared somewhere. The old man immediately thought of the fact that Vanessa was already in danger, and he wasn't scared out of his wits. The protagonist was already in the hall where the birthday party was being celebrated, and asked the birthday girl to come out for a few words. The father ran inside in a panic and immediately saw that his daughter was missing somewhere. So he started asking everyone present where she was. One of the guards said that Vanessa had just talked to a stranger and then disappeared. Du Xiaoyu immediately thought it was all strange because that person's voice sounded too familiar. The IRS chief was immediately about to call the police and rescue his daughter, but suddenly he heard her voice in his office. The girl looked rather confused because she couldn't understand why some stranger S brought her into her father's office. For his part, Lin Mu emphasized that there was no point in calling the police because it would only cause Vanessa unnecessary trouble. Now Boris literally begged not to harm his daughter and promised to do whatever this strange stranger wanted. Our hero was glad for such a quick agreement on the part of the chief and knocked out his daughter for the time being so that there would be no unnecessary witnesses. The man was even more scared for Vanessa, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Mu asked him not to worry about it and emphasized that his beautiful daughter would just get some sleep. The gentleman still continued to beg our hero not to harm the girl in any way and promised to sign all the documents right away. After it was successful, he picked his daughter up in his arms and she finally woke up. Vanessa was puzzled because she couldn't understand why she was sleeping in her father's study. The frightened man only continued to say that everything was already fine and asked the girl to hurry up and come down to talk to the guests. Meanwhile, the turn had already reached the quality control inspector Mr. Apperton, whose mansion Lin Mu had arrived at. The protagonist found it strange that apart from the attendants, there were no guards here at all. The young man thought that such an attitude towards security was not at all like a high-ranking official. Literally, there were no guards in the entire manor. So Lin Mu was already beginning to suspect that something had happened to Mr. Apperton. He began to think that his target could either be a high-ranking master or simply didn't live in this place. The main character even got a little lost in such a huge room and realized that he needed to see if the inspector was in the house. After a while, the guy noticed that the interior was the same everywhere here, so it was too hard to navigate. Lin Mu finally noticed a detail that could help him find his target after all. It turned out that Mr. Upperton would indeed be an experienced fighter, so he didn't need a personal guard. He spent his free time training. That's why our hero didn't manage to find him in the manor so quickly. The man was in the training room and was just beating a punching bag, practicing his punches. The protagonist didn't even expect that the man at the head of the Quality Control Bureau would turn out to be an undercover mutant. Mr. Apperton was surprised to hear the voice of some stranger who, moreover, had so quickly discovered his secret. Lin Mu didn't hesitate and immediately explained that he had come here on behalf of the Luo family to negotiate with the quality control inspector. It turns out that Bronk had already managed to warn his colleague about the strange man, so the man was already going to straighten out our hero so that he would not provide any more problems. But also, the inspector promised to sign and approve all the documents for the move if Lin Mu could defeat him. The guy realized he was dealing with a pretty outspoken person, so he didn't mind exchanging a few blows with him. The inspector had already heard that his opponent had defeated the entire mutant team with his own hands, so he was excited to be fighting someone like that. He decided to attack the protagonist first because he couldn't wait for such a good fight anymore. Lin Mu immediately noticed that his opponent had a strong punch, but he had no trouble returning the first attack. Mr. Upperton continued his furious attack, his fists raining down on his opponent in a hail, each blow more precise and powerful than the last, leaving no chance for respite. Our hero noticed that this mutant was just as strong as the ones he had already met in Low Manor. But it wasn't that simple because Lin Mu had a pretty good block and didn't miss a single hit. Eventually, the guy decided to stop putting up with all these attacks and teach his opponent a lesson in return. Their fists came together with a deafening rumble, generating an incredibly strong shockwave. As a result of the monstrous force of the collision, both fighters were thrown in opposite directions. Now, even the protagonist couldn't understand what was going on, because he felt that the opponent's strength had increased a lot from the past blows. Mr. Apperton was very happy about this opportunity, because he hadn't had such a good battle in a long time. And next he was going to try out all new techniques on Lin Mu. The young man didn't startle because he himself couldn't wait for his opponent to show his full strength. The inspector decided to help him and was going to send our hero straight to hell with just one good punch. Apparently the guy's reactions were so good that he had no problem dodging a direct hit. All of this only amused Mr. Apperton, so a smirk appeared on his face. Suddenly his arm curved unnaturally as if it were made of plasticine. The protagonist did not expect this turn of events at all, so he only watched as the fist was getting closer to his face with every second. At the decisive moment, Lin Mu lacked a fraction of a second, so a hard punch slammed into his jaw. Now the lad realized that his opponent's strength lay in controlling the position of his joints and muscles. He gently rubbed the abrasion on his cheek and said that he had no idea the man would turn out to be so arrogant. Mr. Apperton paid no attention to our hero's words, for he was already impatient to continue the fight. He didn't wait any longer and immediately delivered another crushing blow to the main character's head. After that, the mutants launched another series of attacks, causing Lin Mu to only have to stay in a block. In the end, the guy fell to the ground because he couldn't use chi and unleash his true abilities. He still found the strength to stand up after all, and emphasized that it seemed that normal combat techniques were useless against strong mutants. Upperton couldn't understand what our hero was talking about, and noticed that he looked somehow too whole after so many blows. Lin Mu still admitted that he used chi to protect his body, but he also recognized that his opponent had done a remarkable job of turning his strength into fighting skills. It turns out that the inspector hadn't heard of chi energy before, so now he was even more confused. The guy said that it was a type of strength that was gained through cultivation, and stated that it was now his turn to teach a lesson. The man himself was only too happy to see which was stronger, the main character's chi or his mutant powers. Lin Mu didn't trifle and gave his opponent a good punch to the face, so the latter didn't even have time to react. The crushing counterpunch threw Upperton across the room, after which his body dented into the wall with a deafening rumble. Now the inspector, who certainly did not expect such a turn of events, could not understand how the guy managed to achieve such speed. Our hero explained that this was what the chi effect was all about, and emphasized that he had only used a third of his power in the last strike. The man found this power too intimidating, and recognized that the power of mutants was not that exceptional in this world. He finally conceded defeat, and asked if Lin Mu had any other requests besides confirming the family's relocation documents. The young man replied briefly that this was his only request, and now hoped that the inspector would do his best to expedite the process. Pretty soon, Luo Manor had already learned some good news about their documents. The aide informed Mr. Lowe that the last document had already been signed, so they could finally move all the assets. The head of the family rejoiced at this marvelous fact, and couldn't believe that Lin Mu had managed to do such a great job. He asked his subordinate to send orders to everyone in the manor that they should gather for the long-awaited return to Huaxia. It wasn't long before all the staff successfully landed at the East Sea International Airport. The protagonist was very happy that he was safely back home. Luo Huachan immediately saw his daughter, who had come to meet her family and her lover. Bai Yun immediately ran up to her father, whom she hadn't seen for so long. The girl threw herself into Mr. Luo's arms because she was so worried about them getting back to Huaxia without any problems. With a slight smile, the man hugged his daughter, calling her silly, for he vowed never to leave her alone again from now on. Bai Yun, who was now crying with happiness, remembered to thank the young man who had protected her father. The main character emphasized that it wasn't just his merit, because the Lowe family came back thanks to everyone's hard work. Guy understood that Mr. Lowe and his daughter had some plans to be together, so he decided that everyone else would go from here first. The old man again thanked all the allies from Bao Lun's group for returning to Huaxia in one piece, and promised to help Lin Mu if needed. In farewell, the commander looked around at each warrior, demanding caution. After that, the other members of the group suggested that our hero first return to the Baolun base to report on the completed mission. 30 minutes later, they had already met with Mr. Liu and reported the completion of their special assignment. The man was overjoyed after hearing such wonderful news, and now he had no regrets in choosing Lin Mu to do so. He couldn't stop thanking the young man for being able to defeat so many mutants, including Lawrence, and bringing glory to the East Sea Division. The protagonist still thought that he was just lucky, as the opponent was indeed very strong. Lu Shoyan asked the guy not to be modest, because he had already been told the entire course of the fight, and admitted that he hadn't expected Lin Mu to be so strong. Ding Han and Jiang Chu also confirmed that it was because of the protagonist that they survived and completed this mission. Anyway, the top of the group was very satisfied with the results of the mission, so a paid vacation in the East Sea was prepared for Jiang Chu and Ding Han. The bodyguard rejoiced at the opportunity and thanked the Lord for such care. Colleagues immediately thought of Fragrant Abode, a famous tea house in the East Sea, and decided to take the opportunity to come to the place. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu asked the protagonist to follow him because they had a separate conversation. The man took our hero as far as the outskirts of the East Sea city, so that surely no one would hear them. Lin Mu's experience was beginning to tell him that someone important he needed to protect might have already appeared. Lu Xian laughed off the main character's assumptions and emphasized that there weren't many important people around. He continued to walk forward towards the mansion, and along the way a large number of servants greeted their master. The man asked his subordinate to call everyone and gather them in the main room. Meanwhile, Lin Mu noticed that everyone he had just met were all high-level cultivators, and there was also something else conspicuous about this place. When they had already gone inside, Mr. Liu turned to Old Zhang and informed him that he had already brought Lin Mu. The old man was happy when he saw our hero, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time due to his long absence. He had already heard about the great job the young man had done this time, and the man was thankful for more compliments in his direction. At the same time, all the servants in the house had already gathered into a huge group and were heading towards the main hall for the meeting. The subordinate reported to Mr. Liu that all the men had arrived at the site. They all quickly lined up in a straight line and indicated that they were awaiting any orders from their leaders. Old Zhang was pleased with this discipline and now suggested that he move on to the main business. Lu Shouyang said that the top leadership decided to set up a small group for special missions, as many conflicts, both internal and external, have erupted in the country in recent years. The codename of the band was Eye of the Tiger, signifying the transition from dark times to a bright future. Now everyone here would become the first group of members of the Eye of the Dragon. Also, Lu Shoyan revealed that the main character will become the captain of Dragon Eye, though he didn't even agree to such a fate. From now on, all participants are required to listen to Captain Lin's orders without any question, and anyone who disobeys will be charged with treason. Lin Mu didn't expect to be given such a responsibility, and wished that he had at least been given a hint before announcing something like this. The man explained that even the most experienced fighter could not be prepared for everything that might happen, and added that Lin Mu was now completely free to act. Meanwhile, the subordinates still had some questions because they didn't fully understand how Lin Mu was chosen to be the captain of this team. Mr. Lowe calmly explained that this guy had abilities beyond their comprehension and began to suspect that not everyone seemed to be okay with that choice. The warriors explained their disbelief by saying that none of them had sparred with Lin Mu to prove his strength and ability to be captain. Of course, Lu Shuyan was confident in the main character's strength, so he asked him to demonstrate his skills in front of his subordinates. The young man was well aware that everyone here were high-level cultivators and were skeptical of his abilities, so he didn't mind proving his level. Then he released his golden chi and asked everyone around him to carefully observe his actions. The fact that the energy surrounded the main character's body, as if it were a shield, was enough to surprise all the fighters. After that, the protagonist released a huge dragon, forming it from his chi. The powerful energy vortex emanating from Lin Mu swept all the subordinates off their feet. No one could understand what had just happened, and only thought about how frightening that aura was. The main character mockingly explained that the movement earlier was a welcome gift to them from the new captain. The fighters had now fully experienced Lin Mu's power and now wanted to know what kind of technique it was. In turn, those who had heard some of the legends began to guess that it was the dragon defeat technique. The guy immediately noted that this fighter had a pretty good eye for recognizing this technique. Old Man Zhang had applauded the way our hero had knocked everyone down using just one move, and was now certain that he was indeed worthy of being the captain of the special team. Mr. Liu once again asked if there was anyone who disagreed with Lin Mu's appointment as captain, and suggested that those people step forward and challenge him to spar. After what they had seen, everyone was afraid to object in any way to such a powerful master, so now they just kept silent. The protagonist asked everyone to just trust him, and promised to lead his subordinates to the successful completion of missions, bringing glory for their country. Everyone now showed respect for their new leader and obeyed him with one voice. In addition, Lin Mu promised to make an individualized plan to improve the cultivation of the soldiers, and do his best to ensure that everyone could freely possess their qi and their bodies. Such conditions, of course, interested all the fighters, so they thanked the captain for such an opportunity. The protagonist immediately decided to schedule a special training session that would take place early in the morning at the same location. The subordinates were willing to do anything to defend their country and bring it glory, and the captain ordered everyone to disperse after the meeting. Without further ado, the fighters left to get a good night's rest before beginning serious training. Old Man Zhang decided to still talk to our hero because he couldn't stop admiring his strength and character, which met all expectations. He felt confident knowing that this particular guy was the captain of the Dragon Eye. Lin Mu thanked Mr. Zhang for all these compliments and promised to do his best to complete every mission assigned to him. After the meeting, the boy and Mr. Liu went to a tea party where they decided to discuss some more details. The protagonist stated that he needed a cold weapon, so he asked the man if he knew any suitable craftsmen. The man was surprised to hear such a request and inquired as to what type of weapon he wanted for himself. Lin Mu had a rather specific question because he wanted to find a copper sword for himself. Eventually, Mr. Liu remembered that he knew where to get such weapons and decided to offer one place for our hero. The old man decided to send the young man to U's pawn shop, where presumably the weapons he needed could be found. The protagonist managed to find the very place Mr. Liu recommended to him pretty quickly. He was immediately met at the entrance by the man who owned the office. The master immediately inquired if Lin Mu had passed through here to pawn or redeem something. The guy directly said that he was looking for someone, namely the boss of this pawn shop, Wu Xinghui. The man was surprised to hear his full name and asked our hero how he could help him. Lin Mu introduced himself and explained that Mr. Liu had recommended this place to him because a copper sword could be found here. The pawnshop owner confirmed that he has one that was a family heirloom, and his ancestor used everything he had to create this weapon. Their family were the descendants of Uji Zi, who was the very person who made the copper sword, was the second master blacksmith of the Yu family. The protagonist didn't expect that he would meet the descendant of Uchidizi, so he immediately asked to forgive him for some rudeness. The man immediately emphasized that the descendants were not as gifted as their ancestors, so the blacksmithing skill had long since been forgotten, and Mr. Wu himself had merely become a pawn shop owner. In the end, he asked to follow him if Lin Mu still wanted to see that very copper sword. Wu Xinghe said that his ancestors had left instructions regarding this sword, so there was no need to pay money for it, only one thing to do. The protagonist was interested in it because such a legend sounded quite interesting. The pawn shop owner explained that a person wishing to take the sword must first use it and carve 100 marks on this block of wood in one breath. You also need to make sure that these marks were the same length, width, depth, and even the distance between them should be the same. The young man was well aware that to do it in one breath, you had to have incredible speed and control. Wu Xinghai suggested that our hero surrender if he was unsure of his strength, and emphasized that his ancestors had left these instructions in the hope that the sword would find a worthy master. But that had not happened in the last 100 years. Still, Lin Mu asked to bring the copper sword for him because he wanted to try and pass this test. The man saw that the guy was confident in his abilities, so he didn't mind honoring his request. He immediately remembered that everyone who wanted the sword had said the same thing, even though they knew it was literally impossible. The protagonist immediately thanked Mr. Wu for the opportunity. A couple minutes later, the pawn shop owner appeared with a briefcase in hand and informed him that the copper sword was already here. After opening it, Mr. O asked the protagonist to take a close look at this legendary weapon. Only now did Lin Mu realize that this sword was made from a mystic steel heart. He decided to tell Wu Xinghui himself about it as well, because it was simply unbelievable. Mr. Ao was greatly surprised that the protagonist knew what material was used to create this weapon. The guy remembered that such a material could only be found in the cultivation world, and couldn't raise how it could exist in the mortal world. Then he decided to inquire of the sword's owner himself, and asked how his ancestors came across this material for forging it. Wu Xinghui said that according to family records, This material fell from the sky and does not belong to this world. It became a little clearer to our hero why the aura from this sword was so unusual. The man also added that the name of this weapon was Chiu Hong, and asked Lin Mu to try his luck sooner rather than later. Taking the blade in his hands, the lad made sure that it was incredible, for it was as thin as the wings of a cricket, and its flexibility was superior to any other sword he had ever seen. The protagonist tried to infuse the sword with his chi, and it worked because the blade became hard and sharp. He continued to marvel at the fact that his chi was flowing into this weapon without any difficulty, which felt simply incredible. The man pointed at the very same wooden block and suggested that Lin Mu finally proceed with the trial. The young man gripped the weapon in his hands tightly and concentrated to complete such a difficult task. He sliced the air in front of him several times, trying to make 100 cuts in a few seconds. Lin Mu reported that he had finished his assignment and asked Mr. Wu to check the results. The pawnshop owner lumbered over to the wooden block and began to scrutinize the cuts the guy had left behind. In the end, he saw that the protagonist had failed to fulfill all the conditions. Wu Xinghai excitedly informed Mr. Lin that he had not succeeded at all. In fact, the protagonist couldn't believe this fact, so he asked the man to wrap up on the other side of the block. The sword wielder didn't object, and without further ado went around the block on the other side. As a result, he saw the same 100 cuts on the trees, which were exactly the same, as if they had been made to fit a ruler. Wu Xinghui was shocked that someone had still managed to leave all these marks in just one move. The guy laughed contentedly and asked if it was a confirmed fact that he was able to pass this test after all. At that time, the man happily announced that the protagonist had succeeded in passing the test. So now no one was worthy of this sword except Lin Mu. He solemnly handed over the case to the celebrant and confirmed that from now on, the Chuhong blade belonged to its new master. Other than that, the protagonist said he had another small request and asked if the pawnshop owner could help with that. The guy wanted to make a belt to hide Chuhong, so he asked Mr. Wu if he could make such a thing. The old man admitted that his skills weren't as good as they used to be, but he wouldn't mind trying to take on the job. Our hero was happy that everything was working out this way and gave Wu Xinghui his card, asking him to call when everything was ready. The man also said that he would make the belt as a gift because he was very happy that Chu Hong had finally found his worthy owner. The protagonist then took his new weapon and said goodbye to Mr. Ao until their next meeting. After that, Lin Mu chose an abandoned wasteland on the outskirts of the city where he could try out his new sword without interference. The guy once again concentrated enough chi to merge with the blade into one. In his thoughts, he turned to Chu Hong's sword and asked for a demonstration of his full strength. All with a few blows, the protagonist managed to chop a huge block of rocks into small pieces. The guy didn't even expect to find such an awesome sword in the mortal world, and thought it was only for the best because it could help in battle. The next day, Lin Mu decided to meet up with an acquaintance whom he hadn't been able to say goodbye to properly due to his departure to New York. Yao Shenxian had already heard that it was because of our hero that the Luo family was able to return to the country safely. News about how the guy defeated a whole group of mutants quickly spread through the city, so the girl already knew all the details. Lin Mu couldn't stop marveling at the Yao family, who had access to all the classified information. The girl said that Yao was an ancient martial clan, so they also have people working in Baolan's group. Now the young man was not at all surprised that she was so well informed about all the happenings in America. It turns out that our hero had some requests for Yao Xianxian, so he held out a sheet with a list of herbs to her, asking for help in gathering them. The girl knew very well that these herbs were hard to find, so she immediately inquired why Lin Mu wanted to gather them. The fellow did not explain his plans in detail and replied briefly that he wanted to do some pillorying. Yao Xianxian still kept up with him and asked what kind of pills he wanted to make. The protagonist continued to keep the secret and promised to tell everything when he had already made the cure. Eventually, an acquaintance agreed to help and was going to contact the family's alchemists to prepare all these ingredients. Lin Mu immediately thanked Yao Xianxian for helping him. Now the guy decided to inquire about the filming of the movie there. The girl said that they were flying to the capital to shoot some outdoor scenes and would be staying there for a couple of days, and asked if our hero would be free to keep her company. The boy's eyes lit up with delight because he was all for it, as he had wanted to visit the capital for a long time. Yao Shenxian decided to end their meeting because she still has to go back to the studio, and our hero offered to give her a ride to the right place. She refused help because she could get there on her own, and quickly said goodbye to Lin Mu. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to send a list of herbs to Ji Qinglan and Zhou Siyun, so that they could help him as well. It was already evening when the boy returned to his home and began his usual training, learning the 13th movement of Tai Chi. He noticed that the movement was rather simple and gentle, so there was little belief that it would actually make a difference. The protagonist couldn't help but feel that he was making some kind of mistake, so he concentrated more on training. Eventually, he thought the mistake might lie in the materials Mr. Liu had given him, though it was literally impossible. The young man came to the conclusion that he should look at the manual again and study it carefully because he might have missed some detail. A couple minutes later, he was already sitting at his computer and going over all the video lessons again, watching every move. In the manual, aside from explaining the various stages of cultivation, there were also only 13 simple Tai Chi movements. The protagonist continued to actively search for the problem, which still could not give him any peace. Eventually, he did manage to find that little detail that was ruining everything. The guy noticed that the creator had gone back to basics, so the average practitioner wouldn't be able to recognize what was behind it all. He realized that he had been careless all this time and was already thinking that this was a completely useless manual. But the whole point was that Tai Chi's creator must already be at the golden core level, and if not for the meager spirit chi in this mortal world, he would be able to be of a higher level. After once again scrutinizing all the techniques, the protagonist went outside again to practice. Lin Mu combined normal movements with his chi to squeeze the most out of these techniques. After a couple hours, our hero finally felt he had mastered the 13th movement. In fact, the guy hadn't even expected that practicing movements 1 through 13 would allow his chi to flow through his body without any obstacles. At this moment, he was approached by Zixi, who inquired about the last movement in his training. The girl noted that it was very similar to Tai Chi, but it felt a little different. The protagonist confirmed her speculation and explained that he was just practicing Tai Chi. Zixi had heard that this technique was a form of meditation, so she couldn't understand why the young man was practicing such a thing. Lin Mu then explained that if she wanted to understand the entire concept of Tai Chi, she would first need to open so many punctuation points of her body. The girl immediately guessed that our hero had already managed to pass this test, which was quite a shocking fact. The guy dismissed her assumptions because he only understood part of it all, and practice helps raise the cultivation level. Zixi, mesmerized by the skill of the protagonist, with burning eyes began to beg to teach her at least the basics of this amazing practice. To begin with, the main character decided to teach her basic movement and how to conduct chi through her body, and if she practiced with all the time, it would also help raise her kung fu level. Zixi was actually surprised that the guy wasn't afraid at all that someone would be loitering around here nearby and steal all those moves while he was training. The protagonist asked her not to worry about it because a person who understands nothing about martial arts will never understand the meaning behind the techniques. After that, Lin Mu proceeded to train his girlfriend, who diligently repeated his every move. Thus, they practiced until the morning, and the guy advised his student to keep repeating the learned moves. As a result, our hero began to notice that Zixi was very gifted because she learned very quickly. At this point, he received a call from Mr. Ao, so the training had to be interrupted. It turned out that Chu Hong's ball strap was already ready, so Lin Mu informed him that he would be there soon. The young man explained that he had to go away to take care of some business, and when he returned, he would definitely continue his studies. It wasn't long before he arrived at Ao's pawn shop, where the owner was already waiting for him with the finished harness. The protagonist immediately noted that this accessory was a perfect fit for him, and thanked Du Xinghui for doing such hard work. The guy was sure that it would now be much easier to use Chu Hong's sword during active combat. He recognized that the Wu family's blacksmithing skill was simply incredible, so he was lucky that he was able to stumble upon them and find this amazing sword. The man thanked for the compliments and emphasized that it only proved that the meeting between him and the Au family was destined by fate itself. After that, the protagonist immediately went to Dragon Eye's training base to meet with his subordinates. He asked the warriors to always remember that on the path to cultivation, it didn't matter who started earlier, because the one who had already achieved something would immediately become the winner. In turn, all the soldiers were carefully absorbing all the information the protagonist was telling them. The guy also solemnly announced that from now on, everyone present would get new names. He asked everyone to remember well that their code names would now become their personal names as well. In addition, the protagonist was going to appoint 5 leaders for the teams, hoping that everyone who was interested would take part in the test selection. Of course, the soldiers appreciated such an idea because they would be able to show off their skills and prove themselves to the capital. Toward evening, Lin Mu returned to his home and started training his friend again. The girl had already repeated the desired movement many times and finally felt the right sensation. Our hero praised her for such diligence because all this time Zixi kept practicing. He decided to pick up where they left off last time and started with the first movement called Xian Ren Ji Lu. This was followed by a second movement called Qian Kun Pan Chu. They spent all night hours in exhausting training, and only with the first rays of the sun, completely exhausted, went for a long-awaited rest. The protagonist found it amusing that his student fell asleep as soon as her head touched the soft couch cushion. The guy lamented that he didn't have a simple life like Zixi, so he had to run errands again. Quite soon, he met up with Yao Shanxian, who immediately noticed that he looked rather tired. Lin Mu already, he was beginning to feel the effects of spending his time training the Dragon Eye brothers during the day and practicing Zixi at night. Meanwhile, they have already arrived at the airport to fly from here to the capital for filming. The girl informed the director, who was still dealing with some issues, that they had already arrived on the spot. The man got excited when he saw the main actors and suggested we finally head for the plane. As they took their seats on board, Lin Mu decided to talk to Chen Chen. The guy warned that he was going to sleep a little, and his companion was not against it, because she understood that our hero needed a good rest. He was going to savor this beautiful moment when he could finally rest in peace. Suddenly, Lin Mu heard some strange sound that interrupted the small rest. The protagonist was sure that a gunshot had sounded in the cockpit and began to suspect that someone was trying to hijack the plane. Yao Shenxian noticed that the guy tensed up even though he was about to sleep before, so she asked what was the reason for his awakening. The guy asked her to be quiet because someone was probably hijacking the plane. The girl could not understand where such assumptions came from, and the protagonist explained that he had just heard gunshots from the direction of the business class. Lin Mu assumed that the bandits would be here by now, so he asked Yao Xianxian to close her eyes and pretend to be asleep. Eventually, the young man's assumptions came true, and just minutes later, the intruders burst into the first classroom. The masked villain ordered everyone awake and announced that there was an airplane hijacking going on right now. He explained that they had no goal of hurting ordinary people because they were looking for a specific person. The director breathed a sigh of relief because he was sure he would not be touched now. The bandit asked all passengers to remain in their seats until boarding until the bandits let them go. The men, trembling with fear, obediently complied with every demand of the bandits, their eyes running in terror. But they dared not disobey. Suddenly, the invader pointed the gun at the principal and once again asked if everyone understood how to proceed. The man hesitated for a second, but then quickly answered the armed man's questions. Bandit emphasized that as long as everyone cooperates, everything will be fine. But if anyone wants to play the hero, he asked not to be blamed for being ruthless. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind him and asked if he had a real gun. The intruder turned around sharply and asked how the guy managed to get here so quickly. The entire crew was shocked to see how Lin Mu decided to risk his life so much. The bandit began to shout irritably that it was of course a real gun, and suggested that Lin Mu try it out for himself. Our hero pretended that he was just curious to see the real weapons, because they usually use props on set. Yao Shenxian maintained an icy calmness, her lips touched with a slight sneer because she knew for sure that the criminal had made a fatal mistake by contacting this person. Lin Mu went on to say that he was only a fan of guns and noted that the bandit was holding a limited edition Arthur revolver. This turned out to be true, and the criminal was glad that some regular guy knew about such things, explaining that it had cost him a lot of trouble to hold that gun. The guy kept playing his part and marveling that it was indeed a limited edition. Eventually, the bandit ordered our hero to return to his seat and stop talking about meaningless things. After this conversation, the main character only laughed off the fact that this bunch of idiots are trying to kidnap an airplane. Of course, the guy didn't bother to sit back in his seat and rushed over to attack one of the bandits from the back. The villain didn't expect to find such a bold person, so he didn't even react to Lin Mu's sly strike. One lightning-fast blow and the man collapsed to the floor, his consciousness shutting down before his body even touched the ground. The director turned pale, his eyes widening in horror, as he couldn't believe that someone dared to break the rules, endangering the lives of all the hostages. The main character didn't expect his boss to believe this guy's words and be so scared. Eventually, the man admitted that maybe he had exaggerated the problem a bit. Other staff members also agreed that they did not have to sit here and wait for their fate, because they could only count on themselves. The director realized that he wouldn't be able to stand up to that many people, so he asked what their plans were. Lin Mu asked everyone to stay in this classroom and watch the kidnapper, and leave all other problems to him personally. He decided to change into the bandit's clothes so as not to reveal his identity, and noticed that the outfit fit him quite well. The guy also grabbed a revolver, so he definitely didn't stand out among the other criminals. Before leaving, our hero again asked all his buddies to be good and stay where they were, while he dealt with the remaining invaders. Yao Shenxian decided to point out that the guy's acting was incredible, so she believed that he would do well. Before leaving, the young man once again firmly emphasized that everyone should stay smart and sit here, while he checked the situation at the front. The principal decided to talk to Xian to find out who Lin Mu even was, that he could remain calm even in such critical situations. The girl speculated that maybe this guy had trained with SWAT in the past, because his skills were at the pro level. The staff agreed that the main character's final attack looked cool, and they used to think it could only happen in movies. Either way, the man hoped that Lin Mu knew what he was doing because he had his whole life ahead of him to die here on the airplane. Meanwhile, the aircraft continued to fly quietly despite all the battles that were going on inside. At this point, the protagonist had already reached the front of the plane to face the rest of the bandits. No one suspected a switch, so Lin Mu was asked if there were any problems, and he replied that the whole crew had quieted down after his threat. Turns out they've already taken Mrs. Wen hostage in order to wring property from her father, as well as to free all of his brothers he's arrested. The girl said that her dad, since he divorced her mother, had no longer communicated with her, so there was no way she could help the situation. The bandits were aware that Director Wen sent the money every month, so it was obvious that there was minimal communication between them. Mrs. Wen thought it was her father's responsibility because it was only living expenses for her mother, who was bedridden at home and had no income. The criminal didn't even expect that the principal was such a heartless man who refused to give up his bedridden wife, so he even had sympathy for their hostage. At the same time, he wasn't going to stop there and asked Mrs. Wen to give him the phone. The girl realized she had better cooperate, so she handed over her gadget without further ado. The bandit rummaged through her phone for a few seconds and found the information she needed. He decided to talk to Director Wen directly, so he found his contact in the hostage's phone. The perpetrator was going to recruit this man and hoped that this plan would still work. The captor assumed that the girl hadn't heard her father's voice in a long time, so he offered to listen to it together during this call. After a moment, the man picked up the phone and asked why Rong Rong suddenly decided to call him. The bandit immediately jumped into the conversation and greeted Director Wen, explaining that he was using his daughter's phone to finally talk directly. Mr. Wen tensely inquired who he was talking to right now. Bandit noted that the man was such a busy man and recalled that the Hong Kong Police Department, where Mr. Wen worked, had recently arrested several brothers. The man asked to get straight to the point and asked what he had to do to get the criminals to let his daughter go. The gangster briefly outlined the terms, which were that the police must return all the goods to them and release all his men. Mr. Wen stressed that they must understand that he does not have absolute power in the department, so it will be a tough assignment. The bandit didn't care about that because the man was now responsible for an airplane with passengers and his own daughter. The chief of police was at the police station of X City at that moment and realized that he had no choice. Wen Qiming explained that he would need time to hand over the goods and figure out how to release people from prison. Bandit informed him that the principal only had 30 minutes to resolve all issues because otherwise his daughter would be dead. At this point, one of the officers reported that they had already managed to find the phone signal where the call was coming from. They found that the perpetrator made the call from a satellite phone using Mrs. Wen's number, and the signal came from an East Sea airline plane flying out of the East Sea toward the capital. Eventually, the gang leader ordered that the pilots be forced to reroute and continue to stick to the plan of making an emergency landing. The disguised Lin Mu was fine with such an idea and agreed to do it himself because he just wanted to use the restroom. At this moment, one of the bandits asked everyone to hurry up since there was such an important reason. The protagonist seized the opportunity and returned to his acquaintances in first grade. Everyone tensed up when they saw the cloaked guy because they didn't fully understand whether Lin Mu or the bandit was standing in front of them. The young man assured that it was him and said that the terrorists wanted to change the route, so he was just going to say hello to the pilots. He again asked everyone to stay in their seats and not move until he returned. The protagonist walked into the cockpit and told the two men sitting there that he had important information for them. One of the pilots asked with a smile if the bandits were having fun while they were trying to hijack the plane. Lin Mu now realized that the pilots were in league with the terrorists, making the whole situation very complicated. The second manager asked how it went and hoped the bandits had taken care of everything. The protagonist didn't give any sign and replied that everything was under control, adding that he had come to tell about the reroute to the emergency landing site. The pilots were surprised to hear such a change because it was a little earlier than planned, but promised that everything would be fine. They began pulling the right levers on the control panel to change the route and select a new landing spot. At that time, the system reported that the route had been changed and the autopilot turned on. Lin Mu realized that it was time to take charge of the situation and knocked out the pilots with one precise strike. He reported that the pilots could now get some sleep and rest, while the system did everything for them. Our hero then dragged their bodies to his acquaintances and asked them to keep an eye on the two. The director couldn't understand why Lin Mu just stayed talk to the pilots, and now he couldn't understand who was flying the plane. The protagonist explained that the pilots were in league with the terrorists, or had simply been switched even earlier. The guy said the plane was on autopilot now and promised to talk when he had dealt with the rest of the bandits. Meanwhile, the criminals had praised Lin Mu for his successful work and were now just waiting to board. Our hero didn't waste any time and also knocked out the first terrorist on his way with one blow. He wished the criminal a good night, joining the others with other allies who also lay passed out. The bandit who was sitting next to Mrs. Wen heard some strange sounds and immediately asked what was going on. Lin Mu didn't bother to explain anything, and after using a few important acupuncture points, he disarmed another bandit. The girl looked at what had been done to the terrorist, and there was at once some hope of rescue in her eyes. She gingerly looked up and asked the protagonist who he was. The guy identified himself as a mere annoying passenger, and holding out his phone, asked Mrs. Wen to call his father and let him know that the plane was now safe. The police chief was surprised when, not long afterward, Rong Rong called him to inform him that the terrorists were already under control. He understood everything perfectly and promised to contact Jingdu International Airport right away and ask for help. The police officers quickly contacted Captain Mishima, apologizing for any inconvenience their requests had caused. The man didn't see it as a problem because he was willing to do whatever it took to save that airplane. He quickly turned to the desired flight and introduced himself as the Jingdu Airport CDC, requesting a response from the board. He was immediately answered by the protagonist, who was waiting for the next instructions to successfully land the plane. Captain Mishima asked him to follow instructions to bring the flight safely to their airport. The guy understood everything perfectly and was going to change his destination according to the pilot's instructions. The man noted that Lin Mu was doing quite well, and the flight destination was already being reconfigured. The plane is expected to arrive at Kyoto in 40 minutes and begin its descent in 42, at which time the captain will command our hero to land. At the right time, several fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars were already gathered at the landing strip, waiting for the terrorist board to land. The staff had already seen what the flight needed to board and prepared for it. The protagonist reported that the airspeed, wind speed, and angle were appropriate for the conditions, requesting the airport to land. Firefighters also began to gear up and began to notify all units that the plane was coming in for a landing. Meanwhile, Lin Mu asked all passengers to buckle up and be ready for an emergency landing. The plane was about to land, and our hero hoped that he would still be able to complete this operation. With a thud, the airplane's landing gear touched the runway, and a moment later, the hull of the aircraft smoothly froze, completing a perfect landing. The staff was about to call the CDC because they were already certain that this was the flight. The young man was happy to report that their plane had landed safely and thanked the captain for his leadership. All the pilots also rejoiced at this news because everyone was worried about the people on that board. The firefighter announced the gathering of all units and ordered the passengers to be escorted to a safe exit. Passengers were urged to disembark in an organized manner and not to panic. Meanwhile, the police were busy apprehending any terrorists who tried to hijack the plane. The captain asked if anyone knew where Mr. Lin Mu was right now, because he wanted to meet this person in person. Mrs. Wen was also looking around because she had just seen this guy, but he suddenly disappeared somewhere. Turns out the main character didn't want all this attention at all, so he quickly left for the Silton Hotel. Yao Shenxian, who had left with him, wanted to know why the guy had taken that gun that belonged to the bandits and could now attract suspicion. Our hero explained that it was a limited edition, so he couldn't part with such a treasure. The girl still couldn't understand why he needed a gun when Lin Mu was strong without it. The young man said that there was no point in it because he just took the weapon for his collection. Yao Shenxian thought that guys were very boring because they only played with guns, cars, and other uninteresting things all the time. Then the protagonist suggested that the girl see something more interesting. He quickly unbuckled his belt that had held Chu Hong's sword all this time. The girl was greatly embarrassed to see such strange actions on Lin Mu's part, and thought about how obnoxious he was. The guy cut off all her naughty thoughts with his sword, which he pulled from his belt. The protagonist looked at Yao Shenxian carefully and asked if she liked this weapon. The girl was confused by the awkwardness, but still replied that the sword was very beautiful and asked to hold it in her hands. Lin Mu revealed that his blade name was Chu Hong Yi, emphasized that it was unique. She was frustrated because suddenly the sword went limp in her hands, and she didn't understand why there was such a change. The protagonist said that a regular longsword would be too conspicuous, while a flexible one could be hidden behind his belt, so such a weapon was convenient for him. For all the girl knew, those who use flexible swords must have a good command of their chi and masterful swordsmanship. Lin Mu then decided to demonstrate his skills to her to prove his skill level. The young man grabbed a block of wood that was lying nearby for his demonstration. The protagonist tossed this piece of wood high and asked the girl not to yawn and watch all his movements. With deft movements, he worked the block of wood on all sides, the blade of the legendary blade easily stripping away the shavings. The girl watched all this action and couldn't believe that an ordinary person could achieve such speed and agility. Eventually, the guy managed to carve a graceful wooden statue that was surprisingly beautiful. Yao Shenxian immediately recognized that it was the heroine of the mythological play she used to act in. The main character confirmed her speculation and explained that the girl played the part so well that he really enjoyed it. The beauty didn't expect that the guy liked her acting so much, and Lin Mu kept talking about how she looked like a beautiful celestial. The young man thought that maybe the stories and the mythological dramas resonated with him in a special way because, after all, at the time he was only one step away from ascension to divinity. Suddenly, the girl said about how Lear's path would be quite difficult, repeating a line from the drama. She hugged her heroine's wooden doll tightly and continued to say her already memorized lines. The protagonist immediately remembered that this was the last thing Yuanli had said to her husband, before the heavenly abyss took her away, and she had to leave the mortal world. At this moment, Lin Mu blinked and saw that they were suddenly in the cultivation realm. The girl also took on a completely different look, and now looked like a true priestess. The main character, who had also changed a lot now, couldn't hold back his emotions, so he hugged Lear tightly. Lin Mu gently kissed the extraterrestrial beauty, repeating a scene from that very mythological drama. A second later, they had already returned to the real world, and Yao Xianxian couldn't understand what was happening. The guy quickly apologized for the misunderstanding, and the actress blushed a lot because she definitely didn't expect them to go this far. The girl couldn't understand what had just happened between them because she too saw that they were in some strange place and in such strange outfits. Lin Mu thought that it couldn't be a mistake, because at that moment, he had definitely returned to his original cultivation realm. Meanwhile, a group of mutants in America were still trying to save Chloe even the same way. The professor explained that their comrades' over-impulsiveness had caused a surge of energy, so now it was only possible to keep him on the borderline between life and death. The captain felt that this garbage was just wasting their strength, so there was no point in keeping it any further. The man asked what were the chances of recovery from the brain injury, and Hamill replied that it was too difficult to determine. It was the old man who had raised this giant all along, so his fate rested on his conscience. He still had one wild idea, for which was to find a powerful mutant with mental powers, and thus control Koev's body. The captain guessed that the professor just wanted to make a puppet of the giant to use in battle. Hamill confirmed that theoretically this plan could be put into action. The military man thought it was just a great idea, so he asked the old man to get to work immediately. The professor had already begun to think through how he would pull this operation off, and had taken orders from General Thomas. Events now shift to the capital of the United States of America, where all the major officials have gathered. The meeting hall was completely filled, because many important events have taken place in the country in recent times. General Thomas also entered the meeting room, and his appearance at once attracted all eyes. Everyone was hoping that the military man would explain in detail what had happened during the last operation. Mr. Thomas explained to the congressman that the failure was mainly due to the sudden appearance of a very strong figure on the enemy's side. The others were unhappy with these results because the military said they had carefully weighed the enemy forces before launching the operation. The general confirmed and emphasized that after the assessment, they did believe that the task would be successfully completed. The congressman couldn't believe that they had sent so many men and ended up failing some one opponent. Mr. Thomas reported that the thing was that their level 4 mutants couldn't even withstand a single bout of this man's attacks, so he suspected that his real strength surpassed level 5. He was sure that against such an opponent, they didn't stand the slightest chance of fighting back. All the officials could not understand how a one-level difference could be so significant. Meanwhile, the first filming days with the main character have already begun in Kyoto. They worked very hard together with Yao Shanshan to make the movie come out perfect. The director, who watched the whole thing through the cameras, was very pleased with their work. In fact, both actors were very shy about being so close on camera, so Lin Mu asked how well he was acting. The man thought the whole thing was just great, and the guy's control of his micro-mimicry was better than any actor he'd seen before. Yao Shenxian noted that she too had put out a lot of emotion, and so she couldn't understand why no one was saying compliments to her. At this point, there was a slight pause because the assistant reported that someone had called the protagonist's cell phone. It turned out to be Captain Zhang, so the guy immediately asked why the comrade had decided to call him. The man chuckled at the fact that the young man was such a busy man, but at the same time he feared he might undermine his health. Lin Mu still guessed that if the captain called, he definitely wouldn't ask about health, so he asked to get straight to the point. At that time, Jiang Chu directly said that they were currently at the Tenlun Corporation branch, and asked the guy to stop by if he had a spare moment. The protagonist didn't expect that Bao Lun's group had branches in Kyoto, so he didn't even consider visiting his friends. Lin Mu arrived at the right place and couldn't stop marveling at Kyoto, because even the branches here were great. He remembered that Jiang Chu seemed to have said to go up to the third floor. The protagonist stepped swiftly into the elevator car, his fingers quickly typing the desired floor as the doors closed smoothly behind him. In a matter of moments, the elevator took him to the correct floor, where the disguised branch of Bao Lun's group was located. At the entrance, the protagonist was greeted by Ding Yunyan. His eyes immediately flashed with recognition, because in front of him stood the very person whose name had been on everyone's lips for the past few days. The guy wasn't high with this employee yet, so he asked for an introduction. The man then introduced himself as the staff of the Kyoto branch and shook Lin Mu's hand in honor of their acquaintance. He reported that Captain Zhang was already waiting for our hero inside, so he decided to personally escort him there. The captain was very happy when he saw Lin Mu because he had already missed him. The young man suspected that something serious had happened, but Jiang Chu couldn't what he meant and just offered to have tea like normal friends. Ding Han immediately noticed that the guy was accompanied by a beautiful girl and asked if she would really want to sit with a bunch of old men. Our hero asked not to be laughed at and explained that he had come to Kyoto for work. In the end, Jiang Chu decided to cut to the chase and introduced Chu Xinsho, the head of the Kyoto branch, and Lu Shuyan, who was a man of the same caliber. The young man immediately heard in his hands in a respectful gesture and said hello to Principal Q. The man's eyes glistened with curiosity, for rumors of the young hero's exploits had kept him busy for the past few days. The protagonist asked him not to be overpraised because he thought his advantage was only that he was better at martial arts than anyone else. However, Lin Mu had already sensed that Director Q was not a cultivator, despite his sturdy physique. Jiang Chu understood that the guy didn't know anything at all about their organization, so he explained that Brother Q was the only leader from the group who didn't know Kung Fu. The protagonist didn't expect that there were even such interesting individuals in Baolun. Ding Han joined the conversation and said that Bra Q was not known for his strength, but for his wisdom, which was the reason why he was nicknamed the Sleeping Dragon. The man asked our hero to just not listen to all this flattery in his direction. Finally, Jiang Chu confessed that he had called the guy over to help them with one small matter. The protagonist kept waiting for his comrade to speak up and emphasized that he could go to him for any problems. The captain explained that the task was actually quite simple and needed Lin Mu to give them some cultivation tips. The guy thought they were joking because one could immediately tell from Brother Dean's aura that he had already reached a very high level. The man was surprised that Lin Mu had a diamond eye and told him that he was practicing the Shaolin Vajra school skill and had now reached the Jade God level. The director said that Yunyan was the symbol of the Kyoto branch, and initially he was the one they wanted to send to New York to help the Luo family, but Lu Shuyan strongly recommended that our hero be the one to go. Even Master himself agreed that this time it was better for Lin Mu to go specifically because the enemy's scent were very strong. Guy believed that the perfection of martial arts lay in constantly pushing the limits of the body and unleashing his potential fight, which helped him face such opponents. It turns out that the protagonist was invited here to have Ding Yunyan fight him and advance to the third level of Vajra. Lin Mu now realized that he had been entrusted with an important mission and replied that he would be honored to help the Kyoto branch. The guy decided not to put off hurting later and start practicing right now, while the rest of the group stood around watching from the sidelines. The headmaster ordered everyone else to watch carefully because it was extremely rare to observe two masters. Ding Yunyan asked the protagonist not to give in because he still wants to try to fulfill his potential after all. The young man promised that he would not restrain himself, so his opponent decided to start the fight first. In turn, Lin Mu prepared himself to mount the first attack. Now the Kyoto Philia staff wanted to see if he could break that barrier. In turn, the protagonist calculated that if a warrior wants to awaken his powers, he must experience what might is. He was just waiting for his opponent to attack to demonstrate how easily he would stop that strike. Lin Mu only had enough to put his hand forward for Ding Yunyan's fist to instantly stop. At this, the guy didn't recover and released his spirit dragon because he promised not to hold back in this fight. Director Q immediately recognized the technique that our hero used and definitely did not expect that he had already mastered the 18 dragon palms. The rest of the staff were also shocked by such ferocious power and thought it was a long-forgotten technique. The man explained that this technique was not lost. It was just that no one could master it. But now Lin Mu had proven that he was a true martial arts master. Meanwhile, Ding Yunyan had already admitted that the young man was quite good at fighting, but the latter asked him not to stop and attack further. The problem was that now the Philly employee couldn't even move a finger, so the next strike was in doubt. At that time, the guy advised Brother Dean to try to use the Shaolin School's Vajra skill to counter his attack. The man immediately listened to our hero and quickly used Lotus Block to defend himself from the powerful attacks. Before striking, Lin Mu warned that he was about to use more than half of his strength right now. Ding Yunyan had managed to defend himself enough, so now he was only waiting for his opponent to attack him. Finally, they made contact with their palms, and a powerful shockwave rippled through the hall. The employees began to feel that their energy was too powerful, so even they themselves needed to hide. Director Chu had not expected at all that the young man would be able to pass through Yunyang's finest primes so quickly, and this level of strength was beginning to terrify him. Meanwhile, Lin Mu himself reflected on the fact that his opponent's power was much less than him. But Ding Yunyan was still able to block the flow of his power. The man even started to feel a little nervous, because the Lotus Fist was the most powerful technique in his arsenal, and it had always led to victory before. But that wasn't the case now. In the end, it no longer mattered to him whether he would win or not, because all that was already left was the desire to have a glorious fight. Ding Yunyan quickly made the decision to use the 8th Lotus style to attack Lin Mu again. He rejoiced that he was finally lucky enough to meet a master with whom he could unleash all his power to break through the limit. The young man also recognized that the Shaolin Vajra school was something really special because his opponent's strength grew with every strike. Unlike Ding Han's secret technique, Ding Yunyan's battle technique seemed to contain some unpredictable power. The man began to feel that our hero was testing his movements, and the Lotus Fist was just calculated to awaken every cell in his body and achieve an increase in strength. Lin Mu was becoming more and more interested in his opponent's technique, so he wanted to take a closer look at his opponent's abilities. Ding Han began to feel that his aura had intensified, and Jiang Chu suspected that our hero just wanted to tussle with the Moto's fist. It was getting fiercer by the second, but Lin Mu continued to dodge all the attacks with ease. The young man once again began to feel that Ding Yunyan's strength had increased significantly in just a few seconds, which was simply an astonishing phenomenon. The man was about to attack our hero again, but before he did, he asked how he felt about the Lotus Fist technique. Lin Mu recognized that his opponent's technique was indeed getting stronger and more ferocious, so he had better try out the recently mastered 13 forms of Tai Chi. He decided to parry this blow quickly, assuming it might cool his ardor. Ding Yunyan didn't immediately realize what the protagonist was about to do, so he didn't have time to react to his parry. The man couldn't believe that just now, Lin Mu really had completely neutralized his technique. Even Jiang Chu couldn't understand what was going on because the main character seems to see through Ding Yunyan's actions. Eventually, the Philly employee was able to react to the change of scenery in time and ended up attacking the guy several times with Lotus Strike. The protagonist was able to place a solid shield in front of him with the help of the 13 Tai Chi forms. So all of the opponent's attacks were useless. In fact, even Lin Mu was starting to feel the pressure. So the defense was becoming harder and harder to hold on to. Despite this, the guy still managed to neutralize Yunyan's technique with simple Tai Chi movements. The headmaster was no longer surprised by anything because the young man had already used the 18 Dragon Palm before, so such tricks were within his power. But that didn't change the fact that the 18 Dragon Palms and the Lotus technique were like heaven and earth in the world of martial arts. Everyone marveled at just how deep Lin Mo's understanding of the harmony of arts was, allowing him to suppress the Lotus technique with the most ordinary technique. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to realize that the next events in the battle depended solely on him. The guy quickly regrouped and landed another blow on his opponent, who was a bit distraught after his crushing setback. Ding Yunyan didn't have time to block such fast attacks, so he flew away from Lin Mu without strength. In the end, the fighter recognized that Brother Lin was unimaginably strong, so he would admit defeat after all. It seems that it wasn't the end yet, because the main character's chi energy began to form into a golden dragon in front of him. Principal Chu noticed that this ornament was similar to Taiji's skillful dragon drawing. Others noticed that there were no energy fluctuations in the young man's palms at the same time, so they began to suspect that it was only an illusion. Jiang Chu and Ding Han felt that they still needed to intervene in this fight, so they shielded their comrade from Lin Mu. Only now has the protagonist finally come to his senses and realized that something strange is going on. The young man, who had only recently mastered this complex technique, had not yet had time to learn how to fully control it, and now his consciousness suddenly shut down, plunging him into darkness for a while. He warned everyone to disperse to the sides and release the golden dragon formed. Eventually, a small explosion sounded nearby, but the guy was able to steer it away so much that no one was hurt by it. Seeing the game that had been left in the floor, Ding Yunyan was scared beyond belief, because it could have been himself in that spot. It was quite revealing because the walls here were made of the strongest concrete, so the headmaster couldn't even think that Lin Mu was capable of creating such a thing with one palm. Jiang Chu felt that this was all too much because if a person was hit by such a blow, he was afraid that there would be nothing left of the victim. The young man apologized for nearly losing control and asked his sparring partner if he was okay after such a scuffle. In spite of his serious condition, the man replied that it was only a small scratch for him, and he now worships the skill of our hero. Director Q ordered all subordinates to quickly leave this room and think hard about what they could learn from the battle they had seen. At that moment, a call came to our hero's phone, which distracted him a little from the aftermath of the past fight. It turned out to be Yao Shenxian, who was somehow awake at this late hour. The captain noticed it right away and started laughing at the fact that this beautiful young lady was worried about the fact that the guy still wasn't home. It seemed that something serious had happened after all, because the girl had fallen down in the middle of the bathroom and was now asking Lin Mu to hurry back to her. With a trembling voice, she literally begged to be saved, but the explanation came with great difficulty. The protagonist tried to shout to the girl, but she had already hung up the phone and did not answer his questions. Shenxian plopped down on the bathroom floor and tried to say that she wouldn't last long, but Lin Mu couldn't hear it anymore. Jiang Chu heard that the guy had something going on and excitedly asked why his girlfriend was calling. The protagonist immediately handed the phone to his comrade and asked him to track the girl's location as quickly as possible. The captain quickly ran into Xiaoke, who could help them with this matter. He explained to his subordinate that he urgently needed to know the exact location of a particular number. The guy quickly connected his phone to the computer and started searching for Yao Shanxian. In just a couple of seconds, Xiaoke had already received a map that marked the location of the phone. The captain asked Lin Mu to go first, while he stayed at the base to relay the refined coordinates over the phone. The protagonist quickly jumped into his car, and now with all the speed he was going to help his friend who was in trouble. Mentally, the young man asked Shenxian to hold out, to give him time to get to the right place. Lin Mu finally reached the grand hotel where his colleague was staying. The guy started running to the upper floors with all his legs to get to Shenxian's aid in time. Out of breath, it took him a couple seconds to run to the right floor, where the girl's room was presumably. According to Baolun's group, the victim was in a room that was guarded by a large number of bodyguards. The protagonist thought that these were the Shenxian kidnappers and was about to finish off anyone who got in his way. The guards immediately stopped Lin Mu and warned him that he had no right to be here. The guy didn't hesitate and immediately used his skills to knock out the enemies. The rest of the bodyguards immediately ran up to their defeated comrade and began to ask the strange young man what he was allowing himself. The protagonist stated that he was their forefather, and in the name of heaven, he would now finish everyone off. The bandits immediately reached for their guns because they realized that talking alone wasn't going to stop this guy. But it was already too late because Lin Mu jumped high to attack his enemies. Meanwhile, the boss who was inside with Yao Shanxian tried to sneak into her bathroom, but the door was too strong, so he failed. The man was very unhappy that he was not getting anywhere this night with this hottie who had gotten to the point of closing herself off from him. He promised that sooner or later the girl would be taught a lesson for her behavior. The lad swung the chair again to finally break the lock and get his hands on the defenseless girl. At this moment, Lin Mu finally rushed into the room and ordered the bandit to stop now. The man did stop because he was surprised that someone dared to interrupt him and asked who our hero was. The young man emphasized that it didn't matter at all who he was. What mattered was what the asshole was about to turn into. The protagonist began screaming in an intimidating voice that it was time to die. Bandit felt a chill run down his back because of such calm confidence from Lin Mu. He realized the guy didn't have the nerve to threaten him and quickly ran to grab the weapon. The gangster emphasized that Jingdu was his territory, so anyone who got in his way. The protagonist informed that no matter who dared to touch his loved ones, even the Heavenly King, he would still destroy the scoundrel. The man noted the young man's eloquence with a chuckle, but his cold gaze made it clear that all those words were not worth a penny in his eyes. Lin Mu didn't wait and made one precise strike on the pistol in the bandit's hands, slicing it in half. The criminal mastermind's face contorted with mute shock, and his brain refused to realize what had just happened. He stared in horror at the disfigured pistol in his trembling hand, in which the useless stump of metal remained. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already behind the rogue's back and confidently continued to attack him. The criminal's eyes ran from side to side. He felt like a hunted beast, unable to unravel the cunning plan of this mysterious young man. Lin Mu didn't hesitate and used his knowledge of acupuncture points to disarm his opponent. Unable to withstand the sudden tension, the fat man pissed himself in shame. His obese body shook and settled to the ground with a thud. In fact, our hero had severed several major meridians in his lower back, so now the bandit was unlikely to harm other people. He finally reached the bathroom door and tried to call out to poor Zhenxian, who was inside. Lin Mu swiftly slipped inside the room, his gaze immediately falling on the motionless figure of the girl lying without any sign of consciousness on the cold floor. He quickly swept his acquaintance up in his arms and promised that it wouldn't be long before they were home. They eventually made it safely back to the C. hotels, where they had been staying for the duration of the shoot from the beginning. Assistant Hong immediately asked what happened to their actress, but the main character did not give details and lied that the girl had a little too much to drink. In a trembling voice, the employee explained that she was overcome with mortal terror when she lost contact with them, and asked the actors to be careful not to be spotted by the paparazzi. The protagonist assured that they were very careful and informed her that he needed to take Shanxian to her room. He carefully settled the girl on the cushions and finally exhaled in relief. For this time, the danger was over. The guy didn't even want to think about the bad consequences because he promised that he would let more incidents like this happen. Also, our hero noticed that the sleeping pills that Xianxian drank were quite strong and had penetrated every cell in her body, causing her to be in such a state. In short, Lin Mu needs to help the girl get rid of these toxins to speed up the process. With his cultivation level, one could use needle transformation for a long time, and thus carry around a set of silver needles all the time, which could be needed so suddenly. The poison has already spread throughout Xianxian's body, so the protagonist needs to act as quickly as possible. When the girl finally woke up, she revealed that before that, she had met with her classmate who had set her up so meanly. The protagonist immediately asked if she had a photo of a classmate, and Zhenxian replied that they had just taken a photo together that evening. The girl also revealed that the sneaky, lousy girl's name was Shen Yue. The next day, Lin Mu already knew all the information about the classmate that Brother Zhang had helped him with. Our hero now had a whole dossier on Shen Yue in his phone, which was supposed to help avenge Xianxian. In the evening, the young man decided to go to the very bar where the girls had rested the previous night. The face of the employee at the entrance of the establishment immediately lit up with a smile, and he greeted their new guest. The protagonist immediately handed him the phone with Shen Xue's picture on it and asked if this girl was here. The guy immediately said that she was a frequent guest at their establishment and she was currently at the bar. And Lin Mu pretended that he was her friend and asked him to take him to this girl. Meanwhile, near the bar, the evening life was boiling. Everyone was chatting and drinking cocktails. Shenju herself had hooked up with some other bandit and was now listening to his life stories. A man was talking in all seriousness about how he had killed one lover of his. It seems the girl definitely didn't expect to hear something so horrible, so she froze in mute shock. In the end, the bandit only laughed and explained that it was all said just for a harmless joke. Then he turned to Lin Mu, whom he mistook for a waiter, and asked him to bring 2 more margaritas for them. The protagonist, observing this whole situation, immediately thought that this girl did not create a good impression. The man was displeased that the young man still stood still and did not fulfill his order. That was when Lin Mu finally decided to approach their table and explained that he was not a waiter. The guy immediately declared that it was Shen Jue he was looking for, pointing his finger directly at her. The gangster wasn't happy that the kid was starting to pry because he had already bought this beauty. Our hero knew how to influence such people, so he carefully opened his jacket, revealing the pistol in the pocket, and began to threaten this impertinent man. The bandit was not at all frightened and started talking about how he didn't mean to insult Lin Mu at all, promising that he would leave this place right now. He ran with all his legs towards the exit, pushing everyone in his way, so the guy definitely couldn't catch up with him. Shenzhu was also starting to get worried, so she asked what the main character wanted. Lin Mu, after demonstrating that he had all the information on the girl, emphasized that she was definitely in no position to ask questions right now, and promised that he would let her go if he got honest answers. Such an argument quickly worked on Shan Xian's classmate, so she agreed to all the conditions. The first thing our hero asked was if they had drinks with his acquaintance yesterday, and Shen Shu started to tell him that they had studied together years ago, so she called her to meet here. The guy thought that such special treatment of a mere classmate was too suspicious, so he demanded that the girl answer honestly. In the end, Shen Yu admitted that she was forced to deceive Yao Shenxian by threatening serious reprisal. Lin Mu revealed that last night, her friend actually could have gotten hurt, but the girl was only doing it to save herself. The protagonist asked not to push pity, because it was obvious that she was the one to blame for everything. But at the same time, he was going to give a chance for redemption. After this conversation, they went to the Jinting Grand Hotel, where the girl immediately called Brother Kun, her boss, to complain as if someone here was making her uncomfortable and unwilling to pay. She continued to pretend that she had gone to the restroom to discreetly call her acquaintance and asked what she should do. The boss decided to come over on his own to handle the whole situation, so Shenjue quickly gave her address. Thus, she fulfilled the very request of the protagonist, who, all this time, sat next to her and quietly sipped his cocktail. In fact, Lin Mu was in no hurry to let her go so quickly, because he was well aware that it could all turn out to be a deception. At the same time, Shenxue was worried about our hero because she realized that Brother Kun was definitely no match for him. 10 minutes later, the boss was already here and pretending to check out the room. Shenxue was startled when she realized that the bandits were already here. But Lin Mu continued to keep calm and asked her to open the doors for the guests. There was already a whole group of guys standing in the aisle who had come to deal with the intruder. Brother Kun asked the girl to stand aside while he talked to their client. He didn't expect to see some brat here at all, so he interrogated whether this guy had really offended Shenxue. The girl immediately nodded and confirmed that it was as if it was the main character without giving away his plan. The ringleader waved a sharp knife in front of Lin Mu's face, and his hoarse voice muttered about paying for everything in this world. The young man understood this truth perfectly well, but thought that no rules were necessary to such people as these. Brother Kun immediately tensed up because he couldn't understand what our hero wanted to say. In the end, Lin Mu directly told him that these scoundrels had a debt to his girlfriend from last night, so they would pay it off today. The bandit instantly understood what was being talked about, and guessed that this was the guy who had injured Mr. Dune. The young man himself felt that he had still been quite kind to such trash, and had kept him alive, so that man should definitely thank heaven for that. Brother Kun was incredibly angry with me about this incident, because it was the first time their client was hurt that night, and such incidents could simply destroy the entire reputation of their organization. The Dong family had also promised a reward of 10 million for the villain's head, so the bandits were only happy that Lin Mu himself had come to their doorstep. In fact, the protagonist was not at all frightened or surprised by the fact that such a high reward was given for his life. Meanwhile, Thug emphasized that anyone who is an enemy of the Dong family automatically becomes their rival as well, and added that they don't use sneaky tricks. The protagonist immediately noticed that this guy definitely did not go for a word in his pocket. He tried again to intimidate his enemies with the gun that had been hiding in his jacket the whole time. The bandit didn't care about that at all, so he was the first to rush forward to attack. Now he decided that such an insolent man must have experienced the full force of his uncontrollable rage. Lin Mu immediately noticed that his opponent had a very high speed, but it wasn't a problem. The guy immediately guessed that the bandit wanted to use the knife to get his attention, then stabbed the blade into his shoulder to prevent him from pulling the trigger. He assumed that this thug had definitely had a lot of practice if he wanted to pull off a stunt like this in one move. Lin Mu was obviously not an easy fighter, so he was easily able to dodge such an attack. Thus, Brother Kun simply forced our hero into hand-to-hand combat, which was much more dangerous for him. The protagonist aimed his fist directly at his opponent's blade without fear of being hurt. With a light flick of his finger, he created an invisible wave of force, and then the knife blade cracked with a clang, splitting into two pieces. The bandit froze abruptly in place, his eyes widening at the realization of his own defenselessness, as he now clutched only the useless fragment of a blade in his hands. This blade was made of high-grade steel, and it only took a month to sharpen it alone, and Lin Mu had dealt with it so quickly. Lin Mu was well aware that Brother Kun was just solving money matters, so he asked to take him to the ringleader, promising that he wouldn't cause any more problem. Suddenly, the enemy sharply bounced to a safe distance, making it clear that he does not intend to help the protagonist. The bandit didn't see the point of it because it was just the guy's own problems, which didn't intersect with his interests. The protagonist coldly explained that he would never have paid attention to them if their actions hadn't affected people dear to him. In the end, Brother Kun recognized that Lin Mu was strong, but the leaders of the gang were also no slouches, so going up against the likes of them was dumb. The young man emphasized that it would no longer be the bandit's own problem, because he only needs to take our hero to the top. The gangster couldn't stand up to the guy anymore, so he agreed to help if the guy didn't give him away. Lin Mu understood perfectly well that the guy was afraid, but he also emphasized that he was definitely not in a position to set conditions. Brother Kun explained that if his bosses found out that he was the one who snitched on the gang, they would just kill his whole family. The protagonist promised that he would not give away the bandit, so he asked to finally take him to the right place. It wasn't long before they pulled up to Kaishuan nightclub, one of the most famous places in Jindu. Brother Kun had explained to Lin Mu that the person he was looking for, known by the nickname Leopard, should be here, but his real name remained a mystery. The young man thanked him for his help, but warned him that there would be no mercy if he had just been tricked. Before parting, the bandit even wished our hero good luck, because he understood perfectly well what kind of people he would be dealing with. The lad quickly approached the boys who were standing outside the club and told them that he had some business to attend to with Leopard, and asked to be shown the way. The bandits were outraged that some youngster wanted to talk to their brother Leo, and advised him to leave the place nicely. The protagonist has realized that he's not going to have an easy time dealing with these guys, so he needs to deal with them forcefully. All the guards tried to stop Lin Mu, but he scattered them in different directions and went inside without any problems. In fact, the guy couldn't understand what was wrong with all the people in the club because there was a serious fight going on here and they weren't even paying attention to it. Linmu realized that just his fists wouldn't be enough here, so he decided to act tougher. He decided to make a louder noise and pulled out his gun to finally get some attention. Just then, the DJ finally heard some rumbling and stopped the music. The protagonist didn't wait and fired another shot, assuming that now everyone would finally scatter. The clubgoers finally realized it was gunshots and stopped dancing. Linmu said that his bullets didn't care who they shot at and gave 10 seconds for everyone to leave the publication. Chaos reigned in the room at the sight of the battle weapons, and the crowd rushed in terror towards the exit, knocking over everything in their path. After that, the dance floor was left a complete mess, and Linmu tried to shout for Leopard to come out before the guy blew the entire club to smithereens. The bandit patted such skills of our hero and noted that he had not seen such daring youth for a long time. The young man immediately interrogated if it was really the same leopard standing in front of him. The man in the leopard coat confirmed that he was the leader of the gang. He inquired as to the reason why the protagonist had made such a big fuss here. Guy inquired whether Leopard had received a guest with the surname Dunn last night. The bandit immediately realized that the man who had crippled his client stood before him, not expecting him to come to her lessons himself. Linmu explained that he had decided to save a little time and advised the leader to let his men go if he didn't want the same fate for them. The leopard thought it was all just bragging and suggested that the young man go through his fighters first. He had already had to face death many times to achieve his position, so he wasn't afraid of some kid. The bandit wasn't happy that the kid had decided to trash an entire club, so he wasn't going to let him leave here alive. Linmu was still calm despite his opponents surrounding him from all sides. The protagonist quickly glanced around the room, noting at once that this was a very dubious contingent. Linmu had already attacked the first opponent and said that it was still unclear who would die today. The first bandit, of course, could not resist such a precise and strong blow, so he flew aside without strength. The bandit became even angrier when they saw what had become of their comrade, so they tried to attack the young man again. The protagonist looked around the entire crowd and asked them to attack together so as not to waste his time. Without losing momentum, he instantly switched to a new opponent, his fist already rushing towards the face of his next victim with frightening precision. The other bandit was kicked right in the chest and also could no longer continue the fight. After dealing with all the gang members, Linmu turned to Leopard and emphasized that it looked like he had just collected a bunch of trash. The leader only recognized that the guy had great technique and now understood why he dared to come alone. But he also reminded about the saying that says that one is not a warrior in the field, and promised that today our hero will definitely learn it. Also, new warriors had already come to their aid and suddenly jumped down from the balcony. Linmu immediately sensed that these were more serious opponents because their speed was surprising. Other than that, they had a stacked job because the whole group decided to attack from below and above at the same time. The protagonists saw that their movement was free and their understanding was at the highest level, so they acted without any words. In any case, Linmu was confident in his strength, so it still wasn't enough to win. He, having slipped through all his opponents, decided to attack the first one he could get his hands on. The fighters stopped abruptly because they couldn't understand what technique the protagonist decided to use. In the end, with one strike, Linmu attacked 3 enemies at once, but those enemies managed to put up a block. As a result, they flew off to the side and were now asking Brother Leo to come down because they were beginning to feel that they could not handle such a strong opponent. The boss definitely didn't expect things to turn out this way because he was afraid that more of the guy himself would get hurt from such a fight. The bandits were still trying to change their leader's mind because they hadn't seen such an experienced fighter yet. Then the man called out his other armed fighters and laughed at how weak the youth were. Everyone pointed their pistols at our hero, and Leopard praised him for not being a fool and bringing a gun. But at the same time, the leader wasn't sure if Linmu would be able to give a rebuff to such firepower, so he advised him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Suddenly the man noticed that while he was talking, the agile guy had already disappeared somewhere. Turns out the main character was already behind him, and explained that there is a simple truth that says that speed rules all the martial arts of the world. The gang leader couldn't understand at all how such a thing was even possible, and couldn't believe that there were people who could dodge bullets. He ordered his subordinates to fight to the end, and yes, still stood bravely and promised to protect Brother Leo at all costs. Linmu was displeased that some rascals thought that if they mastered a bit of kung fu, they could create mayhem everywhere. The guy decided it was time to use his sword, because he couldn't just bitch about insulting a martial arts principle. He didn't wait and rushed forward, because he wanted to teach the bandits a lesson for this attitude. Suddenly, all the fighters felt a strange tingling sensation in their limbs. Their muscles numbed as if paralyzed. leaving only the ability to watch helplessly. Everyone started screaming fearfully because they realized that they had already lost this fight. One by one, the fighters began to fall like underlings, their bodies hitting the ground hard and trying to warn the boss to run away from this place sooner rather than later. Lin Mu informed Leopard that he had already wiped out the rest of his subordinates, so everything else he already had to blame on himself. In the end, the bandit asked the young man to take his time like this because he would definitely not dare to cross the path of the organization behind him. Our hero was, of course, interested in this information, so he asked the man to elaborate on what kind of power was behind his back. The leopard explained that the Yan family was behind him, and anyone in Jingdu who dared to insult any of them would turn into a walking corpse. Lin Mu was shocked when he heard who was actually behind the whole incident. The man realized that the kid was also familiar with the ruthlessness of this family, so he asked him to just let him go and forget about everything that had happened today. The protagonist explained that he originally wanted to keep the bandit alive, but since Yan was supporting him, this death would serve as a warning to them. The leopard started to stagger back in horror because he realized that the young man was not joking at all. Lin Mu announced in a firm voice that he would send this rascal to his final destination at this very moment, and his words sounded like an inevitable sentence. The man screamed and tried to prevent the inevitable, but the deadly blow could not be stopped. The protagonist did attack the bandit, but he didn't end up spilling a drop of blood. The leopard fell on his knees and started begging for mercy because he didn't want to die at all. Suddenly, he looked at his hands and realized he wasn't bleeding at all. Cho Hong had actually struck the man's internal organs, but since the nerves were hardly hit, he wouldn't be able to feel all the pain at once. The bandit himself was confused because he was also sure that the blows had hit him, but in the end, he didn't feel any pain. Our hero advised him not to be too quick to rejoice and warned him that Leopard had only 3 days to ask for help from his Janes. The guy asked to say hello to this family and let them know that Lin Mu always pay their bills, they just need to wait a little longer. An hour later, the whole gang had already learned about what had happened at the club that evening. The leopard returned to his subordinates and ordered them all to gather in his office. He was finally starting to feel pain and was now asking for help, so the guys were about to get the car ready and take Leo's brother to the hospital. The leader immediately brushed aside their offer because he wanted to see Head Yan right now to report on the latest developments. It wasn't long before all the bandits arrived at the Yan family's house, where no one had heard of Lin Mu's antics yet. The aide had come to the boss and had already reported that the leopard had arrived on the scene. Yan Zhongping, unsuspecting, inquired about what his fixer wanted. The leader of the gang, who had come begging for help, had to be led inside under arms because his legs were already failing. The man was shocked to see the bandit in such a state, so he immediately asked what had happened to him. His voice rumbled like thunder as he demanded the name of the one who dared to raise a hand against his subordinate. Leopard said that yesterday some brat suddenly came to the club, trashed the place, and beat up all his guys. Also gave a message for Mr. Yan Zhongping was already incredibly angry, so he ordered the bandit to quickly tell him. The man was scared to repeat it, but he relayed that the guy wanted to settle the score with his master and would do it in person. Then the head of the family was even more surprised, because he didn't expect that there were still insolent people who could throw such a thing towards the Yanyas. Eventually, all the gang members would fall to their knees and start begging the leader for rescue because their boss was already in agony. Yan Zhongping had actually smelled the smell of decomposition back when the leopard had entered the Tui, so she assumed that all of its organs had long since been interrupted. Lin Mu was able to use Leo's inner strength to destroy his organs and leave the outside unharmed, which showed his profound skill. The man suspected that this young man must have easily killed the bandit, but still spared just for a casual message. Then Leopard added that also, that guy wanted to see if there was anyone in Yan's house capable of saving him. He also knew of Boss Yan's great abilities, so he begged to find a way to save his life. Yan Zhongping realized that there was no choice, so he asked the other bandits to help his leader stand up. The leopard looked at his boss with hope in his eyes and started talking about how he knew from the beginning that he wouldn't be left in trouble. The leader asked not to be thanked because he was in the same boat as his subordinates anyway. A heart-rending, shrill scream escaped from the bandit's agonized mouth. It turns out that the man had no intention of treating his subordinate, but only decided to put an end to his suffering. As a result, the leopard differed far to the side. Everyone else could not understand why Boss Yan had acted this way. The leopard collapsed helplessly, its body going limp, and in a moment a dark scarlet puddle began to spread rapidly across the floor beneath it. The young thugs stood in a daze, their faces contorted in horror at the sight of their all-powerful boss, reduced to a bloody heap on the floor. Mr. Yan indifferently said that his subordinate was dead, and asked the others to carry his corpse away. The boys were very frightened by his strength and immediately began to follow orders. They tried to do everything as quickly as possible, because they were afraid of getting under Yan Zhongping's hot hand. The head of the family watched Ali doubtfully, realizing that he probably hadn't fully grasped the depth of the reasons that had led to such ruthless actions. The subordinate called himself stupid and admitted that he didn't understand anything, but was sure the boss must have his reasons for doing so. Yan Zhongping explained that he had killed the leopard because it was no longer salvageable, and besides, he had not told the whole truth. He suspected that the bandit had done something unforgivable to get this man to kill him, and since he dared to ask him to deliver a message, this guy must not be afraid of offending the family. Ali understood it all now, but he never would have thought that someone in the world had the audacity to threaten their clan. The man explained that the world is full of people like that, but they just wouldn't dare cross them. The head of the family still understood that it was unlikely that this brash man really had the claim power, because their dialogue would no longer have to take place. Meanwhile, police officers who wanted to see the girl arrived at Yao Xianxian's hotel. The girl asked the employee why these people would be looking for her, but he also didn't know anything. Assistant Hong immediately appeared beside her and said that she would go along with her to monitor the situation. All this time, Officer Fu had been in the hall looking out the window, waiting for the girl he needed. The police officer escorted the girl to the correct location and informed her that a police officer was waiting for her in the break room. The man would be happy to see Yao Xianxian and friendly extended his hand to say hello to her. The first to enter the conversation was the assistant, who stated that she was the lady's confidant, and for security reasons, they needed to look at the officer's ID. The old man didn't see it as a problem, so he immediately showed his ID. The girl noted that the ID was different from the others, so the policeman explained that he was in a special unit. The officer told them that they are dealing with unusual cases, so they need Ms. Yao's help in this investigation. The girl didn't understand anything and wanted to know what was required of her in such a case. The man wanted to ask her some questions because in the evening, 2 days ago, she had visited a five-star hotel with a certain lady named Shen Shui. The aide understood that leaking this information could have badly affected the actress's reputation. So she emphasized that it was a personal matter and Ms. Yao had the right not to answer. The old man then assured that their station could guarantee that the girl's private life would never become public. Yao Shengqian gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the worried assistant, letting her know that the situation was under control, and agreed to go along with the police. Now the events are moved somewhere in Thailand to the base of the local mafia. Solinar, the leader of the faction, couldn't figure out where his goods were, so he reprimanded all of his subordinates. The guys reported that the mission failed because a mastermind showed up, interfering with their work, and the right people couldn't get to their destination. The man couldn't understand what all his men were doing, that they couldn't handle some common intruder, and he wasn't about to believe that Chinese masters were now found at every turn. Turns out this shipment was worth over $1 billion, and if the subordinate can't get it back, it's all over. This was the common cargo of the 13 factions of the Golden Triangle, which was why this assignment was so important. The boss pulled a gun on one of the guys, who still realized it was his fault, and agreed that he deserved to die. The man then lowered his weapon and emphasized that he didn't care at all about other people's lives. So he ordered him to find the goods, or else everyone present would be dead. The subordinates said they had already received confirmation of the information that Yuta and his group had moved with the goods to Jindu. The boss understood that this was terrible news, because the neighborhood was too dangerous. He knew that Jindu was in the sphere of influence of Chinese factions, so they would never return the party themselves. The boss then immediately ordered his assistant to contact the vultures, because only they would be able to return the goods. In parallel to these events, Yao Xianxian had already told the officer that she was already unconscious at the time of the kidnapping, so she did not see the perpetrators. At this point, the protagonist has just returned, finally dealing with all the problems. The guy noticed that his acquaintance seemed to be busy and wondered who the gentleman was next to her. At that time, Jianxian introduced Lin Mu in front of the policeman and told him that he was the one who would play the male lead in their movie. The protagonist said hello to the officer and immediately extended his hand to cement their acquaintance. The old man immediately had some strange feeling, so he began to suspect that this young man was far from being an unusual person. The protagonist noticed that Mr. Fu was looking at her strangely somehow, so he inquired what the matter was. The officer was confused because he didn't even know what to say, so he replied that it was okay. In the end, he thanked Mrs. Yao for her cooperation, as the overall situation was now clearer, but perhaps he would contact her again in the future. Toward the end, Lin Mu asked Officer Fu in all seriousness to be careful. Yao Shenxian couldn't understand why the guy was looking at that gentleman so tensely and thought that he had already noticed something unusual. The guy explained that when they shook hands, he had sensed the officer's true qi, so he assumed that he must be a high-level cultivator. The girl was greatly surprised because she couldn't even think that this old man was such a strong master. The protagonist thought that the policeman was intentionally hiding his energy, but he still managed to discover this feature. Mr. Fu, who had already gotten into his car, also wondered why, when they shook hands, he felt a powerful pressure from Lin Mu. He began to be even a little afraid because of the abnormal aura emanating from our hero, and already thought that he had managed to stumble upon the Grand Master. Meanwhile, one airplane landed at a private landing site in Vietnam. It turned out to be one of Solinar's old associates, one they hadn't crossed paths with in years. Cecil was surprised that the bandit had suddenly summoned him, so he inquired as to what was so important. The man said that he had some difficulties, so he urgently needed the help of a friend. The guy had already heard about the situation, so he didn't mind dealing with the case, because he was like a fish in water in this matter. Over dinner, Solana recounted all the details of what had happened and begged his old friend to help him. The comrade agreed that there were too many craftsmen in that area, so it was not certain that all of them would get out of there unharmed, so the fee would have to be raised a bit. The case was very important, so the man was willing to pay any price for this help. Cecil, given that they were old friends, decided not to bore the chatter and showed two fingers to explain his price. The bandit had only been once to pay $20 million and remembered that, according to the old rules, the first half had to be in advance, the second half after the job was done. Both parties were happy to have this cooperation, so they drank to the success of their mission. Events returned to the Triumph Bar, where the protagonist's recent fight with Leopard took place. Tufei pulled into the parking lot next door and wanted to take care of some issues. The man approached the people at the entrance and asked where he could find the local leader. One of the bandits replied that their boss was now impossible to find because he had recently died, and asked irritably to get behind him. Without further ado, Tufei abruptly grabbed the guy by the scruff of his neck, his powerful fingers digging into his neck like a steel vise. He pretended he hadn't heard anything and asked what the self-righteous wretch had said. The bandit repeated again that Leopard had long been dead, so Master Chin was now running things here. The man loosened his grip a little because he realized that the leader of the gang was indeed gone. The next day, filming operations moved to Jindu International Airport. The main character masterfully got into character because of his embrace was so natural and warm. The next moment, the director's voice rang out, announcing that the shot had been taken. The staff member reported that the couple had done a great job and could now get some rest, and they would continue after lunch. Lin Mu stepped aside, and his attention was caught by some strange crowd of people on the airport grounds. Even though everyone looked like normal passengers, the guy still suspected there was something wrong with them. Meanwhile, a coworker came up to him and suggested we go out for lunch because she wasn't ready to put up with airport cooking. But our hero paid no attention. The young man said he was going to go get a glass of fruit juice for them, but actually went to see what the crowd was all about. Yao Shenxian couldn't understand why the guy went to get the juice again if it was literally in his hands. In fact, the protagonist wanted to find out the key nuances of this mysterious situation. In a few seconds, Lin Mu thought out a small plan for himself and crashed into one man in the crowd. It was as if he had accidentally spilled his juice on the stranger, so he was now apologizing for his soiled clothes. The man replied that there was no problem with that because he could just change his clothes. The protagonist once again asked if it really didn't bother him because he was ready to take the jacket to the wash. The stranger replied that he suspected that he would still meet Lin Mu, but right now he already had to go about his business. After that, the young man returned to Yao Xianxian, who was waiting for him to grab something to eat for them. Our hero laughed off the fact that she believed he went to get food and told her that he saw something suspicious in the crowd and decided to get a little closer. The girl was immediately interested when she heard such news and began to listen to Lin Mu attentively. Guy suspected that everyone in this crowd was a military man with special training, and there were even 7 with special abilities among them. Yao Shenjian shrieked when she heard such shocking news, and our hero immediately asked her to be quiet because she might attract the opponent's attention. Lin Mu decided to contact his partners and report that a lot of fighters had gathered in Jindu, so something big was going to happen. Meanwhile, Tufei arrived at the Tai family mansion after failing to find Leopard. Tai Haisheng was surprised to see little Fei, from whom there had been no word for so many years, and now realized that he had only been abroad. The guy said that he had too many enemies at the time, and if he hadn't run away, they might never have seen each other again. Dasan noted that at least he could have contacted them from across the border during all this time, because he himself thought his comrade had been badly injured when he covered him from the knife. Tufei sighed heavily and explained that some things couldn't be explained quickly. It took time and details to get the full picture. The old man decided not to rake up the past and asked little Fei why he had come to him in the first place. The guy decided not to hide anything and stated that he wanted to make a big deal with the Tai family. Tai Haisheng remarked that he had succeeded overseas over the years since he could talk to him about big deals and wondered what it was all about. Tu-Fei said that after this deal, the old man would be able to get more than 70% of the mainland's supply, and speculated that such a thing might have interested his future partner. The head of the family did show interest, so he asked for more details, but he was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to absorb such a big chunk by himself. Turns out this guy was representing Solinar and had approached the old man for that very reason. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang and his men had already arrived at one of the ports in the city to monitor the whole situation, but no one had discovered anything unusual. The man, betraying his excitement, asked where the protagonist had been all this time. Lin Mu already suspected that something serious had happened in his absence, so Brother Zhang told him that 2 tons of cargo had fallen through the ground. The captain decided not to delay and take the young man to the scene at once. Our hero asked what the guards had to say about it, but even they didn't notice anything unusual. The warehouse was searched up and down, but in the end nothing was found, and moreover, the rest of the goods were left untouched, indicating that the cargo had been taken out through the main gate. At the same time, those who had a shift today assure that they did not step down, which only adds to the mystery of the incident. Lin Mu then inquired when they had determined the disappearance, and the partner said that it had happened last night when the police were inspecting the goods. The lad immediately concluded that, in any case, they did not yet know the exact time of the theft. The captain confirmed his words because the last inspection was as long as 3 days ago. But they also have a chance to get a more precise time, so he's already sent his men to get the footage from the cameras, and then at least they'll be able to find out some details. One staff member reported that he did receive the tape, but he wasn't sure if it would help in their investigation. In the end, the problem turned out to be that the data had been deleted by someone and was now unrecoverable. The protagonist inquired about the cargo that caused such a strange occurrence. Zhang Chu said that the goods were seized not long ago from an international terrorist group that is now in intensive care. Suddenly, the capital noticed that his subordinate had already managed to contact his superiors. Meanwhile, as it turned out, someone was lodged in a skyscraper that was not far from the port and was watching the actions of our heroes. They watched all the group's activities intently from the window through the blinds. The man behind the spyglass informed his allies that so far the harbor was empty. It turned out to be Officer Fu, and in the meantime, his subordinate reported their target out. Even this policeman agreed that this Lin Mu was not as pro as it seemed at first glance. The old man immediately inquired what was so interesting that his employee had noticed. It was so serious that the policeman asked his supervisor to come over and see for himself. In the next instant, Officer Fu's pupils dilated dramatically, his eyebrows flying up at such an unexpected revelation. It turns out that such a strong reaction was because the main character was next to Zhang Chu. The police officer immediately remembered that in a case 2 years ago, the captain had tried to delete everything and asked the officer what the man was all about. The old man said that he too became aware of Zhang Chu from Bao Lun's group after the same case. The officer was even more surprised when he heard that the man was connected to the very same mysterious organization. The officer explained that Bao Lun was a secret unit of the Chinese army, which included the highest level of armed forces. Now they no longer had the need to continue their surveillance, so Mr. Fu decided to gather everyone else to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, the protagonist met with the port security guard, who reported that the security service conducts a guard change every 6 hours, and surveillance at the post goes on around the clock. Lin Mu took note of this information and said that he would need to examine each soldier. He quickly chose the first guy to examine and used special powers to scan his body. Eventually, after careful examination, the protagonist finally uncovered an important clue. Now the young man realized that it was not at all surprising that the soldiers had not noticed anything unusual. Lin Mu informed the captain with seriousness in his voice that the consciousness of all the guards had been attacked by someone else. The main character explained that no one remembered anything because a time period had been removed from their memories. For his part, Zhang Chu did not expect at all that someone would be able to brainwash their soldiers. Moreover, the protagonist suspected that everyone had been indoctrinated with fake memories, further confusing the situation. Although the guards answered firmly and clearly, they had blank looks on their faces, and it was all because the memories weren't true, causing them to react like robots, trying to go back to that day. The captain realized that their enemy was able to affect so many people at once, which proved that a powerful psionic was fighting against them. Lin Mu was sure that they were the same fighters from the airport, and asked Zhang Chu where they could be found now, and the latter, after some thought, suggested that the group was probably hiding in one of the major hotels in the city. The supervisor said he had already organized 24-hour surveillance of them, but so far no one had detected anything suspicious. He also showed on a map all the movements of these people in the last 2 days. The protagonist, after considering these routes, immediately noticed an interesting detail. Lin Mu saw that these soldiers were all scattered quite far away for a normal group. The captain wanted to see for himself and realized that this mark had only recently appeared, so he decided to urgently request confirmation. He quickly called his staff and asked what was going on at the site of the last marker. A fighter from the recon squad reported that all these people had suddenly disappeared from sight, and the protagonist was afraid that someone might have alerted them to the surveillance. Nothing was clear to the captain yet, and he decided to wait until the squad was on the trail of this group. Linmu was surprised and couldn't believe that these fighters had discovered that they were being followed and erased one of the scouts' memories. Jiangchu thought it was quite possible. And then the tactical advantage would definitely not be their team's. And our hero asked if there was anything noteworthy on the enemy's route. Eventually, the commander did notice that something strange was happening in that direction. He realized that the rivals were getting closer and closer to a maximum security prison. It was now obvious to all that the goal of the enemies was to free the prisoners. Then the captain immediately recalled the very hijacking of the airplane flying to Jindu that Linmu had inadvertently revealed. Our hero began to guess that those terrorists were in the same group as these very robbers. Jiangchu explained that the lost cargo belonged to the group of villains who had hijacked the plane, and it seemed that this time they had sent someone influential to retrieve the goods. The guy asked Brother Zhang to tell his men right now that they should immediately cordon off this building, and they needed to move out to this place right away. The events are transferred to a special regime prison, where a serious incident is about to take place. The unsuspecting guards were discussing that Area A and B were pretty quiet today. Eventually, one of them noticed that something strange was happening nearby. It turns out that one of the prisoners came out of his cell, so the guards immediately called out to him and ordered him to stop. The perpetrator laughed strangely somehow, because he seemed to be up to something. The guards again addressed him by number and ordered him to stop. Otherwise, they were going to use force. But he walked on, ignoring the threats. The prisoner asked confidently if they really wanted to use force against him. It turns out that all along he had been hiding 2 guns, which he now pointed at prison staff. Now the criminal wanted to see who would kill who first at this rate. The officers certainly didn't expect this turn of events, so they only had time to ask where he got the weapon from. While our heroes were on their way to the prison, they'd already been informed of what was happening outside its walls. The captain informed Lin Mu that something had happened there. The prisoners had revolted, so the situation was bad. The guy realized that the circumstances were only getting more complicated, so he hoped they at least had time to get there. A few of the guards had already been interrupted, so the rest were about to call headquarters. Other officers reported that 2 of their co-workers had been shot in Area A and requested backup to prevent escape and infiltration. That's when they were approached by the very criminal who was standing right behind the guards' backs. He looked at them with an intimidating smile, and there wasn't an ounce of fear in his eyes. Eventually, the prisoner didn't wait any longer and fired a few more shots. The security personnel did not have time to react to such a sudden attack, so they repeated the fate of their colleagues. The criminal breathed a sigh of relief because now he had finally discovered his way out. It had been so many years since he had touched guns, and yet he was still able to deal with so many opponents. It turns out the other prisoners were also armed, so their leader signaled for everyone to come out. They weren't going to come up with some elaborate plan and decided to go straight head on. All the villains were only happy to have this opportunity, because it had been a long time since they had entertained themselves in this way. The guards have seen the fugitives armed to the teeth, so such a force is simply impossible to deal with. Meanwhile, under the walls of the prison, special forces have already gathered to stop all this mob of thugs. The commander had already ordered to prepare for the attack when Lin Mu and Zhang Chu finally arrived on the scene. The SWAT chief was overjoyed when he saw that Captain Zhang had come to their aid. He said that the situation was suddenly out of control and all their attacks were unsuccessful. So far, they didn't know where the criminals had gotten such an arsenal from. So the entire group had to be equipped with precision heavy weapons to stop this escape. Even Captain Zhang was shocked at what was happening and couldn't guess how the prisoners could have gotten all those weapons. The main character intervened in their conversation, asking to be given 1 assault rifle and 1 bulletproof vest to make way for the others. Officer Liu reported that the fugitives had too much firepower, so he was afraid that a rash assault would be extremely dangerous. Zhang Chu was in agreement with his colleague and asked the guy to wait a bit while they thought of some other way. Lin Mu tried to reassure his comrades and promised that nothing would happen to him, and he would signal them after the breakthrough. The SWAT team did honor our hero's request and also asked him to be careful during this operation. Before he left, the captain asked the lad to never lose contact with them and to always be on the lookout. Over the comms, the partners relayed to the protagonist that there were 2 targets near him for 10 hours. They warned that the fugitives were armed with assault rifles, so Lin Mu should deal with them quickly. The protagonist took this information to heart and prepared for the first encounter with the enemy. The criminals, who were on duty, heard some rustling behind them and behind their backs, but did not pay much attention to it. The young man masterfully used the element of surprise. His first two attacks were so swift that the victims didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Linmu decided to immobilize them first and save the fugitives' worthless lives so that someone could assist in the investigation. Our hero now reported that the threat in the outer zone had already been eliminated. The leader of this coup immediately thought the guy would be the new cannon fodder. The criminal slowly raised his weapon, his scope clearly catching Lin Mu's figure, his finger already starting to smoothly squeeze the trigger. The next instant, the deafening rumble of gunfire broke the silence. Now, the guy was glad he was wearing body armor, because just now that shot had almost caught him off guard. The criminal looked at the protagonist with mute shock, realizing that all of his shots had somehow missed their target. Lin Mu quickly decided to use the acupuncture point technique, and his opponent immediately let the pistols out of his hands, because his hands were paralyzed. The other fugitives at the entrance couldn't understand why Kay wouldn't already order them to get the hell out of here, not realizing he had already fallen. Meanwhile, the protagonist reported to Brother Zhang that he had already reached the right point. At this moment, Lin Mu rushed forward to clear the way for his allies, so he asked them to prepare to attack. The captain took the information from our hero, who had already jumped into the air, to suddenly attack the enemy. He promised to engage as soon as the young man signaled them to be ready. The fugitives, who had not suspected anything at all, saw Lin Mu literally flying out at them out of nowhere. The guy started attacking from the moment he landed and punched the first enemy right in the face. From the powerful blow, the prisoner flew helplessly to the side and was no longer a threat. The other criminals thought that this kid was just looking for his death and were about to open fire on him. A smirk immediately appeared on the protagonist's face, and he declared that death awaited only his opponents. Suddenly they noticed that the young man had vanished somewhere, and now they didn't know where to aim. Lin Mu suddenly jumped out from a completely different place and began mercilessly shooting everyone in his path. The opponents, who were in a different position, had time to react to this attack and were now going to focus their fire on our hero. The guy immediately read what his opponents were going to do and began to run away from the bullets rapidly. No one could understand how the boy had such speed that made them unable to hit him. The protagonist thought that it was his enemies who were too slow and were already in a different location, so an opportunity for him to attack opened up. The young man was acting on his old tactics, so he attacked the hands of his opponents again to paralyze their hands. In a second, all the armed prisoners were already lying on the ground with no way to continue this fight. Lin Mu radioed that the entrance to the prison had been cleared, so the squads could begin their assault. The commander gave the order in a sharp voice, and the soldiers instantly began checking their ammunition, their movements honed to automaticity before the coming battle. He also said that the attack should neutralize all fugitives at first contact. Captain Zhang immediately found our hero to thank him for his help, because it would have been much more difficult without it. The guy also said that he smelled a strange soil odor during the shooting, so he wanted to go back and find out what it was. Jiang Chu immediately suspected that perhaps someone with superpowers had cast a curse, and allowed his comrade to go to that place while they dealt with all the other enemies. Our hero started inspecting the area and saw that the cells are made of reinforced concrete, so it is not yet known where the smell of earth is coming from. The young man began to feel that the farther he went, the stronger that scent became. He finally realized that the strange smell must be coming from one of the cells. Lin Mu went inside and realized that, other than the strong, earthy smell, there was nothing suspicious here, so he couldn't understand what the problem was at all. He crouched down beside one bunk to take a closer look at the cell, and still noticed one interesting detail. It turns out that somewhere under the bed, a ragged piece of paper was visible, which the guy immediately reached for. Now the situation is clearer, and the protagonist finally realizes what was going on. He realized that these fugitives had managed to dig a huge tunnel that helped them escape from here. Lin Mu suspected that they couldn't have run far, so if he moved out now, he might be able to catch them in time. In the end, the young man's guesses came true, and most of the prisoners were already fleeing through the forest. It turns out that their guide was Tu Fei, who sensed a dangerous aura approaching, causing him to tense up. The young man abruptly froze in place, causing the entire group to stop, causing his partners to anxiously ask what was wrong. The leader explained that he sensed someone approaching them, so he asked all the prisoners to go on without him while he covered the entire team. They were also accompanied by two people with superpowers, who immediately thought that the police had caught up with them after all. Tu Fei was displeased that his allies were so careless, as they weren't out for a walk, because of which it was better to keep an eye out. At that moment, the protagonist just popped up on them and decided to reveal his location. He immediately asked who were these daring rascals who dared to free the Jingdu prisoners. The leader of the faction had not expected such a strong master to be sent against them, and now realized that they would have to adapt to such conditions. The protagonist only laughed off the fact that the criminals still hoped to fulfill their plan. Tufei admitted that they don't expect everything to go flawlessly because all they have to do is leave China. Either way, he was sure that some youngster couldn't beat their strongest team. Such self-confidence only brought a smile to the face of the protagonist, who understood the balance of power perfectly. Linmu released a powerful wave of energy, his voice sounding menacing and confident, as he declared that he wouldn't be killed so easily. The opponents didn't expect at all that this guy was hiding so much energy within him, so they even started to panic a bit. Our hero also knew that all of his opponents had superpowers, but he wasn't afraid of that, so he asked them to attack him first. The fugitive's allies were even more surprised when they realized that the young man already knew about their main power. The beast that was with them was also certain that Lin Mu was destined to die today. Lin Mu then asked if his enemies had encountered Lawrence and Clove, whom he had been able to kill without any problems. Tufei definitely didn't expect to meet the person who managed to defeat these strong mutants here. His allies still felt that they shouldn't take the word of some petty lout and were already about to climb into battle against him. The monstrous mutant decided to take on the protagonist and attacked him first. He unleashed a monstrously powerful punch, but Lin Mu lightningly bounced sideways, leaving his opponent punching the void. The young man's eyes flashed with icy flames, his voice sounding like steel as he announced the start of his attack. After his first attempt, he still managed to successfully strike his opponent. The shockwave spread through the mutant's thick layer of fat, creating eerie ripples on his body like a stone thrown into water. Despite the mutant's massive physique, Lin Mu lifted his huge body into the air with a powerful jerk, displaying incredible strength. In the end, the formidable giant could do nothing against our hero and helplessly resigned himself to his fate. The protagonist was still in suspense because he saw that his enemies survived even after being hit so hard. The mutant grinned wryly, watching the bewilderment on the young man's face, because he knew the reason for the ineffectiveness of that attack. In reality, it wasn't like that at all, because Lin Mu believed that his opponent had mastered a skill that allowed him to distill power from the earth and adopt its properties. His opponent confirmed his speculation and emphasized that the guy's punches were useless against the power of the ground. He tried to attack the protagonist, who continued to stand still calmly and confidently. The young man waited for the moment of impact, and at the last moment bounced off the mutant's massive fast fist. Lin Mu understood that this enemy had a solid defense, but at the same time, it was impossible to fight deftly with a clumsy body. Suddenly, he saw with his peripheral vision that the other opponents had decided to attack him from the other side. The protagonist abruptly turned around and saw two deadly spheres coming towards him, one of which was burning with hellish flames, and the other exuding freezing cold. The guy hadn't counted on such a combined attack, but still managed to dodge in time. The mutants were shocked that Lin Mu was able to bounce back from the deadly strike at the last moment. Meanwhile, our hero was already near his opponents and warned them that their skills were nowhere near their abilities. He quickly grouped up and used the descending dragon palm against the enemies. Only Tufei realized that they wouldn't be able to face such an opponent, so he ordered the entire team to retreat back. The leader of the group decides to take on the protagonist to give them time to escape. Lin Mu felt waves of powerful energy emanating from the guy, emitting a good amount of power. Throwing his fist forward, the mutant suddenly tore forward at the young man, who didn't even have time to raise his hands to defend himself. The main character was first hit pretty hard right in the head, despite his attempts at a block. From such a force, the guy flew a few meters away, but still managed to stay on his feet. Lin Mu was interested in this turn of events because he now felt that his opponent possessed the ancient Wushu Kuidong, which was truly a unique case. Tufei didn't want to waste time on this idle talk, so he quickly moved on to his main objective, concentrating energy in his fist. Our hero responded in kind because he wanted to see kung fu with superpowers. Both wars were pretty strong, so they just collided palms down. After such a powerful collision, there was a violent explosion that threw the guys off in different directions. The young man was not afraid at all and only laughed as their fight gained new momentum. Tufei abruptly changed his stance, his body moving forward like a deflated spring, trying to take the initiative. The protagonist noticed that his opponent's body was covered in pure yang, making the confrontation rather difficult. In a second, the opponent literally vanished into thin air, and even Lin Mu himself recognized that he had incredible speed. The guy immediately sensed that the enemy was behind his back, so he managed to react in time. The protagonist sharply threw his palm forward, creating a barrier that the fierce attack of the enemy crashed against with a thud. Lin Mu instantly recognized the familiar maneuver, which meant that Tufei had already started moving to escape. He finally realized that it wasn't camouflage, but mind-boggling speed, allowing the enemy to instantly move into blind spots for surprise attacks. Tu Fei was sure that our hero would experience the full power of Kung Fu with superpowers right now. The young man had already begun to understand his opponent's tactics, so he prepared himself for his attacks. In the blink of an eye, their fists came together again in a furious duel, each blow accompanied by a flash of energy. After the powerful blow, both fighters flew off in opposite directions, instantly assessing their new positions. Now Tu Fei felt that he had underestimated his opponent's skill after all. The protagonist admitted that he too had initially underestimated the strength and skills of his opponent. But at the same time, he asked his opponent not to think he could win this fight with just a couple punches. Meanwhile, the other mutants began to realize that Tu Fei and Jiang Chu were equal in strength. The allies realized that their leader wouldn't last long, so it looked like they would have to intervene. The protagonist took the opportunity to use the descending dragon palm once again. The hand was rapidly approaching Tu Fei, who realized that he wouldn't have time to dodge. Eventually, Mutant had to block all of these attacks, but it didn't help much. He now realized that the 18 palms of the descending dragon was being used against him, and he couldn't believe that someone had mastered this forgotten teaching. In turn, our hero was surprised that he would have to use this technique against his opponent, because it only happens in extreme cases. Tu Fei said that he had been cultivating in China since he was little, so he was like a fish in water in the field of ancient martial arts. It was for this reason that he was also certain that one ancient technique was not enough to defeat him. For his part, Lin Mu stated that this was just the beginning, and now he was going to show another trick. Suddenly, the guy didn't stop because he felt the aura around him start to actively fluctuate. Ice-cold goosebumps ran down the hero's back as he physically felt the deadly energy of the enemy focused solely on him. Eventually, our hero looked around and realized that it was the work of another mutant who was secretly watching from behind a tree. The guy was beginning to suspect that this had to be the same psionicist who had erased the guard's memory. The enemy began to feel that there was still a little bit left to penetrate Lin Mu's mental barrier, after which he would become defenseless. The next moment, his confidence shook because he sensed something amiss. The fighter couldn't understand why his consciousness was reflected and tried to realize what had just happened. The mutant looked around confused, his eyes widening at the realization that the area around him was completely unfamiliar, as if he had been transported instantly. He raised his charge and saw Lin Mu's eyes in the sky, causing him to suspect that he had hit the guy's mental projection. The protagonist was pissed off by a trick the enemy was trying to use, so he wanted him to experience all the madness on his own skin. The guy began to feel incredible pain and begged Brother Fei in agony to save him. The mutant thrashed convulsively on the ground, its fingers digging into its own skull as if trying to keep it from exploding. His allies watched in horror at their comrade's condition, unable to understand what had happened to Neil. They began to suspect that the guy's abilities were out of control, causing such a terrible condition. Meanwhile, Tu Fei and Lin Mu continued to exchange strong blows, but neither of them hit their opponent. The mutant was getting to push our hero away from himself and stepped back to check on Neil. Brother Fei quickly ran up to the guy who was still rolling on the floor in agony and asked him to hold still to allow him to be examined. He probed with chi energy at Neil's head, who couldn't stop screaming that he was in a lot of pain. Eventually, Tu Fei realized that things would be too bad because their ally was seriously injured. He explained that their comrade had just been subjected to a powerful mental attack, causing his spinal cord to be paralyzed. The mutant guessed that it was the main character's doing and asked him how he was able to pull off this stunt. Guy emphasized that he didn't have time to babysit his enemy and suggested that Neil might have caught up with some heavenly punishment. Tu Fei chose to believe his words because he had seen with his own eyes that Lin Mu didn't have the ability to be distracted by others. In fact, our hero's soul was at a high level even though he had lost his former cultivation, which helped him deal with the psionicist. It was for this reason that, for such a weak soul, an encounter with a young man turned into a shortcut to the other world. The mutant realized that the guy had decent strength because he was the first equal opponent, but also Tu Fei regretted that our hero was a leaguer, because with his abilities, you could bring the whole world under him. Lin Mu emphasized that a true cultivator should follow the righteous path and do good, not gain wealth through iniquity. He was certain that only the noble ones could absorb the boundless energy of heaven and earth, so one must discard the source of all evil to attain greater power. In turn, Tu Fei thought that this was just some nonsense, because everything done today was just for the sake of gaining power. Meanwhile, the protagonist has decided to change his tactics and try to win the enemy over to his side because he can still get on the right track and help China. He realized that reaching the same level as himself was not an easy task, but Tu Fei could still save his future. The mutant's eyes widened in surprise, his jaw involuntarily dropping as Lin Mu's suggestion was clearly out of all possible scenarios. The protagonist reiterated again that he can give a chance for a better life, but the choice will be left to the guy himself. Tu-Fei's allies, who felt that not a single word of the people from the government could be trusted, finally broke into this conversation. Eventually, the leader ordered Tutus to take all the wounded while he dealt with the enemy. No one could understand what Brother Fei was saying because there was no way they could abandon their comrade. Tu-Fei emphasized that they couldn't even realize this person's strength and warned that no one would be able to leave this place alive. Eventually, Tutus realized they would have to leave and hoped the leader would catch up with them after all. Then everyone quickly climbed on the giant to get away from here as quickly as possible. In an instant, the ground beneath the mutant and his companions opened up, completely swallowing them. The protagonist watched closely and realized that his opponents had just simply fallen through the ground. In truth, Tu-Fei wanted to give up after such a sermon, but he was afraid that he could no longer turn from his path. The young man accepted his enemy's choice and stated that he would definitely fight him at full strength now. Suddenly, the opponent let out even more energy to show his perfect form. Linmu watched as he continued to increase the load on his body with superpowers, not at all afraid that it would cost him dearly. Tu-Fei didn't even realize that the young man had such knowledge of superpowers. However, he feared that the protagonist had no idea how much power the mutant could hold within him. After that, the subscriber immediately attacked Linmu, who did not expect to see such a deadly speed at all. At the last moment, the young man still managed to put up a block, but Tu-Fei's fist was already too close. Thus, the mutant was able to throw our hero back a few meters without any problems. During his rather long flight, Linmu had used the Nine Suns block to protect his body from serious wounds. The guy still managed to successfully bounce off and regroup, to now consider that the enemy's strength had indeed increased by several dozen times. It would take at least 5 times the force to create such a shockwave, which now looked rather amazing. The protagonist became as serious as possible, because he realized that now he had no right to make a mistake. At this moment, Tu-Fei began to catch up with the young man and laughed at the fact that he seemed to have now realized how powerful superpowers were. In any case, the young man felt that compared to true Qi, this was all just like child's play. But it wasn't that simple, so our hero froze in place again in shock, not expecting such a strong opponent. Tu-Fei once again attacked Lin Mu and suggested that he try to endure a couple more of these blows. Even such a high-level master couldn't resist the mutant's combined attacks and flew from side to side through the forest. The situation was getting worse, and at this rate, even the 18 palms of the descending dragon would not be able to penetrate such an enemy. Our hero was beginning to feel that now all he had to do was use his last hold. Tu-Fei felt that his strength was already enough to knock Lin Mu down, and reminded him that he couldn't be defeated by some kung fu technique alone. The young man agreed that now that his enemy had revealed his full power, he had nothing more to hide. In that case, our hero wanted to see a worthy enemy, so he asked Tu-Fei not to disappoint him. A second later, she attacked first, so her opponent didn't have time to react to it. The mutant froze in bewilderment, his brain frantically trying to realize what unfathomable technique the enemy had just used. He recoiled in horror from Lin Mu's unknown strength and cried out slightly in pain. Tu-Fei had already grabbed his arm, which was badly injured from the young man's punch. The guy finally realized that our hero had just used the bone-style Mianzhang against him. Lin Mu decided not to hide his attack and explained that this particular technique could weaken his opponent quite well. The mutant admitted that the kid had caught him off guard, because no one would have guessed that he had been able to master the ancient arts of Jigan and Jizu at such a young age. Still, he felt that even such high-level techniques wouldn't be able to save our hero from death. Despite such serious threats, Lin Mu didn't believe that the opponent wanted to neutralize Mianzhang's weakening effect by adding more strength. Tu-Fei confirmed his crazy intentions and noted that this was the only way he would be able to understand how this technique weakened him. And then the young man would definitely lose. The protagonist still did not give up and accelerated for another strike, emphasizing that the opponent should not overestimate himself. It turns out that while the mutant was focusing on his defense, Lin Mu managed to find his weak point. Only now did Tu-Fei realize that this entire fight was a huge distraction. In just a second, the guy was already flying off to the side, feeling the full power of true Qi on him. He crashed into the ground with a deafening rumble, as his body had no time to react to the protagonist's lightning-fast attacks. Now Tu-Fei could hardly stand on his feet, so he thought that he had encountered a real devil. Suddenly, from somewhere out of the darkness, Lin Mu's hand appeared, who was already about to use the cloud-dispelling stroke. It was still hard for the opponent to realize what was being done by the protagonist, who was definitely not going to stop. At the last moment, he managed to put out his arms and let out sharp spikes from his body to protect himself from Lin Mu's strike. Despite his defenses, the young man found a gap and lightning fast. His fist was already rushing towards the stunned Tu-Fei's face, The mutant didn't expect at all that such a simple technique could release such a large amount of true chi. In the final phase of the fight, Tu-Fei could not even raise his arms, which made his face a target for our hero's fists. The guy only managed to fly off in different directions and could not attack his opponent. He realized that Lin Mu was using two completely opposite true chi, and couldn't guess how such a thing was possible. The protagonist guessed that the enemy would definitely be interested to know how he switched between the two polar chi so easily. Tu-Fei knew very well that people who could cultivate true chi were extremely few, and even they only mastered close chi. Eventually, the young man admitted that it was all a credit to Tai Chi, which he had only recently learned. The mutant was even more surprised because he had previously thought that this martial art only existed in legends. The protagonist also used to count before, but still managed to find the knowledge he needed. But now he had managed to learn the truth of Tai Chi after all, which allowed him to use such powerful techniques. Lin Mu explained that to know Tai Chi means to know the world from beginning to end, to see all things as one. To demonstrate his strength, the guy decided to destroy one tree, which is now shattered into small pieces. Although our hero had only mastered the first stage, it was already enough to demonstrate the full power of Tai Chi. Tu-Fei could now only think of this power instilling terror in anyone who saw its effects. He collapsed heavily to his knees, his head bowed submissively, and his lips whispered one last plea for a merciful death. The protagonist asked his opponent to just get out of here because he can't fulfill such a request. Tu-Fei couldn't understand what the reason for the rejection was, and thought that he wasn't worthy of even a couple punches. In the end, he decided not to wait for Lin Mu's decision and end it all on his own. The young man quickly intervened and gave his opponent a hard slap to finally come to his senses. The main character thought it was all nonsense, because Tu-Fei had gone through so much hardship to train this body for cultivation and ended up getting rid of it so quickly. Lin Mu emphasized that a large number of people in this world cultivated tirelessly to reach the level of this mutant. At that time, the guy revealed that he had been hanging around with local bullies since he was a little kid to get a chance to practice martial arts, all for a chance to cultivate true chi. But after that, those superpowers appeared, causing him to go off the path of cultivation. There was nothing in common between the ability to cultivate and the gradual development of true chi, so Tu-Fei was afraid that it was already too late for him to do the right thing. Our hero reported that he was deeply mistaken because it doesn't matter when the heart is on the right path. It was only now that Tu-Fei realized that he actually had a chance at a normal life. Lin Mu decided to end this conversation because the police would soon arrive on the scene and let the mutant go if he didn't want to be caught. In the end, the lad thanked the master for all these instructions, and before parting, they exchanged their names. After that, the protagonist went to the police station, where everyone thanked him for the successful completion of the operation. The young man felt that he didn't need so many thanks for him, and informed him that there was someone he wanted Jiang Chu to meet. There was a bound mutant lying on the bunk, but the captain had no idea what Lin Mu was up to. Our hero explained that it was the psionic Neil who was behind all of their organization's troubles. The man asked what had happened to the guy, and Lin Mu told him that the guy had tried to get into his head during the battle, but had failed for some unknown reason. The young man assumed that Neil couldn't handle his power and ruined his nervous system, so he became an ordinary vegetable. He also added that there were 4 other fighters with abilities with this mutant, and one of them let them hide underground. But still, they couldn't get their psionic. Jiang Chu realized that this gang posed a great danger since they were able to escape right out of the hands of the protagonist. The guy also hadn't forgotten that one of the fighters appeared to be almost equal in strength to him. The captain was surprised when he heard that Lin Mu had met a worthy opponent, and immediately asked what ability the enemy had used. The protagonist revealed that he used an unconventional method and combined superpowers to advance in ancient martial arts. Jiang Chu was shocked after such news, because it was the first time he had heard of such an approach, and he couldn't understand how such a thing was possible because the body should reject such a power. Lin Mu was also clueless, but he knew for sure that his opponent was perfectly fine. They decided to end the subject for now, because the captain remembered that after the incident with the hijacking of the airplane, the head of Van wanted to meet with the guy. The young man was surprised because he hadn't heard the name yet, so he wanted to find out a little more information. The man explained that the gentleman wanted to reward our hero for freeing the hostages and thank him for saving his daughter. Lin Mu had learned back on the plane that things weren't going well with Mr. Wen with her daughter, so he was surprised at such a reason for the meeting. Jiang Chu only laughed and explained that our hero had a completely wrong idea about the chapter, so he would personally understand everything after the meeting. The protagonist resigned himself to the fact that he would need to fulfill this request, and the man informed him that he needed to pack his belongings as early as possible and head to the right place as early as tomorrow. Events then continue at the Qin family's country estate, where Tu-Fei has returned after his defeat. The head of the family at once inquired of the lad how his last case had gone. The guy said that thanks to mutual aid, he was able to avoid a lot of difficulties. So the goods and people of Solinar have already been delivered. The old man was happy about the news, because the deal was a big one after all, and offered to talk it over in private. In addition to that, Two-Face said that he would have another small request. He handed him some piece of paper and asked the old man to look at this. It turned out to be a photo of the main character, so Mr. Chin inquired as to what kind of business he had with this young man. The guy said that this man's name was Lin Mu, and they had encountered him in a fight on this case when Tu-Fei had almost gone to the other world. The head of the family didn't expect the Chinese government to have such masters, because on the surface, Lin Mu was just a 20-year-old brat. Tu-Fei continued to say that this young man had overpowered him, but then allowed him to leave, so he suspected that this was not just an employee, because of which it was better to find information on such a person. Mr. Chin felt that, no matter which way one looked at it, this young man was still helping the government, and looking for information on him would be difficult. In any case, the guy was trying to change Chin's father's mind because consider that he would be doing it for his own business. The next day, the protagonist went to Guangdong with his girlfriend, and were now trying to find a cab for themselves. It only took them a few minutes to find a car, and the guy immediately asked the driver to take them to Yilin residence. Yao Shangxian wanted to know who this Principal Wen was, but the problem was that even the guy himself wasn't sure of this information. The young man immediately recalled the moment when the man's daughter had spoken to the bandit and complained about her father. But at the same time, Lin Mu remembered Brother Zhang's words, saying that our hero had a mistaken opinion about this gentleman. Eventually, they reached the residence rather quickly, which looked simply gorgeous. The protagonist immediately warned the girl that she was sure to stick close by, despite what other people would say. They were met at the entrance by a female employee, who immediately guessed that these young people were waiting for the head of Wen and asked them to follow her to this meeting. She invited the dear guests to taste tea and relax in the waiting room after the road. The girl also announced that Director Wen would be arriving at their place any minute. Lin Mu, studying the area around him, sensed that two people were approaching the room, which meant that the man had come with someone else. The gentleman finally went inside and immediately apologized for his tardiness. The protagonist immediately guessed that the man in the suit who was walking in front was the very same Dire Wen. But at the same time, he couldn't figure out who was accompanying him and assumed it was a bodyguard. In addition, Lin Mu noted that this fighter had a light, almost soundless footstep, which meant that he was an unusual person. The man held out his hand to say hello to the young brave, explaining that he had been greatly delayed in his previous meeting, causing him to keep his guests waiting. Our hero didn't see this as a problem because they themselves had just arrived at the residence and didn't have a particularly long wait. In addition, the guy decided to introduce his partner Yao Xianqian, expecting Director Wen to do the same. The girl also shook his hand and whined that she was glad to make this acquaintance. It turned out that the man was familiar with the work of the actress and singer, so immediately recognized her. Mr. Wen explained that Rongjun just loves her music and hasn't missed a concert yet. Yao Shenxian was very pleased to hear such words, and because of this, she was truly flattered. In the end, the principal finally cut to the chase and explained that there was a bodyguard named Yang Guangqing standing to his right. The protagonist then immediately extended his hand to cement his acquaintance with this fighter and introduced himself in return. Now Lin Mu made sure that he had met another master. In turn, the bodyguard could not understand how the young man was able to achieve such a high level of strength. As they shook hands, Yang Guangqing felt an incredible surge of true qi, causing his own energy to collide with it in a ferocious confrontation. Our hero also recognized that this guy was quite interesting, because contrary to expectations, he was able to skillfully suppress two true qi. The bodyguard couldn't stop thinking about the fact that Lin Mu had demonstrated tremendous control with his handshake alone, and such masters could be counted on one's fingers. In the end, he decided to say out loud that Mr. Lin was so young and had already reached such a level, and expressed his admiration for the young talent. The next moment, a crying girl ran into the hall and immediately threw herself into her father's arms, because she and her mother had already missed him a lot. The main character, who was watching all this from the outside, could not understand what was going on, because after the incident on the airplane, he had a completely different idea of their relationship. From the guy's reaction, Mr. Wen realized that the young man really thought he was an insensitive person who could abandon Rong and her mother. Now, the girl has admitted that she purposely made a scene in front of. The director lived in constant danger, as his activities made him many enemies, which led to tragedy a few years ago when unknown assailants kidnapped his wife and daughter, after which his wife became paralyzed. After that day, the man announced that he had severed his relationship with his family and tampered with the data in the system about his loved ones to keep her out of harm's way. Now everything fell into place, and the protagonist realized that Director Wen only wanted to protect his loved ones, but also wanted to ask what caused Mrs. Wen's paralysis. It was hard for the policeman to talk about it, but he revealed that the kidnappers had brutally tortured his wife, causing severe spinal nerve damage. The boy continued to question and inquired how long Mrs. Wen had been in this condition. Yang Guangqing immediately guessed that the guy was asking about it, because he knows that long-term paralysis causes the muscles to gradually atrophy, which can lead to a stage where there is no hope of treatment anymore. The protagonist has confirmed that this is exactly what he meant. So he requires to find out if the woman has a chance of recovery. The man said that in the year his wife was paralyzed, they tried the most advanced medical technology, but all was in vain. However, they still didn't give up. And all these years, every day, Ian would give his wife a foot massage to keep her muscles working. The bodyguard assumed that Mr. Lin knew a famous healer who could help them with this problem. Lin Mu then explained that he himself was somewhat proficient in healing. So if Mrs. Wen's legs were in really good condition, he could try to help. Mr. Wen hopefully grabbed the guy's shoulders and asked if he really had a way to heal his beloved. The protagonist admitted that there is a way, but everyone better prepare for the worst, because, after all, the woman has been immobilized for quite a long time, so the treatment will not be easy. The headmaster immediately apologized for his behavior because he realized that he had lost his temper for a second, because the young man's words had ignited hope in him. The man asked Lin Mu not to worry and just do his best, and the outcome was not important to him, so he would be grateful for the effort anyway. At this moment, Yao Shenxian had just retreated to the restroom and now didn't understand what she had managed to miss in just a couple of minutes. Upon seeing her idol, Rongrong couldn't contain her emotions and shouted with joy at the top of her voice. The girl also immediately recognized the principal's daughter and immediately extended her hand to say hello to her. Rongjin still couldn't believe her eyes and realized that her idol was so suddenly right in front of her. She happily revealed that she went to all of the singer's performances because she simply adored her work. Yao Shenxian did not expect that the girl would turn out to be such a loyal fan, and also replied that she was happy to make this acquaintance. Principal Wen decided to intervene a little in their conversation, and now that everyone had gotten to know each other, he suggested that they have lunch together. He turned to Sister He, who had already appeared in the hall in a second, and asked for lunch to be served. The protagonist immediately noticed that from the cauldron came a mixed aroma of many kinds of medicinal and kitchen herbs. But they did not interfere with each other at all and brought a kind of feeling of lightness. Meanwhile, the servant opened the lid from under which came an incredibly appetizing smell and asked all the guests to sit down at the table. Xiangqian also immediately noticed the flavor that made her mouth fill with saliva and wondered what kind of soup it was. She too saw that there were a large number of ingredients in the dish, which only made it more appetizing. Mr. Wen said that it was the pride of Yilin Residency, a tonic soup made of 10 herbs, and suggested that Lin Mu be the first to taste it. The protagonist considered this opportunity an honor and picked up the first bowl of soup. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as the first sip of the delicious broth unfolded on his tongue. He pointed out that there was a perfect combination of herbs and spices in this dish, and drinking this soup regularly would definitely help one meet old age and health. The man immediately noticed that Lin Mu was well informed and regretted that there were almost no people left in China who could make this dish. The guy also realized that to make one kitten of such a soup, it was not enough just to be a good cook, because it required a deep understanding of the properties of medicinal herbs. Director Wen was now happy that they seemed to have finally found someone who could appreciate Master Wang's work. Then our hero asked to be introduced to this distinguished gentleman, because he had some questions about herbalism. The guy actually lacked many of the ingredients for the incense decoction. Even though Qinglin helped, it wasn't enough. So it was Master Wang who could help him in this matter. There was no problem with that because the man had been friends with the herbalist for years, and it was the man who had opened this residence. In the end, Lin Mu thanked the Lord for giving him the opportunity to taste such an exquisite delicacy. A couple of hours after the meal, the whole company decided to take a walk around the grounds of the residence. The protagonist decided to inquire as to what time it would be convenient for the head of Wen to take him to his wife. The man replied that it could be done immediately after meeting with Master Wang because, after all, he couldn't wait a minute if there was a possibility of his wife finally getting rid of her ailment. Lin Mu didn't see this as a problem, so he promised that they would depart quite soon. Mr. Wen thanked him again for his help and indicated that they needed to go the other way to find the kitchen and the owner of the residence. At this time, the old man, who was definitely not expecting guests, was already preparing his next culinary masterpiece. The boy carefully stepped inside and called out to Master Wang to talk for a bit. From his demeanor alone, the man realized that this was the same Lin Mu whose exploits Yang Guangqing had spoken of with such admiration. The main character still felt that he didn't deserve Mr. Young's praise, because he still had a lot to learn from his elders. Also, the master had already heard that the young man was studying herbs, and asked if he wanted to do some research with him. Linmu didn't even dare to ask such a thing, and explained that he only needed to clarify a couple of questions regarding herbalism. The guy said he had one ancient recipe, but for a long time, he couldn't find most of the ingredients, so he wanted to find analogs and see what would come of it. The old man immediately agreed that it was quite a tricky recipe, and even Mr. Wang, who had overlaid the apothecary business, had not heard most of the ingredients on the list. This question also stumped our hero, because of which he did not know if it was even possible to find suitable herbs in this world. Still, the master knew one way if a guy wanted to get all the right ingredients so badly. Lin Mu was very interested in this, so he eagerly asked what the old man meant. Mr. Wang then inquired if the young man had tasted his tent grass, and the latter replied that it was the best soup he had ever tasted. The old man said that there were even several dozen ingredients in this dish, and asked how many of them our hero was able to taste. The young man stood at a complete loss, his eyebrows drawn together in an agonizing attempt to unravel the hidden meaning of the master's words. In the end, Lin Mu guessed that the person was talking about obtaining a new ingredient by mixing. Mr. Wang said that a book called Shen Nun's Treatise on Medicinal Herbs had been passed down in their lineage, which talked about synthesizing ingredients from suitable components. Hearing this, our hero and immediately remembered that in the cultivation world, the issue of drug synthesis was still unsolved, so a small error could be fatal. It is for this reason that so few people in alchemy dare to do blind testing, and most rely on long-standing practices. Such knowledge interested Lin Mu, so he asked the old man for permission to familiarize himself with Shen Nung's treatise, and the latter certainly did not refuse, because Guan Qing's friend was also his friend. But Mr. Wang, in return, asked for help with one problem, because it was a matter of some difficulty. The protagonist began to listen to him carefully and asked him to elaborate on the situation. The man inquired if Lin Mu had ever heard of the peacock stone. The young man immediately guessed that he must be talking about a special mineral that, when added to the elixir, could enhance the effects of the other components. The master confirmed his hunch and hoped that the protagonist would now help him in his search at a chance, even if the odds of stumbling upon him were slim. Lin Mu didn't mind helping in such a matter, so he promised to definitely find the peacock stone for Mr. Wang. Then the old man asked to follow him to find the Shen Nun treatise for the young man. After that, they went to the bamboo garden, but our hero couldn't understand why the master had chosen that particular place. The master explained that everything was correct because the text they needed was tucked away in the bamboo stalks of this garden. It turns out that the restorative effect of bamboo is extremely powerful, so you can leave a rare book in it and not worry about anyone paying attention. The old man already knew the text of the treatise by heart, so there was no point in keeping it to himself now, and handed it to Lin Mu. The young man carefully took the wrapped piece of paper in his hands and could not believe that such knowledge had fallen into his hands. In fact, Lin Mu didn't even know how he could thank the master for such a unique gift. Mr. Wang asked our hero not to worry about all this, because he had nowhere to put this treatise anyway, and went off to finish his pot of soup. After the meeting, the guy immediately went back to Principal Wen and apologized for waiting so long. The man assured that everything was fine because Lin Mu had returned rather quickly, and asked if he had been able to resolve his issue. The young man said that he was able to find help, because Master Wang was a man of rare generosity and helped him out a lot. Now he offered to finally take on Mr. Wen's consort's ailment, so that no more precious time would be wasted. They headed to the old Laoshi quarter, where the Wang family's mansion was hidden among the narrow alleys and ordinary houses. The girl sat down on the couch and waited anxiously for the result of the main character's efforts. Meanwhile, the protagonist began his examination and first decided to feel and measure Mrs. Wen's pulse. Master couldn't wait for Lin Mu's conclusions, so he kept asking what his wife's condition was. Guy felt that the woman's spinous process at the bottom of her spine had been damaged, though her back was still well intact, but the nerves inside had not recovered from that time. He explained that thanks to years of meticulous care, Mrs. Wen's leg muscles really hadn't lost their tone, and her condition was much better than he had anticipated. The man rejoiced at this news, so he asked what the chances of his spouse's recovery were. In the end, the protagonist concluded that the probability of recovery was above 70%. He asked the director to turn his spouse over onto her stomach so he could perform acupuncture on her lower back area. Mr. Wen gently helped his wife and asked if she was comfortable lying like that. Lin Mu couldn't stop being happy that Master Mu had passed down the secret acupuncture technique. He filled with his energy and was already confident that this technique should heal Mrs. Wen. Yang Guangqing, who was watching the process from the side, noticed that the guy was using silver needles concentrating true qi, and once again marveled at our hero's abilities. Meanwhile, Linmu asked his patient not to worry, promising that the treatment would be quick and painless. In fact, the woman hoped it would hurt at least a little, because after all these years, she had already forgotten about the feeling. The protagonist didn't wait any longer and started executing his secret technique. He was going to take yin and return yang to Mrs. Wen's body using needle convergence. Lin Mu was as serious and concentrated as possible because now he had no right to fail. The bodyguard never ceased to marvel at his fine control of the force, and was sure that if he maintained such precision, everything would go off without a mistake. Mr. Wen was also in mute shock because his spouse's lower back seemed to be enveloped by some silvery gas. After a couple seconds, our hero felt that the damaged nerves in his lower back had already fully recovered. So now what was left was to inject the needle with true qi to revitalize again. Gathering the energy in his palms, Lin Mu smoothly but confidently directed its flow into the woman's body, where it began its healing work. The guy finally reported that the treatment was successful and asked the director to roll the spouse back onto her back. The man asked his beloved how she was feeling, and she replied that she seemed to feel something in her legs. The protagonist explained that the focus of the lesion had already fully recovered, so the patient's body only had to go through the process of adaptation. The headmaster was incredibly happy about this news, and now he didn't even know how he could thank Lin Mu. The guy asked him not to worry about it, because the man himself had been a great help long ago, when he met Mr. Wang. After that, the man stayed to give more massages to his dear wife, and our hero was left to rejoice that their family would be reunited again. The girls immediately ran up to Lin Mu to ask how everything went, and he told them that after a period of time, Rongrong's mother would make a full recovery. Yang Guangqing came out after him, who couldn't even think that Brother Lin possessed a healing skill as good as a martial art, and called him a talent sent by heaven itself. The protagonist again asked not to be overpraised because his knowledge was superficial, as were his skills. The bodyguard still believed that Brother Lin had great promise in his years, so he believed that the young man would surpass his predecessors. Lin Mu thanked him for his kind word, and meanwhile, Rong decided to talk to her mom, who was already on the mend. At this point, our hero informed them that it was time for them to go, and wished the family a good time together. The man admitted that they had been waiting for this beautiful day for a long time, and asked the young man to understand why they wanted to be alone. Yao Xianxian was surprised by what had happened because she didn't know that Lin Mu had mastered healing, so she asked when he had time to learn such a thing. The main character said that the deeper one dives into martial arts, the better one understands one's body, which of course helped in treating people. 2 days later, the filming was finally over and Lin Mu arrived at his home, where a long-awaited vacation awaited him. The girlfriends immediately rounded on the guy and wanted to know how the events had turned out during the guy's departure. The young man said that filming is certainly going well. Only in the middle of the movie there were a few musical numbers, which was another challenge for him. The indignant Zixi immediately called the protagonist a cheat because he starred with Yao Xianxian, so also complained about it. The girl emphasized that Lin Mu simply does not realize how many people would like to meet their idol, at least once. Only now did the guy notice that his friend seemed to have injured her shoulder, so he inquired as to what had happened during his absence. Zixi took her time to explain all the circumstances, and replied that she had only hurt herself a little. The protagonist still insisted and wanted to know how it happened, but for now, he just walked over to inspect the wound. Only the girl's touch was already hurting, so she cried out and tried to flip Lin Mu's hand away. The young man didn't appreciate at all that the shoulder was already in such disrepair, and demanded to know what had happened while he was away. Song Liangju also agreed that their friend was not weakly injured, so in a good way, the details of the incident should be told. Zixi finally admitted that they had been noticing the surveillance for several days now, and her attempts to find out the source led to the disturbing revelation that a lot of people were actively interested in Lin Mu. The protagonist didn't expect it was all because of him, and asked if the girlfriends had managed to find out the identities of the agents. The girl explained that that was exactly why she was trying to get on the trail of her enemies, but they eventually figured it out and revealed her plan. The guy was unhappy that she was risking so much just to spy on someone, and emphasized that it was too dangerous. Zixi thought it was okay because she had managed to escape after all, but Lin Mu immediately reminded her of her severe injury. Then the friends, sensing the escalation of the conflict, decided to stand up for the girl and explain that she did all this only for the sake of the young man himself. The protagonist asked them not to do such things again, because if something happened, he wouldn't forgive himself until the day he died. He finally decided to discuss it all later, and asked the girl right now to personally couch so he could help her with her shoulder. Lin Mu wondered if her friend realized who had attacked her, but all she knew was that this fighter had a powerful firepower. The guy immediately concluded that they were dealing with a pyromancer and deftly unwound the bandages on Zixi's arm. It was no surprise to him now that the wound had left a mark characteristic of firepower. So if the wound wasn't cleaned soon, it would only get worse. The protagonist wanted to clarify the whole situation in as much detail as possible. So he asked if the enemy knew what the girl looked like. Zixi highly doubted it because she had anticipated everything and wore a mask to keep herself hidden. The young man praised her for such foresight and warned her that he would now clean the wound of the pyromancer's mark. Everything was already ready, and all that was left was to inject some true chi to completely heal the injured woman's shoulder. Literally a couple seconds later, the main character announced that he was done and allowed the girl to get up from the couch. Zixi thought that some kind of miracle had just happened now, because her wounds had healed before her eyes. Even all the pain was gone, so she called Lin Mu a true miracle worker. But he blamed himself because he didn't train the girl enough, causing her to get hurt. Her friend immediately tried to lie because she really didn't put much time into training and wasn't really in a hurry with her improvement. Lin Mu quickly recognized this lie because he already knew the girl very well and suspected that she had already completely forgotten Tai Jiquan as well. He finally recommended that she get a good night's rest while he took care of a few important matters. The girls were actually hurt because the main character spends so little time with them and has now become such a busy man. After meeting with his girlfriends, Lin Mu went to a certain mansion in Huayuan. The owner said that he bought the house not more than a year ago, and if their family wasn't leaving the country in such a hurry, he wouldn't have sold the mansion so cheap. The man frankly admitted that he was accustomed to speaking plainly, and, looking intently at the hero, asked if he would accept the bargain if he lowered the price a little more. Lin Mu replied that he was fine with everything, so he was willing to pay at any time, as the most important thing for him was for them to make a deal as soon as possible. The master was glad to have found someone as straightforward as he was, and decided to tell his men right away to take care of all the formalities. Eventually, they shook hands to seal the deal and exchanged thanks. Having dealt with the issue at home, our hero went to the base of his team Dragon Eyes. He decided it was best for his allies to move closer here to react quickly if something unforeseen happened. At this moment, all the fears were just actively practicing their kung fu without waiting for the commander to return. Everyone was very excited when they saw Lin Mu come to them and stop their training. The protagonist explained that he had just completed a mission and inquired about the soldiers' training. Dragon 3 reported that in addition to daily cultivation training, they also organized sparring sessions on their own to help raise their actual combat experience. Lin Mu immediately noted that martial practice was one of the best ways to advance in cultivation, and now asked if they were able to choose a squad leader. All the fighters immediately lined up and reported that they nominated Dragon 3, Dragon 5, Dragon 14, Dragon 19, and Dragon 23 for the role of commander. The protagonist has announced that the strength of all these soldiers has earned them all recognition, so he is now officially appointing them as squad leaders. Next, he wanted to convey the plan to his subordinates and explained that their new task was to all raise their level to true chi within a year. Everyone rejoiced at this prospect and asked if they could really make a leap and overcome the threshold of true chi in such a short period of time. Lin Mu noted that it was a pretty good question and asked one of her subordinates to step out of line. He clearly stated the rules, which were that the fighter must attack him without restraint, and even a single successful hit would be considered a victory in this challenge. The protagonist didn't wait for the soldier's response and stated that they were starting right away. The subordinate immediately apologized to Captain Lin and tried to attack him. Lin Mu corrected the warrior and advised that his movements should be swift, because otherwise the enemy would quickly take his life. The soldier realized that completing the captain's task would not be easy, so he tried to think of another strategy. He tried to attack from the other side and was already swinging to try to strike once more. The protagonist was still able to dodge such an attack, so he kept yelling that it was too slow. Lin Mu coldly stated that with such slowness, the fighter was only interesting as a training target for practicing basic strikes. Eventually, the soldier was unable to resist the strength of his commander and fell to the ground. The other fighters noted that Captain Lin seemed to have overdone it with his last strike after all. The protagonist explained that in order to quickly raise his chi level, he was willing to personally conduct a real battle with each of the Dragon Eyes without sparing his strength. The subordinate reported that he was fine and thanked Lin Mu for such a lesson anyway. After that, the guy handed Dragon 3 a list of healing remedies that he should get from the main headquarters and bring to the base as soon as possible. He also said that he had purchased a mansion nearby, so when the time came, he would send his subordinates there as guards. All in all, our hero hoped that all his allies were mentally prepared because they would have to go through a hell of a workout from the beginning of next week. After that, Lin Mu traveled further on his business and came to Yinghuang Zhaoge. The guards at the entrance immediately recognized young Master Lin, so they now let him inside without any problems. The guy inquired if Chen Ming was on the top floor because he had come specifically to meet him. The staff member at the entrance confirmed this and explained that he had to go straight down the hallway and then up the stairs. After a couple of minutes, the protagonist has already met with a man who immediately inquired about the reason why the young man decided to come to visit him. Linmu explained that he had come to get his acquaintance's opinion on the surveillance of him and to find out the information he knew. The bandit said that they had indeed heard similar rumors before and feared that this was not a simple case. Hearing such assumptions, the guy immediately tensed up and wondered why the acquaintance was talking like that. Tian Ming explained that after receiving the news, they had secretly sent people to reconnoiter, and as a result, they all died because of the pure and quiet work of some unusual professional. The young man realized that under the circumstances, only his acquaintance could help uncover the truth, especially if professionals were behind it. But for now, he preferred to temporarily postpone the investigation. It turns out that Lin Mu came to the bandit to offer to start a security company and turn his affairs into a serious business. The gang leader definitely didn't expect to hear such an offer, but our hero relied on him because he heard that there were many retired military men in Jundao. The protagonist was sure that these fighters would be much better able to fulfill their potential by providing security services and performing tasks around the globe. Tenming was still afraid that there were some difficulties in setting up such a structure, and right now, every clan was secretly preparing their own personal guard units, so someone was bound to put sticks in the way. The guy was well aware of all these risks, so their company will not be registered domestically, and at first there will only be a branch of the company here. Now, the man was well aware that the young man had thought it all out long ago. Anyway, our hero was already going to find people to help with overseas registration, and Chen Ming had to make sure to lure decent cadres to their side. Lin Mu had come to the important realization that relying on himself alone was not enough to have a firm foothold in this world. So it was time to create his own business and a solid foothold. After that, our hero went to Lo Bi Yun to talk about how he wants to register a European security company. The girl was surprised at such plans, but Lin Mu explained to her that he wanted to do something like Blackwater. Bai Yun agreed that owning something like this in China was indeed unlikely, but in Europe, it was a different matter. She immediately suggested choosing Italy for the case, but the protagonist did not fully understand why this country. Then the girl explained that there were only two countries in the world for this kind of company, namely Italy itself and their eastern neighbor Japan, which didn't fit all the conditions so much. The protagonist absolutely trusted the choice of his businesswoman acquaintance and chose a European country without any hesitation. Finally, Luo Biyun decided to ask why Lin Mu suddenly decided to start his own company. Without hiding anything, the guy revealed that Guangdong is now a complicated environment, so he has a lot of important issues to deal with, which he needs to prepare for now. The girl had agreed to help him register the company, so now the foundations had been laid. After that, the protagonist went to a military hospital to visit someone. He recalled the last conversation with Duan Fasheng, who had turned out to be a very trustworthy old man. So it would be good to have the support of such a person. At the entrance, the young man approached the receptionist to find out which room head Duan was currently lying in. On the way, the protagonist immediately crossed paths with Mr. Wang, who was surprised at such an unexpected meeting. Lin Mu immediately guessed that his uncle had come to check on the head, so he immediately inquired about his well-being in the past few days. The man said that the commander-in-chief had not been feeling particularly well lately, so doctors had reported several times that he was near death. It turns out that our hero has come just for the purpose of curing the head of Duan, because he has a way that can finally curb his ailment. Mr. Wang froze in mute shock because he couldn't believe that the commander could actually be cured. Meanwhile, the doctors puzzled over the fact that their patient's condition was getting worse and worse. At this moment, our heroes were passing near them, so Mr. Wang again inquired what was the condition of his superior. The doctor said that they have already done everything possible. Further, everything depends on the body of the old man himself. But he also hoped that all his loved ones are mentally prepared for the fact that everything is nearing the end. The man replied that they had already realized what the outcome must have been and asked the hospital staff to leave them alone with the patient. They quickly entered the chamber, and Mr. Wang happily informed the old man about the important guest. The commander-in-chief was overjoyed when he saw that it was young Lin, and asked why the kid had decided to stop by his place. The protagonist noticed that the skin between the patient's eyebrows had blackened, and the furrow above his lip had become sunken, which meant that, from the looks of it, he didn't have long to live. He didn't hide anything and directly stated that he had come here for a special occasion, specifically to cure head Duan. The old man was happy that Lin Mu cared for him so much, But still, he was afraid that the disease was incurable. Guy emphasized that there was no need to be confident about this outcome and promised to do his best to bring tranquility to Guangdong. Mr. Duan only laughed with such good talk from the youngster because he didn't think that Guangdong's tranquility depended on just any one old man. At the moment, they were also joined by one of the soldiers, who inquired as to the condition of the commander-in-chief. Our hero explained that the treatment is quite successful, and now everyone can be sure that the life of the head is no longer threatened. The old man slowly came to his senses, his cloudy gaze sliding helplessly around the room, as if trying to figure out where he was and how he had gotten here. Lin Mu had been nearby the entire time, so he immediately asked how Head Duan was feeling. Now the commander-in-chief felt that life was beating in him, which was incredible, because not so long ago, he was already waiting for his death. The young man calmly explained that he had performed a deep cleansing of his internal organs, removing years of accumulated impurities, which would now be naturally excreted over the course of a month. The energetic old man now didn't even know how to thank Lin Mu for once again saving his life. The soldiers were also happy for their leader, and Mr. Lin was described as a truly exceptional doctor. The protagonist calmed down because another problem had been solved. So now he went to the base to take care of training the Dragon Eye brothers. Mr. Wong asked the lad to take his time like this because he wanted to thank the talented master on behalf of all of Dunhai, and promised that the young man could now ask for their help in any matter. Lin Mu was also extremely grateful to Head Duan, and promised to check on him in a few days. Our hero was now confident that the work of his new company within the country should go without obstacle with such good support. Events are moved forward a month as the members of the Dragon Eye team continued their grueling training. They recalled how the captain had put the whole team on the back foot at the first practice, causing everyone to be treated for a week. The fighters realized that ordinary people would have died from this long ago, but they were holding on to their last breath due to Commander Lin's help. In fact, supporting the protagonist scared them the most, as everyone caught in his arms envies the dead. Lin Mu suddenly found himself behind the backs of his subordinates and noticed that they seemed to be well rested already. The squad leader then immediately ordered everyone else to stand up and line up in front of their leader. Our hero reported that it had already been a month of training and the number of true Chi level Dragon Eye cultivators had increased from 9 to 14. He was pleased with the results and thought it showed the obvious effect of his rigorous training. Although a few people have not yet reached the level of true Chi, the intensity of the training will continue, and they will definitely succeed. All the soldiers didn't mind and were willing to go all the way to the end with Captain Lin to achieve high success. Lin Mu was happy to see such an attitude in his subordinates, and suggested starting with the first squad. The protagonist stood in the center and asked all the fighters to show what they had learned along the way. The team members also asked for guidance from Captain Lin to further work on their mistakes. The first soldier overcame his fear and lunged forward, his fist whistling through the air, aiming precisely at the target, just as the commander had ordered. Lin Mu noted that he had pretty good speed, but accuracy was still lacking. Our hero was still able to dodge all attacks with no problem, so he ordered his team to attack all at once. After only 15 minutes, all the fighters hit the ground without strength and once again lost to their teacher. The captain announced that this was the end of today's training and praised all the students who had done well today. Everyone around them could not get up from their seats because the pain from the wounds was too strong, and the attempt to move caused new waves of agonizing spasms. The main character realized they needed help, so he asked everyone to relax so he could heal all their bruises. Lin Mu concentrated true Chi and used the awakened spring, enveloping the entire hall with energy. He warned that for now, the pain would remain. But in any case, the soldiers could already at least move around on their own. The team member who was in charge of medicine said that he had already prepared the medicines, so everyone could go to the infirmary and be treated themselves. Our hero began to notice that the fighters were getting used to this pace of training, and indicated that they would meet after they had fully recovered. After the training session, Lin Mu went to the office building where they were already waiting for him. Tian Ming revealed that their company had now leased this large office, as young Lin had requested. The guy was satisfied with such successes, but noted that it would be possible to rent a simpler building, because the Saber Group was just taking its first steps. The protagonist decided not to muse on the subject and asked how his comrade was getting on. The man said that so far everything is going smoothly and about 1,000 people want to join them, which is far beyond expectations. Lin Mu was glad that events were unfolding this way, but he also warned that the company only wanted the best of the best, so the selection should be well controlled. Tian Ming smiled softly and reassured reassuringly that all these moments were under his watchful control. Next, the protagonist asked if they had decided on a training site, because they needed to find a decent place to train so many people. Of course, the man had already given the matter a lot of thought, and finally decided to stay in the Philippines. Linmu agreed that the place was really not bad because it was close to China, surrounded by the sea, and the rugged terrain was suitable for fighting and training. However, the man specified that it would be difficult to train so many people, because after all, each of them is an experienced retired military man, and it would definitely be difficult for ordinary people to learn anything. The protagonist asked him not to worry about it because he took care of everything in advance, and specially prepared a whole platoon for this task. Tian Ming definitely didn't expect such training from a guy, and wanted to know how he managed to find so many capable people. The young man did not hide anything and said that he had beaten this team to a pulp, at the same time not allowing them to vent their anger. So now he suspected that the future Saber employees would soon have a hard time. The man only laughed in response, for he was sure his men were not afraid of hardship. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by the phone ringing, Qinglin's name glowing on the screen, demanding an immediate response. It turns out that the girl was having trouble with true qi, so our hero asked her to take control of herself and control that power. Tianming immediately noticed that the leader was greatly agitated, so he asked what was wrong. The guy said that a friend had gotten in trouble during practice, so the situation was quite dangerous and required emergency intervention. The protagonist traveled to Qinglin, where he immediately began to feel a flow of unstable qi. The guy finally saw his friend somewhere down below who was in serious trouble. The girl was lying under the rock without strength, trying to deal with the surges of her qi energy. Linmu was incredibly frightened and reported that he had finally come to Qinglin's aid. Despite the pain throughout her body, she found the strength to turn her head and see our hero. The qi energy was literally destroying the girl from the inside out, so she periodically coughed up her own blood. The young man asked her not to say anything so as not to stress her out, and was about to give her an examination. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the true qi within Qinglin was completely rampant, and if this continued, her meridian simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. In any case, the brave protagonist was not going to put his hands down and wanted to help his girlfriend right here and now. He made the decision to infuse his true qi into the girl to suppress her own aura. After a second, he had already started to feel that Qinglin's energy was little by little starting to accumulate. At the right moment, the protagonist asked her friend to focus her attention and take control of her qi. The girl, despite all the unpleasant sensations, obeyed Linmu and did everything according to his instructions. Now the young man felt that her qi was beginning to return to normal, so he asked her to continue in the same manner. Very soon, the true qi had already returned to its place, so this whole nightmare was finally over. The protagonist asked how Qinglin was feeling, hoping she was feeling better by now. The girl did come to normal because at the very least her qi was already under control. Linmu immediately asked her to tell him how come she had fallen into a trance, because from what he remembered, her cultivation technique was purifying the mind and spirit, so she couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Qinglin herself didn't remember anything because this was the first time something like this had happened to her in so many years of cultivation. Meanwhile, our hero grabbed her in his arms to carry her away from here, and in parallel asked if anything unusual or unforeseen had happened to the girl lately. After thinking for a bit, she replied that she had recently found the root of a rare medicinal herb at home that was very helpful in cultivation and decided to take it. Father told Qinglin that this plant is called shixin, which translates to heart eating. The protagonist was surprised when he heard the familiar name and asked again if the girl was sure. She confirmed that it was Qinglin, so the guy stopped barraging her with questions and promised to walk her home. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Ji family's house, but the girl asked Linmu to stop nearby because his past visit had left unpleasant memories. The lad took no offense at all at this, for such a trifle cannot lay his heart low. At this moment, one of the estate staff appeared on the horizon and inquired on what business a guest was visiting a lady so deep in the night. Qinglin was very confused, so she didn't even know how she could to justify herself to Faubourg. At this point, the old man noticed that there was dried blood on the girl's lips, so he inquired what had happened to her. Grandpa found out about the incident almost instantly, so he immediately went to see what had happened to his granddaughter. In turn, the girl herself immediately began to talk about the fact that it was the main character who saved her from death. Mr. G immediately began to suspect that it was because of the attention of Qinglin's friend, whom he disliked so much. The young man stood silently by, but was outraged that the old man still had the nerve to say such things about his granddaughter's savior. Meanwhile, the girl was certain that everything had only happened due to her carelessness, so she desperately tried to prove that it wasn't Lin Mu's fault. Lin Mu himself finally broke into the conflict, asking what outcome the family had expected after giving Qinglin the shixin herb. The rest of the family, who had been silent all this time, finally made a sound because they were shocked that the young mistress had been poisoned by this plant. Our hero briefly confirmed their speculation and emphasized that one should not get into healing if one doesn't know much about it. The herbalists were still confident that this herb was used according to strict formulation rules, so they couldn't believe that somehow Shiksen had harmed Madam. The girl's father also reminded that the guy was in the G family's house, so he definitely shouldn't be handing out his nonsensical edicts here. In the end, he couldn't help himself and attacked Lin Mu to teach him and the entire Lin family a lesson. The protagonist also could no longer tolerate this attitude towards himself, so he prepared to fight back. The girl raised that things would turn out badly for Mr. G, so she asked her acquaintance to stop, but he no longer listened to her. Lin Mu had already concentrated the chi energy in his hand to teach the man who dared to insult him like this a lesson. It seems that the opponent definitely didn't expect our hero to be so strong, so he just bumped into his fist. The man had been hit incredibly hard in the stomach and now couldn't understand and how the young man managed to move with such speed. In the end, he couldn't do anything against Lin Mu's strength and simply flew off to the other end of the room. In turn, the protagonist solemnly announced that the battle was over before it had even begun. The head of the family couldn't believe his eyes, because he never suspected that this boy hid such power behind him. He didn't wait and decided to also engage in battle with Lin Mu to learn similarly strong techniques. The young man was only glad of this opportunity and, preparing for a new fight, concentrated even more energy around his body. The others noticed that our hero had absolute control, because a second ago his aura was raging, but now it was centered in the palms of his hands. In fact, the secret was that the guy had learned to freely mix the power of opposing elements, thanks to Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Mr. G had already gotten into a fighting stance and motioned for Lin Mu to attack first. As always, the protagonist didn't trifle and immediately unleashed the Tai Chi dragon towards his opponent. One of the brothers couldn't watch the head of the family being put at such risk, so he covered him with his own body. The man with confidence in his eyes instantly moved into a fighting stance, his body tensed like a spring, ready for action. He quickly used the Chankin space technique and completely engulfed the dragon with his palm. The protagonist couldn't understand what was going on because he hadn't encountered such techniques before. But at the same time, even such an experienced master tensed up when he sensed the huge amount of true chi that this kid had as well. In the end, the old man decided to use star spinning to see how Lin Mu could handle such a strong attack. The opponent declared with confidence in his voice that the sword that Lin Mu pulled out of its sheath would stab into his own chest. The protagonist instantly recognized his opponent's intention to deploy a strike, and now it was clear that the Jia family really possessed a lost martial art, which completely explained their arrogant behavior. Now the Tianji dragon flew into Lin Mu himself, who was a bit confused by this turn of events. Eventually, the guy pulled himself together because he finally realized that he couldn't be defeated by such simple tricks. The protagonist wanted to teach Mr. G a lesson for insulting his family, so he unleashed an even stronger and fiercer dragon. A powerful vortex of chi suddenly formed in the center of the hall, and with a rumbling sound, it began to smash everything around it, tearing rocks from the floor and sweeping away objects in its path. The old man couldn't understand what had just happened, because the youngster had just managed to unleash a colossal energy in an instant. His brother finally asked the protagonist to stop and respectfully acknowledged his power. Master Ji Xiongchun, introducing himself as Qinglin's great uncle, asked the young man with genuine amazement in his voice how he had reached a level beyond all possible rivals at such a young age. Lin Mu then revealed that he had no mentor and had learned everything on his own through cultivation. Mr. G couldn't understand how this was possible, because even with innate talent, it was impossible to reach such a result on one's own. In turn, his brother believed that our hero had a talent sent down from heaven and asked if he had really saved the girl from a seizure. Lin Mu confirmed his words and explained that Qinglin was in serious danger, and if he had come a little late, terrible things could have happened. Ji Xiongchun wanted to know how the girl could go into a trance with such a stable cultivation technique, and the guy briefly explained that the reason was because of the Shiksen herb taken. The old man noticed that our hero was clearly knowledgeable in healing, so he asked him to teach his family how to use this herb, which was a valuable resource. The young man didn't mind making a recipe for them, so the master immediately inquired about what it would take. The protagonist said that he would get all the supporting ingredients, but they should keep the Shiksen herb for him. Mr. G immediately advised the guy to roll his lip, because no one would give him such a valuable resource. Lin Mu then refused to help and suggested that the family conduct this research on their own since they were such professionals. The old man was incredibly angry at our hero, so he could not restrain his emotions. Ji Xiongchun decided to take the situation into his own hands and promised that the guy would get the rest of the Shiksen herb, provided he handed over the recipe to the family. Of course, the protagonist appreciated the man's talkative nature and now asked to be taken to his lab to do some research. The master immediately turned to one of his companions and asked him to fulfill Lin Mu's request and provide him with whatever he required. When the guy stepped away, the brothers started talking about how he really isn't as easy as he seems. Ji Shun even admitted that the main character was stronger than himself, causing Mr. G to be even more surprised. The head of the family immediately recalled that his brother had studied martial arts since he was 7 years old, so there was no one more experienced in the world. The master explained that Lin Mu's body was transfused with true qi, and on top of that, he knew ancient martial arts, which made it hurt a lot. He realized that the young man must have mastered many different currents, and by comprehensively mastering them, he was able to achieve something new. Mr. G immediately asked how this youngster was able to master several schools of combat and even combine them into one technique. In the end, Ji Shun simply concluded that what his brother had just done was extremely inconsiderate, because such a young man with a lot of experience was better off not getting angry. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already been led to the G family's laboratory, where he had to show them a special recipe. The man went to a girl named Yao, who worked here as an assistant, and asked her to provide Mr. Lin with shixin herb. Then the employee, quickly rummaging through the warehouse, brought out a not small stalk on a tray. The protagonist scrutinized the plan and confirmed that it was the authentic shixin grass. Lin Mu didn't hesitate any longer and immediately left a detailed recipe for the G family. He then handed the sheet to the female workers and asked them to gather all the herbs on the list for him to make a medicine. The helpers were happy to note that they had all the gradients listed, so they began to prepare them. 5 minutes later, all the ingredients were on the table in front of the protagonist, so now he could start crafting. The young man used the knowledge from a passage in Shen Nong's treatise, which said that all these ingredients should be ground. Some ingredients had to be sliced, and the shixin stems had to be separated from the flour. Next, the recipe calls for putting the parts of the ingredients into an herb vat and pouring glacial water over them, then simmering over high heat. When the water boils, add the rest of the list of herbs and further stew on low heat. This recipe had to be followed carefully because at every step in the preparation of the medicine, dosage plays a crucial role. Everyone watched this process with amazement on their faces and waited for our hero to finish. Eventually, the guy reported his success when he tried the cure, which really turned out to be a hit. He then asked Miss Yao to divide the medicine into 100 milliliter ampoules, explaining that taking one dose at a time should be fine. Also, the protagonist recalled that they had agreed that he would take the rest of the shixin grass. The man reported that he has no problem doing this because their family always keeps their word. In the hall, Lin Mu was met by Ji Shongchun, who wanted to know how everything went. The guy said that his medicine is already ready, so the family just has to follow the instructions as they apply it. The master thanked the protagonist again and noted that the granddaughter had already managed to tell him that Lin Mu's inner qi and her ice qi had entered into harmony, and after flowing, their energies were noticeably stronger. The young man confirmed his words and emphasized that this was one of the reasons why he and Qinglin had met, but he didn't know the reason for this phenomenon. The old man bills that the reason was not at all important, because he believed that they just needed to practice together if cultivating together had such an effect. The protagonist wouldn't mind if there was such a possibility, but other than that, he wanted to get Qinglin's own consent. The old man immediately turned to the girl and asked what her decision on the proposal was. Ji Xiongchun also added that he was not as stubborn as his brother, so he just wanted prosperity for Qinglin. The girl ended up getting very embarrassed, but replied that she wouldn't mind continuing those workouts either. Afterwards, the protagonist and the master decided to talk some more about their recent fight. The old man said that the star rotation technique had been passed down from the earliest ancestors of the Ji family and was capable of neutralizing an enemy attack. Lin Mu pointed out that the martial arts of the Celestial Empire were truly limitless, so he had a lifetime of learning to do. The master agreed with him because he knew that the Chinese civilization was more than 5,000 years old, and their martial schools simply could not be enumerated. He also noted that our hero showed simply amazing techniques, but the latter behaved modestly and did not consider it some kind of discovery. After that, the old man remembered that he had a small request for Lin Mu, and directly asked if he was willing to keep his promise. The protagonist had no idea what he could ask for, so he asked Mr. G to explain himself. The master said that the ice key that Qinglin cultivated was quite far from their family's school, so this was the first time in many millennia. For this reason, no one can mentor the girl, and Lin Mu had tremendous abilities that he can channel into her training. The young man realized that the old man's anxiety stemmed from fear for Qinglin's safety, as today's events could happen again at any moment, putting her in danger. Ji Shongchun also emphasized that he would not ask our hero to work for nothing, and promised to give him a book of the star rotation technique for one day. Linmu was immediately interested when he realized that he could have such a great opportunity to improve his skills. The master assured me that he meant what he said, but the amount of knowledge the boy would be able to absorb depended only on himself. King Lin warned that the guy might turn out if he wasn't happy with those conditions. Ji Shengchun confirmed that the girl was saying all the right things and asked what the protagonist thought about it. In the end, the boy firmly replied that he would help Lady Ji and learn a new technique in return. The old man was glad that Lin Mu was so accommodating and decided to take the young man to the library right now. The protagonist thanked the Lord for giving him such a great opportunity to increase his power level. Meanwhile, the head of the family had already learned that his brother had gone to train Lin Mu in star spinning. The man couldn't understand what Ji Sun-chun wanted to accomplish, because he couldn't believe that this brat liked him so much. The aide said that the old man planned to get the young man's help in order to supervise Qinglin's training. In the end, Mr. Ji relented because the main character would only get a textbook for one day, so it was unlikely that he would be able to learn anything at all. He understood that star spinning was the highest technique of the Jia house, and a large number of people in their lineage had dedicated their entire lives to mastering it, but had ultimately failed. Meanwhile, the protagonist has already made it to the library to pick up the promised payment for his help. Lin Mu noticed that this place was heavily guarded because he saw a large number of traps on the way here. The master explained that their family simply wouldn't have lived to see these days if they had forgotten precautions. After going through all these obstacles, Ji Shengchun finally reported that they had come to the right section. There were many ancient texts collected here, but the old man wasn't sure if they would be useful to Lin Mu. He quickly found the right shelf of books to give our hero the star spinning technique. The textbook had fallen right into his hands. So now the master announced that the young man could finally begin his training. In fact, the protagonist did not expect these very texts to fall into his hands. The young man froze, his eyes widening at the realization that he was holding a book on the heavenly Tao in his hands. For his part, Ji Shengchun thought that one day was too short, but the guy could still read as much as he could under his supervision. Linmu did not expect that the founder of this school had somehow managed to learn the secret of the heavenly Tao on Earth, where spiritual powers were so weak. The ancient text says that each type of energy has a human seal-bearer of the great power. And when two mediums want to combine their energy, it has to be by consent. Otherwise, mutual exclusion will occur. If something goes wrong, the colossal energy will rupture the deadly shell, and the consequences will be catastrophic. However, the rotation of the stars allows the mortal shell to be tempered as if it were in the heavenly Tao, and the resulting body will be able to accommodate any form of energy. In fact, the guy had already managed to memorize the entire content of the book, so all that remained was to gradually penetrate its sacred intent. After that, the young man closed the textbook. So Ji Shengchun thought that he had already managed to solve the entire mystery. Lin Mu pretended that he had not been so successful so far, and agreed that the knowledge of this forgotten teaching was worth its weight in gold. In any case, Ji Shengchun was happy to help in any way, and suggested that the young man take another look at the text, because he still had some time left. The protagonist decided not to take on too much because he felt that when his cultivation level was insufficient, it was much better to take it easy and practice. Now the master believed that Lin Mu definitely had a great future, because not everyone would be able to gain strength and overcome their greed with unique knowledge in front of them. Having finished all matters with the Ji family, the guy finally crossed the threshold of his native home, where he was waiting for a long-awaited rest after the intense events. Entering the courtyard, our hero immediately felt some strange aura, so he did not hurry to go inside. Turns out there's a real craftsman here, showing up so late and uninvited. In the end, the guy saw that Zixi was communicating with the person from whom that energy was emanating. Lin Mu was even more interested because he couldn't understand why a girl would go out with a master for her. The woman still sensed the presence of the protagonist and immediately guessed that it was the same young man Zixi had mentioned. The guy couldn't understand how this could happen because he tried his best to hide his aura. Lin Mu immediately apologized for following them and explained that he had just returned and had unwittingly overheard their conversation. Zixi then explained that it was her abbess who had been teaching the girl since she was a little girl. Even such an experienced craftswoman didn't expect the main character's skill to be so impressive, because of which she didn't immediately manage to locate him. Lin Mu finally suggested that everyone go inside and continue their conversation at home, but the woman replied that there was no need for that because she had only come here to pick up Zixi. In fact, the girl didn't want to go back to the mountains at all because it was too boring. The abbess didn't want to force her student, but emphasized that they had a serious matter to deal with. She said that Zixi's older sister was severely injured at the foot, so the mentor had no one else to turn to. The girl didn't expect it was that serious, so thankful how something like this could happen. The woman then said that one of her students was still in a coma, and even she herself had no idea what had happened that day. Zixi realized that there really wasn't any way around here without her help, so she decided to head for the mountains right now. Before leaving, the mentor told our hero that she represented the Ime school and asked what kind of teachings the young man himself was undergoing. Linmu replied briefly that he was self-taught, so he didn't belong to any school. The woman admired the guy's amazing skills and was displeased that her student lived under his side, but conducted her teachings behind her sleeves. She said that on that note they had to depart and promised to meet up in a few days. At this moment, the girl remembered that Lin Mu was also proficient in healing, so she assumed that he would be able to help her sister. The abbess then turned to the protagonist and asked if he really possessed the healing arts. Zixi also added that the guy was no ordinary healer and told the story of how she was shot in the shoulder. That day, Lin Mu managed to heal this serious wound in just a few minutes, which was a true miracle. The woman couldn't believe it was possible, but her student would never lie. The mentor immediately thanked God, who leaves ways to save her student whose condition was already critical. The nun inferred from Zixi's words and assumed that the protagonist was cultivating the secret practice of Kungguang Doyang. Lin Mu was surprised at such a high skill because it was enough for her to hear just a brief recounting of his abilities. The girl immediately asked her teacher why she had never heard of Qingguan Doyang before. Mentor said that in her youth she had seen the practice in action with her own eyes and had ascertained that it was capable of healing even the living dead and returning flesh to white bones. She thought that the master had personally passed on this practice to our hero, but the latter admitted that he had mastered this skill by a fortunate coincidence when Mu Zhenqing had long since left this world. Hearing such news, the abbess was not surprised that in their time, no one could find traces of the healer anymore. She finally asked us if the protagonist would be willing to heal her student if he had reached such heights in his training. The guy didn't seem particularly eager, but he wasn't even allowed to say a word. Zixi immediately started talking about how she and the abbess were too close to each other, so she wanted to save Big Sister. The woman wasn't happy that her student was being so brash, so she asked her to drop the nonsense. The old nun had respect for our hero, so on her knees she begged him to save the novice and give some glimmer of hope. Lin Mu was immediately confused because he didn't expect Master to resort to something like this. At the same time, the woman realized that this technique takes a tremendous amount of energy, so she just didn't know how to pay for such help. The protagonist then explained that he was misunderstood because he couldn't stand by when someone was dying anyway, and warned that he couldn't guarantee the healing of the student. The old nun asked him not to worry about it because she would be happy even with a simple examination of the novice. And as for curing the ailment, we could leave that to nature. In the end, Lin Mu asked his girlfriend to pack immediately because they would be departing very soon so they wouldn't waste time. Zixi understood the responsibility, so she promised to pack in a flash. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Dunghai International Airport to head to the mountains. The girl couldn't understand how the teacher hadn't even picked up the documents after leaving the house, but she explained that she hadn't used them in a long time, so she had forgotten where they were. The disciple then inquired how the abbess had reached Dunhai, and she replied that a layman had given her a ride here by car. The protagonist asked not to worry about this problem and promised that he would figure something out now. After all, he had arranged their plane tickets in just one call. So Zixi began to doubt if there was anything impossible for Lin Mu to do. After a couple hours, they arrived at the right place, where our hero was already waiting for a driver who would take them to Dogra Imi. The girl was even more surprised when she saw that the young man was even able to get the car ready. The driver stopped at the foot of the mountain and informed Mr. Lin that they would go no further. Then the protagonist turned to his mentor and asked her to show him the way forward. Then the woman showed the shortest way up the mountain and asked Lin Mu and Zixi to stick to her side. The boys immediately obeyed the teacher, who now began to run rapidly upward. The protagonist noticed that the abbess still had a lot of strength and was easily able to do Qinggong. It wasn't long before they finally reached the Jingchen nunnery, which was almost at the very top of the mountain. The nun hoped that Lin Mu wouldn't experience much discomfort because everyone here lived in simplicity and detached from the outside world. Actually, the guy didn't see it as a problem because in such a quiet and peaceful place with so little routine, he only wanted to stay and devote himself to cultivation. At that moment, 2 female students came outside and were excited to see their teacher return. They also said hello to Sister Zixi, who hadn't been here for quite some time. The abbess of the monastery immediately inquired about the condition of Nianshin's wound. The girls reported that, unfortunately, the sister was still in a coma. When the woman asked our hero to follow her and led him to the injured student's room, Zixi herself froze at the threshold as she was shocked when she saw her elder sister's condition. She still couldn't fathom that something like this could have happened to a girl. Meanwhile, the nun asked Lin Mu to come over and examine Nian Cheng's wound. The protagonist took the patient's hand and examined her body with chi energy and couldn't understand how this was even possible. The young man realized with horror that he had assessed the damage too superficially, as the girl's actual injuries were far worse than he had originally thought. The organs have already almost stopped working, and the soul of the victim is barely held in the body. So if such a thing happened to an ordinary person, death would have come long ago. At this moment, Zixi asked with hope in her voice, what was the condition of her elder sister? Our hero reported that the injury was really very serious, and it's just a miracle that life is still being sustained in Nancheng. The abbess said that when her disciple was brought back to the temple, she immediately gave her a great cycle pilu, also prolonging her life with true qi. The young man immediately guessed that it was about the pill from the Shaolin temple, and the woman said that at one time she knew a Buddhist mentor from there. In fact, Lin Mu didn't even think that he would encounter the real version of the bone-hardening pill that he used in his practices. The guy noted that without this Shaolin miracle cure, the victim would definitely not last long. Zixi still looked at our hero with hope and asked if Qingguan Doyang could save her sister's life. Lin Mu explained that he only had one way to save the patient's life, but even if he succeeded, it was unlikely that she would be able to cultivate. It was hard for the girl to believe something like this because just recently Niancheng was fine. In the young man's estimation, the enemy the nun faced had no intention of leaving her alive. But still she returned home on her last strength to deliver something important. In the end, the mentor only now realized that she had completely overlooked this so important detail. The protagonist calmed her down and reminded her that if the abbess hadn't taken up the healing, there was no way they would have saved Nancheng by now. Putting all talk aside, the young man declared that this matter could not be delayed, so he proposed to proceed right now to the rescue of the girl. He asked if the monastery had medicinal raw materials, and the nun replied that there were some ingredients, but it was not proper for them to keep many healing herbs. Lin Mu then asked Zixi to bring a pen and pencil so he could write down all the herbs he would need for the medicine. The protagonist explained that their sister's injury required treatment with medication and external exposure, so they would proceed in two ways. After a couple minutes, he handed the mentor the recipe and asked her to combine the ingredients as per the described requirements as soon as possible. The woman was happy to report that they had all the herbs on the list, so right now she was going to tell her sisters to get it all ready. Half an hour later, the two girls had already brought Lin Mu all the ingredients he had asked for. For starters, the guy asked for help setting up a roaster to distill the medicine. It wasn't long before the helpers reported that the roaster and cooking pot were ready. After only an hour, the protagonist was carefully pouring the finished potion into a porcelain bowl. After that, he handed the bowl into Zixi's hands and asked her to give the patient 1/3 of this decoction to drink. Meanwhile, Lin Mu turned to the nuns and asked them to bring a piece of black cloth. A couple minutes passed, and the girl handed the main character the piece of cloth he needed. The boy was already ready for acupuncture, and asked his friend if Master Qingyi should be called here. But the teacher said that the girl would also be able to handle the task. Then the protagonist, blindfolded, declared that they were coming right now. First, he asked Zixi to completely remove Niancheng's clothes to prepare the patient for the procedure. The aide quickly complied with the guy's request, hoping that the older sister would be able to make it through the ordeal. Lin Mu now asked the girl to guide him to the needle point called Shen Chiyue. It turns out that our hero only needed to find this point on the patient's body to determine the position of all the others. He calculated that in order to heal such a serious wound, all 49 needles would have to be used. Before starting the technique, Lin Mu carefully enveloped the girl's body in a dense cocoon of purest true qi. This will make it easier for him to not only insert the needles, but also to control the needle points. The protagonist concentrated as much as possible and warned Zixi that he was starting to inject the needles, asking her to move to a safe distance. The girl only wished Lin Mu good luck because he was the one everyone was counting on right now. In fact, keeping 49 meridians under control at the same time was a challenge even for such an experienced master. In any case, the guy wasn't going to give up so easily, so he did his best not to make a mistake. Zixi, who was watching from the side, noticed that her sister was enveloped from head to toe in a silver haze. It all looked as if the girl lay was now in a cocoon of silver. This method of acupuncture is called huade, and the patient is given a second life by coming out of this cocoon. In the art of acupuncture, this technique is one of the most sophisticated in the world. Although the protagonist's true qi can't run out in such a short period of time, his concentration won't last long. The young man didn't even know if he could save Niancheng because it was all too complicated. Because of his worries, Lin Mu was a bit distracted from the process and almost made a fatal mistake. At the last moment, he almost made a fatal mistake, accidentally blocking the flow of true qi, which would have completely ruined the entire effect. The girl also began to notice that the protagonist had almost reached her limit, and now she didn't know how to help her in such a case. Linmu himself was well aware that now was the most important moment, so he tried to gather himself and concentrate on the main task at hand. The next moment, he sensed that Huade had already reached the final stage, because Shi's silver cocoon showed cracks. The last moment of leaving the cocoon was to release the maximum of true chi to fan the fire of a new life, and only in this way would the guy be able to fully open the barrier. The silvery glow around the body intensified to a dazzling glow, signaling that the treatment process was nearing its final stage. It turns out that the protagonist miscalculated after all, and the cocoon can't open in any way. Linmu realized that he couldn't give up on this, and tried once more to break the silver barrier. He had failed again and was now beginning to guess that true chi only penetrated his hands, and that was only for a single moment, which would not be enough to open the cocoon. The young man realized that he had no more time, because if it went on like this, there would be a complete failure. And in such a situation, the only thing left was to break the road by force. The protagonist remembered that he needed to open up the paired meridians if he wanted to utilize all of his body's true chi at once. If you start at the Huiyin acupoint and go up the center straight up to Chengjiang, this is the right meridian. If you go up the back along the spine and reach the top of the head, this is the main meridian in the body. In turn, the first meridian is responsible for blood circulation, and the second for the circulation of qi. So together they form a single stream that runs along 8 meridians that cross 100 veins. True qi will flow through the entire body along these 100 veins, and then it will be possible to break through the cocoon. The girl noticed that there were some strong changes happening inside Linmu's body, so she couldn't even guess what was about to happen. The protagonist still also realized that all his attempts to get through were to no avail, and the meridians were already at their limit. A scarlet drop protruded from the corner of Linmu's mouth, a clear sign that his energy channels were working at their limit and were about to fail. In any case, the guy thought that the consequences would not be critical for him. But at the same time, Nian Cheng, whose life was held by his flow of true qi, was lying in front of him. The girl began to worry about the protagonist himself, because she could see perfectly well that he was maxed out. Meanwhile, the young man was still thinking that he couldn't interrupt the flow of qi in the paired meridians, because then his patient wouldn't be able to be reborn. Despite all this, Linmu didn't lose faith and continued to stand his ground for the injured girl. Despite the obvious hopelessness of the situation, he clenched his teeth and gathered his last strength for one more attempt, refusing to admit defeat. The cocoon once again flashed with an incredibly bright light that gave a small ray of hope, piercing this darkness of despair. Zixi watched this without taking her gaze away, and at him that our hero had managed to complete the technique after all. The young man's plan worked after all, so the paired meridians in Nian Cheng's body finally came into harmony. Linmu began to feel countless meridians opening up all over her body, as if all the pathways had merged into a single stream, open in front of him as if in the palm of his hand. A clear path to completing the Huade ritual now lay before him. All that remained was to take the final step. The girl covered her face with her hands in confusion, as the blinding flash that accompanied the opening of the silver cocoon was so bright that it cut her eyes. Meanwhile, the other nuns stood in front of the entrance and waited for the protagonist to finish his technique. Suddenly, the abbess felt a burst of true qi inside. Things finally calmed down, and Zixi asked if the guy had managed to save his older sister. She ran closer and asked how the sister was. But Linmu didn't bother to answer the question and asked her to hurry up and dress the patient. The young man explained that Nian Cheng's wound had healed for the most part, but whether or not she would be able to cultivate afterward would only be decided by luck. Our hero asked his girlfriend to keep an eye on his older sister, while he himself left the room for the time being. The abbess of the temple immediately ran up to him to ask about his condition, but the lad replied briefly that he was fine. But Lin Mu also honestly admitted his exhaustion, and politely asked the nun for permission to linger in the temple for a brief rest. The woman immediately turned to Wanchen and asked her to prepare quarters for Lin Mu. Afterwards, she immediately went to her student's room to see how it went. Zixi excitedly asked what condition her sister was in, while the abbess was giving her an examination. In the end, the nun was greatly surprised when she saw the results the protagonist had achieved. She saw that Nian Cheng still had tangled meridians, but all the other organs were perfectly fine, which was a true miracle. Other than that, the nun decided to guide some true qi into her body, because she was about to wake up. Opening her eyes, the confused girl immediately saw the familiar face of her mentor in front of her. The teacher was overjoyed that her student was awake after all, after such a long coma. Niancheng couldn't endure this wave of emotions, so she immediately threw herself into her mentor's embrace. The girl also looked around and saw that even Zixi, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, had arrived here. The nun wanted badly to know how this incident had happened to her student and asked for a quick account of the events of the evening. Without wasting a second, Niancheng revealed that during her wandering, she had found a scarlet fruit that was over 300 years old, after which she had been attacked by a robber. She immediately realized that she couldn't defeat such an enemy, but then her opponent came out of nowhere and inflicted this serious injury on her. The abbess was beginning to guess that her student had met with a certain scoundrel she knew. Now the nun began to blame herself for what had happened, because in her years, she had not nailed this brute who had now nearly taken Niancheng's life. Zixi could sense that the teacher had become enraged, and she felt that her sister had been attacked by the same man who had once turned her head, which was the reason she had come to this monastery in the first place. She immediately remembered that this person was also from the Wulin school, and he and Niancheng had once been a happily married couple who enjoyed a free life. But then this man coveted power and, to get it, sold his wife to another man, setting a trap. After that, the girl was bullied, because of which she almost killed herself, but fortunately, the teacher saved her and took her to a convent. The mentor couldn't even think that after so many years, the wily hands of this animal would reach her student again, and promised that this time he would have no mercy. Meanwhile, Linmu stayed in the commuter room and meditated to recover his strength. He immediately sensed that someone had entered the building, so he stopped his practice. Turns out it was Zixi, who came to inquire if our hero was able to recover from such a strain. He replied that he was already fine, so the girl promised to bring something to eat because she was sure Lin Mu was exhausted for such a hard day. The young man did not refuse such help because he was indeed a little hungry. The girl had warned him that they didn't eat meat at the monastery, so she had prepared a snack for him from what was available here. She made vegetable soup for our hero, which was often prepared for the Mother Superior. The guy's eyes flashed with delight at the sight of the dish, because the aroma and the sight were so tempting that he immediately drooled. Zixi was expecting an assessment from our hero, but he didn't even expect that Lenten soup could be so delicious. At this moment, Nianqing walked in and wanted to express her gratitude for saving her. The protagonist quietly spread his hands, explaining that helping his friend Zixi was just as urgent for him. Then the nun placed some kind of scroll on the table and explained that she couldn't repay Lin Mu's noble deed anyway, but this way she would at least do a good deed for him. The boy wondered what the young mistress had prepared, and added that he did not need any gifts, because he did everything from the bottom of his heart. For her part, Nianqing emphasized that she was a lonely nun, so she did not have any wealth with her, but she was able to find a small gift for her savior. Zixi asked the guy to accept this gift from her sister, but he was in no hurry to do so because he felt too awkward. It turns out that the girl decided to give our hero the very fruit she found during her wanderings. Upon seeing it, the protagonist could not believe that he had gotten the very fruit he had only heard about in legends. Lin Mu still asked the nun to keep this item because it would come in handy when recovering. Nianqing was very upset because she thought that her gift was not enough for Mr. Lin. The protagonist shook his head, explaining that the situation was exactly the opposite, and he simply could not accept such a valuable gift. She explained that she was now going to quit cultivation and lead the life of a simple nun from this day forward, so she no longer needed the scarlet fruit. Suddenly, someone's shrill laughter was heard in the building, and it definitely didn't belong to someone from the monastery. Niancheng immediately reacted to the stranger's presence and confidently asked loudly who was here. Meanwhile, the protagonist felt that the uninvited guest must have high skill. The mentor also went outside and asked who dared to break into her chambers deep in the night. She asked the stranger to show himself and promised that the old nun would treat the guests to a good tea. This person's voice only laughed from the fact that 30 years had passed, and old lady Qinghe was still as old-fashioned as ever. The nun asked what her old acquaintance wanted, and he explained that a bird had whispered to him that a 300-year-old scarlet fruit had appeared in the convent. The abbess immediately tried to pretend that it wasn't true, because their small monastery would definitely not be able to get their hands on such a rare fruit. The stranger didn't care whether it was true or not, because either way he was going to look for this fruit on his own. Qinghe suggested with a slight irritation in her voice that her mysterious acquaintance stop hiding and start talking substantively if he really had something to say. In the end, the woman was the first to throw herself into the fray and emphasized that he definitely didn't need to underestimate the old nun. The stranger chuckled again at the fact that the abbess had trained for so many years, but never added to her strength. The nun herself realized that this demon was impossible to catch, so if there was a serious fight, she could only strike at random. But then there would be nothing left of the convent. Meanwhile, Zixi had already realized that something wrong was going on, so she asked her sister to hide the scarlet fruit sooner. Turns out it was already too late because the stranger had found his main target. Lin Mu was the first to react to his presence and immediately alerted the girls that Ra was already inside. It turned out that it was indeed Nian Cheng's husband who had decided to visit his wife. The man declared that they would not be able to get his scarlet fruit so easily and attacked our heroes. The abbess was greatly angered when she verified that it was Feng, whom she called a half-human, half-elf. The enemy was curious to see if the nun had adopted those legendary techniques that had been guarded behind the walls of the monastery for centuries. The protagonist had already come to the rescue and noted that the man was quite brazen since he dared to come here alone to rob defenseless people. Feng became even more angry when he heard some kid allowing himself to talk to him like that. The young man looked firmly into his opponent's eyes and declared that he had no other trump cards, besides his own courage. But that was enough to fight. The robber had already had time to notice that our hero was highly skilled and was about to subdue him. He didn't wait any longer and quickly rushed out of his seat and was about to attack Lin Mu. The abbess at once warned our hero that he must be careful, for the adversary was not so simple. Feng only continued to laugh at the fact that some brat dared to stretch his strength. He stated with cold certainty that even the most outstanding natural gift wouldn't help the protagonist stand up to his power. A moment later, space shook from the monstrous release of the villain's dark power. The protagonist was not at all afraid of such an opponent, and was about to see who would die first today. Feng also wasted no time and had already used the Nine Suns Bone Claw technique to finish off the young man. The abbess, who was watching the duel from the side, realized that the guy, although he was an outstanding cultivator, was still not capable of handling such an enemy. After a couple seconds, the strongest competitors collided and tried to overpower each other. Feng didn't suspect at all that the main character would use a spirit dragon against him that would pierce through his chest. In the end, the opponent helplessly fell to the ground, unable to respond to Lin Mu to this strongest attack. The woman could not understand how such a thing was possible, and did not guess at all about the real level of our hero. Feng now realized that he had indeed been too arrogant, and had simply underestimated his opponent, who taught him a lesson for it. In fact, even the young man himself didn't think that his strength threshold would increase so much after the opening of the paired meridians. Kingi recognized that young Lin was gifted with genius, because he was able to unleash the 18 Palms dragon of unparalleled ferocity. The man also realized that some little kid was able to master an ancient forgotten technique, and applied it to this simple world to be quite a challenge. Then he decided to inquire who was our hero's mentor, and was able to impart to him the knowledge that others have been seeking for ages. The boy chuckled in response because he really wished he had such a teacher, but unfortunately he hadn't met such generous people so far. Feng still didn't believe our hero and demanded the name of his mentor, or he would show no mercy. Lin Mu maintained an icy calm as he reiterated that he had never had a mentor, and added that his own skill was enough to teach others. The man now realized that he seemed to have spent too much time in the mountains, causing the current generation to forget about the Blood Reaper. The nun explained that this bastard was originally a nickchum fighter, until he mastered the bone claws of the Nine Suns, and after only a couple years, he got such an intimidating nickname. Lin Mu instantly realized that such a nickname could only come about after many brutal murders, so eliminating this criminal would be a restoration of justice. The Blood Reaper wasn't afraid at all, because a lot of clans had been trying to finish him off for years, but until now, no one had ever found out where he was. In the end, he simply suggested that our hero compare the Descending Dragon's 18 Palms technique and his bone claws of the Nine Suns. The guy immediately remembered that his opponent had almost hit him with poison claws during his last strike, so he would have to fight seriously after all. He, pulling a hidden sword from his belt, declared that he could kill his enemy without secret techniques. Feng thought that the kid had already gone completely insane with his insolence, since he dared to go against the Reaper himself. Our hero decided not to waste time on idle talk and made several accurate and strong blows. The villain had no idea about Lin Mu's flexible sword, so he was at a loss to understand why the attacks were so strange. The young man who was about to mercilessly massacre the scoundrel had swept his claws of the Nine Suns definitely didn't know how to do that. In the end, Feng was unable to resist this whirlwind and snapped off all of his poisonous claws. Still, he managed to group up and re-attack with his extra huge arms. The protagonist stood frozen in amazement for a moment, feeling a cold sweat on his back as a sight so sinister and unnatural appeared before him, as if the darkness itself had come to life. He was sure that such a man was a real nuisance to the locals. After a couple of attacks, the man realized that Lin Mu wasn't being taken by his usual attacks, so he decided to try a new method. In fact, Feng realized that the youngster's strength was immeasurable, and he might not be able to bear his second blow. He realized it was better to back off now, because scarlet fruit already belonged to him. Our hero had time to see that the dastardly coward had decided to hide behind a poisonous cloud. Lin Mu declared that it was not easy to escape from him, and prepared to chase after his opponent. He wasted no time and concentrated the energy in his hand to form a dragon splitting the field. Very soon, the kid managed to catch up with the enemy, who didn't expect that the little guy had already brought the nether dragon technique to such a high level. The protagonist was going to see how Feng would dodge such a thing. The man tried to dodge at the last moment, but the powerful blow still caught up with him, sending his body into an agonizing flight, and he screamed loudly in unbearable pain. Still, the guy suspected he had miscalculated his strength a bit and let his enemy get away. It turned out to be true. So Feng had the opportunity to come back after a time and take revenge on the damn brat who had humiliated him so much. Lin Mu didn't waste any time and went in pursuit of his rival because he was sure that the old man was living his last day today. The young man stopped abruptly and felt that there was someone in the bushes near the monastery. The protagonist stopped where he was and tried to figure out where Feng had gone. Now, he began to guess that the blow was so powerful that it not only knocked the fugitive off his feet, but gave his body an additional acceleration, hurling him forward with unexpected force. Meanwhile, the insistents pondered that during the last battle with the old demon, their strengths were equal, but now Lin Mu appeared. It was still hard for the woman to believe that the young man could defeat his opponent with such ease. She couldn't even guess what kind of training the main character went through to harden his body to such a degree. At this moment, Lin Mu's familiar voice sounded above the abbess's head, announcing that he had returned. He reported that the old man knew how to save his own skin after all, so he couldn't catch up with him, but ended up bringing some other people. It turned out that the young man had managed to catch some two guys in the woods who had appeared here in some unknown way. Lin Mu suspected that these guys were climbing under the temple walls at this late hour, not out of good intentions. Afterward, it turned out that these guys were familiar with Master Qinghe, so they were even more scared because of that. The woman finally realized that it was He Jiangcheng, but she couldn't believe that this person still had the conscience to show up here. The terrified young man raised his trembling hands in panic, covering his face, and began desperately begging the teacher for mercy. Then the protagonist decided to intervene in the conflict, who asked the mentor to calm down and figure out what's wrong first. Qinghe explained to Lin Mu that this worm was the one responsible for what happened to the novice of the convent. The protagonist was also angry when he heard that this particular guy almost killed a defenseless girl. At this moment, Nianchen herself came out, finding it hard to hold back after seeing her abuser. Through clenched teeth, she uttered the name of He Jiangcheng, who had inflicted so much pain on her. Meanwhile, the protagonist guessed that the guy must have been here at the behest of old demon Feng, since he wanted to steal the scarlet fruit. He also noticed that the combat skills of these thieves were higher than the local disciples, so he couldn't understand why they didn't just rob the monastery and take the fruit while the teacher was away. The bandit was pretty scared, so he promised right here and now to tell them why they were here. He explained that the trail had brought their team here that day, but they had sensed the presence of a strong master and decided to step back and enlist Mr. Feng's help. Now everything fell into place for the mentor, and she realized that the villains were only working with the old demon because of a strong rival. He Jiangchen immediately promised that he would definitely make amends for what he had done to his ex-wife. The girl only held back her tears and kept silent because she hadn't believed her husband for a long time. The abbess couldn't stand it and grabbed the vile creature, whose words sure meant nothing, about to cut his doggy life short. The man was frightened for himself and hoped that the nun would still show him some mercy. It was already too late because Lady Qingyi had made the decision to end such a scoundrel who had no place on this earth. Jiangcheng, unable to resist the crushing force of the blow, was thrown aside. The helpless boy had no choice but to scream in pain and choke on his own blood. The abbess believed that if one death saved 100 lives, it meant that it would do a good deed for all. The other bandit was scared out of his wits when he saw what the woman had done to his comrade. The next moment, the nun moved on to him as well, for she realized that this fellow was made of the same dough as his mean friend. The robber's wide-open eyes expressed animal terror, their gleam and trembling pupils eloquently begging for mercy. The abbess had no pity for this insolent man and hit him on the head with all her might. The bandit obviously couldn't take the blow, so a thick scarlet veil began to cover his eyes. Qinghe believed that these guys had done too much evil, so something like this wouldn't be redeemed even by death. She asked her students to bury the bodies of the bandits and to do it far away from the convent, so as not to desecrate the land. In fact, she had no idea that it was because of these two that she would have to cross herself today and do something that would forever be a bloody stain on her conscience. After that, Lin Mu handed over the scarlet fruit that Nianchen had given him to his mentor. The woman believed that saving a life could never be repaid, So she also wanted the protagonist to keep the legendary fruit for herself. Eventually, our hero gave thanks for such a gift, and had already decided that he would make a pill from the scarlet fruit that would serve Zixi well. The mentor still wasn't happy because they were making a gift just for Lin Mu, and he's still trying to bring him back to the monastery. The young man explained that it could now be considered that the fruit belonged to him, so he could dispose of his gift as he wished. The woman couldn't object to anything because the protagonist was basically telling the truth. Linmu reiterated that the scarlet fruit wouldn't help him much in cultivation, but it would be a great bonus for Zixi. The mentor then quickly turned to her disciple and told her to thank young Lin right now. The guy asked not to do all these formalities because he was doing all this out of old friendship. Already 2 days after the recent events, he had already prepared as many as 30 scarlet fruit pills. Our hero decided to keep 25 pieces for Zixi, which should have been enough for her for a short time, and save the remaining 5 for Jianxian. He realized that his other friend was about to reach the true qi level, so the medicine would help make the transition smoother and faster. Zixi offered the young man to stay at their monastery for a while longer, but he could not afford to do so because he had too much to do in Dunhai. Linmu asked the girl to train hard because now her sister had lost her strength and couldn't help. Before parting, she smiled softly, and with a light sadness in her voice, asked the protagonist to be careful and take care of himself. Zixi now realized that the teacher was right in saying that she needed to train hard because there would come a moment when Lin Mu wouldn't be able to be around. In fact, the protagonist wanted to take the opportunity to climb the impregnable mountain to look for rarities. On one of the rocks, the young man had at once already found an herb that should be suitable for incense. At this moment, Lin Mu, he looked up and saw that he still had so much more to climb. He suggested that now that he had opened his paired meridians, he could try flying. This isolated wilderness was perfect for his first attempt, so he wasted no more time. The protagonist was confident that this mortal shell, thanks to his efforts, should be able to withstand the tumultuous influx of qi he had burdened it with. The guy unintentionally tried to hold himself in the air, but the release of true qi was too powerful, causing it to be very difficult. After an update, he finally felt his energy settle, and now he could keep moving. Linmu now tried to channel the released qi to try to fly upwards, and he succeeded. Our hero rejoiced as he finally regained his long-standing sense of riding the wind and a sense of freedom. He darted quickly from side to side and couldn't stop enjoying that feeling of free flight. An hour later, the young man felt that he had almost reached his limit and realized it was time for him to land. This time the flight was stable, so the protagonist couldn't wait for the next opportunity to practice. Suddenly, Linmu heard some strange movements ahead and realized that it was the sounds of battle. He finally realized that it was little Tang's voice, who seemed to be chasing after someone. The guy couldn't figure out how his acquaintance had ended up here. But that didn't matter for now, because he needed to get close to her first. The protagonist got closer and saw that unknown masked people surrounded some man. This gentleman was already quite battered, but he kept talking about how the great and glorious Bashu Tang family would descend to minions. The leader of the group believed that sooner or later that day was going to come because of the way the case was handled by this man. He was convinced that this family was driven by greed and lust for profit, and that their members were honing their dark skills with poisons and dubious potions, steeped in the teachings of voodoo. The mercenaries believed that the Tang family was unrivaled in the art of stealth and poisons, so they asked not to be mixed with this dark doctrine. The leader decided it was time to end these useless words, and informed the man himself that he would be better off if he gave it all up and kept his life. The Lord only laughed because he was being mistaken for a 3-year-old child, and he wasn't about to believe the words of some mercenary. In the end, for his audacity, he received a shuriken to the head with no chance of escape. The leader then emphasized that this is the fate that awaits anyone who gets in Tan's way. At that point, one of the subordinates said they had been given information about the whereabouts of what they were looking for. After that, their boss did not hesitate to head to the scene, entrusting the victim's corpse to Tang Lin. The lad made no objection to this order and walked over to the breathless body. He quickly opened a bottle of concentrated poison and poured it directly on the man. The protagonist, who was watching from the sidelines, didn't expect Tang's poison to be so caustic. After a couple of seconds, there was nothing left of the body, and the guy concluded that the mercenaries had used a special powder to dissolve the corpse. The protagonist noticed that that guy's weapon-throwing technique exactly mimicked little Tang's, and it was most likely a mid-level Tang member. The issue was that these people in black had now killed a person without blinking an eye, which was not at all like what Tang Bei had described to him. Linmu realized that he couldn't just let this situation go, so he decided to conduct his own investigation. Meanwhile, the Tang family mercenaries had already found new victims for themselves and began to interrogate them. All of the staff members in trembling voices told of their ignorance. But the bandits only grinned as they watched those literally tucking their tails in fear and realized that such genuine terror was hard to fake. Eventually, the leader decided to take one of them with him and asked him to inspect the place they had just been given. The main character immediately noticed that they were going out in such a hurry, so he was afraid that it might not end well for little Tang. Afterwards, everyone went to the Haochain parking lot to cover their tracks. In the end, it turned out that among them was indeed Tang Bei Bei, who was hiding behind a dark robe. Linmu continued to keep an eye on this grouping and now made sure that his classmate was among them. The protagonist realized they were heading to an address they got from one of the hostages and tried to find a way to follow them as quickly as possible. He quickly made the decision to borrow a car from the Tang family's comrades who still hadn't made it back from the forest. The guy connected the right wires to start the car and easily found the contact. Linmu quickly rushed after the mercenaries because their haste said that the matter must be quite important. He had never seen little Tan like this before, so he wanted to know what she was looking for with her partners after all. Meanwhile, the mercenaries had already stopped near the right place and started looking for something. The protagonist had been watching from afar the whole time and realized that they had reached the designated point. Tang Bei led her group because she wanted to find the comma site faster and suggested they go inside immediately. They went onto the property of someone's house because, according to the guy, what they were looking for was in one of the rooms. The strongman didn't have to think long about how to get in there and just broke through the wall. They realized that they couldn't keep the head waiting, so they tried not to loiter here. The mercenary quickly completed the task and found some sort of sack, so the hostage hadn't lied to them after all. The guys asked little Tan to go faster, but she seemed to be up to something and had already prepared shurikens for it. She realized that the target was already in hand, so the partners didn't need to be left alive. When they decided to jump the fence, the girl concentrated and decided it was the right moment. In the end, the girl threw the two shurikens towards her comrades. The guys immediately sensed that something wrong was going on and turned toward their partner. One of them quickly used the Chainmaster's technique and put up a shield to protect himself from the sharp projectiles. Tang Bei didn't expect at all that her concealed weapon could bounce back like this. Turns out they were ready for it, because the captain had guessed long ago that the girl was going to betray Tan. Little Tan realized that her worst fears had come true, and immediately asked how her partners knew of her intentions. The guys only explained that the captain hadn't trusted the girl from the beginning, which was why they'd been able to catch her so easily in the hot seat. They noted that Ben wore her mask well after all and endured all this time until the right time. The fighters also admitted that the deaths of the girl's father and brother were also their work. That time, his brother had briefly returned to check on little Tang, but his carelessness had given away his location, and that was enough to put him on the trail. Because of this, the girl couldn't hold back her tears and now wished her former partners dead even more. At this point, the protagonist intervened in the conflict, who couldn't believe that the former Bashu Tan would be bred into something like this. The bandits immediately started looking around because they could tell who was talking to them. One of them noticed that someone was able to get close to them without making the slightest noise, which meant that their opponent was a true master. Because of this, the guy turned to his comrade and suggested that he finish off little Tan first, so he could chit-chat with some strangers later. The mercenaries quickly rushed towards Tang Bei with a cry that she would definitely die today. Suddenly, rocks came whistling down, hitting the brigands in the backs, and under the hail of rubble and dust they stumbled, losing their balance. The girl felt a master coming to her rescue and asked him to show himself right away. In the end, she saw that it was in the Lin Mu she knew. She couldn't believe that things had worked out like this. She was utterly perplexed and inquired how our hero had come to be here. The guy said that he was minding his own business on Mount Amma and suddenly heard a familiar voice at the foot, whereupon he followed his acquaintance. He immediately asked Tang Bei to cry and hold nothing back to make her feel better. The girl immediately remembered that Lin Mu had always said that her parents were good, so now she couldn't understand why they had been attacked. At this moment, one of the mercenaries woke up and now couldn't understand who the young man who dared to meddle in the Tang family's affairs was. Bei thought that there was no point in listening to these guys because they were going to die soon anyway. Meanwhile, she herself decided to see what was in the bag for which they had come to this house. The partner had laughed at the fact that the girl had been wondering all along what they were going for, and now wondered if she was satisfied. Because of this, Tang Bei became incredibly angry and decided to finish off this insolent man right now. She had caught fire with the fire of revenge, and now wanted to take this bandit's life after her father's. The protagonist immediately stopped the girl and warned that the blow had already ruptured the internal organs of these guys, so they would soon be able to ask for forgiveness from her father themselves. After that, They went to a restaurant where the young man decided to talk about what he felt was a disturbance in the harmony on Tang Tang's body and offered to help her. The girl then showed off the purple stain on her body and noted that she might not have long to live. The protagonist is not on a joke frightened when he guessed that his acquaintance was poisoned by someone. Little Tan explained that it wasn't just poison, but something scarier. To gain the group's trust, she began to comprehend their dark practices, using venomous creatures to cultivate. But without the secret recipe for the pill, her training came to a standstill, and her progress stopped. Also, at the same time, these people are using the pills to manipulate the younger Link, and if someone turns their back on them, they will simply lose access to the medicine. Bebe added that they combine many kinds of toxins and then use an extremely dangerous method to release their potential energy for cultivation. After going through this training, she had almost opened the Dantian points, so the level of true chi was quite close. The main character rejoiced at the fact that the girl still hadn't released her true chi and decided to watch her right away. He began to guess that the toxins in Bebe's body were balancing each other in a mysterious way, creating a balance, and they would soon cease to be dangerous. In the end, the young man reported that his acquaintance could still be saved because she still hadn't reached the highest level. At this moment, Boss Tang had already arrived at a private house in Ime City and saw that his subordinates had died 3 or 4 hours ago. In addition to that, the man saw that the guy's true chi connections and all of their internal organs had been severed. The subordinates couldn't believe that the girl was being helped by someone from outside, which meant that someone was interfering in their family's affairs. The boss also concluded that the bag had indeed once been here, but it was now in the hands of Little Tang and a certain craftsman. At this time, the protagonist had already proceeded to cure Tang Bei with his pricking technique. The girl was already lying on the table and waiting for Lin Mu to finish his preparations. It wasn't long before Lin Mu commanded her to freeze and warned her that he was about to inject needles into her body. At the same time, the young man was well aware that neutralizing toxins was not comparable to the usual treatment of an injury. So there was no way to fix everything in one fell swoop. You have to go through a lot of steps of pricking it to gradually reduce the toxicity, but that takes a lot of your own energy. During the process, our hero noticed that I was also too deeply entrenched in Little Tang's body, so he needs to increase the flow of energy. Then he used snow-crumbling winter plums, which was so named because during this method, many impurities of white color come out. 15 minutes later, the protagonist continued the treatment and asked his acquaintance to hold on until the end because it was very unpleasant. Eventually, almost all of the poison finally came out of the body, which had concentrated into one large drop. The toxins removed were already out of balance, and if they penetrated deeper into the skin, the effects would be irreversible. After that, the guy immediately felt that his body was quite drained, and he didn't expect it to take much more strength than Huade. At this moment, Tang Bei noticed that Lin Mu wasn't feeling well because he was too pale. The protagonist replied that he was just a little tired, and promised that it would all go away when he got some rest. Also, the guy did not remember that he wanted to give some item for his acquaintance. He pulled a small envelope from his jacket, but ended up not being able to hand it over because he just fainted. At the decisive moment, the girl rushed forward and managed to catch the falling Lin Mu, his exhausted body unconsciously collapsing in her trembling hands. After that, she decided to see what the main character was going to pass on. Tang Bei couldn't believe her eyes when she saw what the young man clutched in his hands. After the events of last night, our heroes found themselves at Donghai International Airport. Tang Bei admitted that the guy had scared her out of her mind yesterday, but he calmly explained that the poison treatment had taken a lot of energy. It turned out that before passing out, our hero was trying to give his acquaintance her baby photo, so she asked where he got it. The young man didn't understand at first what it was about, but then he realized that he hadn't had time to do all of this because he had just blacked out. He admitted that he actually passed on the photo at the request of a man. Lin Mu also added that he had a box for Little Tan, but he wanted to give it to her after they got home. Quite soon they arrived was the country house of the protagonist, so now he was trying to find the very box. The guy hid it pretty well, but in the end he still managed to find this gift for Bei. He explained that the person who had handed over the box had apparently gotten to know their relationship well, and had asked him to give it to the girl. Little Tan accepted the gift, but couldn't understand at all what was inside. The protagonist himself also had no idea about the contents, so he asked the girl to hurry up and open this mysterious box. Tang Bei was greatly surprised when she realized that this was where her photos from high school were located. There was also a savings book and some kind of bank card lying next to the photos. On the very same box, the girl found an ancient book called Heavenly Rain Watering Flowers. The guy hadn't heard of such a tutorial, but he immediately noted that it looked like some sort of rare battle drill. With tears in her eyes, Bebe explained that it was a lost relic of the Tang family, lost over 2 centuries ago, hiding the incredible secrets of learning to wield hidden weapons. All these years, their family had been searching for these texts, and now they were suddenly in the girl's own hands. She was immediately reminded of how much she missed her parents, but at the same time, she was a little relieved because she could at least find the lost manuscript. Lin Mu was already doubting whether his acquaintance needed all this truth, because she had already gone through so many difficult events. Through her tears, Tang Bebe asked if that person had said anything else. The main character relayed that he wanted to tell the girl that they would always be one family, no matter what happened. You girl couldn't understand why this mysterious, generous man was talking about family. The young man looked intently at little Tang and asked if she had even the slightest suspicion about who might have been behind the gift. Bebe cried even more because she realized that it was probably her older brother who had run away from the family many years ago. At that time, everyone said that he was a scoundrel, that he stole from the family, because of which the girl almost killed him with her own hands, but now realized that she was very wrong. After a conversation with his acquaintance, the protagonist went to the office of his security company to settle business matters. It turns out that Chen Ming was the one who decided to suddenly summon the young man for some reason. The company director explained that the people they sent had passed on new information and said that something had recently happened in the Lin family. The man pulled out a small flash drive and explained that the case was quite serious, so our hero had better see it. From the very first seconds of the video, you could hear that there was some kind of conflict between the family members. It turned out that they were whispering about the fact that the old man-father had stopped participating in the family's affairs for many years, and one of the brothers was obviously hatching dark plans for the helpless old man. The man was worried that the will had gone missing and was afraid they would just be cut out of it. Eventually, one of the brothers pretended that such nonsense could not be spoken right in the house. The other man immediately laughed at the fact that he was so frightened and emphasized that there was no need to feign innocence here. He was even certain that it was his brother who had killed Laos's consort and deliberately let Lin Mu off their hook. The second brother immediately replied that, before our hero, then something was wrong with him, because even the assassins could not cope with him. The man was immediately angry when he heard such news, because in the matter of inheritance, not the slightest chance should be left to chance. In the end, they ended this conversation on the fact that the old man is already taking poison under the guise of medicine and will definitely not live long, and it remains for them to prepare people to find the will as soon as possible. Lin Mu immediately asked how many people knew about it now, and the assistant replied that there were only 3, considering the scout. Our hero asked to hand over the money to their employee and decided to call it a day. Immediately after this meeting, the guy decided to go to his family's mansion. The butler was overjoyed when he saw the young gentleman who had finally returned to visit his grandfather. Lin Mu continued to pretend that he didn't know anything at all and asked what the old man's condition had been recently. The aide said that the gentleman has really not been on the mend lately, but his mind is relatively clear right now. When they entered the room, Senior Lin, helpless as a baby, obediently opened his mouth as the maid brought him a spoonful of food. At this, Lin Mu asked for them to be left alone so that they could talk in peace. Mr. Lin, despite the presence of his beloved grandson, continued to remain silent. The protagonist immediately guessed that there was a camera in the room, causing the grandfather to keep pretending that he was incapable of normal conversation. The guy finally tried to wiggle it with true chi and saw a red light come on, which showed his success. Lin Mu informed his grandfather that they were now safe because no one would hear them and they could finally talk. The young man immediately asked if the old man ate this porridge every day, as he realized that there was probably poison in it. Grandpa confirmed this and explained that his appetite had completely disappeared by old age, so he could only eat this kind of food all the time. Lin Mu then spoke directly about the danger that lurked in this harmless porridge. But the old man couldn't understand where he got the information about the slow poison from. Just then, the protagonist showed off a flash drive that held something that might disappoint his father, but he definitely needs to know the whole truth. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady in the courtyard noticed that the other servant had somehow fed the gentleman too quickly. A colleague immediately reminded me to remember to add more ingredients to the gentleman's porridge. The woman was surprised to hear this and immediately inquired who had given such an order and why so suddenly. Her colleague emphasized that it was definitely none of her business, so she should just stick to the instructions. Meanwhile, the head of the family could not contain his emotions after seeing that he had raised such scumbags who wanted to kill his own father. Afterwards, the man sat on the couch, defeated, and realized that this was a complete disaster for the family. Suddenly, Senior Lin's body shuddered. His eyes unnaturally widened due to the sudden pain. Eventually, he began coughing violently and choking on his own blood. The protagonist reacted quickly because he realized his grandfather's body was crumbling before his eyes and engaged the main punctuation points. After that, the old man was immediately able to regain consciousness and stop panting. Lin Mu immediately asked if Mr. Lin was all right. The latter replied that he felt fine. The old man immediately asked his grandson to hand over the certificate to the police because he wanted all his sons to spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Lin Mu thought that they would get off too lightly then, asking them to wait for him to punish them himself. Grandpa asked our hero not to do anything stupid under any circumstances, because then the brothers could ruin his future. The head of the family recognized that he was already too old, so he wouldn't ask too many questions, and simply asked the young man to preserve the Lin clan and do the rest at his own discretion. At that moment, the butler entered the room and said that the CCTV repairman had come here. Lin Mu didn't care about this at all, so he ordered his assistant to go right now and disperse all the servants. The man was surprised to hear such confident orders from our hero and tried to find out what he was going to do. Then his voice fell the head of the family, who was informed that from this day forward, they all obeyed Lin Mu Kama, in whose hands was the future of the House of Lin. The butler was only glad that the gentleman had come to his senses and agreed to fulfill the request of the protagonist. The servant was very displeased that he had been given such an order and could not understand what the reason was. Just at this moment, the protagonist and Mr. Lin entered the courtyard to deal with all the subordinates, who were not as loyal as expected. The guy asked to listen to him carefully and firmly stated that from this day forward, everything in the Lin house would only happen on his word. One woman thought that according to conscience and logic, their dismissal should be by Mr. Lin's free decision, so the young man couldn't just chase them away. Meanwhile, the protagonist didn't hesitate and directly told the servants that they already knew that the workers dared to take advantage of Lin Yitai's kindness and secretly spy on him. The subordinates continued to stand their ground and say that the young master was just throwing mud on them, even though everyone here was an honest person. The woman who had been feeding the old man all this time stepped forward and decided to confess that she was the one who had been cooking the porridge. Then the guy asked her to bring one serving of this poisoned food as soon as possible. A couple minutes later, the maid had already carried out the instructions and returned with a full plate of porridge. Turns out, our hero's plan was that everyone had to eat a bowl from here, and whoever sheds a drop has to get the hell out of here. The entire servants were shocked at such a cruel decision by Lin Mu, and couldn't believe that he was actually making them up to do such a thing. Lin Mu thus only confirmed that there was something wrong with the porridge, and wondered if the police would have any questions if he gave all this information to them. In the end, the guy started to concentrate chi energy around him, in order to teach everyone around him a lesson for ruining Lin Yitai for so many days. Within a second, all the workers were on the ground and screaming because their heads were literally splitting. The young man swept the left eardrums of all the subordinates, burst with his true chi. The old man asked what his grandson had done to these people, but Lin Mu replied that he had only taught them a lesson so that they would not harm others in the future. The next moment, the protagonist grudgingly noted that he still couldn't see the glistening heels of the servants. All the employees realized that this guy was no joke, so they immediately started running away from the mansion grounds. Thus, they had completed the purification in the house, and now Lin Mu decided to neutralize the effects of the poison in the old man's body. The young man explained that Lin Yutang wouldn't need to take anything because he would do everything with acupuncture. They quickly entered the house, after which the protagonist carefully laid his grandfather on a flat surface and began the acupuncture process. Before this, Lin Mu had already gained experience when he had removed the toxins from little Tang's body. So now he would do everything simply and quickly. The protagonist realized that a technique called Snow Sprinkles Winter Plums could also help Grandpa go on the mend. After a few minutes, he pulled all the toxins from the old man's body and transferred them to a small bowl. Lin Yutan asked at what point his grandson mastered acupuncture after the operation was completed. The guy said that it was as if he got interested in it when he was discharged from the hospital. And then at the right time, he met an experienced fellow student who imparted the right knowledge to him. He also emphasized that he was doing it from his heart, so people praised him and said he had an unearthly talent, which only made his grandfather happy. After dealing with Mr. Lin, our hero decided to leave the manor, but in return, he sent his men here for protection. The old man couldn't stop being happy that Lin Mu was such a savvy guy, so he could be calm if the Lin house passed into such safe hands. The butler wasn't completely confident that the youngster could handle this duty, but Lin Yutan didn't worry about it because there was simply no other suitable person in the family. On the second day, the main character decided to meet Yao Shanxian, who was just at a photo shoot. He immediately noticed that the rising star is not lacking in diligence, because he just finished shooting in the movie and already poses for a new advertisement. The girl was surprised when she saw that her filming colleague had decided to pay her a visit. She asked why Lin Mu had come here, and he replied that he just wanted to see her. To talk privately, they went to a cafe nearby. and our hero explained his absence by saying that he was helping Sister Zixi at the Ime monastery. Also, the guy mentioned that he was told that for the past few years, they have all been preparing for some big gathering. Yao Shanxian was surprised and froze when she heard about this unexpected news. Turns out, she guessed right away that this was the House of 1,000 Swords, a heroes' reunion that takes place every 30 years. The girl explained that this was the Lu clan from Fengmen village, whose masters were countless, and no one could compare to them in the teachings of stealth. She said that their teachings included the secret knowledge of the clans. So many schools send students to the meeting, which caused Lin Mu to get interested and want to go himself. In addition, Yao Xianxian revealed that the first three at the Heroes Gathering would be able to choose one book from the Sutra Vault. This meeting is held once every 30 years to test the strength of the younger generation, so only those under 30 can participate. The protagonist agreed with this because the first 30 years were the most favorable time for cultivation, and if one didn't manage to reach a certain level during this time, then the chances only drop further. The girl herself had heard that in her years, her grandfather had been fortunate enough to participate, but had lost to some 19-year-old young man from the Lu house. Even Lin Mu was surprised when he heard that the teenager was able to fight with a more experienced master, which proved his high level of skill. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he wanted to ask how his girlfriend's training was. Yao Shanxian was confused and began to explain that she works all day, so there is only time to practice in the evening. So she doesn't know when she'll be able to gather true qi. The protagonist was well aware that being a big star was hard, so he came to deliver the cure for her. Of course, the girl was surprised because she couldn't understand what the point was if there was nothing wrong with her health. Linmu explained that it was not a medicine for her illness, but to help her cultivation. He said that he had made this potion from the 300-year-old scarlet fruit and a dozen other ingredients, so it had quite a strong effect. The girl did not expect to receive such a valuable gift at all, so now she did not know how to thank the hero's head. After meeting his friend, Lin Mu immediately went to his family's mansion. The new guards at the entrance now kept out anyone who was involved in the plot against the Lord. The guards said that this was now Mr. Lin's quarters, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. The man couldn't believe he was being treated like this because he actually belonged to the clan. He thought Junior couldn't manage the house, and still wanted to get in. Eventually, the staff began threatening Big Brother with weapons because young Lin had told them to eliminate all intruders. At this moment, the old man was just sitting by the window, watching his son not being allowed into the mansion. Meanwhile, the protagonist has gone to a real estate development in Dunhai where, according to information from Chen Ming, those who are keeping tabs on him are hiding. He decided to use the mask he still bought at the black market during his visit to America. Just now, there was a gathering of Chris's second squad of superhumans, at which the staff were to report for their catch. All the soldiers talked about how tracking the right person goes quite hard, because they can't even learn anything new besides the name of their target. Suddenly, they heard some unfamiliar voice address Mr. Chris, apologizing for the impertinence. All the subordinates immediately pointed their pistols in the direction from which the sound had come. But the leader asked them to leave, intending to speak to the dear guest himself. The man immediately sensed that a celestial master had come to visit them, and suggested that he step out of the shadows. The disguised Lin Mu emphasized that it didn't matter who he was, because it was much more important who Mr. Chris was looking for. The special agent said that Mr. Lin's influence in the Middle Kingdom cannot be overestimated because he was able to get information and find surveillance with such speed. The guy pretended that he was only a friend of their target and asked what the agents would do with the information they received after the stakeout. Only now did Mr. Chris realize that it wasn't Lin Mu himself in front of him. So he asked if this man knew about his friend's encounter with the superhuman squad in New York. The man complained because that time our hero had not weakly cracked Clove and made him an invalid. He stressed that Lin Mu had a direct connection to all of this, which was why their organization had sent this surveillance. But the young man decided to wonder what would happen if they did find their target. Mr. Chris did not hide anything and revealed that their organization has now split into two factions that have completely different views on the situation with the protagonist. In turn, the man himself believed he was in the resistance faction. The guy immediately decided to wonder what their resistance's plans were. The leader of the tracking said that their researchers sharpened their focus on sharing experiences there with Chinese master cultivators because they could complement each other. After listening to Mr. Chris, the protagonist immediately noted that this was a perfectly reasonable position. But at the same time, he realized that the superhuman device did not match at all with the ancient Chinese martial arts. The Americans originally thought the same, but they recently discovered that ways to enhance the physical abilities of superhumans could also apply to cultivators. In the end, the guy took note of this information and promised to pass it on to Lin Mu, still also not giving away his disguise. Lastly, the man handed over his business card, hoping that an opportunity would open up for them to reach new heights of cultivation. After that, he immediately contacted the Bureau of Superhuman Research in the United States and reported that he had managed to meet someone who had contact with Lin Mu and promised to consider their proposal. Dr. Hamilton was delighted at this news, but still wary, for he realized that the young man was not so simple. At this moment, Yang Guangqing arrived at the Dragon Eye base and apologized for his impertinence and explained that he was looking for Lin Mu. The guards immediately warned that here was an important strategic point of the organization, so they could not let anyone through. The bodyguard realized he wouldn't be able to get through here that easily, but continued to stand his ground. Then the main character finally came out of the base, who immediately recognized his acquaintance and asked why he was here. Also, the young man asked everyone to relax because it was his friend who could be here with no problem. Yang Guangqing noted with a smile that he had some rather challenging subordinates who had almost all reached the true chi level. Our hero suspected that his acquaintance already knew about his new status if he had come to this very place. The guy realized that the bodyguard had come all this way for such a long trip only out of a good reason, so he offered to come inside and discuss all the details. It turns out that the main problem was that someone dared to kidnap the head of Wen. Yang Guangqing said that he left work early yesterday and he had no idea that such an incident could happen. Our hero realized that the crime was committed extremely quickly, and it was definitely carefully planned. The man added that the kidnappers were working at the request of the Golden Triangle Mafia, who want the confiscated goods back. Then the young man inquired if the keeper had any clue as to the kidnappers. The bodyguard admitted that he had no solid information yet, but that the first thing he did after the kidnapping was to shut down all land and air routes. He also asked some of his friends for favors. So at the very least, it was known that the kidnappers were still in Guangzhou. The protagonist still couldn't understand what the problem was, because the criminals could have been dealt with long ago since they still hadn't traveled far. Yang Guangqing explained that there was also a master among them who knew an ancient, unfathomable martial art that greatly helps them. In the end, he asked Brother Lin to follow him to Guangzhou and rescue Mr. Wen. Lin Mu, as always, refused all formalities because he couldn't refuse such an important mission. After that, he immediately went to the hall to meet the entire Dragon Eye team. He informed the soldiers that they must now rescue the man from captivity, which was a rare opportunity to test his true strength. To begin with, the captain ordered the 2nd and 4th squad, after manning up, to leave immediately for Guangzhou and then report their arrival. Our hero also decides to stop by Donghai University to meet up with Little Tang, whom he recently saved from poison. The girl immediately inquired why Lin Mu had decided to appear at the university and asked who was beside him. The young man introduced Yang Guangqing as an old acquaintance and said that they were planning to take Bebe to Guangzhou for a while. The girl did not even have time to agree to this adventure, but the protagonist has already pulled her along and informed her that he had already packed all the things. That same night, some strangers tried to sneak into the grounds of Lin Mu's new mansion. They hoped that there were only 2 girls left in the house now, who they could easily take hostage and do all their bad deeds. They then tried to hide in the shadows, and their leader asked them to act quickly and not make a mess. It turns out that the enemies didn't miscalculate at all that the protagonist had a good security system. Only now did the bandits realize that they had been given inaccurate information. But it was too late because the guards had surrounded them on all sides. The trained fighters of the protagonist were the first to rush into battle, because under no circumstances were they going to let the outsiders escape from this place. Eventually, the enemies decided to engage after all, and see what these guys were capable of. After a second, the bandit created that he didn't manage to hit his target at all, because he was fighting against a nimble kid. In just a second, the guard was behind the intruder's back and disarmed him with one precise blow. In this way, they spent another long time beating up all the strangers who dared to so boldly break into the mansion's territory. In the meantime, the guards were trying to act as quietly as possible so as not to disturb the girls who were relaxing inside. They were quite successful in doing so because Song Liang Ru didn't pay attention to some quiet noise outside the window. Meanwhile, our heroes have stopped at an abandoned construction site and have been keeping an eye on the factory across the street, where, according to information received, Van is located. Lin Mu was already actively solving matters on the phone because he was immediately informed of the territory invasion. All the allies immediately inquired what had happened, but the fellow briefly only explained that some leisurely guests had paid a visit to his house, but they had already packed for them. Bebe immediately remembered that Teacher Sun and Xuanzhong were still at home, so she asked if they were fine. The protagonist asked not to worry about their friends because they had everything under security control. At this moment, Yang Guangqing interrupted their conversation because he saw some important detail. The bodyguard was already certain that this was the place where Mr. Wen was being held. The guy looked through the binoculars and now couldn't understand why the factory across the street was still running at this hour. The protagonist began to suspect that the workers inside had also been taken hostage, and Yang Guangqing confirmed that more than 1,000 people were now in danger. At that moment, a panting soldier came running in and reported that he had managed to get a plan of the factory building. He said that there were too many hostages, so they could not afford to storm the factory, and now no one knows what is going on inside. Yang Guangqing, after comparing all these facts, came to the conclusion that the special forces should wait for the order at the starting position and would only receive the command when the situation was clear. In turn, the protagonist suggested to start by penetrating deep into the territory of the factory to reconnoiter the situation. The bodyguard has also agreed to this adventure because the two of them can definitely figure out what's going on inside. Very soon, our heroes have already found themselves on the territory of the factory, where everything is swarming with enemies. Yang Guangqing, who was walking in front, emphasized that time was of the essence, so they should get into the deepest depths as quickly as possible. The young man asked his companion not to rush so forward, for there was surveillance posted everywhere. Our hero emphasized that they would have to be more cautious, and the bodyguard agreed because things would go badly if they were spotted. Meanwhile, the workers inside the factory were actively engaged in some kind of work. Yang Guangqing assumed that the kidnappers were dressed as employees, so it was no wonder no one suspected anything. He realized that this was a gamble that would be to the bandits' advantage, and for the time being, he suggested going around the building from the other side. The protagonist immediately calculated that there were 54 kidnappers, disguised as workers along the road, and memorized the position of each of them. Yang Guangqing said that there was only one warehouse left that they hadn't looked at, and that was most likely where Wen was being held. The young man was about to go there, but for some reason he asked his partner to wait a bit. It appeared that Lin Mu had sensed the fierce qi energy emanating from there, so there must have been two masters there at once. In the end, our hero sensed that there was someone else there whose qi was very secretive, so he missed him. The bodyguard also sensed that there were as many as 3 masters there, and our hero began to fear that their actual power might have been far greater than his own. He thought it all seemed too strange because they were using 3 such strong fighters to protect some ordinary principle. Anyway, the situation was that they had learned the kidnapper's location around the factory, so now it was better to go back and think about the whole plan of action. They quickly returned to the observation point and, opening the map, began pointing out the areas that needed special attention because there was a large group of bandits concentrated there, hiding among the workers. Eventually, our heroes laid out everything they'd managed to scout and began to plot the course of the operation. Bebe wasn't standing idly by, so she asked if she could borrow a sniper rifle from one of the SWAT team. The bodyguard was surprised to hear such a request and wondered why the girl needed such a serious weapon. She replied that she was only doing it to help and said that in conditions without wind, she could hit a coin-sized target from 5 kilometers away. The soldiers were shocked by such a statement and thought that Little Tan had decided to play a joke on them. Yang Guangqing also agreed that there might be difficulties here, but Bebe asked him not to forget that she was from the Tang clan. With confidence in her voice, the girl stated that the entire team could count on her skills. The bodyguard saw that she had a lot of confidence, so he decided to rely on her gut. Before the operation began, the main character filled that their goal was to save the head of Wen. So all the soldiers must carry out the capture in the shortest possible time and avoid casualties among ordinary workers. He emphasized that they cannot give the enemy the slightest chance because then the whole operation would fail. Yang Guangqing lastly said that the code name of their operation would be Pull the Piles. It turns out that members of Bao Lun's group had also arrived on the scene and decided to help with the operation. The bodyguard hadn't even guessed what kind of people were standing in front of him, so he asked Lin Mu who they were. Our hero reported that it was Zhang Chu and Ding Han, and explained that he had asked for their support to eliminate the slightest possibility of failure. The man had heard of these heroes Chu and Han before, but the two had asked not to overpraise them because they thought they were just minor sleuths in this city. Eventually, the guy offered to put all pleasantries aside and save Wen for starters. Lin Mu quickly established communication with the Dragon Eye squad, giving a brief command. Check his watch, as the operation would begin in exactly 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the bodyguard contacted the special unit and also informed them of the start of their mission and warned of radio silence. The protagonist before starting also contacted Little Tan, who was now in a sniper position. The girl took up a position on a lighthouse nearby the plant and reported that she was ready. She had already assumed a fighting position so she could open fire on the enemy at any moment. Meanwhile, the workers couldn't understand why they had left them to recycle all night out of the blue. Suddenly, one of the men froze abruptly when he heard a suspicious creaking sound in the far corner of the shop. He thought it was some kind of bottle that had broken, so he went to check it out for himself. The employee didn't understand why he had to do all this anymore, but he still went downstairs to check it out. His hunch proved to be true, so he saw in the middle of the room only a pile of broken glass. The plant employee noticed that no one was around, but a bottle had come from somewhere, which looked rather strange. It turned out to be an ambush from the main character's team. So that's when one of the special agents jumped out of the shadows. The cloaked bandit only had time to raise his head to see the figure that would fly straight at him. His companions immediately noticed the disappearance, but thought the man had done it to slyly shirk work. Meanwhile, the soldier had already reported to the captain that he had managed to neutralize the first target. He then reported that he was already preparing to attack the second target, and proceeded to execute the plan. At this point, the masked workers began to suspect that something fishy was going on, so they noticed the fighter. The young man froze like a hunted animal for a moment, feeling the heavy glares of his enemies. The employee attempted to radio that an intruder had broken in, but it was too late. The next second, a bullet flew lightning fast near his hand, blowing the device into tiny slivers. Bebe herself, upon seeing the result of her work, only laughed at the fact that her opponent was so badly unlucky. As a result, the man's hand began to bleed profusely, but the employee was still unable to realize what had just happened to him. The remaining agents immediately seized the opportunity and attempted to finish off the third enemy in their path. Eventually, they cold-bloodedly scrambled over their opponent's head to disarm him for sure. The fighters exhaled when it went like this, because it could have ended badly on the third enemy. Bebe smugly informed her comrades that she would definitely ensure the success of this operation in any case. After a while, the agents were already reporting that they had managed to neutralize as many as 54 targets. After a couple more minutes, the operation reported that all guards had been completely eliminated. Then the protagonist asked them not to hesitate and right now to vacate the territory of the factory, after which they had to wait for the next orders. After that, Linmu turned to his longtime comrades from Baolun and Yangguangqing and emphasized that it was time for them to take the stage. The bodyguard was charged with fighting spirit, so he was already looking forward to meeting the other masters. Meanwhile, the kidnapper sat quietly in the factory warehouse and chatted with Mr. Zhang about coming to the rescue this time. Gu, at the same time, put a large number of people in danger. Goob was also unhappy that his partners were prying, though he too knew the pitfalls in China. Jian Changlin recalled that they had negotiated the price in the beginning, so he couldn't understand why the fighter was so unhappy with his small fee. The man then explained that the situation had already changed a lot because the plan was for them to have already left China. But in the end, they were still sitting in the factory, and the bandits agreed that it smelled like kerosene because they demanded a raise for such a dangerous job. Jian Changlin didn't expect things to turn out this way at all, so he asked the other to give his opinion. The man confessed that he too wanted Boss Chin to raise his salary and figure out a way to quietly get out of here. The gentleman was well aware of this attitude of the workers about the whole thing, so he promised to raise the pay and not disappoint them. For his part, Goob understood that everyone had long since heard that Chin didn't want money, and stressed that just a word from Mr. Hang would be enough to turn the tide. Suddenly, everyone felt that a criminal had sneaked into the area and immediately forgot all questions about money. The next second, the protagonist, accompanied by his legendary team, burst into the warehouse, and Jiang Chu wondered why Qing Haisheng's right-hand man was in Jingdu, Guangzhou. Lin Mu finally made sure that the enemy's strength was not inferior to his own after all, which made everyone tense up. In turn, the man was also surprised that he had not sensed this young man's qi until now. The guy did not hesitate and said directly that these people kidnapped his manager in China, and openly and brazenly in the center of the city. Obviously, this was all to bring back the very same party and gang people. But Jian Changlin had no idea that he would meet such a young man here who was able to achieve high skill at such a young age. Lin Mu emphasized that he didn't belong to any school, and his cultivation skills were superficial. So he joked that he hoped to receive guidance from his opponent. The man still kept saying that a person who had reached a high cultivation level on his own was incredibly rare, so he would never be able to accept Lin Mu properly. The protagonist felt that all this talk was going to come to a dead end anyway, so he asked the bandits for permission to inspect the warehouse. Jian Changlin replied that there was no problem with that, and asked the whole team to make themselves at home while they were here. He looked behind his back and pointed to a box they had asked not to touch, because it was as if a friend had handed its contents into the possession of the bandit. Then Yang Guangqing intervened in their conversation. He just wanted to look at everything in this warehouse and see if these guys were lying to them. Also, the protagonist understood that Mr. Jan was hospitality itself, and again asked for guidance from him. In the end, The man finally agreed because he too wanted to see what the guy's training had gotten him to. Thus, our hero drew off one enemy and left a couple of masters behind him for his companions, while the remaining man would go to rescue the head of Wen. Ding Hanyu and Jiang Chu only needed one look for them to understand each other's plan perfectly. They managed to pull the other couple of masters away, and in the meantime, Yang Guangqing had to save the principal. A furious battle had already broken out in the confined space of the warehouse, so the air was filled with the muffled sounds of blows and the sharp exhalations of warriors. The protagonist had emphasized from the beginning that he was asking courtesy of Mr. Jiang, so now he had decided to use dragon appeasement. The man immediately felt this power because he was also aware that it was the lost 18 dragon palms. The young man noted that his opponent was very observant, but was no longer going to stop and attacked him. Zhang Changlin was also of the uneasy kind, so he used the Tianshan plum fracture to protect himself from being hit hard. The protagonist was immediately interested when he saw his opponent using such a rare technique. He immediately remembered that he had seen this technique on a flash drive that Lu had handed over, and under that name, all the martial art techniques were broken down. In turn, the bandit leader himself could not even think that such a young man would be able to oppose him in any way. Now that the man knew that Lin Mu was familiar with his techniques, he decided to make him feel the power of the Tianshan plum fracture. Meanwhile, Yang Guangqing confidently advanced through the warehouse while everyone was busy fighting. The bandit noticed that the bodyguard was trying to seize the moment and wasn't about to let him finish the job. The bodyguard didn't see at all that he had already been spotted, so he ran with all his legs to the cherished box with the principal. In the next instant, a dazzling flash appeared right in front of Yang Guangqing, and the shockwave hurled him to the side. Suddenly, the man saw that it was definitely unusual pyrotechnics, which surprised him even more. Everything around him began to ice up rapidly, and the bodyguard was a couple of steps away from being hit by the wave as well. Next, someone used the vortex against the guard, but the guard thought it was just child's play. Regardless, he still wasn't able to dodge another attack from his side so easily. In the end, Yang Guangqing only now realized that all this time, the other masters had been hiding in the box. These two strong fighters said that Lin Mu's team had to go through them first, if they still wanted to save at least someone. The protagonist could not even think that the most real superhumans would be present here, and realized that until this moment, the power of these enemies was insensible to him. A mutant named Roz, who was skilled in the ice arts, noted that the Chinese master was not at all impressed with his appearance. That was why he aimed all of his ice spikes at him, so that Yang Guangqing would definitely experience his full power. For his part, the bodyguard wasn't afraid at all, because he wasn't impressed by some superhuman who allowed himself to talk so smugly. He promised that the foreigner would learn what the Chinese school taught today, and immediately used the golden dome for protection. Roz was not in the least startled when he saw that his ice had ricocheted off to the side after all. Meanwhile, on the other side, he was attacked by Weber with a hurricane shaft that seemed to demolish everything in its path. Our hero desperately tried to shout to his comrade and warn him about the superhuman with a whirlwind not so easy. The bodyguard was not at all afraid of his rivals and asked the leader not to be afraid, promising that he could take on these two enemies. The man used the golden dome again, causing that energy tornado to scatter in different directions. After a second, the vortex had gathered itself together and now descended upon Brother Ian with renewed vigor. Mutan still believed that Chinese kung fu was not cool at all, and that all this praise was just empty words. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already moved into close combat with Zhang Changlin, who was also obviously not going to give up. At this moment, Yang Guangqing noticed a whirlwind that was somehow different from all the previous ones. The man thought he had already been mistaken for a weakling, and then declared that an old tiger never shows its true strength. Lin Mu even had to distract himself from his fight because he couldn't understand what his comrade was up to. After observing the bodyguard's technique, the guy finally concluded that he had decided to use the palm behind the clouds. The man did not stand still and immediately entered the vortex to destroy it from within with his own hands. Eventually, the bodyguard realized he was failing and couldn't believe that nothing worked against the superpower. All the while, Mutant kept laughing off the fact that it turns out Chinese kung fu is worthless. Yang Guangqing was already at his limit because the tornado ring suddenly engulfed his palm behind the clouds. Gradually, the man began to feel that he would now completely lose control of his true chi, which would be a complete failure in this battle. Yeroi clenched his teeth, realizing that it was only going to get worse as the tornado ring gradually consumed his partner. The guy decided to intervene in this confrontation and asked his comrade to stop the true chi and just trust him. The bodyguards himself knew how to act in such situations. But now it was several times more difficult to control everything. The superhumans were already beginning to suspect that this guy was going to be in trouble soon, because he had simply underestimated the power of the devouring tornado. Weber himself rejoiced that his technique had never yet failed him in battle. At this time, the protagonist had already had to return to his rival, who was keeping him from their battle. John Changlin's movements sped up because he must have noticed that the young man wanted to help his friend. So he was in no way willing to let him do so. But Lin Mu was not going to give up so easily and decided to use his strongest techniques to show that he was no match for this mutant. The guy let out so much energy that it sent fiery sparks throughout the warehouse. The opponent had only to cover his hands from such bright flashes and marvel at the incredible strength of our hero. John Changlin couldn't believe that the boy had actually managed to escape from his strongest control. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to his brother Ian and asked him to stop his admission now. The bodyguard didn't hesitate and immediately complied with Lin Mu's request, who must have known what he was doing. After exerting himself so hard, he coughed up blood and almost fell back into the vortex again. The young man had already concentrated as much as possible to continue this fight and asked his comrade to take a break on the sidelines for now. Without wasting a second, our hero quickly threw himself at the devouring vortex and announced that he would now take this enemy on. Lin Mu quickly ran up close to this green tornado and used the Great Flying Dragon technique. Everyone around him immediately realized that this was another long-lost and at the same time, most powerful technique. Strong chi energy enveloped the vortex from all sides, so it began to rapidly shrink. Weber had a hard time believing what was happening, because all he could see was that some strange gimmick had ripped his engulfing tornado to shreds. The protagonist did not stop there, so he once again concentrated energy in his hands. In the end, he unleashed 3 more huge dragons to finally finish off all the opponents. The ferocious dragons that were the embodiment of Lin Mu's aura were already flying forward, ready to sweep away everything in their path. The young man decided to use the strongest Dragon Pearl technique, so he definitely wouldn't fail. Bei Bei was watching everything through the scope of her sniper rifle, and was shocked when she saw the technique the main character used. There was another huge explosion in the warehouse, as if someone had decided to detonate several dozen bombs at once. The SWAT team, who had been standing guard the whole time, couldn't understand what was happening in the opposite part of the factory. The commander still asked them to remain calm and stand in their original positions until new orders. Meanwhile, all the comrades were once again convinced that Brother Lin possessed immeasurable fighting strength. The mutants watched the consequences of our hero's attack in bewilderment, unable to understand how such a thing was even possible. Even his enemies recognized that this young man had simply terrifying power. John Changlin silently watched his opponent and seemed to be just glad that he wasn't at the scene of this explosion. In the end, he admitted that he just didn't expect the kid's kung fu to reach a whole new level. The protagonist still thought that everyone was just flattering him because he was only adding his hunches to the ancient martial knowledge. Bandit had been sure that such a young man could not possess such tremendous strength and skill, but now realized that he truly had a talent not of the world to be envied. Gubb asked what they should do next, but the leader replied that they had no more options because if they continued the battle, they would die right in that warehouse. It was hard for the man to accept such an answer, but at the same time, he himself understood perfectly well that it was pure truth. John Changlin informed everyone on his team that they were definitely inferior in this battle, causing their assignment to fail. Jiang Chu and Ding Han were adamant, so they couldn't let the enemy escape at the very last moment. The bandits still felt they should get away while they could, and not let our heroes defeat them completely. The leader of the group turned to them and warned that it was still unknown who would die first in a battle to the death. Moreover, the villains have come here prepared and can ensure a successful escape. Only now did Lin Mu realize that all this time, his opponent had been holding the detonator in his hands. Then the bandit emphasized that this plant has 1,000 people each, so he asked what would be more important for the guy. In the end, Yang Guangqing still let his opponents go, but he couldn't understand what guarantees there were that Zhang Changlin wouldn't pull the trigger when he left the factory. With a smirk on his face, the man replied that he didn't have any guarantees. But our heroes didn't have a choice either, so all they had to do was trust each other. Meanwhile, a helicopter was already hovering over the warehouse, still waiting to pick up the fugitives. As they prepared to land, John Changlin expressed his hopes that they would meet Lin Mu in a more relaxed environment next time. A couple minutes later, the entire crew of bandits were already on board and said their final goodbyes to the main character's team. After that, they immediately began to untie Mr. Wen and told him that they had gone through a lot to be here. Yang Guangqing used the walkie-talkie and informed all the squads that Operation Pull the Piles had been completed. So now they needed to call in the bomb squad and evacuate all the workers. The protagonist tried to reassure his comrade and assured him that no one would blow up the factory. But here he was still tense. The man didn't trust the bandits, so he asked how Lin Mu had such confidence. It turns out that the young man had felt a deep reverence for ancient martial arts in his heart during the battle with his rival, so there was still some nobility left in him. At the same time, the helicopter was flying calmly over the city, saving all the criminals from justice. During the flight, John Changlin thought about the fact that there was finally someone with the power to unite ancient martial arts, and speculated that Lin Mu might have been that heaven's chosen warrior from the legends.